which strategies will reign supreme. But the fun doesn't stop at the main event. If you find yourself at the Orlando Convention Center, check out our public events. Ultimate Time Wizard, Attack of the Giant card, and Win-A-Mat. No matter how you Yu-Gi-Oh, we have something here for you. Shout out to everybody watching live from around the world to this YCS, but a special shout out to everyone live here at the Convention Center floor. I'm Steve Kangas, and I'm honored to be your host here today, where behind me, 2,223 duelists are raring to go. So, without further ado, it's a beautiful day for Yu-Gi-Oh! So let's throw it over to the casters to get us ready for day number one.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. So excited to be here. I'm Billy Brigg, and I can't believe we're already in a brand new year. It's 2025, but it feels like 2002. The energy, the excitement just to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in the air. It's been a long time since the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series has been here in Florida, and we're in beautiful Orlando. But I couldn't do this alone. Joining me at the desk, fresh off his top 16 from YCS Anaheim last year, at the very end there, is a Salawatu Tandage. Happy to have you back on the desk.
Well, let me tell you, Billy, I've never been able to play a YCS in Florida, so I might just actually have to get up and get back out there. 12 rounds, Billy? 12 rounds for playing this tournament?
That's right, yeah. The YCS capped for online registration. We got a few more registrations here in person, but man, I just can't believe it. So many people excited to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Here at the start of the year. I mean, the format's awesome. We had that Forbidden Limited list at the end of YCS Anaheim, and people were already excited with Crossover Breakers, Raziel, Malice, and then the latest core booster, Supreme Darkness, just released a few weeks ago, and we're going to see the impact it's going to have on the meta here this weekend. But first, let's go ahead and talk about the format. What the players are going to have to do at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Asala, take it away.
That's right. Here in day number one, we're going to be playing 9 rounds of Swiss, 45 minutes each, all best 2 out of 3. And those players after that will be going into day 2 for 3 more Swiss rounds, 1 extra because of the total amount of players. It's 45 minutes each still, cutting into a top 64 now with 45 minutes each up until top 16. But then once we make it to top 8 and top 4, that has 55 minutes. And then, of course, the finals has 65 minutes, all still best 2 out of 3.
That's right. That means more duelists, more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh!, more chances to see awesome decks do some awesome things. I know a lot of players are cooking up some creative lists, and I can't wait to see what is going to make it onto the feature match stage. But I know it's going to be an incredible weekend.
Absolutely. You know, there's so much to look forward to. Every time a new set drops, it's really exciting to see what people do, where the creative juices flow. And I think Mitsurugi, that's something that people had no idea that going into this event, right? Because it's a TCG exclusive archetype, and it's already so
world
powerful.
Premiere, yep.
Yeah, we don't get that much usually from the initial release of an archetype like that. So being brand new, no real experience with it, people are just going to have to try to figure it out, and people are very excited to play it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of storylines coming out of Supreme Darkness. Other themes like Evil Heroes, Kristrons, I've been hearing a lot of buzz. There's a lot of people talking about it yesterday as they were registering, like how to beat that deck. It might be a deck that's flying under the radar right now. How the Fiendsmith cards are still around, and we're going to see how they're going to impact if people are still going to be utilizing those cards in their Raziel strategy. We even see people using Malice too. And I know Malice is one of the decks people are targeting this weekend. But let's go and talk about what's on the line. What are these players playing for here at the YCS? It looks like first place, this is what you're going to be able to walk away with: an ultra-rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series prize card, another Verse Solaria, the latest Another Verse in the Another Verse series. Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy, I still have mine. Definitely something every player wants to get. A Steam Deck, OLED. I don't have a Steam Deck. I would love to get my hands on one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Premium Messenger Bag, Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Top Cut Game Mat, and, of course, an invite and VIP status at the next World Championship Qualifier Tournament. That VIP status will net you 2 buys at one of the most prestigious tournaments of the year, where you're able to find a way to get to that World Championship. And I believe you also get a trip to the to the NAWCQ. But there it is, that beautiful trophy featuring another Verse Solaria. And it is going to be an epic weekend. Only one player is going to be able to walk away with that exciting trophy and be the first YCS champion of 2025.
Yeah, exactly. There's over 2,000 people here going for that coveted first place trophy. Everyone's here trying to mark their name as the first champion of 2025.
Really, it's going to be epic. You want to start the year off with a bang. It's going to be an incredible year for Yu-Gi-Oh! I promise you, you're going to want to be around for all the upcoming events we're going to have. And, of course, it's going to start right here. We're going to crown a YCS champion here in Orlando. The last time we were here for a YCS, I think I was playing in top 4. I should have won that event, but it's been quite some time. So I know these Florida players are hungry, and all the other players who traveled from other cities to come back and try and win a YCS at the start of this year. We'll be right back back with our first round, so don't go anywhere. We have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh action going on this weekend. Stay tuned, because it's time to duel. Welcome back, everyone. I told you we'd be back very quickly with our first round feature match, and here we are. It's going to be an exciting day. 9 rounds of Swiss that are going to be coming, and we're going to have 9 exciting feature matches today, followed by day 2, which is going to have just as many rounds before we crown a YCS champion. We have 2,223 players in attendance here at YCS Orlando. So many people came out to play at the first YCS in 2025. Very exciting stuff. The format's a lot of fun. Am I right, Asala?
Absolutely. A lot of people showing up, hitting capacity because everyone wants to play the game right now.
That's right. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Kangas and find out who is going to be playing in our first round feature match. Take it away, Kangas.
In our first round feature match from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 4-time YCS champion and hometown hero, Kamal Valdez. And his opponent today in the red chair from Riverview, Florida. He topped his first regional at 17. Now at 18, he's at his first ever YCS, Emilio F-Hernandez. Duelists are ready, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Here you have it. We are going to be featuring one of the best from Florida to ever do it, and that's Kamal up against Emilio, also a Florida resident himself. And we have an epic matchup right off the bat. That's right, it's going to be Fiendsmith Malice up against Mitsurugi Raziel, 2 of the decks we expect to see a lot of this weekend.
Yeah, this is the grudge match for several reasons, both representing Florida here. But the 2 main strategies existing from the format from the end of last year, Raziel as well as Malice, but both seeing a bit of an evolution. Malice having a bit more Fiendsmith cards added to it, which you didn't really see last year, even though you did see it in the Raziel deck, just to play around things like Artifact Lancia, and now the introduction of Mitsurugi to Raziel as well, 2 very advanced versions of these decks.
Yeah, the way that the Mitsurugi cards work so well with the Raziel cards is epic. Because not only are you getting those additional disruptions onto the board, but they're also level 4 monsters that can work really well to get your Raziel strategy started right off the bat. But I do like that you touched on the Fiendsmith cards and Malice, because yeah, people have come prepared this weekend for Malice. It is one of the most respected decks, I would say, in the room this weekend. You know that your opponent's probably going to be siding in Artifact Lancia, as you mentioned. So being able to have that link-based strategy that at least provides some sort of disruption during the opponent turns, and it's kind of that continual progression. And we see that, being used here by Kamal in the Malice deck. Malice is one of my favorite strategies of this format. It's actually the deck that I play when I go to my local OTS, play around with it a lot. I use more of like a graveyard hate version with like Dimension Shifter and way more beast deals than Kamal's using. But I like this. I like the Fiendsmith. I like where he's going with this because there's definitely a lot of cards ready to counter Malice on this side.
Yes, teach me more about Malice.
I'm sorry, Solid. Not everyone can play in YCSs like you and be able to make top 16 with Malice, which was awesome to see you doing so well with it there at the end of last year. One of, I guess, the first pioneers of Malice, but now we get to see that deck evolve. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 1, round 1, YCS Orlando 2025. It's time to duel.
Now, just to clarify, I'm pretty sure he's not setting 5. They've just drawn their hands. They're representing it from the sets there.
Hey, I'd be down if they're both setting set 5 pass and then the returns with another set 5.
Do they even have 5 spells in draw? Like, what could they possibly be?
All right, it looks like the die roll has been cast. I didn't get to see who won it quite yet, but now the players are drawing their hands, and we will shortly be able to see who is going to go first.
Both these decks typically do want to get started, story of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? But the Malice deck in particular is so strong when it's able to go first, and opening up the White Rabbit, not the perfect start, but it is definitely one that you want.
Yeah, this opening White Rabbit is going to let him set a Malice trap from his deck. The Malice traps can be activated to turn their set by banishing a Malice monster. Probably going to go for Malice TB11 because it lets you special summon a Malice monster from the deck. This kind of opens them up to being stopped by something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, potentially. A card that doesn't stop Dormouse since it just banishes from the deck. And then all the Malice monsters, when they're banished, you can pay 300 life points for the main monsters, 900 life points for the link monsters, but they summon themselves when they get banished.
Yeah, it can be quite expensive, but because of the effects of later Malice cards to be activated, you do get a lot of those life points back, so not something you really want to be worried about.
True.
Something to note here, so a typical play for Malice is to set any spell or trap before you normal summon your monster to bluff already having TB11 or any of the other Malice traps, just to try to make
dissuade.
Your opponent, dissuade your opponent from activating infinite permanents or the like. But we didn't see Kamal do that here.
Nope.
So I think that could be telling in a couple of ways. Either he doesn't have any spells and traps in his hand that he can afford to set, or he's trying to dissuade his opponent from thinking that he will do something like that and then do it in following games.
Yeah, the mind games have already begun. But that TB11 is going to banish the hare to summon Dormouse from the deck, and then since the not the hare,
the rabbit.
The rabbit. I'm getting ahead of myself. The rabbit pays the 300, summons itself back. He's going to link both those monsters into Haggard Lizardos. Haggard Lizardos can banish a monster from the graveyard to change as a cost to change the monster's attack to that monster you banished original attack, but essentially what he's doing is just banishing the Dormouse to summon it back to the field. So you're essentially climbing through your links with these effects. Because you want to get to, all the Malice Link monsters are all Link 3 monsters, and you want to be able to get to something like Red Ransom or White Binder.
Exactly. The biggest choke point of the Malice strategy is to make sure they don't get to the Link 3s, because once you get access to either Red Ransom or, more importantly, White Binder, you set up most of your plays to be able to play on your opponent's turn, so you just want to cut them off from that point, and Kamal's in a pretty good position because look like there's no interruptions this far.
Yeah, I would think he doesn't have too much from the hand in terms of interaction if nothing has been played just yet, but it does seem like he is considering his options at every moment. But now it places his hand face down. Kamal's on to his next move. He's taking a sec to think.
This guy gets his 2 burn.
So
yes.
Now he's using the Dormouse effect. The monster you summon with TB11 can't use the effect on the field, but since it was sent to the graveyard, banished, and summoned again, he can now use that Dormouse effect to banish Chessy Cat from the deck, and then Malice Chessy Cat will be able to pay 300 life points to special summon it to the field.
That's all 3 names now, paying 900 total to activate every main deck monster effect of the Malice. But there are still a few effects remaining from the extra deck to get a couple more extenders.
So going straight into White Binder here, no Red
very
Ransom.
Interesting.
Nothing on summon. Like the White Binder stuff.
Looks like he is considering like things like Nibiru, the Primal Being, maybe in the hand, and want to make sure he can access a trap card potentially. Want to just have that White Binder online, because having White Binder in your graveyard or your banished is how you're going to interact and play during your opponent's turn. He goes and uses the effect of White Binder to set a trap card from his deck, a Malice trap, and he's going to set GWC-06, which lets you special summon a Malice from your graveyard or banishment.
Yeah, and then you get to gain life points if you happen to control a Link 3 Malice at resolution, which is going to, this is the most important effect to have on your opponent's turn, because it allows you to reset up the White Binder and play again. And now we're going to be activating the Chessy Cat to banish Malice and Underground to draw 2 cards, which, you know, typically if you didn't go for Red Ransom, it was pretty indicative that he would already have that card in his hand, so maybe he has multiple.
True, that could be the case, yeah. Because right now, Malice Red Ransom can add any Malice spell card, which is only Malice and Underground. For now. All right, so now we'll see where Kamal goes next with this. He has a Link 3 and 1 monster in the field. He's going to send both those to the graveyard to perform another Link summon. Let's see if he goes for something like SP Little Knight, maybe. Oh, he's just going to go straight into Nightmare Griffin. Okay.
This makes sense. He's going to link it away because it's a Light Fiend.
Oh, we're seeing the connections. So now the Nightmare Griffin, putting it in the graveyard is huge, because later on you're going to be able to make that brand new card out of Supreme Darkness, a Q, the Lightless Shadow, and summon it back during the opponent's turn potentially. But it bridges the Fiendsmith cards into the deck. So even beyond playing around stuff like Artifact Lancia, we're seeing the connection of the 2 engines together. Really cool.
Setting up some follow-up here. Now, because you have activated the effects of the banished Malice monsters, you are locked into Link summoning, which means you're not going to be going into the typical Fiendsmith plays here. You're not going to get any value from something along the lines of Fiendsmith Sequence or being able to make any rank 6 monsters, but you have it set up for next turn.
Very true. So he is going to add Malice and Underground off Terraforming. Malice and Underground can banish from the hand, deck, or graveyard. He's going to banish that Malice White Binder, which allows him to pay 900 life points to special summon it back to the field and draw a card. Beautiful effect. Love drawing cards. Love drawing cards. And then here is the Q, the Lightless Shadow, right out of Supreme Darkness. I just got my Quarter Century Secret Rare, and I couldn't be happier. It looks beautiful. One of my favorite cards out of Supreme Darkness. And I think I'm expecting to see a lot of it here this weekend. Because even though it says you need a Fiend monster, there's a lot of Fiend monsters from the extra decks you're able to incorporate into a lot of decks that potentially might not have Fiend monsters.
Yeah, especially since the popularity of the Fiendsmith cards, you know, there are plenty of Fiend monsters everywhere right now.
So he's going to use the effect of Q. During the main phase, he can discard a card from his hand to either destroy a card in the field or banish itself until the end phase and special summon back a light or dark monster from the graveyard.
Looks like he's going to be summoning back that Fiendsmith Engraver, and because he discarded the Lacrima effect will trigger in the graveyard to summon himself back to the field.
Fabled Lurry.
Sorry, yeah. You know,
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, yes.
But this is the same. I like this. This is the same setup that I go for in my mouse, like where IP Masquerena with the Q coming back. Not only can the Q summon back the Nightmare Griffin, it's also extra insurance if something goes wrong with GWC. You have another layer to bring back White Binder potentially. And the reason why summoning Whitebinder is so important, not only can you banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard, by banishing your own White Rabbit, you're able to set a trap card from your deck.
Yeah, typically you're going to be setting the 07, which allows you to have an additional interruption on your opponent's turn by banishing a card non-targeting, but also getting yourself that follow-up because it adds a monster to your hand.
Yeah, I love about Q, the Lightless Shadow. So good. But the first move here from Emilio is going to be a Bonfire. This is going to let him grab potentially... Let's see what he's going for.
It's either Ice or X, and because of the Mitsurugi cards, it's almost always going to be X here. Oh, it actually is Ice. I was wrong.
That's why I held myself back on the segment. I didn't want to make a guess because it's usually always wrong depending on the hand. But Ice Rise Heal, a very strong card.
I feel like that's telling, though. That usually just means you already have X, when assuming you're playing Mitsurugi cards, right?
Cool effect.
Okay, you're going to be using the Fua now to, to account for the IP. Unfortunately, that has to have been the 6th
Yeah, I was
card.
gonna say, you gotta love Multari Philosophy in your 6th card off the top. But Fual's effect, because it will, with IP Masquerena, he will be summoning from his extra deck. Now, the normal summon of Ice is going to be met by a Bowacue, so he's going to special summon back the Nightmare Griffin. And now Ice will resolve to special summon a level 4 Raziel from the deck to the field.
Right, and it will not be able to activate its effect because it will not be linked to anything. So there's a copy of X.
Okay. Anything on resolution?
No.
2 level 4 monsters are represented here, but he will not be able to activate anything until he deals with the Griffin. But now that the Griffin is represented on the field, it gives him the opening to use X from hand to try to get remove it with the effect of the Aggregator.
Yeah, be able to negate the effect of Nightmare Griffin potentially, yeah.
Still will not be able to use the X on the field, but at least will have access to the remainder of the deck, assuming that the Aggregator resolves.
Gonna see an overlay coming down. Gonna make a rank 4 monster. He is gonna exceed summon out Detonator. Okay.
That's fine.
Detonator's pretty big.
Looks like he might be potentially trying to take down Griffin in the battle phase. If he has something to stop GWC 06, it could be solid for him here.
Moving into battle?
Yeah.
So in
the
battle
beginning of
before he
battle
attacks.
Oh, okay, so it looks like he is allowing him to go into the battle phase, because at the beginning of the battle phase, Kamal is thinking,
Now there's GWC.
so in the beginning of the battle
it
phase,
resolves.
we're going to use 06, going to summon out that Whitebinder linked to something, that's all that matters,
Yep.
and now the Whitebinder is going to be able to activate his effect, gaining 2300 as well from the effect of the GWC.
Yep, gains those life points. Very crucial. Get to give back all those life points that you had to pay to summon back your monsters. Now Whitebinder can banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard on summon. He's going to probably go for... See, it looks like he's going for White Rabbit and Dormouse, and yeah, one of the trap cards. It's nice to banish the trap cards, so if you do get all 3 banished, you get that boost from Malice and Underground, but you also can shuffle it back with Heartscriptor and then reset them later on potentially as well.
Arguably the more important effect. I feel like I never want to banish the GWC 6.
Coming
Like,
back, I'm gonna summon it.
Usually not, yeah.
Affect the White Rabbit.
Okay, so now since White Rabbit is summoned, he's going to be able to set a trap on summon. And as we mentioned earlier, you can activate those traps that turn their set by banishing a Malice monster. And MTP07 is going to not only allow him to add a monster from his deck to hand, if he controls that Malice Link 3 afterwards, when it resolves, he can banish a card on the field. And just getting rid of his Detonator could be enough for him here.
opting to do this all in the battle phase, not giving himself the option to go for IP Masquerena into something along the lines of Heartscriptor here. So he's going to be forced to use the 07, and will likely, yeah, he has to banish the White Rabbit here, otherwise the 07 will not be able to banish, because at resolution there needs to be a Link 3 monster on the field for it to be used that second part of its effect. And yep, we're just going to be banishing the Detonator here. So most of Kamal's interruptions that were face-up have been used. There's still the IP Masquerena, but otherwise a lot of the interruptions have been accounted for. Can Emilio take care of the rest of it in main phase 2? Oh, it looks like that he does not have enough here. He is conceding, and Kamal takes game 1 very convincingly with his Malice strategy.
I mean, yeah, when Malice goes first, it can do so much, right? And we pretty much saw a masterclass. You see, he was playing through his plays really fast, and especially going unopposed, uninterrupted, not having to worry about anything. Like, you're going to get the W there most of the time. And, I mean, yeah, Kamal with a good hand. I mean, it just shows you don't just need Dormouse. You can also draw that White Rabbit and still function just fine. I really liked seeing the Nightmare Griffin being able to bridge into the Fiendsmith stuff, so you have that extra follow-up. Like, we didn't really see the Fiendsmith stuff being too impactful, but it did provide him with the monsters he needed to continue Link summoning without having to use something like Link Decoder or having all of his Malice monsters on the field at once.
Well, yeah, I think what we saw here from that hand is how much practice Kamal has had with the deck, because he didn't go for the standard line, right? He didn't go into Red Ransom. He knew that he had Underground in his hand and potentially already had the Terraforming as well. And I assume he already had the Terraforming because he banished the Underground from the effect of Chessy Cat and then, you know, happened to have another one after the fact. I don't think you'd do that if you only had one copy and you wanted to cut yourself off of access. So I think he had the Terraforming in his hand, opted not to set it for the White Rabbit effect, and then he went for this specific line that started with the White Binder to play better around cards like Nibiru the Primal Being and still have access to his ideal end board.
Yep, certainly, and it paid off for him big there. But, you know, on Emilio's side, it has to feel rough. Like, yeah, having that Fuwalas be your 6th card would have been nice if it was his 5th card and he would have been able to use it to try and, you know, slow Kamal down there a little bit, but sometimes that's just how the cards fall. But now going into the side decks, this is where things get hard for Malice. I do think Malice is the strongest deck game 1, going first for sure in the format, in my personal opinion. It's the toughest to beat, and that's why a lot of players here have prepared their side decks targeting down Malice. Artifact Lancia is a huge card here this weekend. Most players who enter the tournament have come with 3 copies of it in their side deck, along with potentially stuff like Triple Tactics Thrust to set something like Artifact Sanctum, so they have more layers to get to it. I mean, I haven't seen anyone using like Dagda or something to set Lancia, but it is also a potential.
Yeah, there's a lot of options as far as getting access to Artifact Lancia, but I think one of the, I mean, you make a good argument here. Malice is definitely one of the strongest decks going first. That was the reason I played it in Anaheim, because I thought it was just so strong at going first, and winning game 1 felt so important to me in that tournament that you just had a good chance of going first game 3 and have access to those really powerful cards from your side deck. But I don't necessarily think that's true anymore. I think there's a lot of decks that have very similar power level, if anything, going first, and I think especially the Mitsurugi Ryzel deck is one of them, where if you're able to go uncontested, you can do so much. But even if you are contested, the Mitsurugi cards are so good at forcing through those interactions from the hand, while also just forcing you to lose even more cards if you continue to play into them, and they're able to just play so well going second, that I think they are arguably just as good at going first, but have less blowouts in the side post side, because you don't have to deal with as much of the Meows or even something like Artifact Lancia.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Mulcharmy Meows right out of Supreme Darkness, the 3rd Mulcharmy to come out. If your opponent summons from the banishment or graveyard, you get to draw a card, which is a lot of what Malice does, a majority of it. And it also lines up not too bad against like a Fiendsmith Ryzeal deck. They summon from the graveyard a decent amount as well. So we're going to see a lot of that card here this weekend as well. It's going to be really cool to see. But yeah, I mean, you talked about Mitsurugi. Yeah, it's tough playing because they amass so many cards before they even get to the Ryzeal portion of their deck. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 2. We're going to see if Emilio can make a comeback here in this match, or if Kamal's going to be able to take a 2-0 victory in round 1 here at YCS Orlando.
Draw phase? Yep.
All right, Emilio, show me what you got. But
there's a draw phase Perulia.
Before he can play, Kamal has the Perulia. Perulia pretty good against Ryzeal.
Yeah, arguably the best one of the 3 that you could have.
Oh, Emilio just sets one and passes.
Not giving any cards to Kamal here, so already discarding card. This is a problem that I've had with Malice throughout the tournament, is that they might just not have a starter, but we are starting with Fiendsmith Track here, so being able to lead with the Fiendsmith cards. The Malice cards, they do have that restriction when they are using their banish effects, but only for the rest of the turn, so if you get to start with your Fiendsmith card, you are off to the races.
Definitely. Going to add that Fabled Glory, discard it with Track, and then it special summons itself back to the field, as we have seen many times since the release of the Fiendsmith cards and Infinite Forbidden last year, right around the NAWCQ.
Now, I'm interested to see where Kamal is going with his Fiendsmith engine. Is he trying to lead up with something along the lines of High King Caesar?
We'll have to see. I doubt that he would be able to fit in and have room for something like Agman Day to like put on a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, the Malice extra deck is a lot more demanding, I'd say, than the Ryzeal one.
Yep. Here comes Lackman. The Crimson Tears is going to let him send Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard.
Getting all that follow-up potentially set up that Fiendsmith is famous for.
All right, now let's see what his next move. Does he have any mouse cards in his hand? Or is it just going to be the Fiendsmith engine he's going to be utilizing here? So he's going to put back the Fabled Glory to the deck to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard.
Kamal has been playing this game incredibly tight so far, even in this round 1. So taking note of what we saw in game 1 here, he played around the Mulcharmy Fualos that was activated on his opponent's turn even, did not use the IP Masquerade, and also made sure to let the battle phase happen, use all his effects in the battle phase to play around something along the lines of Triple Tactics talents. So he's very aware of what cards could be in his opponent's strategy because he did not get interrupted on his turn 1. He expects probably there's more powerful spell cards. What do you think he thinks that one set is?
I mean, anytime I see one set from my opponent, I'm always like, well, with no other cards, you wouldn't think infinite permanents because they would just hold it in the hand potentially. I mean, you got to think maybe like Forbidden Droplet or something similar along those lines. I mean, worst case, Artifact Sanctum or something even scarier. But yeah, you're looking at something that probably has like effect negation as opposed to like removal.
Yeah, it looks like he does have a copy of Sequence in his extra deck here. He went into the battle phase first, hit some damage, and now he's trying to potentially set up.
No, it looks like he is going to just shuffle back all 3 of his light fiends, including an engraver. So that means Fiendsmith Desiree coming down.
Yeah, he's really respecting whatever this set could be.
Dangerous game because, I mean, maybe he does have playable cards and decided not to play them because of the Fualos, and so maybe the Desiree won't be enough, but we'll have to see. So he's going to use Fiendsmith Sequence effect on the field to equip itself to Desiree.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Malice, famous for just not having enough engine cards.
Yeah, if you don't draw a Malice card, you can't do too much, but luckily the Fiendsmith cards at least gives him some points of interaction. But going to start with Raziel Cross.
Interesting. That's, you know, not particularly live until there is an Xyz monster on the field.
But now as soon as there is, he will be able to negate a monster effect, so getting himself situated and prepared.
Yeah, and just passing. Interesting.
Rough plays, just tough draws here for Emilio.
Well, I got a peek at the hand here.
But the best part about Malice is if you do draw 2 of the 3 trap cards, they are useful to get your engine online on your turn 3. And that is what we're going to be seeing here as he activates MTP 07 to add Malice Dormouse to the hand.
That was arguably the best one to have in this situation because you do not need the 07 for any part of your main play. So now you get to just essentially play as if you open the Dormouse. And just chaining the Lancia here, honestly, I don't think Kamal's even that upset about it. He hasn't had any real way to play in quite some time.
I mean, you can have all the Lancias in the world. If you don't have any Raziel cards, that's fine with me. Yep.
Although both these decks are really good at playing with just one card as soon as they find it.
True. One Ice Raziel could change everything here for Emilio if he can force out that Desiree, which I'm assuming he has something to do with the Desiree already. Some sort of effect negation potentially, but...
Yeah, arguably if he did have something along the lines of Forbidden Droplet, that it would have been good typically.
On a sequence or something?
Yeah, well, even just into the Desiree, but Kamal had the option with the trap card, but likely will not have another one at this point. Yep, just going to be sneaking in some more damage here.
900, so 30.
So in the previous turn, it was 18 from the Engraver as well as Lacrima, and now it is the, what is it, 28 from Desiree?
28 plus 6.
9?
Yeah. It's a decent amount of damage.
And then, well, it's one of them. It's Sword Raziel.
Sword Raziel is the worst one you want to summon, but it's going to be met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
That could potentially turn on Triple Tactics talents. Does Emilio have one of those powerful spell cards?
Is it a bluff face down? Has he been holding Triple Tactics talents face down this whole time? Nope, it's in the hand.
And then that's going to be met with the Desiree, and that is enough!
He just had Maximus and another copy. Sometimes Artifact. Oh, Solemn Judgment.
Wow.
That's not one I would have guessed. But man, yeah, sometimes the Lancias can backfire if all you draw is the side deck cards, which we see 1, 2, 3 side deck cards potentially in the hand. Maximus, you don't want to see without Nadir Servant because he needs an extra deck monster in the graveyard to be able to banish to summon that Maximus. And no Mitsurugi's in sight. If he drew the Mitsurugi cards, it would have been helpful. Even just Asaji would have been great for him, but unfortunately, just not the draws great here for Emilio. Kamal not drawing so great in game number 2, but definitely better than Emilio, and sometimes that's all you need. It's just to draw slightly better than your opponent. But Kamal will be moving on with a 1-0 record. Representing, I mean, both these players are from Florida, but Kamal, you know, there's something about winning in your home state that would just mean so much to you. I was lucky enough, I got to win in my home city in Dallas. I got to win YCS Dallas, and it was awesome. Just everyone's there. People I've been playing with for years. Because like I had like kids from like locals that I've been dueling for years that don't normally travel that also got to be there and like be around and be there for the emotions at the end. So I know Kamal's going to be looking for that and hopefully to walk away with the win here this weekend.
Being able to represent your home state is definitely important. Kamal is here show even though he didn't get to really play in Game 2 as much as he would like to, we got to see how he was playing in Game 1. He was just playing exceptionally well, knowing what his opponents could have, like beyond just being able to know your own deck. And in Game 2, we saw a lot just to talk about as well, even though there was not much that you could do. Emilio, having a Solemn Judgment, he was not really able to use it on sequence, because then all the Fiendsmith cards would still remain in the graveyard. It's not like you could just let that happen. So you're just sticking a Desiree, and when you don't have a way to play, a Desiree just sticking on the field will win the game a lot of the time. And Kamal, knowing that that's likely what he was going to have to try to win with, he was just poking damage, try to get whatever he can with the limited amount of resources that he had.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think if Emilio looks back at the game and thinks about, well, I mean, obviously he did not draw Garrett great, but if there was anything he could have done differently, it would have been a bold choice. But if he saw him Judgment that Fiendsmith track, and then he has the Lancia for the Malice portion of the deck, maybe he has like a little more of an opportunity, but not much of one. He would still need to be top decking in that situation, but the Ash Blossom being able to shut down anything that he top decked was already going to be enough for Kamal to eventually win the game, because he did have the NTP7. So even if he saw him Judgment that, he's pretty much toast in the next turn.
I probably wouldn't have activated the Rise Cross. I think that's just giving Kamal a lot of information, especially if you have no use for it. I think you just try to hold back your resources, try to pretend like you have more interruptions in your hand, and that you're like essentially just locked with all these different interruptions to force your opponent to try to do less, try to survive for another turn. But I think Kamal had the read at this point that, okay, I mean, he had no reason to suspect that his opponent was on Mitsurugi cards, but it was likely that he was on more of a board breaker strategy because there was no interruptions. But we did see the Fuelos, so you know, at least Charmy's in there.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was a tough match for Emilio, but that's the best part about a YCS. It is Swiss rounds. We talked about the format earlier. 9 rounds of Swiss today, top 256. Come back for day 2 for 3 more rounds. So that means you can lose a round, even round 1, and you're still not out of the tournament. You get to have a chance to draw better later on in the tournament, adjust your side decking strategies, and then maybe, you know, bounce back. I know, like, when I've been playing mini tournaments, I lose round 1 or 2 almost every single time, and then just try and win out and make that top cut. And since we're right over that threshold to add these rounds, that means a majority of players who do lose 2 rounds will still be able to make it and not have to rely on tiebreakers as much as if it was right under that cutoff.
Yeah, I know a lot of the players here are so excited to be able to play 12 rounds because you're right past that cutoff. Almost every player with an X2 record, that meaning 2 losses entirely in the tournament, will make it into that top 64. So even if you lose the next round, starting off at 0-2, if you win the next, 10 rounds, you're good to go.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but like you have to win that many rounds anyway to make the top cut. Doesn't matter when you win the round. You just have to win them. I mean, it always feels bad to lose round 1, but at least you get it out of the way. The nerves are kind of gone, and then it's kind of smooth sailing from here. Because, like, what else do you have to do? You got to do your best. And even if you get eliminated from the tournament, we have some awesome public events to enter as well. There's always so much to do at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, but I think Kangas is standing by with our winner's interview, so I'll let him take it away, and we can hear from our winner of round 1, Kamal. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm live on stage here with Kamal. Congratulations on your first round feature win. And I want to start off with that game 1, the Abawaku plus the Nightmare Griffin line that you went down, playing the Malice Fiendsmith. It's a fun new combination that players have found out. So what made you want to play this deck? And talk to me about discovering this Abawaku line and how strong that new card is from Supreme Darkness.
Bao is just an insane card from Supreme Darkness, in my opinion. One of the best link forwards is, I'm pretty sure it will be banned going forward. I found out about, well, I have a group of friends that just was testing Malice, and then I have another friend that was testing Fiendsmith Malice, and I think personally, we don't have Fiendsmith cards in your deck. You're kind of like a disadvantage, but that's how I came about for Fiendsmith Malice. I enjoy it. I think it's not like the best deck because of Detonator is like the card that's the format. So, but I think the deck is very strong into the format, and I think I can do really well with it.
Okay, well, hey, you got you a 2-0 on stage here. And you already mentioned 4-time YCS champion, so you've been at events like this, you've topped events like this, but this is now in your hometown. So what's it mean to have YCS come back to Florida for the first time in a long time?
It's been like 13 years since we had a YCS here. It's great that Florida got to get a YCS, and it'll be great to just win it back at home, to be honest. That's pretty much it.
Do you have anybody at home that you want to give a shout out to that might be watching as the hometown hero is trying to win a 5th YCS in the hometown?
Big shout out to my friends and family back at home, Matt, Xavier, Zay, my mom, and I want to give a big shout out to my sponsor store, Southside Gaming. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much a shout out I have, other than my friends that test with me and hang out with.
Awesome to have the friends there. Awesome to have the store there as well. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Good hearing from Kamal there. Seems like he had a lot of preparation coming to this event, and it paid off. It's nice when you have like friends doing different decks, and you can kind of like pick both of their brains and take the best pieces from each, and then come up with a wonderful strategy like you did. I mean, I don't use the Fiendsmith cards in my mouse deck, so I don't know if I agree with him about being like behind or at a disadvantage with it. But he really did show why the two strategies work well together, especially showing Nightmare Girlfriend bridging into the Fiendsmith line. I really like that.
Yeah, every Light Fiend turns out to be very playable in this format.
Yeah, my favorite one is Underworld Goddess, because you Underworld Goddess take their monster, and then you'll have a Link 5 that turns into a Link 1. I think that one's hilarious. But I do think our secondary feature match is still going on. But before we jump to that, we have a promo. We're going to talk about the Supreme Darkness game mat. That's right. Right now we are in the regional season for Supreme Darkness. We have this brand new, beautiful regional deck box. It's bigger. It has more room for your cards than the previous regional deck box. And, of course, the top 8 game mat. And it's featuring Tinyi Spirit Mula Adhara, that brand new level 8 synchro out of Supreme Darkness. It's pretty cool. It can add any field spell as long as you have a worm in your graveyard. And it's a fantastic card. The Sword Soul fans out there are going to want to take a look at the new Tinyi Spirit cards that came out in Supreme Darkness. And, of course, you're going to want to check out if there's a regional qualifier happening between January 25th, 2025 to April 20th, 2025, so you can get your hands on one of these beautiful game mats. But before we go to our next round, we're going to have a short break where you'll be able to tune in and see our secondary feature match, and then we'll be back with a round 2 feature match. It's going to be non-stop Yu-Gi-Oh! Action all day, and then way more action tomorrow until we crown a YCS champion, the first one of 2025. So don't go anywhere. It's time to duel all day. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back shortly.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Supreme Darkness. Duelists, heed the words of the Supreme King and tremble. A new hero has arrived on the scene to carry out my will. All monsters shall kneel before the mighty evil hero, Neos Lord. Yu-Gi-Oh! Supreme Darkness, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
How did I get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Must have been 20 years ago. In kindergarten, one of my friends just had a drawer full of cards. I remember, of course, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and we played. Then, yep, rest is history. 20 years later, more and more Yu-Gi-Oh. It's been a long journey.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Right when about the time it first came out. The first set I ever opened was Metal Raiders, and the cover card of the set was the Black Skull Dragon, and that's ironically my favorite card that I've ever enjoyed having, and I have a collection of.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I remember I was in 7th grade. My mom got me the first starter decks, Yui Kaiba, and I've been playing ever since then, on and off, for over 25 years now.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in my school days, and I went to a temple, and friends were playing a card game, and I think they were playing with structure decks, like Yugi Kaiba structure decks. And so I just was curious and got to play it, and it just looked cool.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever since kindergarten, having the unsleeved cards and the rubber bands, and gradually over the course of my life, I started playing the games, and then I had a long break, and then I decided to get serious about Yu-Gi-Oh! Last year. So I started playing Master Duel, and then I got into the TCG, and I'm here now.
I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With my childhood friend when we were both in elementary school, just playing, like, throwing cards at each other on the playground. And then one day I picked up a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card and said, hey, I could be good at this.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to YCS Orlando. I'm live on stage with Andrew, who it's your first YCS. We're going to play a game in a little bit, but first, let's get to know you. Welcome to your first YCS. How's it going?
It's going really good. It's actually quite the spectacle. I mean, over 2,000 players. It's insane.
We just saw it before. There is a sea of people out there right now, as far as the eye can see in the convention center. But you also, not only first YCS, but you were saying that you're just recently getting back into Yu-Gi-Oh! You were playing in older school formats, but now you've only been playing for about a year. So what's it been like getting back into Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's definitely a different game. It's a lot. I feel like it's way more combo heavy. I mean, just getting back into it when I first saw Snake Eyes and what the deck can do, I was just like, holy cow. I mean, it's not a set 2 pass or anything like that anymore. It's just a phenomenal game now. It's crazy, but it's definitely fun. I'm making the adjustments to get into it, but I'm having a good time.
What format were you playing before you got back into modern Yu-Gi-Oh, if you don't mind me asking?
GOAT format.
Yeah. It's a little different. We've advanced a little bit since then. Well, we're going to test your skills not only as a duelist, but also your card database skills in your mind. We're going to play a game called High or Low. So we're going to show a card that has a level, and then you're going to have to guess if the next card coming in the sequence has a higher or a lower level than that monster. If you can get to the end, you get a bigger prize. You get a prize just for participating, though. Are you ready? How confident are you feeling?
Not really confident, but I'm going to do my best.
All right, well, I'm sure everyone out there is rooting for you right now, Andrew. So we have our cards on screen right here. Let's take a look at the first one. That is, this is a card I believe, that you're quite familiar with.
Yeah, we're going to go low.
You're going to go lower. Lower than, I believe that's 8 stars right there. Let's see the next card. There we go. Sprite, that's a level 2, so you got that correct. Is it higher or lower than this?
It's going to go higher.
I think there's only one that could possibly be lower, so I would hope, unless we're really messing with you. Oh, level 3 for Terror Top. Okay, higher or lower?
I mean, come on, man. Let's go higher. Let's go.
It's a numbers game, everybody. Numbers game. Let's see, higher than 3 stars. And there we go, 4 stars. We're climbing up. 4 stars is tough, though. What are you thinking, higher or lower?
Listen, honestly, I mean, statistically, I should go higher. But, you know, someone put these cards on there. All right? I'm going to go low.
You're going to go low. What do we think, audience? Higher or lower? What is it? You're thinking low? You're thinking low? You're going low. The crowd seems to agree. Let's see it. Oh! It was a numbers game. It was a numbers game. Now, I do like your strategy, though. I think there might arguably be more cards printed that are lower level. I don't know off the top of my head, but you were so close. All right, well, best of luck for the rest of your YCS. You still win a couple prizes, so thanks for participating. We're going to throw it back to a break before we get ready for our second round feature match. And we are back live here in Orlando on stage again here, talking to another duelist. I have Michael on stage joining me. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
Happy to have you. Now, we were talking before coming live, and you mentioned you have been to 8 YCSs. Is this the 8th or is this the 9th then?
It's the 8th and next week in Birmingham the 9th.
Oh, okay. You already have the next one planned, too. All right, so you're a fiend. Now, you haven't topped one yet. How confident are you feeling that this is the YCS that you can top?
I tried my best. I hope I can do it this time. I mean, I missed every YCS day 2 about 1 fucking point, and yeah, I hope I get this one.
Well, I know that you were talking about you like to have unique decks. We were talking a little bit about your deck choice here. I won't leak it for anybody. But now we're going to see if you can guess the cards that are on screen today. Because we're going to play high or low. Again, the crowd can play along with you. If you at any point need to phone a friend in the crowd, let me know. But we have the cards below us right here. Let's take a look at the first one, see what level it has. And you're going to have to guess if the next one is higher or lower. All right. What do you think, Michael? Higher or lower?
It's lower.
We're saying lower. Let's see it. Oh, wait a minute. That's higher? Oh, they did you dirty. Oh, all right. We're going to keep playing. That's crazy. Higher or lower than Nibiru then?
Yeah, now it's lower because level 11, it's really hard to get the higher one.
I would be shocked if it's higher. Let's see. Is it higher or lower? We think lower. It is lower, but again, close. Wow, they are not taking any prisoners with this one. What do you think, higher or lower than Phantom of Yubel?
Again, lower, because it's level 10.
Well, level 9 for the Fusion, actually. But still, I think likely that it will be lower. Let's see. I'm rooting for you. Oh, come on! Oh, this is crazy. All right, well, then, Mages, what do you think? I don't think there's a... No, I don't want to give you the answer, but I don't know if there's a monster with a higher level than that. What do you think?
Yeah, now it's lower because it's, I think, 1 or 2 monster level 13.
Please be lower. All right, there we go. Thank you, Michael, for playing. It was awesome having you on stage. Again, we're going to throw it to a break before we're back with our second round feature match.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. The biggest one in a while is also the first one of the year, and it's been very exciting to be here for sure. We're getting ready for round 2 here in YCS Orlando. As a field, Joe, the energy hitting you?
Yeah, absolutely. We got to see a little bit of the new set displayed in the previous round with Eclipse Twins from the extra deck. I'm really curious to see, though, if we can see some of the more main deck cards and some of the new strategies that have been implemented in Supreme Darkness really take hold here in the second round.
Yeah, there's a lot of different duelists out there piling a lot of different decks. As you can see, the crowd here is wild, but Supreme Darkness did add a lot of different things, so hopefully we do get to see that soon. Speaking of which...
Yeah, we have an attendance of 2,223 players, so 2,223. We are now entering here into our second round of Swiss, so we have 1,067 undefeated duelists. And soon when we get into round 3, we'll be introducing the VIPs as well. So quite the attendance here this weekend in Orlando.
Really is. And again, you know, that does mean that about only half the room is undefeated, but that is just the nature of a YCS. Doesn't matter if you have a loss or two, you can still make it to that day 2. So there'll be a lot of duelists still in contention here.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we're going to send it on over to Kangas to get an introduction to our players here for our round 2 feature match.
And for our round 2 feature match in the blue chair from West Palm Beach, Florida, wants to give a shout out to his OTS store, Southside Gaming, Vincent Gillette. And his opponent today in the red chair from Las Vegas, Nevada, he mains Solid Snake as an esports pro, Justice Negron. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
This is definitely going to be a good one here. As you can see, not only are we seeing Fiends on one side, but we will be seeing Heroes and maybe some Fiend-based Heroes on the other. Justice is rocking out Heroes, and Vincent seems to be rocking out the Fiendsmith Bestial variant. So it's going to be a little tough. There's a lot of light and dark monsters in the hero lineup.
Yeah, that's a difficult situation for the hero-based strategies. A format where the Bestials are popular are always going to be one where you have to kind of push through. For example, if you're going to rely on a card like Destiny Hero Malicious as part of your combo, the fact that a lot of players are main decking Bestials just adds another layer of disruption that in some formats isn't necessarily as popular as it is here this weekend.
Absolutely, but it's true that Bestials are eating well. When you think about all the light and dark monsters between various popular decks, between Malice and Fiendsmith, it is hard to just happen to be a light and dark monster, but not all of the heroes are light and dark, right? There's plenty of winds, waters, fires, and earth. We'll see what Justice is able to bring out there as they're getting ready for round 2 here.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're going to see the full suite of heroes. We're going to have Destiny Heroes, Elemental Heroes, Evil Heroes, and Vision Heroes in Justice's deck.
Yeah, it's been really popular to see the sort of hero pile, right? You get to include pretty much everything. Masked Heroes haven't been as popular lately, but there's so many great hero lines that you can build, and it's very custom combo. And if you happen to be able to activate a Mask Change, there's still some really great stuff. Masked Hero Darklaw is an incredible card, just a walking dimension shifter.
Yeah, I guess that is the other hero variant that is included just simply in the extra deck, the Masked Heroes, and of course the extra heroes as well. So, I mean, we have basically every variation of hero you can imagine.
That's a real Duel Academy special, right? But not to be disappointed, I mean, Vincent is really going to have a very strong start here because, again, having Fiendsmiths, having Bestials, or maybe some other main deck stuff he has too that we'll be seeing soon.
What's interesting about Vincent's deck is he's only elected to play one copy of Baldrake, Druis Worm, and Magnemite. I was actually talking with Billy earlier before the event about how he would have built a Malice deck heading into the weekend, and he honestly said that he would play upwards of 7 Bestials, maxing out on Baldrake, multiple triple Druis Worm, and Magnemite. And he even was considering Soranir had he built a Malice deck for this weekend, going up beyond 7 because of how powerful he thinks the Bestials are into so many matchups. You know, we haven't even mentioned, hopefully we'll see it in the future match area soon, the Mitsurugi cards that have just come out as well, also Dark Monster. So seeing 3 Bestials, it's actually a relatively small package, which actually could bode well for Justice here in this matchup.
Yeah, he might not have to worry about his graveyard after all. And it is so important because the graveyard for a hero deck does feel like a second hand, and so does the Banishment now with all of these great different cards. But if you never get access to them, especially because of how powerful that, Artifact Lancy is against so many other decks that are being played, heroes could have a hard time, but there are plenty of hero duels in the tournament, so we'll see if a hero always wins in the end.
Yeah, whenever a deck comes out that's really sort of combo-centric, which was what heroes certainly are, it's always a matter of what is the environment. Like Crystron is another deck hopefully we'll see in the feature match area this weekend, but it's entering into an environment where Lancia is literally the most popular card in the room this weekend. So it's really a byproduct of, what is the environment that you're entering into, because certain combo strategies that exist that really try to establish those really strong fields are dependent on what else is going on in the format.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because, the joke has always been among these combo decks that their ending field is what? A Nibiru the Primal Being token. But the good news is, technically speaking, you actually can fuse in an Evil Hero deck a Rock and a Fiend to make something like Dark Gaia or another card, so maybe Nibiru is not going to be that bad.
I'm not sure if he's playing Dark Gaia. We'll have to see. I'm looking over his extra deck right now. I'm not sure he has a copy of it in there. But certainly if you're going to bring the strategy to this event, you do need to have some type of plan for Nibiru.
Definitely
That's
have
been the bane of heroes and Salamangreat and a few other strategies for quite a while now.
It feels like the anime combo decks are definitely the ones that get the rock crashing down on them. But speaking of crashing down, we're going right into Game 1 of Round 2 at our YCS Orlando. Looks like players are having a good time already, getting ready to roll the dice here. Going to be an 8 for Vincent. Justice, also known as MVD.
Wait, this is...
That's going to be a 3. Okay, so Vincent is choosing to go first. Let's see what we get from his pile of various light and dark monsters.
Yes, this is a big advantage for Vincent. Justice is playing very little in the way of your sort of traditional hand interaction. It looks like he's going to rely on cards instead like Super Polymerization, Triple Tactics Talent, and Triple Tactics Thrust in order to interact.
Oh, I discarded and I can switch for a team.
All right, so see the first play from Vincent in what is technically a Malice deck. I promise you there are Malice cards in the strategy. Is in fact Fiendsmith Engraver. This is something that we're going to see quite a bit this weekend, where the Fiendsmith cards are actually going to be incorporated into the Malice strategy. Something that you may have seen a little bit on the periphery back at YCS Anaheim, but I think has really taken hold with the release of cards like Abawake, the Lightless Shadow.
Oh, just an incredible card. And it's true that, we have been watching Malice in the format for a while, but it didn't necessarily take all the top spots in Anaheim. But it seems like Malice is in full swing. People have really figured this deck out, and that's exactly what's going on here. So we start off with the Fiendsmith combo before we get link locked.
And that, it special summons a...
Yeah, it's one of those things where, again, the Fiendsmith cards are so powerful, it allows this deck to have an additional kind of grind game, end game pathway of using now what we've seen for quite a few months now, the Lacrima constantly being reshuffled back into the deck with Requiem. And it incorporates pretty well with the Bestial strategy, so I think it's something that we'll see quite a bit this weekend.
I think the game is in such a healthy place, and obviously you can see that because the attendance numbers here are just so staggering, but also people are just enjoying the gameplay. It's not a labor of love, it's just love. And so here we see he's going to go ahead and send the Fiendsmith trap card to the graveyard to go ahead and get everything ready for later turns.
Yeah, and then something else will happen.
Yep, so now we see what we've kind of traditionally seen out of Engraver, which is one single Engraver, eventually allowing you to go into a few different options here. You're going to see Sequence, presumably, or Necroquip.
Certainly powerful. We'll see if he gets to get the extra draw effect here, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and thinking about it for a second, trying to solve out those plays.
I think he's potentially seeing if he can get that Necroquip effect, or if he's just going to go right into the Engraver to threaten the DDD Wave High King Caesar.
And that is going to be pretty difficult. It's true that heroes could play through it, but it is very hard to play through multiple special summon effects like that. But if I'm not mistaken, that is a Fiend, so that actually could help out with a Super Polymerization if he happens to get it on his side.
Yeah, he has a single copy in a 47-card deck, so he would certainly need the heart of the cards in order to potentially see that. Though I imagine his deck can slim down. It's got a lot of differing search effects.
Speaking of search, and looks like Malice Dormouse is going to go ahead and banish something from the deck here.
Yeah, so we're going to see the White Rabbit banished. So Dormouse is by far the best starter card out of Malice. Now, granted, he had the Fiendsmith cards, so he was able to insulate from a Nibiru with the DDD Wave High King Caesar. But typically, if you don't have the Fiendsmith cards, you want to open Dormouse. Dormouse does a much better job playing around Nibiru than White Rabbit. For the Malice players out there, you know that when you summon White Rabbit, you really are kind of at the mercy that if your opponent has Nibiru, they simply do. Whereas if you have Dormouse, you can post Nibiru, utilize the token to go into a copy of Blink Spider, and then kind of reestablish from there, and eventually go into Splash Mage.
Certainly post Nibiru is something that every combo deck has to think about, and well, we haven't seen a whole lot of Nibiru splash down, but they're definitely out there. You can't just play like the card doesn't exist, but you also have to go for it at some point.
Yeah, it does look like Vincent actually did have to cut some of those cards in his extra deck to fit the Fiendsmith cards. I mean, as powerful as these Fiendsmith cards are, they're not for no cost. So we're looking at an extra deck here that's actually cut quite a bit of the Splash Mage package, some of those other cards for instead the Nightmare Griffin and Abaoke, the Lightless Shadow package.
And the Fiendsmith engine certainly does push out a lot of that extra deck space. We've even seen Ryzel decks not using the very powerful Ryzel Duo Drive. Not relevant here, of course, but you're just right that Fiendsmith, the cost is that your extra deck's basically cut in half.
But here we see Haggard Lizardors, who we actually saw last round use kind of a unique way to get Dominic Couch an additional draw. We're seeing it banish the Dormouse, which of course, although it used its on-field effect, it hasn't used its banished effect to special summon back. And now we'll be able to see the Link 3 into Red Ransom.
And then when this is summoned, I search for one spell card. One spell card? Yeah, sure. And I don't know any other card in your hand at the moment, right? No.
Justy's just making sure to gather all that information as he gets ready to plunge his hero combo into this field.
Yeah, Malice in Underworld is really the critical piece, or Underground rather, is really the critical piece in being able to insulate yourself from Nibiru. If you can access this before 5 summons, you're basically always threatening the activation of this on one of the Link monsters that have yet to be banished. In the most ideal world, that's Whitebinder, but it's really a vital piece in ensuring that your Malice plays are pushed through Nibiru. And if you plan on bringing Malice to an event, you really do need to kind of study up on how to play around Nibiru.
So then this special summons a Malice from the deck.
Absolutely.
And then I can't
Time for a little mad tea party here.
Sure.
Yeah, so here we see an activation of
have the,
TB11.
the Link's paid 9. And then they have an additional effect as well, too. Okay.
So
like
we'll
this
see
one, when it's
a
summoned,
special summon out
it
from the
also
deck.
can banish one from the deck.
Then Red Ransom's going to hit the field, which is likely going to banish a Dotscaper, which Vincent has elected to still include in his deck. We now see the 3rd Malice monster in rotation, the Chessy Cat. Special summoned by the effect of TB11.
Still early in the duel, but it is interesting to note that since this is Hero versus Malice, the life points are going low on the Malice side, but all it takes is a single copy of a Hero Lives to actually cut it in half, so Justice will have to be very careful if this goes the distance.
Oh, any Cybers? Yeah.
Good old Dotscaper.
If it's sent to the graveyard or banished, it can summon itself back. You can use each one of those effects once per duel, and only one effect once per turn.
Vincent doing a great job here, just making sure his opponent understands each of the moves being made.
Not this turn, though. Gotcha. Dotscaper effect.
Now the field is just piling on up there.
Now we're going to see Link Decoder.
Just such a strong card to help these Cybers piles climb and climb and climb up there.
And then it's banished if I use that effect.
So now as we get to this part of the turn, I mean, I've already sort of discussed some of the extra deck choices in Vincent's deck, but this is kind of the part where we'll start to very soon kind of see what the Malice players this weekend are trying to do. You know, if we go back to Anaheim, we'd see a lot of the Terahertz package. Obviously, you can't play the Fiendsmith cards and the Terahertz package, so you do need to make some cuts somewhere. The Terahertz package has kind of found its way back into maybe your binder, speaking with Whitebinder on the field. And we're potentially going to see, because this is really the most ideal opening play for Vincent, exactly how players this weekend are incorporating Nightmare Griffin, because it's actually quite fascinating.
Also going to banish the trap cards there too, not irrelevant in any way because of the Malice and Underground, giving that staggering 3,000 attack to your Link monsters if you happen to banish all 3 of the different names there, but only 1 so far, so, well, maybe too soon.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Okay, got it.
Looks like up next, going to go ahead and pay a 300 more, get the Malice Chessy Cat back up there. Chessy Cat, certainly an interesting card. Some duelists run 1, some maximize 3, some even use Allure of Darkness just to get those early banishes.
Yeah, if you're going to play Allure of Darkness, then you're definitely going to probably bump that up to at least 2, if not 3. I think I'm partial to Allure of Darkness. I remember the card was first revealed and released. Those beautiful Ultimate Rares from so long ago.
So long ago. 2008. Can you believe that card is still good after all these years?
I actually can. It's such a powerful card. But we see here a really incredible 2 cards off the top of the deck for Vincent.
Wow.
So Vincent's entire field up until this point was going to, or his entire strategy was really going to be what was on the field. He just drew 2 hand interactions, both an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, plus what looked like a Bistio Baldrake. So now what he's able to establish on field is going to be backed up by these interactions in hand. We already commented on how the Bistios line up relatively well against the heroes. Baldrake being one of the only 3 Bistios that he's playing.
Well, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring certainly hurts every hero's heart, right? Paying half your life points for one of those hero lives, or really any of those critical searches could really hurt. And now it looks like we're immediately activating the Malice GWC-06 to go ahead and banish and bring back.
So I gain 2300.
Yeah, don't forget about the life point boost. It's really important when the Malice strategy gets close to time in the round to understand that you do have a built-in way of gaining life points. We'll now see Whitebinder hit the field.
What life goes up must come down. 8,500 and then minus 900 off the top. I always love how it's like the 300 for each of the link arrows. Such a cute little mechanic there, but nothing cute about this field. Very powerful.
Let's see if he can draw another hand interaction. Looks like it is the copy of MTP07, so he'll actually have access to another Malice card on the opponent's turn.
Definitely a stacked field there. It'd be difficult to play through it, unless, you know, maybe a super polymerization just takes a hero and a water, right, to get through that famous Wave King Caesar, or High King Caesar, excuse me.
I think having access to both MTP, but now also a Bestial, even from your own graveyard, could potentially be challenging even through super polymerization. What's actually fascinating here is that Griffin is just already in the middle zone. That's the most ideal place so that there's no arrows pointing to your opponent's side of the field, which would allow them to still potentially activate effects. So the fact that it's in the middle zone is actually already ideal, even without having to go into a bot queue.
Yeah, Nightmare Griffin, certainly a powerful card that's a couple of, you know, lock players I've seen. Memento play it. It's interesting to see Malice play it as well. But just being able to keep your opponent from really doing anything while it's on the field unless his monsters are linked. Absolutely right. This is going to be very difficult to play through.
Yep, so, you know, one of the ways that you would get the interaction on the opponent's turn is to do the discard effect off Griffin. He drew the MTP, so he already has 1 point of interaction, but now he's just establishing a second Malice Trap. So even a card like Super Polymerization may not be sufficient. It's also co-linked, so he gets to draw a card.
Oh,
he
it is co-linked.
Nibiru as well.
Wow.
So he has just been. So this is beautiful, right? You slim your deck down with all your engine cards, and then you get 3 draws. Actually, it was 4 draws. You had the White Binder, the 2 off Jesse Cat, and now here you have the Griffin. So you have 4 draws into a deck that's slimmed down a large amount of your engine, right? He took Dotscaper out of his deck. He's taken so many cards out of his deck. So we see here actually that the Griffin that was in the middle zone has actually been used for link material for Abata Q. Now typically what will happen is the Abata Q will be able to special summon back that Nightmare Griffin in that middle zone, had it not already been there. Now sometimes depending on how many interactions your opponent has, you might not be able to put the Griffin in that ideal middle zone, but Abata Q can simply place it there itself.
Just an incredible card, and definitely something that a lot of duelists' creativity really determines what this card is going to do, right? It's got the ability to sort of jump out of the way, almost like Wind Up Rabbit, you know, is like an old school reference, but being able to switch out for another Light and Dark monster for your graveyard when this deck is so combo-centric, it's almost just like having another monster born you can search out when you need.
As I mentioned, you're going to likely see most of the Malice players this weekend, putting aside the Terahertz package that we saw gain popularity in Anaheim for this specifically. Because anytime that you can reliably put Nightmare Griffin on the field in the middle zone, potentially getting value from the discard for the spell or trap that we just saw, it's probably better than just what that Terahertz package was providing. This one's a little bit more insulated from some of the common interactions that we might see. Especially because you're also going to get the Abata Q back to the field for another interaction, and then even if the game proceeds beyond that, you're going to get amongst one of the best hand sculpting effects I've ever seen printed in the Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Well, speaking of hand sculpting, time to draw here for Justice. Let's see what we get. He's got his work cut out for him, but every Elemental Hero player does, so really it's critical about what he starts with. Just going to reinforcements the army.
It's a pretty reasonable start.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and search through.
Affects that summon. Affects that summon. Yeah, special summon. Yeah. So not inherent.
Justice, a master of many games. Let's see how that experience of being under the pressure pays off as he searches through the deck here to grab a warrior monster. Many of the evil heroes are fiends, so he's going to have to stick to the old school monsters. Let's see what he grabs. Taking just a moment here. And you definitely get a little bit of a hero look there. It looks like he's going to grab Shadow Mist, actually. I wonder if he's already got Vision Hero Ferris in his hand.
He is playing 3 copies.
Right.
As many hero duelists are.
Okay, I'm going to play Evil Assault.
Ooh!
Shadow Mist?
So this is a new card. He's either going to take
summon,
an evil hero, add it to his hand, or special summon
hero
it.
monster from my deck. I can
That's the thing. Maybe the 2 materials underneath Caesar they're just not enough, right? Because you could special summon so many different times, but with that Nightmare Griffin out there, it might be a little difficult. There are link monsters in Hero, though, so you could actually point to your own monsters.
Is he able to negate it straight up? Sure.
Just doing a quick little judge call just to make sure. I believe it should be able to do it because it does include the effect of special summoning, so that should trip off Caesar's ability to stop it. Judges just instructing the players there.
That's fine.
Now, it does have an effect in the graveyard that could come up later,
Yeah,
but it's not able to be activated the same turn.
Is that effect fine?
Looks like we're going to try to use Shadow Mist effect in the graveyard of adding a hero from the deck to the hand. There's the Ash Blossom. It may be a little premature. There could be multiple cards left to push through, so let's find out.
I'm going to summon Vion.
All right, normal summoning Vision Hero Vion. Can go ahead and send another hero to the graveyard. A lot of great choices. Could be Evil Hero Sinister Necrom to special summon more Evil Heroes later. Maybe make that first Link monster to just have a zone to breathe in.
Of course, being a normal summon, he is able to get around the effect of Griffin, at least for this particular play.
Unless he's got double summon, that may be the only monster activating effect this turn. Oh, and there's the Infinite Impermanence. So we're going to negate the Vision Hero Vion there, unless Chain Super Poly? Maybe not this time.
Yeah, I don't know. That single copy of Super Poly in a deck out of a 47 would be really quite impressive. It looks like he has a Fusion Destiny and 2 differing monsters that I can't quite make out, but he has Fusion Destiny in the middle, which is definitely not going to be enough against the DDD.
Oh, but it looks like he is going to go ahead and scoop up the cards for this one and go to the next game, meaning he does get a chance to go first. So hopefully we get to see a cool hero combo up next. Wow, just what a killer field from Vincent. Like, not taking anything away from that. Good Malice, Fiendsmith gameplay, definitely knowing everything he needed to do. Didn't necessarily get a chance to do any Bestial stuff, didn't really come up, but very, very strong board, and shows you why Malice is so popular right now.
Yeah, he didn't even need to. He had multiple layers of interaction based on the way that that turn progressed, and then the fact that he had drawn into Ash Blossom, Abystial, Nibiru. I don't know if he had Infinite Impermanence at the beginning of the turn. I couldn't quite make it out, but certainly by the end, obviously he had it there. Maybe perhaps he did have that as one of his original cards, but we saw that he drew into the MTP. He got to reset the GWC. I mean, he had multiple layers of interaction there.
We'll see if he's able to play through whatever it is that can be established. One of my favorite new evil heroes is the new evil hero Neos Lord, because its effect to take your opponent's monster activates on 2 conditions. One, when you're special summoning Neos Lord, but also when your opponent sends a monster to the graveyard. So there's so many different situations that can happen, and it would be really funny to just discard a Bestial or something like that. And yeah, something bad happens. Or Fiendsmith actually is a great example of that. If you're discarding your Fiendsmith Engraver in order to grab something from the deck, that triggers it, and maybe he can disrupt those plays. So we'll have to see how it plays out next duel.
So Vincent, who may not have a ton of experience, I'm not assuming it, but against a deck like Heroes that just came out, not necessarily on everybody's radar in terms of a deck that you'd see a ton. What do you think about putting Perulia in against the hero strategy?
So Perulia certainly could really hurt the hero player, right? Think about everything that's going to come out from the hand to the field. Obviously your first summon, but also Vision Hero Ferris is going to be a special from the hand, so it's already 2 cards there. Toxic Bubble, if it's being run, is special summon from the hand. So Perulia honestly is really, really strong. We know that it works against many other decks in the format, including Ryzel, so it would be something that a hero duelist could come up against, and there's not really a lot you can do against that. You don't want to slow down. You have to get used to it. I play a lot of heroes on Master Duel, and you're like, yeah, I see the Maxi, sorry. Draw a bunch of cards, here we go.
So that might be a card that Vincent puts in. You know, what's interesting about Perulia relative to other Mulch armies is, you know, that just one summon from the hand and normal summon. It's hard to imagine a deck that can begin playing without at least allowing you to 1-for-1, simply trade it, exchange for a single draw. And again, at that point, certainly you might not be getting a ton of advantage if the strategy that you're playing against that you might not have familiarity with is going to summon 2 or 3 from the hand. But it is a reasonable hedge that maybe if you're playing against a strategy you're not 100% competent, maybe a strategy that just came out, it is probably the Mulch army that has that ability that kind of guarantees at least that 1-for-1.
Now, it's interesting, too, because for Mulcharmy Meows being so good against decks that rely on the graveyard and the banishment, Hero does, but it doesn't actually summon anything, really, from that. There's very few monsters that jump out of the graveyard or banishment for the Hero deck. So, you know, an unsuspecting player may see, oh, he's doing a bunch of stuff with his graveyard, put in the Meows, but you do have to have a little bit of that matchup knowledge and get out there and find your Jaden Yukis to play against to learn that.
Yeah, Destiny Hero Malicious is probably the best example of it was in the graveyard. And then
it feels like there's a Malicious out, right? But it's not the same one.
No, it's one that Fualos would have a good time lining up against.
Well, just he seems unfazed there, just looking out into the crowd as he goes ahead and shuffles the deck. Again, you know, the hero duelist, you just really play the cards you have. There's so many different combo lines, and you just have to get used to playing the deck, not just a single strategy. But nice little Brofist there, and I think we are going into our next round soon here. So be interesting again to see. I assume the Justice is going to choose to go first, but that's his choice, not mine.
He is playing a deck where he has no main deck monster interaction. He only is relying on cards like Super Poly and Triple Tactics cards, so I have to imagine that he would be going first. He also is playing Forbidden Droplet in his main deck, which is even further solidifying that he came here this weekend planning to go first, and if he has to go second, it's going to be with that board breaker approach, not the hand interaction approach.
I think it makes sense for Heroes because the problem is the deck really needs to get going, and while Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring feels like such a powerful card in your hand, besides the fact that it's a fire material for like Elemental Hero Nova Master, it's not doing a lot to get you propelled forward, and you don't really get a lot of reuses in it like other decks have in the past. So yeah, all gas, no brakes sounds just about right.
And that might actually be the way this weekend plays out. We don't quite have enough information for that, but you know, a lot of formats, there's that question, are we going to look at a hand interaction format? We're having these kind of hand interaction battles, playing a little bit more of that kind of mid-range strategy, or are we going to be playing the board breaker approach? And we've seen that ebb and flow really for years now.
We're jumping into game 2 here. Let's see how Justice begins his combo if he did choose to go first.
So I see a few points of interaction.
Sinister Necrom for Ferris. Oh, for Ferris. Okay, I'm already going to music, right?
So Necrom is going to be able to banish to special summon an evil hero from the deck, and Ferris is going to jump out and put a vision hero in the trap zone there, or spell and trap zone, but it is as a continuous trap monster, unlike some of the Snake Eye monsters. But obviously the first one is going to be for vision hero increase. And it does place it on the field here, so while you likely aren't going to be able to use that Ash Blossom that we just saw in Vincent's hand against Increase being placed, Increase's effect tributing you definitely can. Oh, Imperm. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he has Imperm and Ash Blossom.
Comes to the forehand, right? Yeah. Okay.
Can we do anything different with that?
Sinister Necrom?
So banishing Sinister Necrom to get an evil hero there, and that's really all you need to get the combo jump started here, unless Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Okay.
So Vincent double checking both
What else you got?
a card that has been around for quite a while and a newer card,
Normal summon Vion?
or a card that's somewhat recent,
Effective full
at least in regards to sort of the evil hero strategy at large. Sometimes you use your hand interactions really early because you don't know if you'll ever have a chance to use them again. So it'll be interesting to see here if Justice can navigate through these two interactions, because it looks like he might be able to do so based on what we see here.
Well, Vincent asked what else you got, and they had a good laugh, but you definitely have it. Vision Hero Vion sending Shadow Mist, and of course that means Shadow Mist is going to be able to add a hero from the deck to the hand, and then you go and banish from the graveyard your Polymerization. I think this turn is just starting.
Which would be impressive through an Ash and an Imperm.
That's all you can do in this deck, is just be like, okay, I have to play through at least 4 negates, but if there isn't a 5th one, let's do it.
I'll search for a Dusted Gold.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Dusted Gold, certainly on a lot of duelist radar, whether you're playing maybe an Evil Hero Fiendsmith, because that variant, it is a light fiend, actually. You can even search that with, you know, things like Fiendsmith Tract.
Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it's a decision that Justice made is to not play the Fiendsmith cards, but we have seen evil heroes in a Fiendsmith strategy before.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and discard a Dusted Gold to add a card that is Dark Fusion or mentions Dark Fusion in its card text. And a lot of different choices there. It could be Evil Assault. Seems to be what he's staring down. All Assault's evil, but man, it is such a good card in this. He would have to discard. And so, okay, he's going for it. There's no Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. You have to worry about that. Droll and Lockbird obviously would feel pretty bad, but I imagine we would have seen it by now.
Yep, no reason why you wouldn't have activated it if you had it. It just looks like Vincent has a few pieces of engine. Looks like at least a gold sarcophagus in his hand.
Ooh, discarding that Dark Contact feels pretty painful. It's got 2 effects. You can either perform fusion of an evil hero monster by shuffling the materials from the graveyard back into the deck, or add the Supreme King's Castle from your deck to your hand or Dark Fusion. But it looks like instead we're going to go ahead and use the Evil Assault, just discard it, and go ahead and get Evil Hero Dead End Prison.
Seemingly the evil hero variation of Prisma.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a really, really great card. I love this, though. He committed assault, and now he's going to prison here, right? But jokes aside, we are going to go ahead and bring out Dead End Prison to send a evil hero, or excuse me, a hero monster to the graveyard, so it's a fusion substitute. And notice I didn't say a fusion substitute for any particular monster. It's just a fusion substitute now, and Malicious is in the grave.
Reminds me of some of the original fusion substitutes from the first set of tournament packs.
Oh, yeah. Mystical Sheep.
Yeah, Visago the Destroyer.
Goddess with the Third Eye. Sorry, we're old Yu-Gi-Oh heads here. We're having a good time. Looks like we're going to grab the Polymerization first, though, with the Vision Hero Vion effect. I imagine we'll probably banish that Malicious soon, too, but there's also other things you can do with Extra Hero Cross Crusaders, so the combo may go any different number of directions.
I think it looks like he might have Polymerization, maybe Dark Fusion in his hand.
Well, he definitely had like the different art polymerization that's a little bit more hero-centric from the recent Rarity collection there. Or actually, no, I think that's from Quarter Century Stampede. Bonanza. All right, looks like, is that a Link summon? Yeah, it is. We do have Link summons now in the hero deck. So it looks like he's playing relatively unimpeded here, and he already used the effect of Shadow Mist to grab a hero monster, so we're probably not going to see Dark Law. I didn't see the mash change in the deck there. Certainly good to know that it exists.
You know, I think hero players definitely prioritize some way of getting Dark Law onto the field if their plays go relatively uninterrupted. Now, of course, there was an Ash Blossom and an Infinite Impermanence. This might not be what you would classify as the full hero combo, but it's looking pretty good.
His effect on.
So we're going to go ahead and use Infernal Divisor.
And then search for Neos, because it mentions Neos.
All right, Neospace has a brand new hero, and his name is... There we go, Elemental Hero Neos. Ooh, Quarter Century Secret Rare from the recent 10s. That is the nice thing. When you're playing a hero deck, almost every single card in the deck can be like rarefied to your specification, right? Whatever rarity you love.
Yeah, I love the common Elemental Hero Stratos. It was a entry prize in a tournament overseas many years ago. So if you ever see a common Stratos from around 2007, bit of a novelty card.
Interesting. Okay, so it looks like we're linking again here.
I love its name in French too. Airman, what a beautiful name for Elemental Hero Stratos.
Oh, yeah. I want to say that maybe even the name that it had in the original Japanese. Yeah, Airman. Okay, so there's the cool polymerization.
What an iconic polymerization too. We have Stratos and Neos.
I assume he's going to bring out... Yes, okay, I wanted to make sure they wasn't doing anything crazy, because you can't actually use that to bring out Evil Hero Neos Lord, because it wouldn't be a Dark Fusion, and there's no material in the field. It looks like instead we're going to use Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, Infernal Rage, and grab a favorite card from the deck, and that's going to be Favorite Contact. I think we've got 2 Destiny Heroes already, so that Favorite Contact could be used to set up Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer back again after a long slumber from some previous formats.
Yeah, typically we see that with Fusion Destiny, but there are other ways of putting Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer around the field.
All right, so he's going to go ahead and get Polymerization and set it to the field.
I'm going to activate Infernal Rage's effect. Since
Oh,
I
he's
use
doing it.
Fuse for it, I can tribute it to summon a different fusion monster.
So now Infernal Rage is going to swap itself out into Sunrise.
Sunrise's effect on...
It reminds me of Sky Striker almost for a second.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like a 1-for-1 replacement of an extra deck monster for another.
There's certainly a few of them in the hero lineup. I think Elemental Hero Grand Merge also comes to mind. Being able to tag out and do a completely different monster ignoring its summoning conditions is like one of the coolest things you can do in this game.
Especially if it leads to getting Miracle Fusion, one of the most iconic cards.
Oh,
really in the game's history. Amongst one of the most popular cards right now in the Ultimate Time Wizard formats that we see in the public events.
Certainly was a boon to early hero duelists. You know, you imagine your first tools in the Lost Millennium were what? Polymerization and fusion substitutes. All of a sudden the next set you can banish to fusion summon? Good stuff. And Sunrise getting it? Great.
You're not kidding me. Cybernetic Revolution, one of the most iconic sets.
Oh, yeah, definitely pushed the game in a totally different direction. We've been feeling it ever since, and a lot of those decks are still good. Cyber Dragons and Heroes both.
Exactly. I mean, we still see Destiny Hero Malicious, a really integral part of these strategies. We even sometimes see Malicious in strategies that are not outright hero strategies. You know, sometimes you've seen them in, for example, pure element strategies because of the utility of getting those level 6s out on the field. You get one into the graveyard, suddenly you have multiple bodies. You know, whenever you can play the full 3 copies of Destiny Hero Malicious, we get to see strategies, whether it's heroes or otherwise, really get to incorporate it to its max potential.
Absolutely. Speaking of max, max rarity there with the Quarter Century Secret Rare. Although I know some duelists will differ. They're like, no, this is the one we should all wear. But looks like we're going to Miracle Fusion. Getting rid of Infernal Rage and Neos. You may hear freeze play in the background, but that's not going to apply to us. But it looks like we're doing Wake Up Your Hero. And now Polymerization again, combining Sunrise and Destiny Hero Malicious there for...
Is this the Phoenix Enforcer?
Yeah, it is the Phoenix Enforcer. Destiny Hero and a big monster.
It's, yeah. Destiny Hero and level whatever.
Destiny Hero, whatever.
Yeah, that works. We all know what's going on.
They do have some pretty intricate names, and they all kind of trade the names off.
Saving the triple tactics thrust to the end here. What powerful card is he going to set from the deck? Wow, no way. He's doing it. Dark Supremacy.
You commented on how earlier the discard that he had was kind of surprising. I think it was
Dark Contact.
Dark Contact, yeah. And you're like, what else could be in his hand that he doesn't want to discard? And it was one of his 2 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust.
Well, check this out. We know Fiendsmith's Desiree is such a good card because it can negate multiple cards on the field. Well, so can Dark Supremacy, but the material requirement is it's every card in your graveyard that is Dark Fusion or mentions Dark Fusion as a spell card. So discarding the Dark Contact because it mentions this is treated with someone with Dark Fusion meant he got another negate out of that. So actually, I was wrong. I got to go back to Duel Academy and start from Slifer Slacking.
But he has 3 in there, maybe?
I think I saw... Okay, so Evil Assault's 1, the Dark Contact's 2. I don't know there's a third one, but it's still 2 negates.
Would Adjusted Gold not?
Because it's not a spell card.
Okay, it's not a... It says spell card.
It's a spell card,
it does. Yeah, absolutely.
Destroy and send to the graveyard. I can special summon level 4 or level 4 hero from my hand.
Just double checking here. I don't want to get this text wrong. Dark Fusion and spells that mention it from your graveyard. That's right.
All right.
But that's huge, having that double negate. And a pretty decent field here, right? The non-targeting destruction. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Vincent, it looks like he has a Fiendsmith in Paradise, which isn't necessarily a card you want to see. Unless I guess you can set up its actual on-field effects, so that might be an interesting pathway through this, which is not your typical way of trying to break a board in Malice, but might be the necessity here.
That was the one that
interesting to put the Wake Up Your Elemental Hero in defense mode there, but I guess it's just to have a little bit more bounce to the ounce, because again, when it's destroyed by a card effect, that will really basically make it kick into high gear here, because you get to special summon the Warrior monster, and that gives you either them destroying it or Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer destroying it, so you get a little bit of extra use out of that. But now we're just going back to Fiendsmith Town, right? Fiendsmith Engraver, discard that, grab Track, get Lurie, discard Lurie, special summon Lurie.
Do you have 3 in hand still? 3 in hand.
Interesting. Now this could be a good time to do it, right? To go ahead and use Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, destroy the Wake Up Your Elemental Hero, get rid of the Fiendsmith Lurie, and maybe that's enough. Oh, we're doing it.
And my Wake Up? Okay. So wake up effect activates when it gets destroyed. I special summon a hero from my deck.
Even if Vincent isn't able to get through the current field, it is useful to see some of these interactions, because if you're not familiar with the hero strategy, what you just saw there may not have been clear and obvious. Now, we've seen over the years ways of Phoenix Enforcer destroying anything from an artifact card to a bunch of different things in between.
Sometimes just itself, too.
Yeah, sometimes just itself, obviously.
Oh, and how cool is it that technically you could use it to search for spell and trap removal, because you bring out Stratos and you could choose to destroy, but instead here he's using it to grab another card, and that's enough. Vincent concedes to Elemental, Evil, Vision, Destiny heroes, all the heroes, right? Except
Masked Hero. No, he has the Dark Law.
He's got it, but he hasn't summoned it yet.
Touché, but it is in the what's he have, 47 cards in his main deck, 30 cards in his side next. So in his 77 card that he brought to the tournament this weekend, they're all represented.
Every great teacher knows, though, a good student has to show their work. So hopefully we get to see that Master Hero Dark Law soon.
So it looks like the Charmaze are very quickly being removed from Vincent's deck, which makes a lot of sense. Knowing that he's going to go first, he has his own copy of, well, he has 1 copy of Talents and 2 copies of Thrust.
I think you could still stick with Fuwalos, because Fuwalos, obviously, you know, you're summoning a lot from the extra deck in a hero deck, but the Purulias, good, but just not as game-breaking, right? When you're in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, good is not great. You need to really make sure that you have an edge against your competition.
I imagine going first, you just can't rely on not having a field, especially when you have cards like 3 copies of Lancia and a Sanctum, which a lot of players have elected to side deck this weekend. Mentioned earlier that Lancia is the most common card in the entire event. The single copy of Sanctum combines with the 2 copies of Thrust to really honestly boost the number of artifact cards. What's interesting, though, in regards to Vincent's decision about whether or not to put the Talents and Thrust in the deck is Justice does technically have a few hand interactions in his side deck, some Ash Blossoms, Droll and Lockbird. But again, like I mentioned, he's actually not main decking a single card that would allow Vincent to even use one of those triple tactics cards, at least as his main deck was constituted for game 1. So putting that Thrust or Talent in the deck might be on the assumption that Justice has your traditional effect Veilers and Nibiru's. It's just simply not the case. Justice, as you said earlier, is playing all gas, no brakes, with a few, a couple Ash Blossoms and Drone Lockbirds in the extra deck, in the side deck. So it'll be interesting to see if Vincent does elect to play the Talent and Thrust package, potentially with that Sanctum, or does he have the foresight of realizing that, I haven't really seen anything from the hand. Maybe I keep that package in the side deck and instead elect to put something else into my deck.
Now it looks like the duelists are just about ready to go there as they close up their deck boxes, put aside those side decks, and get back to shuffling. So we'll have to see if those side deck choices that Vincent could make do make the difference here. And it is wild. Both duelists just kind of calm down, right? You get that early win. It feels good. But once your opponent takes one back, this is the game that matters, right? Final turn here, final round.
So for Vincent, I could see him just cutting the Fuwalos that he has in his main deck, the 3 copies, which we see very popular this weekend, putting in Lancia, which is pretty good against heroes. He has the Sanctum that can go along with it. He might just rely on naturally drawing the Sanctum and then just forego those triple tactics cards that I mentioned earlier. And then you're only siding in 4 cards. You technically have a Called by the Grave, which isn't the worst card. Obviously not to stop hand interactions, but just as a piece of defense. That way you can cut the Fuwalos from your main deck. And then maybe just edge a few other cards here or there that Vincent thinks he can cut in his main deck. And then just leave those triple tactics cards in the side deck. I'm really curious. I'm quite curious if we see the triple tactics card in Vincent's deck against a strategy where, at least going first, you might not be able to activate them.
That's true. He might have already picked up on the fact that there really aren't a lot of interactions from the hand natively in the hero deck. And again, there's not really a lot of room either. But both players seem like they're having a good time. So win, lose, or draw, I think this is going to be a good match for sure. Jesse's certainly smiling, talking to the crowd there. Vincent just all giggles.
I'm curious if Justice is actually even going to put in the Ash Blossom, because all of this could be moot if he sides in Ash Blossom or Droll and Lockbird and actually gets to activate one of them, and then all of a sudden the Talents cards would become live. So it'll be interesting to see why Justice elected to put copies of Ash and Droll and Lockbird in his side deck. Was it for Malice? Let's find out.
Just another day playing the greatest trading card game in the world here as we bring it to Game 3 of Round 2 at the YCS Orlando here.
Stop at a store and I'm back there.
Motul is just like, no, man, you got it. There's the time.
If 131 is the correct amount of time left in this round, okay, sounds like we just got confirmation that it's a little bit over 9 minutes.
Okay, that's a big difference, right? Because if you're playing Malice, man, paying 300 could get you in trouble.
It's actually ideal, quite frankly. You can gain life. So you just are very particular about which ones you activate. You don't activate too many, and you just gain life through your deck's natural engine. So if he were to draw an ideal combination of cards where he didn't have to pay too many of those 300s, it can actually work out pretty well.
Great sportsmanship for both players. Vincent up first. Let's see what he does. Ooh, not sure about that first summon, but we're committing to it. Dormouse it is.
I think I see a thrust in his hand, so that question that I had earlier, I have the answer to. He has Dormouse, though, which is by far the best opening play from the Malice strategy. We'll see here now the ability to banish the White Rabbit. Here's that first 300 life points that you mentioned earlier. Looks like he has Lacrima, which is a little bit unfortunate to have that kind of in his hand if he doesn't have a way of kind of getting it out of there.
It looks like the clock has been updated, so there's a cool 8 minutes and 30 seconds left here as he scrolls through the deck. And sets a trap.
Finding TB11.
Oh, this is the one that stuff something from the deck. And then I can't activate their effects attack.
So now we're going to probably see Haggard Lizardos based on the deck that Vincent has brought to the table with the Fiendsmith cards. He's not going to do any of the interesting kind of tricks that we've seen with some of the other Link monsters.
So his cost to banish, his effect is a change it to match whatever I think. But they just use it because it's cost.
Vincent explaining why the best Cyberse monster is a dinosaur.
Who were only activating the effect just to pay a cost.
Just to pay a cost.
Just to pay a cost.
He becomes a Cyberse monster. He becomes part of the family there.
When I play, you also ask questions as often as I did. Yeah. Thank goodness it's not one-sided. I feel bad for my opponents all day.
Aw, just he's having a little humility there. Yeah, I got to ask questions. That's okay. You're allowed.
Sure.
Yeah, so now Red Ransom's going to resolve. This is how we insulate ourselves against a Nibiru by getting the Malice in Underground. Now we're going to activate that TB11, banish it. This will allow us to get the Chessy Cat into rotation, bringing back the Red Ransom, allowing him to special summon Dotscaper after a quick trip to the banish pile.
It's feeling like everything is going the right direction here if you're a fan of Vincent right now, as he just gets pretty much everything, just uninterrupted gameplay.
I mean, if you open Dormouse, the possibilities are borderline endless in what this deck can do right now. So in uninterrupted Dormouse, we're going to see, we're going to see it specifically here without the Fiendsmith cards. So we'll be able to see maybe what, over the course of the last couple of weeks in preparation for this event, he determined was the best path forward. Because I've seen a couple different ways of going about kind of establishing your field. How do you want to use the Griffin? Where do you want to put it? How do you want to special summon it? We're going to see it now without the Fiendsmith cards also on the field.
Usually we talk about creativity and deck like building, but gameplay has gotten so much more diverse. Two people could play the exact same list of cards, but what they do with them, especially with a deck like Malice, you have like a choose your own adventure, right?
I think it's the premise of the main deck can look identical, but then you creep over and look at the side deck and you'll notice 3-card different that just completely shifts how the strategy actually tries to play out what they're trying to do.
That's the one that can banish 3?
Like I mentioned, if we saw the extra deck with Terahertz, we likely, maybe up to this point, we would have seen this play. But what's going to follow after is where there's suddenly these offshoots into different paths forward. And as formats evolve, maybe Terahertz will suddenly rotate back in if for one reason or another we find that the effects that it's allowing you to do by dumping from the extra deck, or maybe Coda Soul becomes popular again. We can suddenly see things change.
Someone on the opponent's turn does not feel bad at all.
Like nothing else happened.
Yeah, it's so like they trigger the effects.
Yeah.
I think he has 2 copies of Malice and Underground in his hand. I could be mistaken. Oh, no, actually, I think one of them might be the Thrust. I was curious if he was going to use the Chessy Cat to draw. Theoretically, if he were to use that, he should do what he is about to do here, which is get an additional Malice Trap out of the deck, the GWC06. Of course, you don't want to draw into a card that you're going to be searching for complete free in just a moment. Okay, so he does, in fact, have...
Okay, so he is doing it, yeah.
Presumably this means he does have the second copy because it is such a great comeback post Nibiru, especially now that Whitebinder is in rotation. Once Whitebinder's in rotation, banishing Whitebinder, allowing Whitebinder then banish 3, it is game breaking at that point.
Definitely feels insane there, but you're right that he has 2 copies of the field spell, because as good as drawing 2 is, I'd probably hold on to the Malice and Underground, but if you got an extra, absolutely throw that down.
Yep.
So Whitebinder is going to go and pay 900 life points there, special summon it back, co-link itself with Red Ransom.
And here is the life point increase that we commented on earlier, is one of the reasons why the Malice strategy, although initially pays up front, is repaid forward later on by getting life points equal to the summon monster's original attack.
Get those life points back.
In his original attack, so there's no 600 additional boost that the Malice cards sometimes benefit from for other purposes.
Interesting, with super polymerization being a hero player's best friend, I wonder if we'll see any of like the cyber fusions out there.
Not to be that guy.
Or even like Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
Okay.
But if you're not running it well, you
No problem.
may have missed
Sorry.
out there. It's difficult though with the hero space in the extra deck. I remember being one of those hero kids with like, a billion cards in my fusion deck before they limit it down. But we are going to go and reduce those life points and then gain it back up.
Oh, they have to draw from the summon.
The summon just now? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Gonna draw for turn
Cards in hand?
there. Or not for turn, excuse me, for the effect of the card. All right, another Link summon here. Let's see who we bring out.
I'm not sure if I could be incorrect. If Vincent has paid too much life points.
Actually, Griffin.
I heard him say
And
the
that's
word
the one that gets
5300 out
attacked and
loud,
just
but I know we've got
got
judges
it.
up there keeping track of it, so.
If 5300 is correct, because I haven't been keeping track of the actual increments. 53 plus 23 is not greater than 8,000.
No, it is not, which could be problematic there.
And unless there is another way of gaining life points that I'm not aware of,
You haven't done this turn yet? That's the
I mean,
this
can you-
may not be enough.
Can you imagine Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood against heroes? You might gain 30,000 life points.
Unfortunately for Vincent, that card is nowhere to be found in his list this weekend.
Definitely a fun card to play, but doesn't always get the job done.
Discard Larry. Larry.
It does appear as though the Fiendsmith package was drawn off of, presumably, the White Binder.
Oh, I see. So now we're going to try to squeak out just a little bit more here. And Link 2.
Does that, you just link that?
Yeah, I'm just linking.
Doesn't it? Okay. Making sure.
This is probably to Abba. Yes. Abba Q.
That was the discard.
This is a way relative to earlier about getting Lacrima in the graveyard. I said earlier, Lacrima is not the best draw unless you find a way to get it out of your hand. The fact that he had eventually drawn, though, into a Fiendsmith card allowed him to utilize the effect of a Abba Q to get Lacrima into rotation. Now, he doesn't have the other Fiendsmith cards in rotation, though.
But he does have the dreaded Nightmare Griffin on the field and was able to get a Bao Q back on the field as well. So with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in hand, another spell card, and something else I couldn't make out. Still a pretty powerful field. Of course, we do know that heroes have normal summons, so the Nightmare Griffin's not end-all, be-all.
And that was...
Yeah,
was it? Yeah.
I think, the perfect play is like Dead End Prison and Super Polymerization, because you can use it for Neos and then take off a monster from the field. That would feel pretty good, but it just depends on what we're able to get here now.
I think he asked if it does anything else. It does quite a lot.
yes, it is.
What does it not do? So let's see. It has quick effect destroy a card. It has the special summon of a light or dark, of course, at the cost of discarding a card, but then it also has the ability of sculpting your hand on your upcoming standby phase.
Ooh, but check this out. Evenly matched.
Game 25.
So just starting things off to be like, I'm not going to deal with all that. You're going to have to pick one. And so we're going to banish quite a few, still using the trap card there, but stuck with the Nightmare Griffin. So now, and that is certainly a very smart play to keep your field insulated from the special summon monster effects.
I just kept
Yeah, he just keeps Griffin, but he's still, and if the life points are indeed correct, that's still not going to be sufficient.
Well, as long as you don't activate something like a Hero Lives, you're going to be just fine, but let's see where it goes. That's it. Time is called on the round. And you're absolutely right. Justice, a solid Snake main, shows that he's also a Jaden Yuki at heart.
I'm not sure if there was a missed life point increase from the previous turn or what exactly was going on there, but it does look like we will have our hero player moving on victorious here in our round 2 feature match.
He's got a smile on it. Definitely red is a good color for a hero duelist, and we'll be able to hear from him soon. But that was really cool to just see the unique interactions, like what it feels like to be playing one of these new decks when someone's playing something very popular and reliable and does have the outs inherently to your deck. But you just got to figure it out. You're like, okay, maybe I'll get through this. Maybe we can do it.
Maybe only playing 3 Bystials could potentially be something that comes back to haunt Vincent, at least in that second game. The third game was kind of a little bit all over the place and sort of how it ended there. But game 2 specifically, Vincent had the Ash Blossom and he had an Infinite Impermanence. He used them maybe prematurely, maybe too quickly. It's kind of hard to tell if you don't necessarily know exactly what the hero, especially the new hero variation, is doing. Maybe perhaps if he had more Bystials in his deck, he would have drawn one of those and it could have been a more potent piece of interaction. Again, I asked Billy earlier this week what he would have played, and he said 7 Bystial Malice. Maybe his 7 Bystials would have been really ideal if he had been matched up against a hero player this weekend.
I've even seen Lubellion starting to creep into decks where you would just never expect it to be because it has that easy access to all those different Bystial monsters.
And specifically the branded Regain.
Oh,
the fact
so
that Regained, I mean, you play Regain against the Malice cards, kind of reminds me of how, flashbacks to cards that maybe weren't ideal ones for some people, but Kastir Arise Heart, sometimes in the mirror match, your opponent would use their Arise Heart to banish something with the intention to bring back on Birth. And you'd be like, oh, I'm actually going to put that underneath. I remember that a few times, and my opponent going like, oh, my Birth isn't going to work the way I intended with my normal summon Rise Heart. So see those kind of unique interactions of messing with your opponent's banish pile right when something hits it.
I mean, it may sound like a blast from the past, but it's still going to Master Duel, right? But it's true that you got to see the different bits of flexibility. I wish we could have seen things like Dark Contact or maybe Evil Hero Neos Lord and stuff like that. But the hero package is good and has even more extenders than before, so I'm really here for it, and I know there's a lot of hero duels in the tournament probably excited to see that, hey, it works. You can get up on stage here and you can squeak one out.
I mean, we saw Wake Up, your elemental hero, side by side with Phoenix Enforcer, that really kind of interesting interaction. Then you brought up the ability to destroy spell and traps, which could potentially matter in some matchups.
Yeah.
It wasn't your established Dark Law board, which I think a lot of the hero decks of past have been going for. So a little bit of variation. It was really interesting to see some of those cards and how they played out.
Dark Law Pass would feel kind of weird against Malice when you think about it, because they could just link summon it off and you've already banished it for them, right? So there's almost like combos that can only be done when your opponent happens to put out Dark Law blindly. Love to see that duel, but we're not here to theorycraft, right? We're just here for the YCS. But good start so far with the 2 matches we've seen. Just some interesting dueling.
That's interesting. I never even thought Dark Law. You know, it's kind of default. Oh, it's a hero deck. It's going to be Dark Law Turbo. You're right. The Malice interaction there's just a wild one to think about.
Yeah, you imagine they're like, just banish. You're like, link summon, banish Dormouse. I'll just banish something else now. It's some fun theory crafting for sure. But just good stuff, and great to see that the Supreme Darkness cards, sometimes you get new support cards, you're like, I don't know how to use these, but it seems like duelists are really adopting this stuff, and I'm curious to see if there's anybody else out there using just all the stuff from the new set.
I think Aba Acute, really, we saw there with that interaction with Nightmare Griffin is something we're going to see in the feature match area a lot this weekend, specifically in those Malice strategies. You hear all these players that have really shifted from that Terrorheads package to that over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Well, speaking of things to look forward to, I think it's time to go ahead and throw over to the stage so we can hear from the winner themselves.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Jesse. Congratulations on the win. The crowd was going wild when the hero deck, there were a lot of heroes present, took the win right there. But I want to go back to the series ending moment there. The life point game was close, but it did come down to just him being behind because of the Malice combo. What was on your mind, though, and on your turn? Did you have a game plan?
Yeah, I got my side deck card, so I drew the evenly, and I was like, okay, I have an evenly, so if he has a big field that I can't get around, I just evenly and then make my big field that he can't get around. But I noticed that when he forgot to do the life point add on his trap card, the judges were like, oh yeah, it's part of the effect. But then I read it and it said you can. I was like, oh, it's optional. I want to be that guy, but he already went to subtract 900 for his next monster, so he shouldn't gain that. And they were like, yeah, you're right. So once that happened and I knew that he messed up there, it made my play of just doing evenly to get rid of what he had, like knowing the time was really low, like all I had to do is get rid of what he had, even if he gained more life points, which he did, it didn't matter. So I was like, okay, I'm fine either way.
The pressure of a feature match, being in front of the audience, in front of the stream, it can add up. But you're no stranger to pressure yourself. You're an esports professional athlete. What do you see the overlap between being a gaming pro and also being a Yu-Gi-Oh player?
I mean, it's pressure, like for the game that I play, like there's no like time limit on rounds, it's time limit per game. And it's a much shorter time limit, obviously. So like in this kind of thing where 45 minutes goes by, like it goes by so quickly because you're doing so many long plays. Like I said, I was like, we got to increase the timer for these new decks that like take 20 minutes a turn. Like, you know, so it's cool because the atmosphere is similar because it's just a bunch of people, like-minded individuals that love what we're doing. Hearing people cheer for me, like, is nothing I'm not used to that. I am used to it, so it's something new to me, but it's new for Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess, and seeing a bunch of friends that I recognize from the esports crowd and from like the older Yu-Gi-Oh days and the current ones now, I'm like, oh wow, it's a lot of faces that I recognize. So being on stage like this in front of people, being streamed, I've been doing that for over 15 years. So that pressure is not pressure for me, you know. It's just a Tuesday, like.
Just an average Tuesday for Jesse. Congratulations on the feature match win. That was incredible. One more time, everybody. I want to throw it back over to the casters for the wrap-up.
Wow, I love the reference there. I'm not going to source it out, but it was a YCS for anybody else, but for him it was a Tuesday, so that is just some good stuff. But it shows you that really, if you love this game, you can come in and duke it out with the best of them and just draw in whatever experience you have from life. So that is just some great stuff, great stuff.
We have seen so many interviews from this position and even sometimes watching the events at home of people who just have so much passion for the game, whether it's shouting out their local OTS or talking about just what it means to be around people who are like-minded, seeing old faces, new faces, people that you played with 20 years ago, people that you met 20 minutes ago, and just how wonderful the community can sometimes be at these events.
Goodness, it really is wonderful too. It's one of those things where we've been doing this for so long, you never lose that sense of love and interest and experimentation, like, oh, I could do this deck or that deck, because there's just so many cool things out there. Speaking of cool things, actually, we've got some cool things to showcase, I believe.
Yeah, let's take a look at the new Atlantean Fire King Winamat game mat. This is the first place prize, only available at YCS public events. It's featuring Poseidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Lord, Abyss Shrine, the Atlantean Spirit, then of course our friends from the Fire King strategy, Garunix Eternity, Hyang of the Fire Kings, and Fire King Portier Ula Kings.
Just some gorgeous art too, and it's crazy to be back in that sort of fire water format when those cards first came out, and it's really neat. And by the way, this is the first YCS you can get it, so ask your friends if they're here. It is time for them to compete like the best of them.
Yeah, the Battle of Fire and Water is one that's been told over decades of Yu-Gi-Oh's history, and it's fantastic to see not only those cards recently be reprinted or printed and give boost to these previously established formats, but also just the iconic nature of those two decks battling against each other as they were probably 10, 15 years ago now.
Oh, yeah. I remember trying to get the two structure decks and just crash that together. But speaking of crashing, we'll be right back soon because we're going to throw to break and be back with another round.
It's time to duel!
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at round 3 of YCS Orlando. It's been exciting so far. We've seen some great matchups, and we just saw, a surprising win there from Heroes in the last round. I mean, Supreme Darkness did just come out and gave Heroes so many more tools that they can utilize to play well, and there are a lot more hero decks in the tournament this weekend than I've probably ever seen before, but we're going to have to see if we see more in the future. What do you think about the tournament so far, Asala?
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a surprise how that round ended. I didn't expect it to go particularly that way, but sometimes mistakes happen. But I think we've seen a lot of players play really well. A lot of decks, show how powerful they are, and I'm just kind of excited to see some of the more strategies that are a little bit tried and true that have been in the format already.
Well, let's fulfill that excitement. I think Kangas is standing by. Well, first, I think we're going to talk about maybe some undefeated duelists, maybe I missed it, but there are undefeated duelists here in round number 3. We had 2,223 people in attendance. After a couple rounds, there's a certain 548 undefeated duelists. That's right. And all the VIPs, that's right, people who had 2 buys for the round are now entering the tournament, filling up that VIP section, including the reigning world champion, Ruben Peñaranda, which I haven't seen him compete since the World Championship, but I'm excited to see what he's going to do here later on in the tournament, but we're not going to get to see him quite just yet. And I won't spoil the surprise for who's in our feature match, so let's go ahead and meet him. Kangas, who do we got for round number 3?
For our round 3 feature match, first up in the blue chair from South Park, Pennsylvania, your 2013 WCS finalist, wanting to shout out his OTS Store top tech cards and games, it's David Keener III. And his opponent today in the red chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He took first place at the Philly Regional and topped 32 Nationals in 2016, Francisco Brown Santos. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Wow, so we have 2 players from Pennsylvania, despite being here in Florida, who came all the way down, both veteran duelists. We both have not only made the top cut at the NAWCQ before. David Keener was one game win, maybe one, I don't know if he made it to game 3 or not, but he was 1 round win from walking away to becoming a world champion. In fact, he was playing Spellbooks up against Dragon Rulers. Unfortunately, he fell just short, but it's awesome to see David Keener out here trying to run it back again.
Absolutely. He took a lot of second places that season alone. If you remember, even second place at the World Championship, but also second place at the National, or like the WCQ for that season as well.
Yeah, definitely a veteran duelist, and both these players are starting off 2-0, I believe, and eager to get a 3rd win here today. I mean, I remember, it feels like it was just yesterday, even though it's been 12 years now, probably longer than some of you duelists have been dueling for. But I was in that crowd in Las Vegas watching David Keener with his Spellbook deck take on the Dragon Rulers. It was one of those, like, historical moments in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I know when he lost, it was to Sheehan. Yeah, that was the name of the player. He had like that fist pump in the air when he like card destruction into the blaster to destroy. I think maybe it was a Jowgen or something like that.
It had to be the Jowgen, yeah.
Yeah, it was an epic moment and something that I always will remember for the rest of my life. But now David Keener's here trying to get a YCS win, the first one of 2025 here in Orlando. And we have a matchup between, it seems like David Keener's going to be on Fiendsmith Raziel, which is one of the most popular decks going into the weekend.
If not the most popular deck of the weekend.
But now Francisco's on a strategy that a lot of people have written off, that after the last Forbidden Limited list thought maybe, oh, this deck's not going to be a viable option in the competitive format, but he's already won 2 rounds with it, and that's maybe not everyone's favorite deck, but that's going to be Tenpai Dragon.
I mean, if we're talking about reminiscent matches here, this was the finals of the last YCS in Anaheim, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. Now we're going to see it here in round number 3. And yeah, not the same Tenpai Dragon deck with some more limitations. Sengen Summoning at 1, Sengen Kaiman at 1, Tenpai Dragon Chandra at 1, but still finding a way to make it work. And I'm excited to see how that's going to happen and play out here in our 3rd round of Swiss. It looks like both the duels are shuffled up. They're going to start drawing their opening hands. And I have a sneaky suspicion, no matter who wins the die roll, David Keener's going to be going first.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about how the Tenpai deck isn't nearly as strong as it was back in Anaheim, but the Fiendsmith Raziel deck got a lot better because it got access to Eclipse Twins, which is a card we haven't really been able to see do a lot of action yet.
Right, yeah, that's a huge addition they got from Supreme Darkness. I mean, just it makes Detonator a lot stickier onto the field, where cards like Infinite Impermanence, even like Book of Moon, something that would target Detonator before, now not as strong because it will be able to chain its effect on itself, destroy itself, and since the Eclipse Twin sent to the graveyard, summons itself back and gets to attach material as well. Really unique strategy, but it's why a lot of people have chose to play Raziel here this weekend.
Yeah, Raziel definitely got a lot stronger with the release of Eclipse Twins, and that was one of the big reasons why Tenpai wasn't seen as a popular choice back in even Anaheim, because Tenpai, all the actual engine cards are really poorly positioned into a face-up Detonator, and now the Detonator is going to be there potentially twice.
Yeah, that's why you're going to have to adapt and maybe use cards like Ultimate Slayer, Forbidden Droplet, those kind of cards that don't remove the Detonator or where you can't chain the Detonator effect to destroy itself. Are really useful in maybe being able to navigate through the Eclipse Twin shenanigans that they now go through. You know, it's a lot of hootenanny there that you're going to see from Eclipse Twins this weekend, but we're going to have to see if that is going to come into play here. It's time to duel. It's Game 1, Round 3, YCS Orlando 2025. It's time to duel. Yeah, when we were looking through the pairings and we saw David Keener's name, we're like, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. I'd like to see what he's working with. So here comes the die roll that isn't as important as it usually is.
Now we talked about...
did you say he'll start? Maybe Francisco's choosing to go first? Or I didn't quite hear it. That would be quite interesting. No, it looks like Keener is going first, and we are going to start with a Perulia.
That is one of the strongest ones going into the Raziel strategy. But there is a Call by the Grave.
You love to see it. If he didn't have that Call by the Grave, Francisco would have been able to draw a card every time David Keener summoned a monster from his hand, but called by huge here.
All right, it's going to be a normal summon of Ice Raziel, ideal start for the Raziel Fiendsmith strategy. There doesn't seem to be a full house chain, so now it looks like David's off to the races here.
Yeah, we're seeing the classic way to get 3 Raziel monsters onto the field. Ice Raziel into X Raziel. X Raziel is going to add Sword Raziel to the hand.
I imagine these two are going to be overlaid for the Evil Swarm Exciton Knight.
Evil Swarm Exciton.
Yeah,
there he is.
That's a light fiend.
Yes.
Now we're going to be able to see him bridge into the Fiendsmith portion of the deck.
You know, I mentioned this earlier to other people when talking about, using bridges.
Are you keeping secrets?
No. But doesn't it feel somehow worse, even though it's the exact same thing, between going from Close Goddess into Requiem versus an Exciton Requiem, because you're just putting so many more cards into the graveyard at once.
It does feel
it does feel slightly worse.
It does, but at least you're getting a rank 4 in there, which might be useful potentially to enable some of your cards in the future. Who knows? But the Lacrima is coming down from the Requiem, and Lacrima of the Crimson Tears will send Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. The amount of times I've said Engraver and Graveyard in the same sentence, insurmountable, uncountable. But I love it. And now the next step in his combo is going to be equip Requiem to that Lacrima.
Return Exciton.
Yep, Exciton's going back in the extra deck for the effect of Engraver here. Now, potentially going to be threatening anything before the Contact Fusion into the Necroquip Princess, because the Requiem is equipped.
Gotcha, yeah.
Or
Fair enough.
we'll see if David
Drop
opts
deck
to Link instead. But nope, it looks like we are going to be fusing into the Necrocook.
This looks like he might be going for a DDD
Anything?
High Wave King Caesar summon here. You get 2 level 6 monsters on the field. You can overlay those for rank 6. This will negate any card effect that special summons a monster. Good way to play around Nibiru, the primal being. One of the benefits, including the Fiendsmith package into your deck.
Yep, that was the Nibiru check at this point, so now you're safe to continue forward. And because there are Ryziel cards somewhere, you can special summon that sword.
Yeah, that just had to be around. The graveyard, field. And now Sword will be able to add. So he goes for X.
Add
Yep.
X to hand?
Still hasn't summoned X from the hand.
Now he's finally locked into the level 4 rank 4s, but I don't think it really matters anymore.
Yep, he's got what he needs on the field in that DDD High Wave King Caesar. All right, let's see what he decides to go to next. Looking at his options, checking the graveyard, checking the extra deck, seeing where he can navigate.
Now, important to mention, did we actually see Keener win the roll, or does he know that his opponent is potentially playing Tenpai?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It looked like he lost the roll to me, but that would definitely give an indication to what his opponent's playing if his opponent let him go first.
All right, we're sending the aggregator here instead of the Eclipse Twins, so potentially accessing it later down the line.
Might just be going straight into Detonator, but I would imagine he still want to go into Duo Drive. But he could be. Yep, Duo Drive.
Duo Drive effective attach?
And it resolves. Only the Perilli as a form of interaction from Francisco's side.
He hasn't activated the main effect of it yet. He's only attached to Ryziel, so it looks like he is actually going to be able to resolve that other part. You are right. Hootenanny indeed. Able to do anything he wants here.
Yep, only the Perillia. And then the classic Node and Ryziel Cross going to the hand.
Now, I wouldn't count out Tenpai just yet. Usually, if you've only seen this many interruptions from the hand, that means there's a lot of board breakers sitting in there.
Cross? Cross effects.
Looks like we're going to be getting a draw here.
X and Ice to put back to draw.
Going to be recycling the X and the Ice. A little bit surprising because I feel like typically you want to recycle the sword. Usually there is only 1 copy in the deck, but
or
maybe
lesser copies a minimum.
Yeah.
But it is also like the least desirable to have. So. All right, draws 1 card. Not a bad card if there's anything from Francisco at some point in the turn, but chances are there won't be.
Oh, there's a note as well. I mean, keeping the sword in grave makes it so you're less susceptible to bestials, but I mean, you do already have access to High Caesar. Getting rid of the Fuelos now to summon back that sword from the graveyard.
Yep, Node lets you send a card to special summon back a level 4, and now you can overlay for Ryziel Detonator or Eclipse Twins. We'll see which one he goes with.
Overlay for Detonator?
Yeah, there's a Detonator.
Going to be able to attach that aggregator that he sent early in the turn, so now if he detaches aggregator during Francisco's turn, he'll not only be able to destroy a card in the field, afterwards the aggregator will negate a face-up card on the field, so he has some layered interruption. He has the Caesar, but if there's a deck that can break a board, it's going to be Tenpai Dragon.
So this is pretty typical if you're only playing an individual copy of Eclipse Twins. You're choosing to save it to resolve with X on a following turn so that you can immediately summon back a Detonator as part of the play.
Ooh, I like that. I like the sound of that. But now play is to Francisco. He only used that 1 interaction from the hand, so he's going to be drawing to 5 cards in the hand. Plenty to work with here. Lightning Storm.
That's a good way to start.
It's at least going to take care of the Spell Trap if he chooses.
Yeah, I mean, I think both answers are very reasonable here. You can get rid of the Caesar as well as, getting rid of 1 material from the Detonator, or you can go ahead and get rid of the Cross as well as the other set here, being an infinite permanence.
Seems like a good choice.
Didn't see any chains here. You would like to see something along the lines of Forbidden Droplet, but now we have a copy of Kashtira Fenrir. This will be very powerful into the Detonator.
Is it?
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. It could help. It can help out. It's better than nothing, that's for sure.
But the Cross off the field, I think it works pretty well.
Yeah. So he's going to use the effect here to add, it looked like. Because he just can add another copy of Kashtira Fenrir, so if he gets destroyed, he can just summon another one.
I think it's a fine use of the card at this point.
Yep. Detonator will destroy it. The effect will still resolve.
It's just 1 free material used. Now there's only 2 more Detonator uses, but there still is that High Caesar that we have to deal with.
Yep. The Highway King Caesar can only stop effects that special summon, not the summons that are just happen, like Extra Zeal or Kashtira Fenrir.
Let's see how he wants to continue this turn. I imagine, oh, no, it was just bait to activate the thrust here.
Whoa! Francisco showing why he brought Tempai Dragon. Now he's going to be able to add any spell or trap card from his deck to his hand. What is he going to go for? Triple Tactics Talent?
It has to. I feel it's going to be Ultimate Slayer. It's Ultimate Slayer!
Main deck copies the Ultimate Slayer. We've seen it in people's side deck, but if you're choosing to go second, it is a really good card to have.
I mean, you know the field is going to be majority of Ryzeal, right? If you're playing the Tenpai strategy, you have to just build so much of your deck to be able to combat this matchup.
Yeah, if he has Aggregator, he'll be able to return the Detonator and negate the Caesar all with one Swift card.
A nice little three-piece combo here that had destroyed the entire field, and now all he needs is a little bit of Tenpai to get going.
Does he have the Tempai Dragon Pydra? Or a Sangan Summoning, or a Sangan Kaiman? There's a lot of different cards he can have in his hand here.
At the very least, the Fenrir can do a lot, right?
Yeah, he's already in good shape no matter what.
I mean, there's still Fiendsmith cards in David
But he'll be able to take
He does not want to turn.
Yeah, he'll still be able to take out the Duo Drive and the Caesar with the Fenrir.
Summon it that way twice per turn?
Oh, yes, he can.
I know you were kind of joking about it before the match started, but David Keener, Fire Dragons, Blaster, Dragon Ruler Infernos.
Will he be defeated by a Fire Dragon once more?
Shades of 2013.
Don't want to give him flashbacks so early.
Blaster was the key card in that loss. So I have seen people use like Blaster and like Gold Stark and stuff in Tempai Dragon as another way to access your Fire Dragons from the deck.
Yeah, now that Chandra's at 1, you definitely want to have more accessibility into it. Oh, but there is the Kaiman.
It's at 1, but as long as it's at 1, it still means you can draw that one copy.
Now, I didn't actually get to see, are we in the battle phase already, or is he using it in the main phase?
I don't know. We're going to have to see here. I'm assuming it's battle, because battle phase you get to summon it from your hand. But if he doesn't have another normal summon, you can still do it during your main phase. Not a big deal.
There's a world he just wants to go for Pydra here, because he knows likely that there isn't another copy. Well, Infinite Impermanence is off the table now. He was already hit the one that's on the field, so it's only potentially an effect failure. You're not super worried about it. Looks like we're going to be adding the Genroku, which, I mean, if the Kaiman is your only way to play with Tenpai cards, this is what you have to do, especially when there's a face of attack position monsters on your opponent's side field. You need an additional level 3 in the graveyard, so you can use the Genroku into the Chandra so that you could Fadra it back.
Indeed. So here comes the Genroku. He's going to use the effect, probably tribute it off the field.
Okay, yeah, so we can
attack.
Yeah, you also want to be able to activate it in the battle phase as well to play around something along the lines of effect failure. So yeah, you're just going to be declaring an attack here and then chaining its effect to tribute itself, special summon from the deck.
Yeah, I think in preparation for this tournament, I think Tempai Dragon is a deck a lot of people wouldn't have practiced against, because if people are playing it, it's probably a very few numbers, so the chances of you running into it are small, but you could still run into it here, as we're seeing in round number 3. So one attack, and now he's tributing it off to special summon a Tempai Dragon from the deck. Probably Chandra. Yep.
Yeah, it has to be Chandra here. There's the Chandra. Chandra is going to declare an attack on something. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be able to use its effect to bring back the Fadra.
Fenrir's going to clean up the field first.
Oh, that's true. You might as well get the damage in as long as it's able to actually clear both bodies.
Yep, going to take down the Duo Drive, banish the High Wave King Caesar. I mean, Ultimate Slayer, what a good card.
The Fenrir can only trade with one of them, right? Because how many stat? Like,
yeah,
Duo Drive is 25 and the Fenrir is 24,
right.
and also their monsters lose 100 attack because of the
every material on it.
So he can only get rid of one of them.
You're right.
Yeah.
But probably not going to slow him down too much.
Yeah, it looks like he will just opt to get rid of the Duo Drive, potentially. Oh, no, I'm going to get rid of the Caesar here.
Pretty much just up here. Yep.
And then the Fenrir crashes, I believe. Oh yeah, because the monster is declaring.
So Chandra's going to special summon a Tempai Dragon from the deck. Tempai Dragon doing Tempai Dragon things.
So I'm assuming that you're doing a replay. And
Yeah, I declared the attack on Duo Drive, and then I banished the thing.
They both get to activate in the same attack declaration window, or well.
No, I think
Chandra's in the damage step.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chandra's at the start of the damage step. What am I thinking? There's a reason you can't interact with these cards.
But the Fadra will protect his monsters.
He still takes the damage though.
But you still take the damage. Classic line from the Yu-Gi-Oh animes.
Yeah, so it's 23, I'm 26, so 300.
Yep. He'll take the measly 300 points of damage here to potentially end the game at this moment. The Fadra on its summon is going to be able to summon back that Genroku, which is now a level 3 non-tuner when it comes back. If he chooses to use it right now, he might not.
Just got to get to a third attack.
And this declaration will do it.
Attacking with Chandra. I am going
So
to
still taking the damage. It's going to be the third attack, which is going to unlock the synchro effects.
He doesn't necessarily have to take the damage. He could just, well, no, the synchro effect is always available, but like the three attacks is the threshold to bring the synchro monsters back from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the synchro monsters effects. Yes. Yes. It's not what David Keener's thinking right now. He's probably thinking, oh no, oh no.
This is a disaster.
I'm pretty sure when the Ultimate Slayer came down, he knew he was in trouble. But I loved the Fenrir just forcing out the detonator. Like, why would you not detonate the Fenrir? Because if you don't, it's just, why would you not? And then, yep, Synchro Summon for a level 7.
Likely chain the effect to Synchro Summon to the attack, so you don't have to take any damage there. Going to bring back the Fadra, just for good measure.
Francisco really contemplating his plays here.
He still has to find the remainder of the damage from this point.
Yeah, he doesn't have the easy access with like Sing and Summoning and Trident Dragon doing a ton of damage, but he definitely has plenty of Synchro Summons still going on. So Biden can still come back from the graveyard.
Okay, yeah, so he's opting to actually bring back Chandra here for more damage. So now he can crash the... Oh no, the Biden will still be 100 smaller than the Duo Drive, right?
26 to 25. My guy's plus 100.
So he could declare an attack with it if he wants to, but there's not really a reason for it. He can...
But we're definitely seeing like the limitations to Tempai Dragon coming into play. You're not always going to have Sangan Summoning. You're not always going to have the easy access to put enough damage out through an open board as easily as you would be previously to the last Forbidden and Limited List update.
Yeah, with just Kaiman, that is honestly one of the weaker ways to start with the Tempai Dragon. It's not that much damage available, as we can see here. I don't think he's actually going to be able to finish this game with what's available.
He might. If there's a way you can go to Trident Dragon into a clear board and still just destroy 2 cards, that would be enough.
Yeah, so he can go ahead and Synchro for potentially Trident right now.
He's got to be careful. You don't want to play too slow at this stage in the game. But yeah,
he's going for the Trident here.
It's an ultimate rare. It looks nice, and it attacks thrice potentially. Only probably going to be
probably twice right now.
Twice here.
So
I just had to rhyme. I couldn't stop myself.
Yeah, he can get rid of his Chandra.
Sure.
And so now
he has 2 attacks with Trident Dragon.
The first one will do. So he goes to 29 and 26. So you take 300.
300.
So now they're even.
Yep.
And then it can hit one more time for 3,000, and then there's still 26 in the graveyard from the Biden. Not quite enough here.
Okay, gotcha.
You can still summon back
attack again. 3,000. Yep.
The other Synchro.
Yeah, he will likely choose to do so just so he can have 2 dragons on the field after and at least end on a Hieratic Seal.
May I read this item?
Not too bad. Was able to clear the board pretty easily.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if you're wondering, like, you're struggling against Raziel and wondering what are some side deck cards or maybe some cards you can potentially main deck, Ultimate Slayer is one you're going to want to look at.
Ultimate Slayer is definitely going to be one of the more popular cards for the weekend because of how popular not only Raziel but Eclipse Twins. Making sure that Detonator goes back into the extra deck instead of the graveyard is going to be a key way of combating the strategy.
It's huge. Huge. Very huge.
Yeah, when you go to your main phase 2, the start of your main, I'm going to activate Fiendsmith.
He does still have some defense in that graveyard.
Can't forget about the Lacrima.
Yeah. So shuffles back.
Lacrima's not main phase only. Requiem. Wait, is Lacrima main phase only? It is, right? Yeah, so he's doing this main phase 2.
Yeah, he said at the start of main phase 2 he wanted to do this, which technically I do believe.
I get first action.
Yeah, he gets first action in the main phase
so
as player priority.
This is the end of his battle phase.
Okay, so.
Well, yes.
Okay, a little confusion on the timing of this Lacrima activation, but either way, it's all the same result.
I mean, if he's going to be linking away into Hieratic Seal,
Okay, so Keener not out of it just yet, showing the resilience of the Fiendsmith cards. He's going to be able to use this Requiem to summon out a Fiendsmith monster. The cool thing about using Requiem during your opponent's turn is that if you somehow summon a Requiem back, you can use it 2 in one turn because you're only limited in summoning Requiem once per turn. But he's going to be using it during his opponent's turn, so that won't be the case here. But it's something to note if you are using this deck. You saw a lot of players do that at YCS Anaheim not too long ago.
Yeah, definitely getting all the value. Those like neat little interactions, right, that you don't normally think about. And we're going to be sending the Fiendsmith in Paradise to set up a potential send of the Desiree from the extra deck as soon as Francisco summons a monster, but unfortunately will not be able to use it on the seal because Francisco did have first action in the main phase.
Draw phase, Stamper phase, main phase.
So the turn has gone back to David here. He still has access to some Fiendsmith lines. But how much potential for the Ryziel part of his deck does he have?
Normal summon Ice Ryziel.
Okay, well that's a pretty good one.
That's a good one. Ice Ryziel will let him special summon a level 4 Ryziel from the deck. Is there any response here from Francisco? Going to chain that Heraldic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
And then chain Fua,
okay. That's the classic combo. Being able to use those 2 cards together, even though you're going to have a monster come out, but your field is open, so you're able to use that Fua from the hand.
6-card Fua, you know, has to do a lot for you. Going to be putting the Lacrima back in the hand here. The ice is going to resolve first. Going to be able to special summon out likely maybe another copy of Sword? Nope, just a copy of X.
Orientation again, yes.
You chain, activate X search.
Yeah, X chain link 1, and then he has, or I suppose no, chain link 1 would still have to be seals because it's mandatory. Sure. Yeah. So seals chain link 1, X chain link 2.
Mandatory effects go on the chain first, followed by optional trigger effects.
We're going to grab that sword here. See, this is why I wasn't certain that he was going to go this route. I thought he might want to potentially get the X to his hand so that he can have potentially another aggregator to go into the field. But he did use aggregator on his turn 1, so there's likely not a second one, so this makes sense. And we're going to be hitting a Bestial Magnuma here. That is not going to be doing nearly enough to stop David, but it gives him a lot of follow-up, being able to summon back that Genroku from the graveyard even, or just getting the Fadra back to hand if you only play one of them.
Certainly could be the case here. Magnuma, a strong card in Tempai Dragon.
Strong card, period, I'd say.
Yeah, just in general, but extra strong Tempai Dragon because you really only need one dragon to really get everything going. But because of that Magnuma, Keener will be looking to try and win the game right here, right now.
I mean, you never want to give Tempai another turn. It's going to be a little bit tricky because he does have to remember that Biden Dragon is in the graveyard still, so as long as 3 attacks were declared that turn, he can summon himself back.
Returning, I'm sorry, Engraver, returning Requiem.
All right, Fiendsmith Engraver is going to summon back to the field.
Sword.
Confirming that there is a sword in the hand off the effect of the X. David has to maneuver this turn, trying to play into the least amount of interactions from Francisco, while also trying to give him the minimum amount of cards for the Fualos, but still has to find the remaining points of damage.
Looking at 4 cards in hand.
Has not used any of the effects from the hand yet, so not restricted into level or rank 4s. Potentially can go into Chaos Angel, but no, we're going to be special summoning the sword, so now he will be locked into the 4s.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to try and get Abyss Dweller onto the field. It would be cool if we got to see Eclipse Twin's first effect, where he could make like a rank 4 attack twice, right? That could come up.
I mean, yeah, it just might, because you can make the Detonator attack twice, and that's already a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
And once you've already used the Dweller, you don't really need it anymore, so you can just convert it to a level 4 body for the Eclipse Twins.
Love to see if that is where David decides to navigate this play. All Francisco can do is sit back, hope he draws into something with his Fualos, or...
I wonder if he was just meant to use the Fiendsmith in Paradise on the summon of the Magnum.
Summon Detonator.
True.
But maybe he just wants to keep Francisco away from being able to use any Infinite Impermanences drawn.
There's a lot of options. That's what's so cool about Yu-Gi-Oh right now. You got to really consider so many different things.
All right, already have the detonator online.
Talents to that.
Oh, okay, that'll do it.
Just going to take the Magnamut. It is 0-0 stats thanks to the Heraldic Seal.
Go to battle phase.
Yeah, but like, there's already been some damage done. So
1,600?
that's
Oh.
36 and another 3K. If he's at 65, that is enough.
Doesn't even need the Dweller if we can get enough damage across.
But here's the thing: on the third attack declaration, he can summon back the Biden, right? But then you still have the Fiendsmith in Paradise.
But then the Biden summons on summon also, right?
No, it's only with Synchro
summon.
summons.
Okay,
Only with
only
Synchro
on
summon.
Synchro summon. Okay. Then no worries there on that.
All right, David able to squeak it through, winning on his second turn, surviving an attack phase from Tenpai, and going to be able to take game number 1.
Yeah, he definitely probably felt like he was in better shape. Felt very scared, I'd imagine, during that turn 2, but able to keep things under control and bounce back and win the game. But man, yeah, things were looking dicey for him there. I wonder if Francisco, I mean, we saw him like considering his options for such a long time during his battle phase because he realized he wasn't going to be able to finish him off. I wonder if there's just like another way to be able to summon the other like Transcendent Dragon and then Trident Dragon afterwards potentially, but I don't know if there would.
He did not have enough bodies to do it. Like the main issue is
there was
because
no Hydra.
Yeah, like the issue with starting with Kaiman is that you have to go through the Genroku to have 3 bodies, and the Genroku does not have the quick effect to Synchro summon. So if you do happen to summon it back, do not have enough ways to summon after the fact.
But is there not like a way like in main phase 1, singing Kaiman for Pydra, normal summon Pydra, add Genroku, special Genroku, like just get an extra body?
Yeah, the way you would have to do it in that scenario is you would have to risk him having more interruptions. You Kaiman for Pydra, Pydra for Sangan summoning for Chandra, and then go that way.
There you go. Yeah, and I knew there had to be a way because he didn't use his normal summon in that turn, but you have to balance whether you want to play into things like Nibiru, the Primal Being, or not as well. And he probably felt like he was strong enough playing around that, but it'll be something he wants to consider going into game 2.
The main punish would have been Effect Veiler. I think that's like the reason to do the way that he did. But if he like thought it through and realized he did not have enough damage, then I think he had to go for the Pydra line. But I mean, the damage is done. He definitely had, like, both players had formidable hands there. Francisco having the tools to defeat everything that David put up. But it was just getting that last bit of damage there. And unfortunately, you can't let Fiendsmith Ryzel have another turn.
Yeah, no, the follow-up is too strong, and we saw it there. He had the ice in hand, ready to go, alongside the Fiendsmith cards, and was easily able to take that first game. I mean, what really came down is that damage he took from attacking into, like, the monsters, too. It lowered his life points just enough where David Keener didn't have to do too much extra summoning, didn't have to worry about like something like Abyss Dweller like we were talking about. But no, going into game number 2, I mean, this is when things would usually be worse for Tenpai Dragon because the players will know they're playing against it and they have their side decks prepared. But not one of the like top contenders this weekend. I don't know how many people have cards in their side deck for this specific matchup.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of respect for Tenpai explicitly. But unfortunately, there is a lot of crossover with something along the lines of Dimensional Barrier, which people are playing for Ryzel anyway. So it's a little rough. I mean, that was, again, another reason why Tenpai wasn't super popular as soon as Ryzel came out. There was a lot of overlap.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how it's going to play out. If Francisco is going to choose to go first to catch David Keener off guard, or if he will just allow him to go first again. I imagine with the Ultimate Slayers and stuff, you still got to let them go first. Ultimate Slayer is so good at picking apart the Ryzel board.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, I do believe that the board breaker strategy is the one with the most merit when you're choosing Tenpai into the specific meta. But that was the benefit of being able to play those points of interaction in the hand, is where you could choose to go first and back it up with like a Heraldic Skills. You can't really do that when you have all the spells that don't do anything if you go first.
Certainly the case. It looks like the duelists are shuffled up and ready to go. We are mere moments away from game 2 here of round 3. I can't believe it's only round 3 and we've already had so much exciting action. Oh, I love that banner so much, the rescue banner featuring some of my favorite cards of all time, some of my least favorite cards of all time, and some cute ones as well. And let's go ahead and jump into it. Game 2, round 3, YCS Orlando 2025. We have Francisco, who has topped NAWCQs before in the past, and David Keener, who was
really topped NAWCQs before.
He was mere moments away from winning the World Championship back in 2013, but now he wants to become a YCS champion here in 2025. And now it looks like he will be going first. Can't blame Francisco for that, and he's going to lead with Extra Zeal, sending...
Ooh, that is, I mean, a great start for Ryzel. A great start for Ryzel Mitsurugi. not a great start for Ryzeal Fiendsmith. You
Right.
are not accessing the Fiendsmith part of your engine now, most likely.
Okay, that's a W here for Francisco at least. But this time choosing to send the Eclipse Twins instead of the Aggregator.
Yeah, because you're going to really have to focus down on making Detonator stick, hoping that your opponent doesn't have access to something like Ultimate Slayer, or maybe you have access to something along the lines of Solemn Judgment to protect yourself from those powerful spell cards. But either way, now you're going to try to make the most potent Ryzeal end board that you can.
We saw him add Node there, which means he already had access to Sword, which will grab him Ice Ryzeal. Plenty of level 4s without needing to use the normal summon just yet. Now he's going for his first rank 4 Exceed summon, and that's going to be Ryzeal Duo Drive. Will it resolve again? First, he's going to use the effect to attach, maybe? Maybe not. No, he does not.
There's
No
nothing in the
Ryzeal.
graveyard,
No
yeah.
Ryzeals, yeah. Detonator can attach anything. Duo Drive must attach to Ryzeal. But he has Ash Blossom, and now he's going to play triple Tactics Talents and take a peek at his opponent's hand. Wow.
Wow.
Not a lot of good options here.
That is a lot of good. I mean, there's a lot of good options, unfortunately.
Too many good
Yeah.
options. Yeah, this is not what you want to see. I think you go for the terraforming, right?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess
Like,
it depends on your hand.
Yeah, like, okay.
If you have any sort of effect negation.
Okay, if you are able to stick a Detonator, terraforming does nothing.
You're right.
So
Detonator's really good against field spells. As a Malice player who's opened multiple Malice and Underground facing down Detonator, I understand.
It might have
I will
to.
take this guy.
Yep, it's going for Hydra.
Go Hydra. Okay, so make it so Tundra has to be normal summoned in the current situation. Fenrir doesn't necessarily do enough by itself right now. He would have to go into the battle phase to really attempt to contest the Detonator here.
Normal summon Ice.
Ice
Activate effect
Ryzeal, an
special.
incredible card coming down here. The best normal summon in the deck if I were to have to pick one, and that's going to let him special summon a level 4 Ryzeal. I remember when I first read this card, I was like, wow, finally, a level 4 tour guide. This is where we come.
And then you read the rest of the cards, and they were all... They all seem so simple, but like each so
strong.
individually powerful, yeah.
Very easy to access the 3 main ones.
Yeah, to the point that he doesn't have any beneficial effects to get off this IC. He's already used all of them. He has the node in his hand already.
A symptom of success for sure. Now he's already sent the Eclipse Twins, so he won't be able to use that Duo Drive to go into an Eclipse Twins, but we saw like Duo Drive just being enormous. Not too bad against Tempai Dragon. It's kind of tough to get over, especially with stuff like Fenrir. But he doesn't have the DDD this time. Just going to go straight to Detonator, going to attach the Eclipse Twins. This provides him some extra protection.
Everything's in defense mode.
We talked about it earlier, but if you're just tuning in, why this is so good having the Eclipse Twins under Detonator. If your opponent activates anything that would target the Detonator, like Infinite Permanence, or even something like Triple Tactics Talent that would take, you can detach, destroy your own Detonator. The Eclipse Twins will bring back the Detonator and give it a material, so you can kind of dodge effect negation, targeting effect negation.
And choosing to play around a top deck Lightning Storm, even though Detonator is already really strong into Lightning Storm because it's able to protect itself, but now it doesn't even contest it.
Makes sense. He knows all of Francisco's card except for the random card he drew for turn. He's going to need a big one, I think.
So assuming that he's forced to play in main phase 2 even, like if you just start with the Fenrir, you're able to activate the effect, just grab another Fenrir, and then go into the battle phase and get rid of the Detonator because Cross is not on the field right now.
Yeah, the saving grace of this game is that Francisco is able to cut off the Duo Drive, so he is only having to deal with Detonator.
The thing is, if you're able to deal with the Detonator in the battle phase with Fenrir, is that enough? Because you have to leave the Duo Drive on the field. The Tundra's in your hand. You don't have access to Sang and Kaiman unless you drew it off the top here. But if you drew it off the top here, that might just end the game.
Why did that? Yep.
I think that is the single card that would win the game here right now for Francisco is a drawn Kaiman. So we know the... Okay, so there is a normal summon of Tundra. There is a Terraforming in hand and one unknown card, right?
Can I read the card real quick?
Yep, just double checking, make sure you know all the effects. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
This is just for some falling effects once per turn. If you control fire giants,
Unfortunately, you are not able to use Detonator on the effect of Tundra in the damage step to summon from the deck. That a damage step effect, not able to be interacted with an effect like Detonators. So we'll still be able to get decently far, but Detonator will be able to cut him off and be able to actually synchro because you can just chain to pop the other monster.
Certainly could be the case here. We'll see how this battle phase is going to play out. This is an important battle phase here for Francisco.
I'm surprised he didn't start with the Fenrir just to get rid of the Detonator.
Well, then he would have lost the Chandra, right?
Well, oh yeah, because it does chain immediately to it.
But the Chandra summoning Pydra, Pydra adding Singing Kaiman. David not out of the woods just yet.
I added Singing Kaiman.
Yeah, this is actually still quite strong here.
Declare attack.
So, do you take damage here from anything?
No, when Pydra's on the field, I don't take a battle damage.
Okay.
He will from the Fenrir because it's not a Fire Dragon.
Fenrir
but
attack is fine.
Fenrir attack?
Yep.
Assuming
Fenrir
the
attack.
Fenrir attack connects with anything.
Activate the effect of Fenrir.
So Fenrir's effect will activate, targeting likely the Detonator.
It's a card my opponent controls. Target the Detonator.
All right.
So do you destroy Detonator and summon yourself back with the Cliff Twins here? So you don't
Clear
lose a
my
phase
attack with
down?
Fenrir.
Or do you just take out one of the Tempai Dragon?
So in the scenario here, if you
You're
do
activating Fenrir?
activate the Detonator to target, let's say Chandra, then he will chain either Chandra or Pydra, to which
synchro?
you can chain the Detonator again. To which they might chain the other one, in which case you could chain the Detonator again.
And then you're activating Fenrir, targeting Detonator.
But then
He only has 2 materials, though.
This is true.
If he had 3.
Chain Detonator.
But he is going to use the Detonator, but what does he target? Does he target itself?
These both have the quick synchro effect.
Yeah.
Looks like he
So,
is.
I will chain Detonator. I'm going to target this one.
Now, if he does go after the Pydra.
I will chain the Pydra.
I will chain Detonator.
And this one should just probably target itself.
I will chain the Chandra.
Yep.
All right, so at least he forces out both the synchro effects of Pydra and Chandra.
They're only once per turn per body, so when they come back, they can be used again.
Unfortunate for David Keener here.
This is really playing into the Kaiman in his hand that can just grab a Fadra and summon it back.
True. Oh, Odd Eye's Meteor Burst is going to cut off effects during the battle phase.
Results, yep.
It's a cool synchro monster. Love to see it.
Alright, continuing battle.
I mean, yeah, so you're not going to be able to use something along the lines of Ash Blossom now because of that. To protect the Kaiman here, you're going to be able to summon the Fadra. Fadra will have to summon back out the Chandra.
Apologies. I've been continuing on with the battle phase. I forgot there is a replay, so after the replay, there'll be no more attacking. No.
He did not continue attacking with Kashira Fenrir. Good to know.
Resolving Kaiman?
Yep. Yep.
Chandra is going to touch down. Chandra effect can activate to summon back a Tempai Dragon.
Yep, Fadra will summon back Chandra, and then this is a bit of a sticky situation now. That duo drive is sitting at 27. All his monsters are losing 200.
Did activate Chandra, the synchro effect.
Synchro effect.
Yeah.
So now all the effects of all the once per turn effects of the Tenpai monsters have been used. You only have access to the synchro ones now.
Okay.
So yeah, so yeah.
Yes. Yes, you guys.
So he could go into Bident, which is still not big enough to crack over the duo drive.
Continuing on.
But Biden will bring something back, and that can go into, let's say, in this situation, the most efficient would be Trident Dragon, which would pop the other 2 monsters, be able to swing 3 times, and then the Biden would be able to finish it off.
Let's see if that is what Francisco decides to do here. It does seem like he might be moments away from taking game number 2, as time is winding down here, though.
Oh.
We're in main phase 2?
No, set rotation in the battle phase,
Oh.
so that you could set the Sangan summoning and destroy it with the Trident Dragon.
Oh, cool. Neat.
I mean, that'll do it for sure.
I don't think I've ever seen that, but that, I guess set rotation is like a way you can use it with Pressured Planet Race Off with the Kashira cards. Love to see it. A powerful one of, for sure.
Used for this.
Oh, yeah.
So this game's over.
Card on time on the field. Once per card.
Oh, okay. I thought they were all hard ones. Gotcha.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Like, the plays David made really played into the Sangan Kaiman in the hand,
Yes.
but he was under the assumption that those are also hard once return effects.
Yeah, he
Summon
doesn't seem as familiar with Tempai Dragon as maybe some other strategies.
I mean, yeah, like otherwise, I don't think he would have used the initial effect of the detonator on the Fenrir, because obviously it doesn't actually interact with Fenrir well. It just, like, they can have a Fenrir in the hand, it's not going to do anything for them.
Right.
It leaves them back in the same position, but you have one destruction less.
So the Trident Dragon does destroy Fenrir and the Sengan Summoning, so
Yeah.
now it doubles the attack and can attack 3 times.
Which will for sure be enough. Also, the Meteor Burst is still on the field, so he can't use any monster effects in the battle phase.
So I'll concede.
And Francisco takes game number 2.
Tenpai doing its thing, a very powerful hand, even through the triple tactics talents. There was potentially a line there for David to really shut down everything that Francisco had going for him, but he needed to know exactly what that play looks like for Francisco, and sometimes when you don't have all that knowledge, you didn't come prepared enough for the matchup, you're able to squeak through because that's what Tenpai's good at. It just needs to find that window to connect.
Yeah, I mean, Tempai Dragon's still a strong deck. Even though a lot of the cards are at 1, it is like a toolbox kind of deck, so there's lots of different ways to access it. And, like, yeah, the set rotation was really sweet there. I don't know if I've, like, I've never seen it used in the battle phase like that in a Tempai Dragon strategy, but now with only 1 Sengen summoning, definitely seems smart to include something like that in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely want to see Sangan summoning as much as you can, but it's also been typical when you have access to plays with Sangan Kaiman during the battle phase that you would summon a Pydra, and Pydra will use its effect to set Sangan summoning, and you'd be able to destroy it that way, just to be able to find those lethal shots. And that is where the effect of Sangan summoning is so critical, because sometimes that's the only way to make a monster big enough to get all your hits through, because you have to waste so many attacks when they have a monster that large, something like Duo Drive, where you just don't get to actually get that damage through because you have to waste so many attacks just swinging into nothing.
Yeah, you definitely need to be able to get to Trident Dragon and double the attack for sure, because that's 18,000 points of damage. It's pretty much game over almost any field that you're facing down. But now David Keener will be the one who gets to choose who goes first. I feel like you got to let the Tempai Dragon strategy go first, even though like there's probably a lot more cards in their side deck that they're going to be putting in that potentially help them going first. We'll have to see.
I mean, from what we've seen already being in Francisco's deck, it's a lot of the Molcharmies, it's a lot of powerful spell cards, some Kashtira cards as well, but I think you can play into those relatively well. We've mainly only seen Fenrir. He doesn't necessarily play any others. Because I think in most of those situations, Fenrir wouldn't have searched another copy of Fenrir. There's a good amount of chances where a copy of Unicorn would have done a good amount there.
Yeah, I think what Francisco's going to be looking to do going first is open up with Herratic Seal, the Heavenly Seer's Path, and then use the effect when he can, and then chain one of the Molcharmies that he potentially draws, and try and find a way to navigate victory that way. Because if you're able to get to like a Heavenly Seer's and like have Fualis in your hand, that's not bad.
Yeah, definitely could be enough, but still giving you so many more potential ways to play through the game because of access to Fiendsmith cards. And you just want to be able to cut off all those spells. I think that's the biggest deal.
That's right. We're going to have to see how it plays out here in game number 3. Quick fist bump before the duel starts. And now I think we're going to see Francisco starting the game off.
Really limited amount of time on the clock here.
Yep. Still got 5.5, more than I thought we had, but still not too bad. Normal summon Dora Dora. That's not Snake Eye Ash, but it kind of looks like it.
It does very similar things.
Yes. On summon, it gets to add a level 4 lower Fire Dragon, so you can add Genroku, which is
yeah, Tenpai Dragon Poplar, yeah.
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Very similar to Snake Eye's Poplar.
But that's going to be met with Ash Blossom.
That could be huge if he doesn't have another way to get another dragon on the field. He could be stopping him from getting to Herratic Seal, but he has the set rotation. That's huge.
This is going to also cut off potential infinite impermanences from other points in the turn. But I think infinite impermanence might have... Actually, no, you would save that for the Hieratic Seal, right?
I think so, yeah, to force it out.
Sangan summoning is going to be critical here. Going to protect his monsters for the main phase.
And before Keener flips up the pressure plane and adds a Kashira monster from his deck to his hand.
Could happen.
Could happen. Unlikely, but could. Maybe in a different round. But yeah, so Sangan summoning is going to add Genroku, and then what does he discard?
I will discard.
Now you likely will want to get rid of like some... Okay, it's going to be a Tenpai Dragon. And summon out.
Yep. So he's gonna. So do you use the spheres to add back the thing and summoning to your hand? No, so you can resolve a Mulcharmy maybe? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, if you do, like, I don't think that's ideal for what you want to do. Okay, we're also going to be putting the Biden in the graveyard here.
Yeah, want to fill it up, have it ready just in case you need to summon back in a defensive situation.
Can be a little tricky, though, because the Sengen summoning does protect your fire dragons from monster effects, or from any card effects during the main phase, but it does not protect any dragon, so the sphere mode, it's not sphere mode, sorry, the hieratic seal will potentially be hit with Nibiru the Primal Being now. Which, I mean, is fine.
Yeah,
you still get to
still
summon
a
something
dragon.
from deck, but you lose that interaction.
Oh, but now he's the Genroku on the field too, so it looks like he might be foregoing being able to use a Mulcharmy.
Yeah, at least this. The key thing is to have Vajra and Chandra on the field during your opponent's battle phase.
Battle phase or main phase? I can't.
Main phase.
Okay. It's just 10 by monsters?
Yes,
Fire
Fire
dragons.
Dragon.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
You can tell Keener familiar with the 10 by Dragon strategy, but not like absolutely, because yeah, if you're practicing this tournament, it's probably a deck you didn't practice against, as it got, so many limitations on that last Forbidden Limited list.
Fiendsmith Engraver.
Gonna lead off with Fiendsmith Engraver, discards it from the hand to add a Fiendsmith spell or trap from the deck to the hand. Probably gonna be looking at Fiendsmith's Tract.
Yeah, it's a great start. You want to lead with your Fiendsmith cards as much as you can. Gives you full flexibility with your Ryzeal engine.
Activate Track. Yep. Activate the effect of seals.
Oh, chaining the seals now.
So he's going to chain everything. Yeah, he can chain the Genroku to tribute off the field. He can return his Sengen summoning. I think he made it.
I think the reason he's doing this is not to be able to activate an effect from hand, but I think the card he's going to summon from his deck is going to be really critical here.
Oh, yes. I didn't see this card in his side deck. Hopefully it is one that is coming out. An old favorite. An oldie but a goodie, as it were.
A problematic card even back in 2013.
It might have actually been in the decks in 2013.
Yeah.
It was actually a card people used back then as well. Hopefully we get to see it here in Game 3.
Resolve seals.
One of my favorite themes of all time. If you guys can guess at home, what card could he be summoning Spheres?
All right, so Chain Link 1 will be Hieratic Spheres, and because Lurie is optional for sure, right?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he will be able to get the Lurie here.
Yeah, so Lurie.
Chain Link 2.
Oh, Lurie is mandatory.
Oh, well, there we go.
Nice.
Works out for Francisco. He's going to get the Mulcharmy.
Oh,
so Fualo's being discarded too. He had so many cards on his field. Now he has none.
Genroku's installed, so let me resolve Genroku.
You're good.
he wants to summon it so bad. I love it. I want to see it. Bring
He's
it
waiting.
Out. Bring it out. No, he didn't side it in. No.
There's no way. There's no way.
No.
He didn't side it.
No.
Oh, he did not think he was going to go first. That's okay.
Resolve seals.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that was from the.
Oh,
no,
there it is.
there you go.
Okay. Yeah, you hear the crowd say, it's Quacky Miro Drago.
The way he slapped it back down in the graveyard, he knew.
I was so worried we weren't going to see it, and we're like alluding to it. I didn't want to like spoil it just in case he doesn't use it. But yeah, Quacky Miro Drago, while it's on the field, neither player can special summon light or dark monsters.
David's been in this position before. He knows what it's like.
I remember this from when I went to Worlds back in my day.
So you don't take battle damage?
David Keener was actually pretty young when he went to the World Championship, got second. I believe he might have been under 18 here even, if I remember correctly.
All right.
I don't know. Oh, Bonfire's met with Ash Blossom. Tough. Tough here for Keener. Only a minute on the clock. They got to play fast.
You can at least try to
normal
play.
Summon Perulia.
Yeah.
Normal summon Perulia.
Battle phase.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's going to attack
Okay.
over the 0/0 Drago.
Yes.
All right.
Activating Graver.
Yes.
Return this guy.
Okay. The entire Fiendsmith engine was cut off because of the Quick Mary Drago, and we're forced in main phase 2 here.
Perulia, with the smallest amount of attack points, still able to take down the Drago.
You know, anything's better than 0.
You're right.
This guy.
Draw.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
He's
so
under
under
for
Wallows.
wallows, too. Oh no, unfortunately this is probably going to end in a draw because nobody could do any damage.
Unless
But
there's
what a
something we
good
don't know
match.
about.
What a good match. I mean, yeah, he can finish his phase, so if he has something that can inflict damage.
I've seen Gaga Cowboy before.
I don't think so this time, but we'll see. Oh, overlay? Does he have it?
It's probably just going to be a duo drive.
Yeah, detonator's coming out.
Well,
But
you can't make detonator, but like it's okay.
he can't make the. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Time's called. He can make anything, and Unfortunately, going to end in a draw, but I'm actually pretty satisfied with this one ending in a draw.
Yeah.
I think both players played really well, but it was cool to see Francisco's Tempai Dragon deck.
That was legitimately a draw. Like there was
I think that is one of the most legit draws I've ever seen. Like neither of them deserved to lose this match. Like they both played well, both had some cool stuff. But yeah, I mean, seeing the Quackmere Drago come down from Francisco was really sweet. I mean, it's funny that you can have all those cards on your field but still find a way to activate the Fuwalos. Those are the cool tricks that Tempai Dragon can do nowadays, and it's fun to see it play out that way.
I think what we saw is how intentional Francisco's deck list was. It was designed to play this matchup, and every single play made sense for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the key part, main decking Ultimate Slayer was like fantastic. Like I'm gonna think about main decking now because like it also works against Malice pretty well in the same vein, where you're able to deal with like a Nightmare Griffin or something that's potentially locking you out of the game by just sending a Link Monster. I mean, Ultimate Slayer is an all-encompassing card for anything as long as you have the right monster to send from your extra deck to deal with on the field.
Powerful, flexible removal tool, yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful card, and it is a great one to include in your main deck this weekend, and I'm sure we're going to see more of it in the side decks coming up. But yeah, it is a draw, and so that means we're going to be probably talking to both our players, and I can't wait to hear from them. I really want to hear from David Keener, because like it's been so long since I talked to him. I mean, he may have been coming to events like, you know, throughout the past decade, but I haven't like personally had the chance to like see him in action. So it was really cool to see him back on the feature match stage. You know, coming second place in the World Championship. We both played at the World Championship. That's hard.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get even just into the World Championship, getting all the way to second place at the finals. You know, being one game away from that title, it's a whole lot of pressure. But the Fire Dragons have potentially taken it away from him one more time. At least only a draw this time, so we'll have to wait to see.
Yeah, I have to imagine when he saw his opponent play, he's like, dragons. Why did it have to be dragons? Not again. Please don't activate card destruction. Please, please. Oh, man, one of the most historic World Championship finals of all time. I mean, we've got to be there because it was in Las Vegas here in the United States. And I remember it like it was yesterday. An epic. I mean, the Worlds team we had that year was incredible. Some names that you like know: Steven Silverman, Patrick Hoban, Robert Boyajian, of course, the boy himself. I'll never forget him. He made top 8 as well. As on stage, he had like the United States flag.
The shorts,
so
yeah.
It was beautiful. Unfortunately, he lost to another Dragon Ruler player who was like playing a 44-card Dragon Ruler deck. At the time, we were like, why is he playing 44? But as the years went on, we started adding more cards to the deck. We realized 44 might be that sweet spot. You're not playing too many, and it's like just right.
I don't know if it's 44 exactly, but playing over 40 is definitely more reasonable when your entire deck searches itself.
Yeah, definitely, because you're not going to see multiple copies. Because now Yu-Gi-Oh! Has evolved. You have so many cards, you don't want to see the redundancies of them, and it's definitely a way to go. But that's like neither here nor there. It's just awesome to see, you know, Keener back in action. And yeah, don't discount Francisco. Both these players are from Pennsylvania. I do wonder if they've like played each other at regionals and stuff. Francisco said he just top 8'd the most recent Philly regional, which I think was the largest one they've ever had like 700 or something players, and now we're capped out this weekend. But I know you don't want to hear from me anymore, so let's go ahead and take it. Throw it away, Kangas. Let's hear from our 2 draw winners / losers of the round. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much, Billy. I'm on stage with both Francisco and David. First off, congratulations on an incredible match. The audience was loving it. Everything was, we were waiting on the edge of our seat. And Francisco, I want to start with you because we have to hear from both of you. First off, Tempai Dragons, explain why you wanted to play that deck, and then also, how does it feel to have such a close match?
Playing Tempai, it's still fun for me. It's challenging to, you know, fight through all the corrections that were made to it. I did really well with it back home in Philadelphia, and I wanted to try to, you know, convert some of that skill set. And what was the second question again?
And what did it feel like being up on stage in such a close match? The first game back and forth, it came down to time at the end.
Being in a feature match is amazing. I mean, it's nerve-wracking at first, but then the nerves turn into energy, and I get excited being able to perform in front of players. I love being able to entertain, and it's challenging in its own right, having to stick to the rules and the format of the feature match arena. So yeah, you know, and that added up as far as, you know, time goes, you know. So.
Well, you handled yourself well, so congratulations on that. Now, I gotta say, David, the Quackmere Draco coming down on the field. 2013, you were at WCS Finals. I believe that card was also played around that time. What was it like seeing that? Were you expecting it?
Well, I should have been expecting it, I guess. It's probably not that uncommon in there, but I was a backbreaker. I was hoping it wasn't coming for sure. So.
Well, it was a tie at the end of the day. How satisfied are you with that match, and what are your goals here at this YCS?
Yeah, it was a good match. It is what it is. I wish I could have played a little better in the second game, but it's been a while since I've been on the stage. I'm just trying to prove I'm not washed here.
All right, well, thank you so much. Congratulations, both of you. Again, once more, everybody, for an incredible match on the feature stage. We're going to throw it back over to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Hey, I'm out here doing. You may not know, I'm out here doing the same thing. I ain't washed either.
I renewed my tops. I got them back. I got them back.
He got to take a break on his top. I wish I could do the same. Unfortunately, I do love being here casting the rounds with you. But for all those, I get the question a lot. When are you going to start playing again, Billy? I do still play. I have a Malice deck, and it's quite good. But I still play as much as I can. I love to go to my local OTS and play with my friends when I can. But before we go to a break, we have a lot of cool things we want to talk about. There's always awesome stuff going on, so let's go ahead and talk about it. That's right, it's the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Speed Duel Main Event Series. And that beautiful first place came out with Don Zalug, one of the most iconic Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. So iconic he was a character in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, the anime. But you can show off your Speed Duel skills at this YCS public event, and this mat could be yours. But just know that even though after the Speed Duel Battle City Finals that just came out, the TCG Speed Duel product line is pausing for a rest. However, Speed Duel cards are always legal for the TCG play, and there will be continued OP support for Speed Duel with events like this, as well as other public events at YCS, so duelists can still continue to play the format, even though there's going to be a pause on the product line for now. We are still going to be continuing to support Speed Duels, and if you haven't checked it out, it's a lot of fun. The product itself, Battle City Finals, it's really cool. Play it out of the box. Comes with decks ready to go. If you want to play just a little quicker Yu-Gi-Oh, a little simpler Yu-Gi-Oh.
Like board game setting almost.
Sort of, yeah. And you can the skills are designed to be like your characters in the anime, so you can actually have anime duels with your friends. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't tried it out, I really think you should. But this was only round 3. We have 6 more rounds today before so many more rounds tomorrow. A lot of awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action, some great duels, some great duelists, and exciting Yu-Gi-Oh action. So stay tuned. We got round 4 coming up shortly.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
How does it feel to be competing at a YCS? I'm like an old retired veteran at this point. I'm used to it. I love it. It's why I show up every time still. But I'm chill. I'm in my element here, and I'm ready for it.
It's always been a great experience just to be here, see friends that you don't usually see, from all over the world, be able to meet new people and interact with others and see what they play and, share ideas. It's always great to be out of these events.
The intensity is to be at a YCS, to compete for it, it's the intensity. I feel the nerves. I've had the nerves all week, and I'm ready to finally have it out here today and start and do the process, and I'm hoping to get there. Day 2 first, top, and then try to win.
Feels like every other one, excited, ready to go.
It is very exhilarating. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous because it's my first YCS ever, and I see a lot of people here, a lot of talented people. So I'm really hoping that I can perform the best that I can here.
I lost count of how many times I've gone to YCS in the last 2 years, but coming to this YCS is the first YCS of the year, and I come to the YCS more than anything to say hi to friends, enjoy with friends, play some matches. Probably will never make top 8, but I just come out to just enjoy and see friends that I don't get to see often.
When it comes to believing in the heart of the cards, it has to be Ice Ryzeal, because that allows me to do my combo, and that's where, once I see it, I have peace of mind that we're about to win.
There's a card I'm top decking out of my deck. It's going to be Blackwing Blizzard, the Far North. That card has saved me so many times in a match that it just is a little game changer to the game, and in many cases actually ended the game because of just drawing it.
Right now, going second, probably Nibiru, the Primal Being, but going first, one of my starters, Malice, Dormouse, or White Rabbit. That's probably going to be what I'm going to need the most, and not Brick.
There's always one card that's never failed me when I have to draw it, and it's Triple Tactics Talent.
If there's any card I hope to top deck, it's typically a card that draws 2 more new cards. And because Pot of Greed is banned, it's Pot of Desires now.
I will definitely want to top deck either Pot of Prosperity, just to be able to dig into my outs, or Mystery Ritual, be able to ritual summon.
I'm on stage getting to know a couple more duelists here at the event. First off, introduce yourself to everybody at home.
Hi guys, Antonio, Malice Best Deck.
Welcome, Antonio. Might have an idea of what you're playing at the event, and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Jordan, Rescue Ace Best Deck. Everybody knows. Normal Summon Airlifter, let's go.
All right, I like Rescue Ace too. All right, Antonio, Jordan, we're gonna play a little game here together at YCS. I have a quiz for both of you. Now, we're going to have to determine who's going first because I have 5 questions. Whoever goes first, I'm going to ask a question, and then if you get the correct answer, you get a point. If not, your opponent has a chance to steal, and we're going to keep doing that, alternating until we get through all the questions. Whoever wins gets 3 OTS packs. Whoever doesn't still walks away with 1 for participating. Any questions before we get going? All right, let's do an honest rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first here. On shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. There we go. All right, Jordan gets it. That was down to the wire. All right, Jordan. These are all questions that relate to Supreme Darkness that just came out, the latest set. So, up first, you draw from Mulch Army Meowls when your opponent special summons from any blank or blank.
That's a hard one. I think it's Graver Banished.
Survey says yes, that is correct. All right, Jordan gets a point. Congratulations. Question number 2. Antonio, what level is Crystal Clearwing over Synchro Dragon?
12.
The scratch on the head to the immediate answer, and that's correct. 12 stars. Congratulations. 1 point for each. Good start. Question number 3. Supreme Darkness, from Supreme Darkness, finish the card name. Primite Dragon Ether blank.
Barrel. Barrel.
It is barrel. Correct. 2 points, 1 point. Okay, well, you're talking about easy. If you don't get this one, we'll see. Question number 4. What is the name of the monster on the cover of Supreme Darkness?
Evil Hero Neos Lord.
That is correct. Evil Hero Neos Lord. 2 and 2. Jordan, if you get this next one correct, you walk away with the 3 OTS packs because you won the rock, paper, scissors to go first. If you lose, Antonio, you have a chance to steal. It's down to the wire. One final question. What theme can you find in Supreme Darkness that involves coin tosses?
Arcana Force.
That is correct. Arcana Force, congratulations. That means you are the winner of 3 OTS packs. Give it up for Jordan, everybody. Antonio, thank you for playing. Here's yours. Good luck in the rest of the YCS. You said Malice?
Nah.
No, okay. As a fan, not as what you're playing. Rescue Ace, right?
10 Pie Fiends with Castira.
All three. All right, that'll do us here on the stage. We're going to send it back to a break.
and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Orlando, where it has been like some crazy duels so far. We were watching the last one behind the scenes, and just seeing that Kawaki Meru Drago come out, wow, it just gets you tongue-tied just thinking about it.
Yeah, that card's always been the best friend of Spears for quite a while now. I remember back 3 years ago when Dragon Link was really a popular deck, we would see that as a card that would be played against branded strategies, for example.
Just really powerful, and again, in a format, we've been talking about Malice, we've been talking about Ryzel, and some of the most powerful cards in both of those decks are light and dark. So it shows you there's a lot of stuff just out there, and the competitive field, still early in the tournament, so I'm just trying to give you hope but not cope. There's a lot of really diverse decks out there.
It looks like now we're up to 2274, so almost a little bit under 2,300 players here in attendance.
And looks like we're going straight to the stage here in just a moment for Kangas to introduce our duelist. Again, showcasing some very interesting deck types. We'll find him soon.
Yeah, we have 262 undefeated players. We'll have 2 of them in the feature match area here in just a moment. Let's have Kangas interview and introduce those players.
For our next round feature match, up first in the blue chair from Nashville, Tennessee, he wants to shout out his OTS store, TNLG. It's the Dapper Duelist, Robert Schwarzentrover. And his opponent today in the red chair from Rochester Hills, Michigan. He's a prosecuting attorney ready to lay down the law on his opponent, Saith Kaldi. Duelists already on stage. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Oh, it's the lawyer that is not in the suit, right? But man, is the Dapper Duelist dapper. But we've got quite the matchup here. It is going to be at Fallen of Elbaz, right? Versus the Mermail Atlanteans, and it'll be really cool to see the water stuff actually on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Mermail Atlantean deck got a couple new inclusions in Supreme Darkness. We have Sidra, the Storming Atlantean, which it does look like Saith is playing at least one copy of in his main deck. We actually sometimes even see that card in non-Mermail Atlantean strategies because of its utility, but one copy included here. We, of course, also have Destroy the Atlantean Spirit.
We've also talked a lot about how this format has so many different bestials, you know, hungry for those light and dark monsters. And we were just talking about Kawaki Meru Drago. By playing water, you just kind of opt out of that, right? You're not predated upon by any of those monsters.
Yeah, so we're going to actually see a couple Bestial monsters. Bestial Serenair, one that we didn't see in previous strategies in the branded deck out of Robert, which certainly won't line up quite as well as maybe perhaps in some of the other matchups this weekend. We'll need to see those Bestials used for value within his own engine, which does technically happen. Bestial Serenair obviously is the reason why he's incorporating into his deck, is because it has always functioned well with branded cards. So we'll see how that ends up lining up.
Real Duelists are just kind of getting settled in here, shuffling, and yeah, he really is the Dapper Duelist. I mean, that is quite the suit there, but completely locked in, right? The smile that he had before on his introduction has wiped away as he is just here to focus. Robert and Saith getting ready to start.
So this is going to be one of those matchups where the extent of non-engine cards that you're able to incorporate in your deck obviously kind of counteracts the combo-centric nature of both of these decks. You know, most branded players really want to see a hand of 5 or 6 engine cards if possible, which is why typically branded strategies don't incorporate a ton of hand interactions. It actually looks like that's a theme for both of these players, who are instead main decking both 3 copies of Fualos and 3 copies of Perulia to kind of plan against going second, and then relying quite a lot on their engine.
Certainly does help that Mermails have been almost infamous for being able to go second, and so with both decks being able to either set up a board or counteract their opponent's strategy, it's going to be a great game 1 as we go into round 4 here at YCS Orlando.
Evan, I'm going to go second.
I'll take first.
Oh, wow, that was a decision to go second.
Interesting.
Robert.
And it's what I figured.
All right, well, let's see the opening statement here from Saith as he gets ready to play some Mermail Atlanteans.
Draw. Yep. Standby.
Yeah, so it looks like Robert is main decking cards like Evenly
that's not
Matched,
good for me.
Super Polymerization, Triple Tactics, Talent, and Thrust. So there's a combination of cards that make it so that it looks like he's gone into this weekend choosing to go
Yep.
second.
Sadly, it does.
We'll now be able to watch, though, Atlantean Mermail basically play uninterrupted.
Definitely does help there as we start off with Neptibus, go ahead and sending some waters to the graveyard there for some additional sending. Just cool to see that this deck has stuck it out. And, you know, and when Rage of the Abyss first came out, we didn't see a lot of Water Duelists just jump out. But now as it's gotten additional support through the most recent set, Supreme Darkness, Poseidra really helps the deck along.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see at least one activation of Dragoons. You know, Dragoons is one of those older cards that's not limited to once per turn, so it's really a matter of how many times can we actually get it to resolve in this one single turn. It actually also looks like, just to comment, a beautiful collection of Quarter Century Secret Rares. So one after the other here.
Just max rarity. He came here to make, again, a statement.
So we've seen one activation of Dragoons. We're now going to be going into a second. Presumably this will be for a copy of Bahamut Shark. Absolutely. Now I imagine he's going to detach the Dragoons to get another effect, and probably summon a Quarter Century Secret Rare. Totally awesome.
Man, he does not miss a beat. Looks like he's thinking about the next options there, kind of slowed down since he got the core part of the strategy out, and feels pretty good because you're no longer susceptible to too many effects, with Totally Awesome threatening to stop them.
So it looks like this is that single copy of Poseidra the Storming Atlantean that I commented on, which is going to allow him to send a water from his hand to the grave. Oh, it's actually TS that he'll be summoning. All these Quarter Century Secret Rares. It's tough to keep track.
Oh yeah, very shiny, hard to read there, but...
This is going to add him a copy of Squad, Shadow Squad to his hand.
Yep.
He now has 5 waters, so now he's going to be special summoning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So time for Delinquent Duo.
So one of the drawbacks of playing a deck that relies exclusively on hand exclusively on board breakers as opposed to hand interactions is, look at that, we just lost an evenly matched and a triple tactics talent, right? You choose to go second, and you just lost 2 of the best cards at breaking a board possible. You know, sometimes if your opponent just establishes a field with negates and other forms of interaction like destruction or banish effects, 6 cards can sometimes break through that if you have your board breakers. But if you're playing against a strategy like the Mermaid Atlantean strategy, that between Mooling Glacier and Deep Sea Minstrel, the combination of both of those cards ripping your hand apart can just be too much to come back from.
It certainly is there as we keep going here, saying goodbye to Infinite Permanence, performing another Xyz summon here. Haven't seen the Abyss Dweller yet.
So we see Shadow Squad go up to a level 7, and now this is the first time we're going to see Abystrite, the Atlantean Spirit. Or sorry, Sprite? No, Spirit. My apologies.
Hey, it's a brand new card.
But we are going to see going on top.
Some really interesting stuff. Again, the level modulation certainly helping out there because most of your Mermail and Atlantean Xyz have been historically 7 there, so perfectly designed card.
And now we're able to discard in order to revive from the graveyard. With Poseidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Lord. We're going to bring out multiple of the Mermails or Atlanteans back from the graveyard.
Let them back on in.
So now we're seeing some of the inclusions in terms of spell and trap cards, which actually I'll be quite honest and say is not playing a large quantity of. He's playing just a single copy of Abyss Sting. It's interesting kind of going into this weekend, we saw some of the newer Abyss trap cards potentially becoming popular. Some ones that, for example, allow you to draw cards, but that's not what Sethas has decided this weekend. He's just going with Sting, the equipped.
Well, he left a spot for himself there to play the Abyss Sting Trianian, go ahead and bring back his monster and equip it immediately, but it looks like that's not going to stay on the field too long either. Because I was talking about Abyss Dweller, I think, for 2/4s? No, we're going for another Bahamut Shark. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what's better than one Totally Awesome?
That too, that's right.
He is, in fact, playing both copies of Totally Awesome with the 2 copies of Bahamut Shark, so this is about as ideal as you can make it. We had 2 cards ripped out of the hand. We now have multiple copies of Totally Awesome. I guess one thing just to kind of think about big picture is what type of board breakers he's afraid of. And he really hopes not to see something like Dark Ruler no more maybe could be something that would be challenging for him to play through. He'll probably have the Shrine in his graveyard as a form of interaction on the opponent's turn. Or Shrine the Atlantean Spirit.
Interesting to see the Lizard Haggardos.
But if his opponent's relying on evenly matched and talents, the double Totally Awesome is just going to be huge. Because he can obviously just negate those 2 power spell, power trap cards that he might be relying on.
Oh, and goodness, look at the backup there. We've got the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I swear I saw an Infinite Permanent set as well, so this is going to be a tough first turn
that would have been
for
really
Robert.
crazy. Yeah, my main.
Well, I think he just drew a Mulch Army.
Maybe a little too late. But he's going to activate something.
Those need to be 4 very powerful cards, and I do think that Robert should consider if he realistically can get through 2 Totally Awesomes, because if he cannot, it might not be worth actually showing the deck that he's playing, but again, we'll see.
Certainly something that you have to think about as a competitor is, yes, every individual duel counts, but you also need to think about the clock, right? You know, if you can't find a winning position now, there's no shame in conceding so that you can just save that for the next duel. And if you had conceded early, you wouldn't have given any information away, right? No side decking if you don't know what you're up against. But, well, maybe Robert still thinks he has a chance, and looks like Ash Blossom Joy Spring is going to stop that chance for the Fusion deployment to bring anything out.
And it makes sense because he has 2 Totally Awesomes to 2 cards in hand, and he can just negate both of them.
That's a shame, and it seems like Robert has conceded scooping up his cards, and he's going to have to go into game 2 here.
Especially if you're playing a strategy that's a little bit under the radar, which a branded strategy certainly is in this particular format. If you can leave that as private information heading into game 2, obviously you don't want to lose game 1, but if it's the option of revealing that I'm playing this with really no realistic way of winning, or conceding a little bit early, maybe perhaps the concession there I could have perhaps concealed. Because now the concern here is Robert now is able to go into his, well, rather, Seth is able to go into his side deck with knowledge that it's one of the more kind of off-the-radar matchups this weekend.
Well, I mean, off the radar, I certainly think that Mermail Atlantean feels pretty off the radar too, but that was a masterclass. You could just re-watch, you know, the video on demand of that duel and really understand how much bounce of the ounce you can get out of the new water cards. And, you know, it shows that there are a lot of decks. I know I said that earlier. We're trying to give you hope, not cope, because in the tournament, we've still seen people doing well with things like Azamina White Forest, obviously Mermail Atlantean. We got to see Tenpai recently. There's even some Mimigul duelists who are hanging on. So a lot of different strategies, but we'll have to see what rises up as we continue through the tournament.
Yeah, looking at just kind of the way Seth has built his Mermail Atlantean deck, I'm really impressed by the fact that he's been able to incorporate, you know, multiple copies of Ash Blossom, 3 copies of Fuwalos, 3 copies of Corellia, plus Infinite Impermanence, plus Dominus Impulse. He actually has a pretty robust and interaction lineup you might not necessarily always see in some of these Atlantean Mermail strategies. You know, going into the weekend, there were some packages like the Exegard with the new critical counter trap that some players have been incorporating into these strategies. But when you incorporate a card like critical, the counter trap, you're adding a card that you don't necessarily want to draw. So by cutting back on some of those cards and instead of maybe increasing the ceiling, kind of just sticking to the main game plan of these Mermail Atlanteans are probably good enough. And if I cut back on some of these less than desirable draws, I can fit more of these non-engine cards into my deck like Ash Blossom, and it might give me a little bit more flexibility when I have to go second. Because clearly we just saw there that when this deck goes first, in uninterrupted, which is a little bit unique from the specific branded strategy, but uninterrupted, the Mermail Atlanteans can stick with any deck out there right now.
You certainly can. That is just an incredible showing there. But now it's going to be interesting to see if Robert chooses to go first or second, right? He clearly is comfortable going second, but he just got to see the full power of, again, uninterrupted Mermails and Atlanteans. And branded players, you're right, they do have to focus mostly on engines. So as he just quietly shuffles to himself there, he's going to have to think, okay, what do I do? What do I do?
I'm curious if he's going to choose to go second again. It's really difficult, specifically against Mulan Glacia, to choose to go second again.
All right, so players standing by. Going to go ahead and get their hands ready.
He has 3 Solemn Judgments in his side deck. Robert does, our branded player. I have to assume that because those are in his deck, he is conceding that he will eventually have to go first. And in doing so, maybe potentially here in this game, knowing that Mulan Glacia is such a big threat, he will actually elect to go first, which is counterintuitive relative to what we saw in the previous game.
Paying 4,000 life points to keep options in your hand like evenly matched. That's honestly a decent deal.
Yeah, he can easily cut his evenly matched. He could potentially cut his triple tactics count down a little bit. Obviously, the 6 small charmers he's playing, he needs to cut. But we'll see. It'll be very soon for us to find out whether or not he's going first or second.
All right, well, we're getting here into game 2 against round 4. Day is not even halfway over.
All right. Good luck, boss. Oh. Yeah.
Well, it actually looks like here that Seth has a copy of Mulcharmy.
Sure.
Looks like Fuwalos. So that does indicate that he intended on Robert going first. There's always that question back and forth of who is going to go first after somebody elects to go second in game 1. So it's interesting to see that Fuwalos, which would have obviously not been an ideal draw had he been required to go first, here actually mattering quite a bit. But it looks like our branded player Robert is going to begin with Guiding Quem the Virtuous. It's one of my favorite kind of branded Despia-based cards.
Certainly is. Ecclesia's understudy there is just as powerful. And interesting that, you know, with Saith, they mentioned he was a prosecuting attorney, so he's really following the game plan and applying it to dueling. It's one thing to know how to play your own deck. It's another to know how your opponent plays. But then to go one step further to know your opponent is electing to go first after they saw that strong showing. Good stuff.
So this gives off the indication to me that he potentially has access to a Serenir effect, which can be done a few different ways in the branded strategy in order to dump the Retribution to the graveyard to add the fusion back to his hand. You know, that's one of the main reasons why you would be sending it. Okay, this is alternatively another pathway forward. The Thrust setting the fusion deployment. Oh, sorry, duplication.
Duplication, yeah. Makes sense, though. I mean, he didn't get to branded fusion this turn. Why not try next turn?
Usually an indicator that his hand's actually a little bit weaker than maybe he would have wanted. That's kind of unfortunate. So
this is down to the wire. There's a possibility the duel could end right here if Saith is able to just clear the field and just pounce through with his water monsters. So let's see what Mermail Landings has in store.
His hand is either weaker or he elected just not to give him any Fuwalos draws, which also would make a lot of sense here. Absolutely. But here we have one of the original Mermails, Abyss Spike, discarding the Shadow Squad, which is going to allow him to search a level 3.
Let's go. Let's think here. Yeah, that's fine.
Robert deciding to let it go, but almost telegraphing that he may have a reaction of some kind.
Yeah, certainly it seemed like he was about to say that something was going to happen there, but he's allowing both of these effects to resolve. So we have Bishrine, and then we have to the field, Neptibus.
Yeah, let's see if the Prince can become the King of Atlantia here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and use the effect. Sending for cost.
Of course, Dragoons. Activation number 1 of Dragoons this turn.
Well, this might be a turn where he definitely has to use it multiple times. Those face-down cards could still be threatening. We know at least one of them is fusion duplication, so it's all about the timing.
We're going to negate this again.
Okay.
I don't know why
yeah, we can't try Brigade Mercurier just yet. So seeing a little bit into the future of Robert there, he clearly wants to use fusion duplication in order to bring out a fusion monster, including Fallen of Valbaz, and then use the Tri-Brigade Mercurier.
No, understandable, yeah.
But nothing's happened yet except giving a little bit of information away, so he's got to keep those nerves in check if he's going to proceed.
It's actually a pretty big piece of information, all things considered, because the branded Despia deck doesn't typically have a lot of hand interactions, except literally that one card, I guess minus the Bystials, but the Bystials against a water-based deck aren't necessarily ideal interactions anyway, so that is honestly just about the only card in his hand that could be giving away information here.
Well, he might have a Bystial technically if he was able to resolve fusion duplication, use the Brand of Fusion, get some Light and Darks in the graveyard, and his opponent does control monsters, but you're right that Tri-Brigade Mercurier is huge, and it's going to maybe give a little bit of insight for Saith to change his game plan here.
On res, we're going to...
Oh, it seems like now's the time.
So it's going to copy the effect.
We're going to try to use the effect to copy Brand of Fusion here.
I will say that is one of my favorite pieces of new technology in the branded strategy. It's been around a little bit while now, but I remember when that card first was printed, Fusion Duplication, one of my close friends is a huge fan of branded. And I asked him, like, are you playing the new card from the set? He's like, well, I don't think there are any new cards. And said, I'm like, oh, are you sure? Have you read this one? You have Thrust in your deck. And his mind, he was just so excited.
Well, speaking of excited, unfortunately, Robert is going to get a small procedural or minor for the illegal activation of the Tri-Brigade Mercurier, but that's just a warning, but just to keep you guys in the know. All right, well, we are going to bring out Albion here, so it might be time for some fusion. Albion is going to be Chain Link 1, Guiding Quem is going to be Chain Link 2.
Yep, so this will bring back the Blazing Cartasia from the graveyard. So he's actually threatening multiple fusion summons. What's sometimes annoying just in general is it's really awesome to be able to kind of use Albion and then chain Cartasia if Cartasia is on the field, and then kind of be able to sort of double up the fusion summoning. It's just simply not how the turn played out.
Okay.
But are some of the kind of interesting interactions that this type of strategy can sometimes do.
So Albion, looks like goodbye Fallen of Valbaz, and the other material is that Tri-Brigade Mercurier. Okay, might as well give it up since we know it's there.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if the threat of it is worth more, but I guess we don't have full information.
Chain Link 2 Mercurier to search since he was banished.
Oh, that's fair. Getting additional resources there to maybe really push during the sort of opening of the game state and fuse and fuse and fuse. So this time adding Albion the Shrouded Dragon from the deck to the hand. And it could be using that as a fusion material right now. Maybe Light and Darkness Dragon Lord could be coming our way. I mean, the fusion materials are definitely out there.
Already used the Cartesia, so we'll Send back this Albaz, and we'll send back this Cartesia. Or Quinn.
Oh, okay, something different this time. Albaz and Cartesia making
Sanctifier.
Sanctifier.
Without its best friends.
In a new chain now?
I mean, it's been a while, but yes, Gimmick Puppets will do anything for their fans. But what instead is he going to use the effect here? Maybe bring back Fallen of Albaz to try to fuse at one of his opponent's monsters? There's not a lot of intersection there with water monsters, that's for sure.
He does play Edo, the Supreme Magical Force.
Oh.
So he doesn't quite yet have one of the best friends in the graveyard, but that
would
soon could be happening here.
It would be tough for sure.
Because what we're going to see here is the Granganol hit the field. And then our friend Granganol.
Oh, wow. So finding another back end into this doorway, right? Being able to open up the deck, send Edo, the Supreme Magical Being, to the graveyard. See if you're right here as it goes into the deck.
Oh, he went first this game.
Oh, yeah, there's the Edo.
What is even more fascinating is it was in fact in his main deck, Edo, the Supreme Magical Force, which is typically something that you would see if you wanted to go first, even though in the first game he won the Dar roll and elected to go second. So maybe his plan is to break the board and then Edo on essentially the third turn of the game, and then actually conduct the attacks necessary to win on the fourth turn.
Like a little checkmate. Oh, the Dominus Impulse at just the right time.
What an interesting interaction there. We have the Impulse from hand with a Solemn Judgment to negate it, and now we have Edo on board, which is going to lock out Safe.
Safe just saying objection, Your Honor, and unfortunately Robert had a response, so the Solemn Judgment will cut that off and make Edo lock this water turn completely down because, well, you're not summoning any monsters anymore.
At least he had the courtesy of using a quarter-century secret to match the rest of his deck.
He planned it just for this. This
Yes.
is the high rarity, Edo, so that your deck doesn't lower its standards, right? Jokes aside here, though, it looks like we are going to enter the battle phase, and just a little peck on the cheek there from Abyss Spike.
See, the problem is this loop here is going to just allow him to attack the Edo and then kind of continue on this process.
Certainly makes sense, and I know a lot of Branded fans, they exist out there, and they're probably cheering at the screen as hard as they can.
Right, you would think you could just shift the Edo to attack mode and attack into an attack position monster on the next turn when you're able to shift it, but then just special summon back again. So this is a very difficult sort of lock to break out of, especially because Sanctifier has protection itself.
I do really love the Branded strategy because, and I'm sure I'm going to get some flack from the chat on this, it feels like medieval hero, right? It's a very fusion-centric strategy that is mostly engine in the deck and trying its best to squeak out a win no matter what. And that's exactly what Robert is doing here, using the fusion duplication, getting the Branded fusion. Look at all those fusions that he didn't even summon during his own turn.
I will say I loved some of the early iterations of Branded that relied on Guardian Chimera.
Oh,
just
yeah.
that, branded red, bringing back Guardian Chimera, the advantage that you would generate there. That was kind of right after the Fallen of Albaz structure deck had been printed, right after some of those early variations of the deck, before maybe we had Sanctifier and some of the latter Fallen of Albaz fusion monsters. Kind of remind me a little bit of almost Gladiator Beast Gyzarus, that multiple destroy effects on your opponent's turn.
Oh, well, looks like we're actually going to concede here and move on to the next game.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
Duelists chatting amongst themselves.
It's
like,
really
I don't blame you.
Quite something to see that just Quem set duplication was a sufficient enough combination of cards. I was thinking that maybe perhaps he was going to activate Serenair. Sometimes you see Branded in High Spirits, which Robert only has one copy of. They can get that Serenair into the graveyard, which then dumps the Retribution that you can then banish to add the fusion back. But no, it in the graveyard with duplication with a Quem on field was sufficient enough to actually still establish Edo, the Supreme Magical Force.
Now both duelists kind of locked in here. They know that they're capable. That's what I love about Game 3. It is best 2 out of 3, and sometimes it is just 2-0. But when both duelists not only know each other's decks, but get sort of a peek at what it looks like as a good day to be them, right? When you can fuse all that stuff and push your opponent out with the Edo, the Supreme Magical Being, or in the same way, from Sate's perspective, just rain down those water monsters. And we're going to be in for a good one here, but I'm curious to see as Saith is too as he looks out to the crowd.
So in terms of kind of the strategy for Saith, this is great for him. He's playing 3 copies of Forbidden Droplet in his side deck, which if they were not in that previous game are absolutely going to come in now. One of the, you'd look at Edo and you'd look at, let's say, Gimmick Puppet, and you'd say, well, it's basically the same thing. There are a few exceptions. If you can get rid of the Edo from your field, it eliminates the restriction that is placing on you. Whereas with Gimmick Puppet, creates this lingering effect. There's just nothing you can do. Forbidden Droplet, paying the cost, can send the Ito to the graveyard. In addition to that, it would just also allow you to negate an otherwise untargetable Sanctifier. So the fact that he has Droplet in his side deck, if perhaps was not in his deck in the previous game, it is absolutely entering into his deck here. And you have to imagine, after seeing the Blazing Cartesia in Game 1, that you would assume that your opponent was playing this type of strategy, because Ito really is the most logical replacement for the Lost Gimmick Puppet. But if it wasn't in there in the second game, it is assuredly going to be in there, even going first here. Those droplets are going in because it just gives you that backup plan in case Ito hits the board again, in which you might otherwise not really have a realistic out.
The Forbidden Droplet has certainly been a boon to a lot of different duelists, and it comes in and out of the format, but there's just been some very creative use cases here lately, and this is no exception, right? I think I'm going to end up starting to use that card again more. But duelists are just kind of locked in, waiting here, just the calm before the storm, right? The rage of the abyss that is the Mermail gameplay. It's possible that if Saith chooses to go first and just gets to play uninterrupted again, we could see a Mulan Glacier rip the chances away.
Yeah, he is definitely going to choose to go first here because of that aspect of his strategy. I mean, he also has Dimensional Barrier in his side deck, which, since the moment Branded was printed, has been a great side deck choice.
Just call Fusion, and unless they're splashing in some rituals or something with the Dogmatica package, there may not be any hope.
I think we're going to see potentially a Minstrel, which is another one of just the really powerful opening plays out of these water-based strategies, allowing a peek at the opponent's hand. I don't know if that's a Dragoons that's going to be oh, it absolutely is. So he's main decking 1 copy of Deep Sea Minstrel and siding 2 additional copies. Makes sense that when you go first, you want to bump it up to 3, get a nice look at your opponent's hand.
Speaking of which, all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, it's all engine. There is that Call by the Grave. That's a little bit more protective. I could imagine, just because of the redundancy. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. That hand doesn't do anything that you can't deal with naturally, especially because you're going to potentially get 2 more rips with Moonland Glacier this turn. So by getting rid of the Albion, you're hedging against a fresh draw. You know, your opponent's going to draw for their turn naturally. This way, there's only 1 unknown card. This could have potentially entered into the next turn where there are multiple unknown cards. So I really like getting that over there for right now.
Yeah, definitely some great insight.
You don't want it in the graveyard for Moonland Glacier. It actually has some type of incremental effect.
Yeah, you certainly don't want them to be able to send any cards from their deck to the graveyard, because that could be anything that could really harm Saith's chances here. But he's doing great as he continues play here, takes a brief pause to think about what's next. Obviously, waters in the graveyard are important here, but let's go back in the deck and see what else we can grab.
YCS competitors, if you would like to enter for a chance to win an adorable Rescue Rabbit plush, please locate one of the
All right, so we're going to go ahead. Oh, and there it is. Uh-oh. Mulan Glacier is back, and there's 4 waters. Let's see if we can get a 5th. There's 6 technically right now.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. The water deck can manipulate the numbers with ease.
Probably like the strongest graveyard manipulation for numbers like that since Dark Arm Dragon back in the day, but that was then, this is now. Let's see what we got.
So now we see 5, but he's going to elect to go into Bahamut Shark. Potentially is valuing putting Toad on the field. Now he actually just knows the hand. He doesn't even need to. He's just going to summon the Moonland Glacier. This is great because it actually gives him the information of what the 2 cards are that will be hit. That way he can kind of plan out the rest of his turn accordingly.
That one twice.
So he's keeping the order here. 4. Okay, there we go. There's our cards. It looks like, what are we losing?
Yep.
Ooh, a Luber. That's going to hurt.
So Call By and Branded Fusion. So
and that's still good. That sounds like a great Branded start, but with the Toad out there, maybe not so much.
No, this is gonna check. Well, I will say the Call by the Grave can actually stop Totally Awesome, so he's gonna need to establish double Totally Awesome so that he can Totally Awesome the Branded Fusion and then Totally Awesome the Call by the Grave on the Totally Awesome.
So Totally Awesome, so you can Totally Awesome with your Totally Awesome. Got it.
Yeah, we need double Totally Awesome layers here, but I don't think that that's gonna be much of a difficulty based on what we saw in Game 1. Now this is Dragoons resolving. Bistius, sending away Poseidra, storming Atlantean.
Quest continues here.
He's going to put Abyss Shrine to his hand. Now we're going to potentially Link Summon.
And to a degree, Robert, as he stares down at this field, really has to be thinking, okay, what cards could I draw that could actually get through this when I've just got Branded Fusion and Called by the Grave? It's going to be pretty difficult, especially if there's that second Totally Awesome, and I think that is the direction we're headed. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, we have Coral bringing back the Shadow Squad. Looks like he actually naturally drew the Abyss Sting, so he won't be able to search it sort of for free throughout this turn, but I don't think that that's going to matter too much.
Not at the level in which he's gaining resources here.
So now he's using the Shadow in order to raise its level to 7 so that it can match.
Angel Gonzalez. Jason Jeffrey Leonard and Miguel Angel Gonzalez. Please come up to see the judges at the main event stage.
Just piling it on. Oh, and then immediately Link summoning off too. Interesting, just to pile the water monsters in the graveyard there. But
yeah, he's
worth
able
it.
to trigger the discard for 3 by doing this.
Again, Robert just fusion materials and a prayer. Could be Dark Roller no more, right? Maybe something he's looking forward to, or some other board-breaking card that just cannot be stopped. As he stares down Mermail King Neptibus, just waiting for what's next. Gang's all here, just terminating chain links. Gonna do chain link 1 is going to be the King Neptibus. Ooh. So did lose a Dominus Impulse there, but may not even be necessary.
Yeah, I think he's going to have enough just without any additional points of interaction like Impulse, especially because he has the Toad.
Well, he is keeping this turn going as he tries to prove his deck beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's just a matter of getting that second Toad on the field, like I mentioned, because he actually just outright knows the 2 cards in hand.
So definitely got the Abyss Sting back, which is helpful. And going to go ahead and free up a Monster Zone here as he no, Link summons, okay.
No, and he was able to exceed summon earlier in the turn with Milling Glacia. Ooh, oh no. I think he may have just realized a mistake just based on his body language.
Not feeling quite as strong, you're right.
So now here comes the Sting, which is going to allow him to special summon back. Probably going to be another level 4. Yeah, okay. So now here's going to be another copy of Bahamut Shark, you have to imagine. Okay,
Toad to Toad.
Yep, now here's the second Toad.
It does show you the power of 2 Totally Awesomes for sure. Like, you understand what the checkmate of this deck can be.
Is that just a follow-up Neptibus? Yep. I was curious if he was going to find a way to kind of compensate for that Albion that's going to return back during the end phase.
It's like a Hazard Ligados for the draw again. And one more. Didn't quite see what it was.
Ooh, it looks like it may have been an impermanence.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. I mean, obviously, you got to set it at this point, but just going to move our banishments over there so that they don't get mixed up. Seems like we set the imperm.
So he's done what we wanted, which is that double Toad. I guess the Albion now is going to return to hand. Yeah, so there is the potential now. You know, I said that he could cut off his draws. With it returning back to his hand, he actually is now going to be able to use that to draw a new fresh card.
All right, Robert, let's see. Show us the power of Fallen of Albaz.
Sometimes these strategies can find ways of actually getting that banished card out of the banished pile. It wasn't the case here. And Albion is going to be able to send that Retribution for potentially free value and a fresh draw. So it really comes down here to what these 2 new fresh cards are.
Is he going to respond?
Okay, that's good.
Counting cards there, making sure that Safe Memory is working, but looks like we'll draw 1.
We'll go.
Very careful. Just doing it, Brand of Fusion, let's go.
So there's 1 Toad activation. Here's the called by.
Yep. All according to plan.
Yep, the Toad on the call by. Set both. That's actually wild because it cuts him off the Retribution.
Oh, it does because he's not able to add it back. Very smart. We got to make sure those cards come back, though. They are using the same color sleeves.
One of the parts about this deck that I really love is when you use Toad because of the Bishrine in your graveyard, you can sometimes pick up Atlantean or Mermails that you can then use for points of interaction. You know, Heavy Infantry wasn't used in that previous turn, but it is in Sate's deck, so sometimes you can add it back to your hand here so that you can use that Shrine effect during your opponent's turn. Get that extra draw, but you also discard a card to the graveyard, potentially drawing into hand interactions, but then also getting the actual interaction on the opponent's turn right then and there. Curious if he's just going to choose to do anything. Nope, doesn't look like it.
It is kind of funny that with all the great new water support, it got him here, but the stars have been cards that have been out for ages, right? Bahamut Shark and Totally Awesome showing how powerful they are. Adding back the Abyss Sting Triania for later turns if we get that far, but now Robert's going to play.
Yeah, he has all the follow-up he would ever need.
Ooh, is this going to be the fusion deployment just trying to bring out Fallen of Albaz, or are we going to go for somebody else instead? It looks like Grand Guignol, so I believe we got Blazing Cartesia at the ready.
So even though he naturally drew the Sting and wasn't able to search it on the previous turn, he was at least able to use the Neptibus for value here on the opponent's turn. Now, one of the cool interactions is you really only need one Abyss Equip spell to be able to essentially use it as much as you want, as long as Neptibus sits around, as we saw here.
Safe thinking for a moment there.
Attempt red will target the Aluber that's engraved.
We're going to add it back to the hands. Haven't normal summoned yet.
Yeah. So he might not actually fusion.
I feel like normal summon the Aluber, the Jester of Despia to try to add a branded spell or trap is just such a very strong way to get back in the duel here, or at least force your opponent to try to push back against you. He's definitely got safe thinking. So many cards in hand, by the way, and so many on the field. It shows you, again, resource management. Neptibus is a good king, a great leader.
So the Retribution can at least reset the Brandon in red also during the next turn. So it'll be interesting if he chooses to fusion it. He's not. So this is also useful here because obviously now the Blazing Cartesia kind of checks the Infinite Impermanence. I think Saith is considering here that Shrine that I had mentioned in the graveyard to see if he can get an additional draw. He doesn't have heavy infantry, so he doesn't have an interaction in his hand. So he might just be doing it to get a fresh draw to see if that produces an interaction. Yeah, this is the Shrine that had been in his graveyard. Looks like he's going to probably discard Dragoons that he had added back to his hand, or that had been in his hand. Oh no, okay, it's going to be Neptibus. This is going to allow him to draw, and this is going to activate the effect.
Specials from grave.
Neptibus to special summon from the grave. It's going to put Poseidra on the field. And this is going to allow him to bounce the Blazing Cartesia back to his hand. So this is actually really phenomenal. And I kind of had forgotten that Poseidra had been in the graveyard. So this is going to force him that if he wants to use Blazing Cartesia,
Cartesia will attempt to chain the card.
yeah, he's going to have to do it right now, which he has the Infinite Impermanence for. Then the Alibur would hit the field and resolve, but I'm not sure if he'd be able to do anything with Branded Fusion.
Oh, we are going to just let it go. No infinite permanence here, so here's Grand Guignol. Here's the issue, though. Look at those hands clasped together on Robert's side. He seems to have nothing else, so that infinite impermanence really could shut this whole thing down.
That's assuming it was, in fact, Infinite Impermanence that we saw. I believe that's what he has set, but, you know, we'll soon out.
I mean, with 4 cards face down, it may be there somewhere, right?
Well, 2 of them are Called by the Grave and Branded Fusion.
Oh, man, so powerful.
What's actually fascinating is how much Branded Fusion, or sorry, rather, Called by the Grave would actually check the Branded and red on the following turn.
But we're not there yet, so we're going to take a look. I think Grand Guignol is going to get to resolve.
So even if he was to use the Retribution on the Branded red, it actually wouldn't really do much. Okay, so he has the Infinite Impermanence. I really can't imagine there being much more. He can do the play that I described earlier, but again, that Call by the Grave is actually going to check him.
It's been negated first, yeah, negates first.
That's difficult.
Let's see here. Do I have anything? I guess we'll go.
So using a Luber because the fusion monster's gone, so of course that does mean you can special summon and get some effects negated.
Target the. You can't target. I can't target. Oh, then I'll target the.
Talking about a leader of his people, Mermail King Neptibus, standing in front of all those monsters. You can't target them, so you're going to have to target him.
Target himself back. Yeah. 16, right? Yeah.
Just verifying that there's no hidden attack boost anywhere.
I mean, with a lot of effects in Mermail Atlantean, I could see why you just want to make sure, but it looks like the damage is going to be good. but just by itself, it's so many cards taken from you by your opponent. The Called by the Grave, I think, is the linchpin and how safe is very well teed up to close out this duel. It just takes a little bit more gas. Again, 11 minutes left on the clock. I don't think this is going to run into time, so it's all about the life points that Robert still has.
Now, I think it's so funny, the Call by the Grave just checks so many things that Robert could try and do here to potentially find a way out of this situation.
Well, it's funny, a card usually, you know, at 1 and unsearchable, but Safe found a way. I'll just take that for myself.
We will banish. Add back to him. Sure.
Now he resets it, but now again, like I mentioned, whatever he targets, it's going to be counteracted by the Call by the Grave that's set.
And I think Safe, excuse me, just making sure, okay, yeah, that targets. I got a card for that. It's your card.
If you need assistance with these procedures, please raise your hand and call for a judge. If you have a time extension, it begins now.
So that Cartesia adds back to hand.
So hit the main phase here. Safe's going to have to push forward. It's an opportunity to close this duel out now. Let's see if he takes it.
Yeah, he's got a myriad of different ways, I think, that he'll be able to achieve that. It's just a matter of kind of constructing the way that...
If I special by monster effect, not spell a trap.
That he honestly settles on at this point. He's got just so many different options. He's got the Sting, which is another revive. He's got multiple Atlantean and Mermel effects that he can activate. And he's got Tias, he's got Dragoons.
I'll move that.
All right, so we're going to banish. Brand of Retribution.
So we'll start with a normal summon of Adeptipus, the Atlantean Prince.
Such a great card. I mean, so many historical cards. Being able to send for cost.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. The interactions with Dragoons, which allows him to get Tryon, that if he could potentially put into the graveyard, he might have another point of interaction if there is an opponent's turn.
Now, granted, of course it sends for cost because that's the whole concept of this deck.
Yeah, of
but
course.
It's very, very powerful that you can't really stop.
Yeah, it reminds me of Haggard Lizardois just in how it lines up in certain formats. So we see the Minstrel effect, even though that Blazing Cartesia is going to return back to the hand during the end phase, this is just another way of getting a Dragoon activation. What's interesting here is he's kind of exhausted all of the Mermail-based, at least most of the Mermail-based seed monsters and extra deck monsters. Looks like he does have Abyss Gaios, which I was actually curious to see whether or not Mermail Atlantean players would be cutting that this weekend, just by virtue of the new Abyss Strike, the Atlantean Spirit, and kind of what that does for the strategy. Okay, so he's
still going to battle.
24 and 36, 8, 38.
Interesting there that that Robert didn't choose to try to activate the Brand of Red, of course knowing that his own Call by the Grave is set to Safe's field, but by clearing out the Aluber, even if another card is drawn next turn, the only thing you're going to have is Blazing Cartesia, so it really makes that Brand of Red just sit there. Right, but 2 monsters go to the graveyard. Oh, wow. Is that who I think it is?
Of course. It's the big fish, as
It's
sometimes it's called.
Coelacanth. Oh, my goodness. What a powerful card that I feel like didn't get its time in the sun when it was first released, but it's great to see it bringing out the fish right now. And ultimate rare.
Banishes here for
My
cost.
best play here.
You haven't done Coelacanth's effect yet. For those who aren't in the know, discarding to summon as many fish as you want. It's pretty fun.
We'll attempt to trigger the Quim monster.
So
Yeah, after.
And then what will Quim do?
Quim dump a card that mentions Fallen Valdez from the deck. Okay.
I wonder if there's a way just to preemptively Call by the Grave, Rang and all, and then do things in main phase 1 that would have put 8,000 on the board. You know, I was trying to mention prior to him entering the battle phase, which kind of took me a bit by surprise, you know, we have got a few differing Abyss and just water monsters in general, from Keeper to Dragite to White Aura Porpoise. It's kind of a myriad of these just additional water-based extra deck monsters that sometimes you use to actually deal 8,000 damage after your main Mermail Atlantean cards kind of generate the card advantage early on. But one of the things that is just worth pointing out, I guess, is that he's exhausted his Totally Awesome package. So whatever he does from this point forward is going to be with some of the additional extra deck monsters. Though Abyss Dweller is probably going to be sufficient enough just because of its historical nature lining up against branded and Despian-based cards.
Well, it does have a water material too, so it is boosting up monsters. So pushing for game is getting easier and easier. But we are main phase 2 right now. Had to just do a little battle and go build a board for next turn. But I would say that feels pretty good to have Abyss Dweller there. And it's
underneath the net, that cannot be targeted.
Always had a really good synergy with this deck because remember, you are detaching material as cost, so you are activating those additional water monster effects. So it's almost like, and I'm sure water players aren't going to like to hear this, but it reminds me of Labyrinth a lot. It's that don't let your player or your opponent keep playing because as they do, it just gets murkier and murkier. You're never going to get out of it.
So now we're going to use the big fish, so Coelacanth.
Good old super deep sea king Coelacanth, just
yeah.
insane. Not getting 5 fish onto the field, but still getting 2 monsters out there can make for an easy Link summon, Xyz summon.
Yeah, 2 copies of Abyss Pike. This gives him 2 additional level 4 water monsters. Again, he's already gone through that totally awesome package, so this is probably going to be Abyss Keeper. Okay, no, he's going to go into another Link. Let's see, what else does he have left? He doesn't have many options. Okay, yeah, Abyss Keeper, sorry.
Okay, so the materials need to be something different there.
It is a Link.
We've dwelled on the Abyss. I guess it's time to keep it too.
Bench.
Yep, so this is a banish effect. So that will get rid of Artesia.
Oh, and there's the triple tactics.
Yeah, so this is because the Granganol has been activated.
So it does look like Saith, powerful as this combo might be, he is receiving a slow play minor warning, so you may see the clock jump up by an additional 3 minutes there. As long as it was his first penalty of the day, nothing major here. It happens when you have a complex deck like that. But again, you do have to keep pace here. It is a competition, not just the game.
He has just run out of Dragoon's targets. That is an impressive. Let's almost put that as a challenge when you play this deck is, can I actually search every single copy of...
And he did!
A monster I can search with Dragoons.
Getting out of Bistriania again. That's going to really be powerful.
Let's go. Attempt red. Target a looper.
Ooh, is it time for the Called by the Grave?
I think you probably do. He's under Dweller already. I don't really know. You know, I'm trying to think if you don't do this, what's
the worst that could happen? Yeah.
The thing is, like, Called by is going to stop things that Dweller stops. Do you know what I mean? Dweller's already active, so what else could hit the graveyard that's not an effect that's similar to this?
Well, it could be that he just wants to make sure those monsters' effects, like something like another Aluber, the Gesture of Despia, or maybe get rid of Fallen of Albaz in advance. But it looks like he went for the Gesture this time. 18 to 18, okay. Oh, and there's the handshake. The Dapper Duelist goes out in style. But Saith takes a win with a very powerful and beautiful collection of Mermaid Atlantean cards.
Yeah, he even has the ultimate rare, super ancient Deep Sea King, Coelacanth.
Yeah, there you go. What a name, and what a duel we got to see. The crowd sitting there doing a wave of their own, actually. It's just really cool to see that, again, in a format where there's so many light and dark monsters, because, again, that's why the Bystials are doing so well. Saith flexing his muscles there and showing that there are other attributes in this game.
Yeah, the water monsters, it's really Mooling Glacia to me. Mooling Glacia, since the moment the Mermaid Atlantean strategy was released, has been the #1 most powerful card, in my opinion.
It's insane. I mean, all of those monsters that required 5 of a single attribute in the graveyard have very powerful effects, right? Being able to, think about Grand Soil, being able to bring stuff
to Monster Reborn.
So good. And, some of them have been good, some of them have been greater, but Mooling Glacia, I mean, it's Delinquent Duo, discarding 2 cards for practically free, right? Because the deck wants to have water monsters in the graveyard, wants to get another water material in the field for a Link summon. It's insane. It's insane.
The interaction of Dragoons with Mooling Glacia has obviously always been powerful. You can get to 5 with complete ease, and if you go above, it's very easy to manipulate back down to 5. We just saw the consistency of his deck with so much engine in his deck. He's essentially going to be able to do something very similar every single time he goes first. Sometimes when he has the copy of Minstrel, he can also get rid of any of the other hand interactions. Look at him doing the swimming motion there.
Robert got a smile on his face, though. Big round of applause for him, though, because he definitely hung in there with the cards that he had. And that's the thing about the Fallen Vel'Baz strategy. You have so many different combo pieces, so many different keys. You have to figure out which doors they unlock. And if you just can't get to it or the key breaks in the keyhole, then you just have to call it quits. But he did a great job and put on a great performance for sure. So good luck to him for the rest of the tournament. Just good stuff, though, across the board. This tournament's been so cool, you know, to show that the first YCS of the year, mega attendance, right? 2,223 players. Just
Actually,
insane. And now
with
more,
the VIPs,
right? Yeah.
I think it got up to somewhere about 2270.
I think 2274, yeah. So well over 2,000 players. Lots of different decks up here, really being able to flex their muscles, just like Saith is, right? But it just shows you that, like, just like Billy was saying earlier that this is going to be a great year for Yu-Gi-Oh! I kind of believe him. I think this is going to be a great year for Yu-Gi-Oh! So just a lot of excitement across the board. But that said, you have to think about where you go from here, right? If you're a successful Mermail duelist, you still have to grind it out against a bunch of different Malice players. Maybe there's a bunch of Fiendsmith, Ryzel. There's also a lot of other stuff we haven't been able to feature in the tournament so far.
Yeah, there's plenty of other decks out there. You know, walking up and down, we've seen decks like Memento or a little bit here at the top table, so there'll be plenty more as the tournament goes on that we'll be able to feature.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is there anything that we haven't seen in a while that really surprised you as we've been walking around and kind of, you know, seeing what decks people are playing? Not to spoil any surprises, but just stuff you're like, wow, that could still do it.
I don't know if I'd quite put it on that level. I mean, I'm really interested in the Atlantean deck.
It's
I
fair. Did a
definitely
great
favor a lot of these sort of older cards like Dragoons. It's really exciting to be able to play a card like that.
Yeah.
Whenever that deck goes first, it just looks so powerful. One of my actually close friends is playing a Mermail Atlantean deck. He was a VIP. He had actually used the deck in order to get his VIP status into the weekend, so he already started off 2-0. I actually saw him playing Cam Neal in round 3. I don't know how it went, but I'm curious to ask him how that matchup went.
Yeah, the thing, too, is that, you know, as much fun as we get to have up here, there's a whole tournament out there with 2,000 plus people. And so it really is like a convention experience. If you've been to any gaming conventions or anime conventions or something like that, it's not just the tournament here. There's public events, there's other tournaments to enter, there's stuff like that. And it's just so cool that the first start of the year is so big and has like so much good energy, especially coming off of YCS Anaheim last year.
I'm personally excited just to see the Mitsurugi deck a little bit more. I feel like the first time we saw it in the feature match area, it didn't quite really get to show off what it does. So
it didn't scream Year of the Snake, yeah.
It's such an impressive deck. That's what I'm really looking forward to seeing in the feature match area soon.
Yeah. Speaking of the feature match area, I think it's time to throw it over to Stephen Kangas so we can hear about Mr. Muscles himself, Saith, and his victory.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm here on stage with Saith. Congratulations on your feature match win, piloting a very unique deck. We haven't seen this yet in one of the feature matches to date, the new Atlantean cards. I gotta ask, because there's probably a lot of people out there, this is their first time really getting to see a very strong duelist pilot it. What's the ideal opening? What's the goo for a deck like this?
So the deck can play with as many cards as you have. So there's a lot of openings. The most standard opening is what you saw game 1. So my first 4 cards were actually Imperm, Ash. Luckily, I got the Neptibus. So what you guys saw there was truly the 1-card Neptibus combo, and that's the most standard combo game 1.
Okay, well, how do you feel about your play overall then up on the feature match stage? Were nerves taking an effect at all?
Okay, I don't know about nerves. I am just not the best duelist, right? I had no idea what Brandon Despia did, I'll be so honest with you guys. And so I'm sure you're like, why didn't he do this? Why didn't you do this? Why wasn't he going for game here? I fooed this guy game 2, and he full comboed me. So game 3, I'm like, I don't want to do anything that lets him full combo me on my turn. So that's why my interactive play right there was not so great. I didn't know what was happening.
It's okay. You still played well. Happy to see you up on stage. But off stage, you mentioned you're a lawyer. So I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Requires a lot of reading as well. I'm assuming being a lawyer requires reading. What do you think is harder, more complicated, being a lawyer or understanding Yu-Gi-Oh?
Can I tell you a really quick story?
Yeah.
So when I entered into law school, you have to do a personal letter. And for the personal letter, I actually talked about how, you know, the law, you have to be very in-depth, read the law, every comment period matters. And I indicated that I was actually a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge. And so I could read the colons, the semicolons, and decipher what PSCT was. So because I was good at being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge, I said I could be a lawyer, and they said it was the most unique personal letter they've ever seen.
All right, if you can be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge, you can be a lawyer. Congratulations, Saith. You've been flexing a lot. We'll do one of those together while we send it back over to the casters.
Wow, what a flex there. Lawyer, Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge, Muscle Man, that's some good stuff there. And I have to say, you definitely get a lot of like rules interpretation experience just looking at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card and being like, well, does it do that? And then you appeal to a neutral third party, a judge. So I can see why it's good experience for sure.
I mean, it definitely absolutely improves reading comprehension. So I think it's fantastic to have that connection between his education and that experience in Yu-Gi-Oh! And kind of off to the side, growing up, I really enjoyed collecting foreign cards. So sometimes you would just learn different languages, not obviously enough to speak it fluidly, but you'd pick up on certain words that had you visited a country and maybe spoke with somebody who speaks a different language. That also was a huge benefit too.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, it's almost like a pictographic language, right? You see a card, you know exactly what it is. And speaking of seeing exactly what it is, looks like we've actually got some cool stuff to show you guys. Our brand new Rivalry of Warlords tournament mat, and it's featuring S-Force, Aura Fist, and Time Thief Redoer. So speaking of the long arms of the law right there, S-Force, Aura Fist going to have to catch himself some Time Thieves.
And I love Time Thief Redoer. Just the interactions going in and out, sometimes getting a trap off the top of the deck. It's one of my favorite cards.
Hey, well, stealing's against the law, so watch out if Sate's in the room. But other than that, it's a really cool map. And a great tournament series where they give you a random deck to play. So you can, if you're here or you're home in Florida, come on down. We will give you a deck. You better return it. But you can enter this tournament without bringing any cards of your own. Good stuff, good stuff.
But I think with that being said, we're just moments away from our break before we go into our... Oh, we actually have a bonus feature. So let's actually take a look at the bonus feature that was recorded during this round.
Okay.
In the Shadow Duelist Season 2, a new duelist joined the fray.
Axel's a rock star with some serious shred.
It sounds like you just finished a concert. You were given the call time, right? You knew when you were supposed to be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was my worldwide tour not important? Am I here? Am I ready to play?
The clues were a little harder to decipher this time around. You might say Axel's childhood was just peachy.
Peachy.
I don't know about that one.
For some of our eagle-eared fans, the voice was a dead giveaway.
Proceed with extreme caution, duelists. This mask has the ultimate rock and roll genius.
Axel, if you would please, remove your mask.
Who? Who could it be? No way!
What? WWE superstar Xavier Woods.
This time, the Shadow Duelist didn't just watch the event, he got in on the action.
Xavier, I'm hearing a note that you were actually given some insight into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you've been preparing for this match.
I like decks that I can just regenerate stuff from my graveyard. I just want to be annoying.
So here's the funny thing. Dimension Shifter is this notorious card that just annoys everybody. So you want to be annoying? This is the card for you.
But with Xavier getting a little help, it was anyone's guess which way the match would go. Xavier's thinking, processing all the potential moves. Ooh.
He has the Max C. You said you like to banish cards. This will make sure.
I do. I like to banish. Put him where I want him.
Kaito might be shaking right now.
This is stressful.
Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Xavier Woods.
What is this wind down conversation? It's not done yet.
I just want us to be honest about the situation. There are 6 monsters on Kaito's field. Congratulations, Kaito, on the 2-0.
You know what, Kaito? Kaito, you earned it. You earned it. Congratulations, Kaito.
So how'd you feel, honest opinion, stepping into this finals match?
I felt crazy. Going through 400 people, and they're the best one. Then I'm coming in, hey, I'm gonna beat you. I've been on this game for a couple of weeks. Let me school you something, kid.
You were bested, which means that your opponent will be earning that mask.
It's gorgeous. Boom.
Beautiful.
I put a little message for him.
I'll get you next time.
Smiley face, great job. I'll get you next time, yes.
Love
and
it.
This is shaking fists coming with that. I want each and every single one of you to know that I love you, Gio.
Yes, yes.
But the mystery isn't over. Stay tuned, because the Shadows have more secrets to be revealed.
My favorite public event is Rivalry of Warlords. It's a completely different vibe to Attack of the Giant card and the Winamats because it's not constructed with your own decks. Instead, you get given a different theme that's pre-built and you get to explore something new in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's part of the fun in Yu-Gi-Oh! Exploring different ideas, archetypes, and learning. So yeah, it's a big switch up, especially after playing the main event where I play a lot of constructed Yu-Gi-Oh!
My favorite public events is going to be the Time Wizard tournaments that are going out on the side for YCS. And what I like about that is that you get to see a lot of the old school players that don't want to play advanced, but they don't mind playing some of the retro formats that are in there. That could be April 2010 format, that could be some of the 2014 formats, and some of the recent formats that people preferred, and they don't want to play the current format, so they'll play some of the formats that are like not even a format before, or maybe a format before, or even a year before this year's format.
My favorite public event, the Structure Deck tournament. There's nothing better than being able to compete, one, for the awesome prize of the mat that's on the cover, but also me and one of my friends always make a competition to play the same event and get to the final so that we could get bragging rights.
It's the Ultimate Time Wizard tournament. As I said, I've been playing for a very long time, so for me that event, it brings me back to the good days when I actually was able to travel and enjoy playing the game. I greatly appreciate all those formats. Good memories for me.
I really like the Time Wizard event, but I prefer Heart of the Underdog at my locals.
Attack of the Giant card. is my favorite public event. It's the one that I play the most. It's the one that I've gotten the highest, like I've placed the most in, and that kind of bracket style play is a lot of fun as well.
How many giant cards do you have?
I currently have 2 medium-sized cards, and I'm trying to get a giant card soon.
For this YCS, I prepared a fair bit with some of my local friends as well as some friends online, just kind of theorying out the best options for the new cards. Specifically, the Mitsurugi cards are brand new. They're exclusive to the TCG regions, so we haven't had the Japanese lead to kind of follow. How do I think I'll do though? I'm not sure. Like with anything that's brand new, it's a bit of a bold guess, and I have to hope that I'm on the right track. You never know if you're not. You'll find out afterwards, I guess.
I've been testing on and off with my group of friends from around the area. I've been testing for the past couple of months, just reading on the new format, and I think I'm pretty confident that'll be okay. You know, I know that I'm not gonna be probably the best one out there, but I think I got it.
I prepare testing with a lot of my friends, testing different theories, and then practicing a lot, playing the same deck over and over and over again until I basically just know all the combos and all the interactions in the back of my mind.
With preparation for the YCS, one of the biggest things is playtesting a lot. A lot of it too is talking with my friends. We throw a lot of ideas at each other, and if the ideas don't work, we're blunt with each other, come up with different things, and then we'll go to locals and play. And then how do I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be cocky on it. I'm gonna try to go all the way. I've been putting in a lot of time in between work and playing. Like, I'm just trying to make sure I do bring my best, my A game, and trying to go 100%.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Orlando. I'm live back on stage again before our next feature round to meet some of the duelists here at the event. Thanks for joining me on stage. What's your name?
Parker.
Parker, everybody. And what's your name?
Quan Hao.
Quan Hao, nice to meet you, everybody. So, we're going to play another little game while we're up here on stage before the next feature match. I have another quiz for both of you. If you didn't catch the last one, I have questions related to the latest set release, and then one actually variety question at the very end. So we'll see who's able to take it. One person, I'm going to ask a question to. If you get it right, you get the point, and then we go to the next. Otherwise, there's a chance to steal. All right. We're going to play rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. It's going to be on shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. There we go. Quan Hao, you get it. First question. What rank is Goblin Bikers Gone Bonkers?
Rank 6.
That is correct. Rank 6. Point for Quan Hao. Now, Parker. What is the name of the new theme in Supreme Darkness that has continuous trap cards that can special summon themselves as light warrior monsters?
Is it like Aggro Stars?
I'm going to say no. That was not correct. You have a chance to steal.
Oh, this is hard. I don't know how to pronounce it. I thought it was Aggro Stars too. Idol Pop. I don't know.
It is Argo Stars. Argo. You had the... Yeah... Hey, you know, we got to enforce the rules. We got to enforce the rules. So nope, no point for either of you. That means it's back over here to Quan Hao. What monster type are the new Mitsurugi monsters?
Dark.
Type, not attribute.
Reptile.
What? Do we give it to him? What do we think? No? No? Do we give it to Parker? All right, we'll go with the crowd. All right, if you'll give it to him. 1 point for each then. We'll get that. All right, Parker, your next question. From Supreme Darkness, fill in the missing word from this card name. Metal blank swordsman.
Flame.
That is correct. Quan Hao, you have one chance. One chance here to actually tie it up, I believe. I should be 1-2 if my math is correct. And this one is not related to the latest set. It's one that I thought of. complete the name. Number 41, Baguska
The Sleepy Fiend.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect. Parker, this is your chance to steal and win the entire thing. You'll get 3 OTS packs as your prize. Can you do it? It is number 41, Baguska the
Sleeping Tapir.
Actually incorrect, but yeah, I do think you technically win. I think you do have another point there, but it should be terribly tired to appear. He's so sleepy, everybody. He's a terribly tired guy. All right, well, we did have 4 packs on the line. There you go. There's your 1, and I do believe that you had 2 points because the audience voted to give you the 1. There you go, Parker. Thank you for participating. How are you feeling about the YCS? Are you excited about the next round?
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, you know what? We love an honest king. What do you think?
I dropped already.
Well, we're happy to have you up on stage. You can check out the public events as well. But with that said, we're getting ready for our next round feature match. We're going to send it to a quick break before we're back.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Orlando 2025, and we've made it halfway through the day. 4 rounds in the books, and we're here at round number 5. We've seen a variety of decks, a lot of creativity coming from players. It was cool to see Atlantean Mermail last round. The last time I was here playing in a YCS at YCS Miami, I was using Atlantean Mermail. Many years ago, a much different deck, but we have more exciting rounds to come. And, without wasting any more time, let's go ahead and get ready to jump into our feature match. Kangas is standing by with our players, so take it away and introduce us who's going to be our round 5 feature match, Kangas.
And for our round 5 feature match in the blue chair from Luquillo, Puerto Rico, wants to shout out his team GMG back home alongside his OTS Tower Games, Abraham Rivera. And his opponent today in the red chair from Springfield, Virginia. He ran into this event after finishing his 4th marathon. Shout out to his OTS Dream Wizard, it's Adam Kritz. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Some people say Adam is still running. He's apparently been running nonstop. It's kind of like Forrest Gump. I just kept on running, and now he's ran all the way to the feature match stage here, and he's playing a cool deck. That's right, we have Azamina Fiendsmith up against a Bestial Malice deck. So this is going to be an epic matchup. Both players are 4-0. I believe they were at table 8 this round. So, 4 rounds in the books. Starting 4-0, that's like where you start feeling, okay, I actually have a chance to make the top cut of this thing. 4-0, that's a pretty good record.
I don't know, man. Round 1, I'm already thinking I have a pretty good chance of making top cut of this event.
Okay.
But I think this is an interesting choice, right? Fiendsmith, Azamina, definitely. Fiendsmith, anything is probably good enough to do particularly well, but Azamina is a bold choice. There was a lot of support in the most recent set, but I wonder how poorly positioned into the popularity of Bestials that we'll have to see this round as well, with facing the Bestial Malice strategy. A lot of effects that can target your graveyard, and the Azamina cards really focus on having some of those effects in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck we haven't seen a ton of, but that could be something that's going to work in his favor, because it's a deck that a lot of people probably haven't prepped for, haven't tested a lot against, and sometimes that can give you an edge in the matchup because you're playing something a little bit surprising. But yeah, Rage of the Abyss really introduced a lot of those Azamina cards. We saw Deception of the Sinful Spoils, and obviously the Hollowed Azamina, one of the craziest fusion spells, just to come back to your hand by shuffling back an Azamina fusion from your field or graveyard, so you're able to use that a couple times in the same turn. And obviously Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils, although since original Sinful Spoils was forbidden, we haven't really seen that card very much, but still an incredibly powerful card in the right kind of deck.
Yeah, the second best option for that card to access was the Deception of the Sinful Spoils, which will get you to the Azamina side of the play. And I think most players are familiar with the 2 specific Azamina monsters from the extra deck, being Murcielago and Ilya Sylvia, but there are quite a few more that Adam's going to try to take advantage of. I don't think Abraham's going to be prepared for, so we'll see if it's enough to take down the Malice Menace.
Definitely. This is going to be a tough matchup for him, facing one of the decks that is, people thought was going to do well this weekend, being that Malice deck. But I'm excited to see the Azamina cards in action. He also has a lot of other cool cards in his deck to really access. I don't know what he's trying to do, but I'm going to learn, watch, and hopefully enjoy this match just with everyone watching at home as well.
I'm going to need him to put on a show for us, because I'm trying to learn what he's trying to do here, too.
Definitely. He has some of my favorite cards of recent releases in his deck as well. Nightmare Apprentice, I'm sure we will see. It's a really cool card that can search any illusion monster, as well as just being able to special summon itself from the hand. That's going to be something I'm going to be looking out for. But it looks like our players are almost ready. The dice are there on the table waiting to be rolled. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 1 of round 5 of YCS Orlando 2025. Time to see who's going to go first, and it looks like we're going to see 12.
That is a really strong roll here.
Doesn't get much better than that, and 6
that's
isn't
exactly half.
It.
Yeah.
So Abraham is going to be starting. This is going to be our Bestial Malice player, and Malice is a deck that wants to go first.
Malice is also a deck that wants to draw one of its starters. We've seen it have trouble doing that before.
Are you doing draw phase? Stand by.
Oh,
main phase?
Okay, we're allowed to go into the main phase, doing a little Fua check here. And we're starting with the Dormouse.
Yep, normal summon mouse, Dormouse is where you want to be as a mouse player, but that's going to be met by Infinite Impermanence. No cards in the spell and trap card zone, so no fear of anything going to be able to be chained to get it off the field. Going to link it away for Link Decoder. Does he have a Bestial to continue plays?
the namesake of the deck. That's the Bestial Malice deck. He plays enough.
This is why the Bestial cards are so good in Malice, because you can turn that one monster into a Link one, and then banish the Malice from the graveyard. It's going to be Dormouse here, and then you'll be able to special summon it back. So just like that, you go from 1 monster to 3 monsters, and 3 is the magic number to access those Link 3 Malice monsters from the extra deck.
Right, and now, unfortunately, because the Dormouse was stopped here, he's going to likely be forced to go into Red Ransom, and if the Red Ransom is interrupted, it might be a hard stop if there are no further extenders, but if the Ransom is allowed to resolve, then you can essentially get to the remainder of your combo.
Yep, Chain Link 1 Red Ransom, Chain Link 2 Link Decoder is going to help him play around Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. If he had something like Infinite Permanence, it would be good here, but yeah, Droll and Lockbird, not the greatest
I think
card
he's searched
against
every
Malice.
time he's going to do, like, it cuts him off for a few draws, I'd
Yeah,
say.
you lose your draw from White Binder later on. Maybe you're not going to be able to draw with Chessie Cat eventually. But yeah, Droll and Lockbird, strong against the Mitsurugi Razil deck, not as strong against Malice. And now a Link Summon's coming down, who's going to banish the Link Decoder because it's already used its effect. And now this is the cool part. You can make SP Little Knight to banish your own Malice monster from the graveyard, and then it'll be able to special summon itself back at the cost of 900 life points.
Preserving the Malice Underground in hand to get access to the White Rabbit later, or just seeing what happens with this Red Ransom now.
Yeah,
also, Little Knight being usually an end board piece, able to be easily recycled with the powerful effects of a Link monster like Abakyu.
Yep, definitely could come back, and it will also help him protect from effect negation. Red Ransom, when it's banished, not only does it special summon itself, but it also banishes a Cyberse monster from the deck. You can go for something like Dotscaper or just a Malice monster, but it looks like he's going to banish Dotscaper, and if that card's banished, it special summons itself to the field.
Once per duel.
Once per duel. Won't be happening again. Now he's going to send all of them to the
That is a
graveyard.
lot of monsters to send.
Is it going to be a Link 5 or a Link 3?
It looks like he's going straight into White Binder.
Yep, it's going to be White Binder. Now he can banish. Interesting. I might have gone for the
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
White Rabbit instead of the
Yeah.
Dotscaper.
Like he was.
But he still has the Malice and Underground in his
Yeah.
hand, so maybe he's just saving that for that. He won't be able to draw from White Binder. So he's going to use White Binder on summon to banish Dormouse, so he has a Malice card banished. Won't be able to summon it since he's already summoned it this turn. Now he's going to activate White Binder's effect to set a Malice trap card from the deck to the field.
He hasn't used any of them yet, so I imagine he still will be going for that 06. But he still has not used TB11 yet.
Resolution? Attempt to activate Malice Underground?
All right.
Malice and Undergrounds will allow him to banish a Malice monster from his hand deck or graveyard.
Mouse card. Will be
Mouse
relevant
card.
later. Will be very relevant later.
Very good point.
And there's the White Rabbit. So this is the point that Malice is really comfortable getting to. Once you have the White Binder in your possession as well as the 06 set, everything after this point you're usually okay with. So if you are met with something like the Mirror of the Primal Being or your board is dismantled in some capacity, you are able to play on your opponent's turn as long as you have that trap card set up with White Binder in the graveyard. And it looks like White Rabbit here is going to be setting the 07. Just to have that interruption on your opponent's turn, he will not need to be able to use the banish effect from his side on the opponent's turn because it would have been set already.
All right, so he's going to use the GWC 06 to banish the White Binder to summon back Red Ransom from the graveyard. Now he can pay 900 and summon back White Binder, but he will not get to draw thanks to Droll and Lockbird.
This is a little exposed here once you're able to commit all these summons. If there isn't a Mirror of the Primal Being, you could be cut off very heavily.
And this also plays pretty heavily into something like the Mirror of the Primal Being.
Yeah, you're not even able to chain the 07 to anything because of the effect of Droll and Lockbird.
Now a Link summon is going to be performed for Nightmare Griffin.
I'm going to be using that to reset the 06.
Okay, cool. I like it. I like the synergy here. He's going to discard an extra copy of Malice and Underground he's not going to need to reset.
Unfortunately, no draw still. A lot of draws were cut off here.
Yeah, the Troll actually making more of an impact than usual against Malice.
Just goes to show how free Malice can be.
Baoq out of Supreme Darkness, an incredibly powerful card. During the main phase, quick effect, he can discard a card to either destroy a card in the field or banish itself to the end phase and summon back a lighter dark monster from the graveyard. Going to discard that Metal Tronus to banish itself and bring back maybe SP Little Knight? No, the Nightmare Griffin, of course.
See, I was wondering if he was going to choose to do the Griffin now or save it for his opponent's turn, but and just have the Little Knight more readily available. But it looks like we are just going to be setting up confidently with the Griffin Baoq. And you still have the 06 set. You have, I believe it was an Impulse set from hand.
Yeah, I mean, if he's discarding the Metal Tronus, which is still an interruption potentially during the opponent's turn, you have to know all of his other cards are probably pretty good.
Yeah. And his opponent just throws his hand back into the deck.
He just picks up and concedes. Doesn't want to reveal what he's playing. He does have a unique strategy, so there is some
there's for sure merit to
yeah,
hiding
merit
as
to
much.
concealing what he's trying to do, especially when he's going second. Maybe just doesn't have the right kind of cards to really combat the field there.
I mean, he was down 2 cards already.
Yeah, unfortunately, Draw and Lockbird, like, even though it is cutting off those draws, you're just stopping the free stuff they're getting anyway. You're not really preventing their strategy from excelling.
And I think that's a bit of the issue of Azamina cards specifically, because when you're leaning into something along the lines of the Abel Star or Deception, you're usually spending a card to activate your effect. So if there's any interaction that trades with that effect, you're losing that trade, right? You spend 2 cards into 1 card. When you're already down 2 cards, it's very unlikely that you're able to push through.
Definitely. I mean, smart stuff. We've seen even players like Joshua Smith, like, concede going second really quickly in game 2, just to also save time on the clock, because you know he's not going to be able to play through it, so there's no point in, like, dilly-dallying, wasting time or anything like that. But
especially against a deck like Malice.
Yeah, and especially when you dive into your side deck, and there's almost every deck in the room this weekend has plenty of side deck cards prepared for the Malice matchup.
We're likely seeing those cards come in here, but we get to see now, assumingly, what this deck does going first.
That's what I'm here for. I want to see the Azamina cards in action. There's also a lot of new Azamina cards you mentioned that came out in Supreme Darkness. Saint Azamina, one of my favorites. I think it's the Spanish version. It's called Santa. It's a Santa Azamina. I love that one. I want to get my hands on one of those. I think it looks pretty cool, but it's a really cool looking card, and it just lets you summon another Azamina fusion from your deck, and also reflects damage, and has the unique effect where your opponent can't target their own cards anywhere, including the graveyard, which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah, pretty developed lore boss monster, I'd say.
But, you know, Adam down a game, but not out of it. I mean, we've been talking about the die roll being really important, especially in a matchup against a deck like Malice, because it can do so much going first. And I mean, we've seen Nightmare Griffin all over the place this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we've had so many Malices on the stream already, not because we choose them, because there's that many in the tournament. It's a very popular strategy, and it is a deck that if you have to go second into it and it can play, it is just a rough experience.
It can be. I wonder, he had an infinite impermanence in that game one, right? Or some sort of effect negation he used on the Dormouse?
Yes, it was infinite impermanence on the Dormouse, and then followed by the Droll and Lockbird, and it just was not enough.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like any merit to like saving it to hit something like White Binder to cut off access to a trap card potentially later on. Maybe you wouldn't be able to get to GWC06, but that's a tall order. I think he still would have access to. Oh no, he could have maybe saved it for Red Ransom. No, there's really no way, because if you don't have the Dormouse,
there's
the White
enough
Rabbit,
bodies to keep going.
Yeah,
like,
the White Rabbit gets you the trap. Yeah, it's tough when you just have that one effect negation. There's really not a key moment you can use it against the Malice strategy.
A lot of those interactions in the hand are not very usable into the Malice matchup. Like, if cards like Infinite Impermanence Effect you really want to use on their first normal summon, because they could cold stop them if they don't have an extender. And then everything after that point, like once they have multiple bodies, they just get to climb into the Link 2s, into the Link 3s, and nothing really matters anymore.
Yeah, Abraham just showing why the Bestials work so well in Malice. Not only are they great to counter the Fiendsmith strategy, the Mitsurugi cards, but they also just advance your own plays when your Dormouse gets stopped. All they got to do is link it away and banish from the graveyard. We're going to see if that's going to happen here in game number 2, as Adam is going to get the opportunity to go first with his Azamina Fiendsmith deck. Players are shuffled up and they're ready to duel. So here we go. It's round 5, YCS Orlando.
We're going into the main phase, checking for any of those Mulcharmies from the hand. Nothing thus far. Starting with Fiendsmith Engraver.
It's not a bad start. Gonna add Fiendsmith's Track to the hand. You've seen this before.
Nope.
Now, Fiendsmith Track will add Lurie, discard Fabled Lurie. Fabled Lurie will special summon itself to the field.
We'll see which way this bridges. Will it go into the Wave King High Caesar, or will it go into the sequence play, set up the Desiree, potentially even the Agmande?
Yep, goes into the Requiem. Requiem contribute itself to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field.
Opted to summon an Engraver and not the Lacrima, huh?
Interesting. Now it looks like he's revealing LZ. This is a brand new card out of Supreme Darkness, you can reveal it from your hand, special summon one White Forester and an Azamina monster from your hand. It's an Azamina and a White Forest monster, so that works. And now let's see what he's going to use it for.
Oh, he gets the fusion summon immediately.
And is that Mo Regina?
I believe so. So you can target an illusion monster in your graveyard, accept itself, and special summon it. So it will summon back the LZ.
Okay, we're getting to see where this is going. And now, so he uses the LZ for a fusion summon, and now he's going to use it for a synchro summon for Chaos Angel.
That's a light and dark, huh?
Nice, nice. I like to see it.
That's powerful enough to win most games, honestly.
Does the Chaos Angel that can't be affected by monster effects pretty much put him on have to have infinite permanence or something like that?
This deck happens to have access to 07, which does effectively deal with it most of the time.
A searchable way to just get rid of the Chaos Angel. Not too bad. All right, now I think he's using the effect of LZ since it was used for a synchro as a synchro material. You can send or you can add one Sinful Spoils from your deck to your hand. So here we go. We're seeing the synergy already as he added Deception, I believe.
Deception's going to be able to. Oh, just going to destroy the Chaos Angel. Okay.
Okay.
I guess he doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
Deception sends the Chaos Angel. This is an interesting way to get to Deception.
Yeah.
He gets the Hollowed Azamina.
That might be one of the most expensive Deceptions I've ever seen. But
hey, I'm interested. This is why he's here. He's 4-0, so he definitely knows what he's doing. The Hollowed Azamina is going to allow him to reveal and summon the Murasagio. And this will let him add a Sinful Spoils from the deck to his hand. Looks like he's going to probably go for Wanted, I would guess. Yep, Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils.
An old favorite.
It's crazy that now Wanted is now an old favorite.
It's been around for a whole year.
Time just keeps going.
We're getting older.
I get older every year. Now Wanted's an old card, man. Oh, you see why he didn't get the Lacrima?
Yeah, it was pretty telling that there was a Lacrima in the hand. You normally would summon it off the Requiem.
You could see another Chaos Angel come down, maybe.
How many does he play?
I mean, he used the first one like it was nothing, so there could be more. And now the Lacrima is going to send Engraver to the graveyard. So now that he has the Hollowed Azamina, he can return a card to the deck and add it back to the hand.
Send back the LZ. We're going to go Link 2 with the Lacrima.
Cross Sheep.
Okay.
I
is
like
there summon back
it.
the Chaos Angel? No, we can't summon back Chaos Angel. Okay.
I
don't know why you would either, but.
Oh, cool. So he uses the Hollowed Azamina, chains the Wanted, so he'll be able to still send the Wanted and resolve the Wanted. So cool play here. Goes into Ilya Silva. Yep, that's going to be able to negate anything. And now since a fusion monster was summoned to a zone that Cross Sheep points to, he'll be able to special summon back a monster from the graveyard.
Low for a lower, though, so he's going to be summoning back the Lacrima. Where do we go from here? Or is that enough?
I don't think it's enough, right?
I mean...
he has a Wanted draw for sure. Okay, Quips. This is awesome. I hope you at home are enjoying this as much as we are. We're learning with you. So okay, see, I didn't see this coming either. Cool. So he equips the Requiem, gets to send that to summon the Diabell Star that he added. He still has the Wanted draw coming. Thins his deck out, gets another Wanted out of the deck.
Can still go for Sequence.
Gonna send Lacrima and Diabell Star to the graveyard for a sequence in the main monster zone. Okay, cool. Oh no. Oh no. We can see his hand. I don't know if you guys can see Abraham's hand, but I guess that it won't matter too much because of that Ilya Silva.
Yeah, the Ilya Silva is already there.
He definitely has some interactions in the hand. So he's gonna sequence, put back Fabled Luri and the Mo Regina to make
the Chimera.
That's
Okay.
Perfumet, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be. We're from the Mythical King of Phantom Beasts.
Oh, he's cooking. He's cooking, and I'm here for it. And so he gets to send a monster from his deck to the graveyard.
Oh, Chaos Betrayer.
Oh, this is where the Chaos Betrayer comes into play. We were talking about this beforehand. It's basically a Chaos monster you can summon from the graveyard.
Yeah, on summon, if it's special summoned, it is able to banish a card from the graveyard as well. But it is banished when it leaves the field when it's summoned by its own effect. But I imagine you're going to be overlaying with it every time. So this is like an interesting way to find your self back at another rank 6. While also setting up the Rift because you haven't used the Engraver's Effect in Graveyard yet, have you?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so we're now going to be using 2 Link monsters to make the
Abawakyu. Oh,
okay.
I was like, it's not Appaloosa. The sequence is a Fiend, which is the requirements for it. He still has his want to draw once he thins his deck out of enough cards. Yep, and here comes the Engraver Effect to summon it from the graveyard.
Yep.
This is interesting. I like it.
Targeting Engraver, okay.
Is it going to be Necro Quip?
Sure.
Yeah. What level is this?
Looks like Abraham thinking about having an interaction here.
I wonder if he has an effect in hand, and that's why he wanted to summon the Necro Quip here instead of just keeping the Engraver. There is a Nibiru, which is going to be using the Elise over here. Good thing the Hollow Azamina has already been used twice at this point.
So it's one less interruption he's going to have to deal with on his turn.
He can summon it back with the Abawakyu, right? Yeah. Discarding Ash. Okay. And that will let him draw off the Necro Quip?
It's by card effect. I think, yeah, it is. It's the cost, right? Yeah, it only works with cost. So he's going to summon back the Ilya Silva.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? You want to keep the negate up?
So now he gets to draw from the Necro Quip.
And then he'll draw another card from Wanted. Okay, we drew a spell card. Couldn't really tell.
The Abawakyu is going to come back as well.
The other card in his hand is, I think, potentially potent enough.
I think the craziest part about this combo is, so he needs the Chaos Angels to target
the light.
Chaos Betrayer. This is so cool.
All right, now that we got the draw off the... Oh, we're using those two. We're keeping the Necro Quip, and there's the Caesar.
Yeah, why not keep the Necro Quip? It's going to provide you some additional draws, potentially. He still has the Wanted effect. Put back the Deception to the bottom to draw a card.
Okay. The Deception was potentially able to set itself, so opting for the draw instead of having that specific follow-up. But you don't already have another copy of Wanted. And we drew another copy of Ash.
And that's... Yeah.
And he used the tabs! So we can take a look here.
This is crazy. Let's go.
What a crazy card to have drawn off the Wanted.
I'm picking Dormouse.
Yeah, let's go for the Dormouse.
I'm going for the Dormouse. All right, so leaving him with GWC is like the one trap you don't want to draw, like because it just doesn't like get you advance your game state at all. It requires you to already have a Malice card. The other two you can set and use on your opponent's turn to like get to where you need to go, but GWC 06 not so much.
Yeah, you need to already have a Malice monster in play somewhere so that you can access it. The other two at least either add it to your hand or summon it to the field. And now during the end phase, the Abawakyu can come back, the Caesar setup, and during the draw phase, I will likely see an activation of a very powerful card here.
I think this might have been the most disrespectful use of a Chaos Angel I've ever
Yeah.
seen, but it still led to something like this. This is so cool. Oh, man. He also doesn't need the Ash. The Abawakyu can trigger the Necro Quip during his opponent's turn as well.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's neat. Is it a concession? It has to be.
Yeah, both players just got to do their turn one, and it was enough.
I conceded.
Oh, he had anti-spell too.
Yeah, you didn't see that? I was talking about this the whole time. Like, I just kept seeing this because he discarded the Ash instead of the anti-spell. I'm like, oh, man.
Oh, I didn't even see the anti-spell.
And he drew back Ash and Tactics. Those were the two draws he got.
Oh, man. That's too good. I like it, but you can tell, like, I mean, this is a planned combo. Like, he's 4-0 with this really cool deck, this Azamina Fiendsmith. Like, we usually see, like, Azamina White Forest, like, but not usually just Azamina and Fiendsmith together. But, yeah, I've never seen a combo like this, and it's pretty fun to watch here. And he's 4-0 for a reason.
I think one of the main things I took away from watching that game there is the power of LZ, right? It accounting for the Azamina side as well as the White Forest side, accessing the remainder of your engine, and your opponent will not know where to respond to that. If they just let all those effects walk, look how much resources you got.
Yeah, so much. A lot of draws, too, throughout the whole thing. Maybe like Abraham, or Adam, no, is it Abraham? Yeah, Abraham wishes he could have got that Drone Lockbird that Adam had in game number 1. That would have been a little helpful.
I think that would have been devastating.
Yeah.
But like, if he started with Engraver.
Yeah, that would have been rough, but we'll just see if he has stuff like Drone Lockbird in game number 2 when he's going first. But this is when the side deck really comes into play for Adam as well, because like now, even though he's going second and the game 1 didn't go so great for him in second, he's going to have those copies of Artifact, Lancia more than likely, and you know, other things are potential. Chaos Hunter, something that sometimes people use as well. You know, I said it earlier, but that duel was a hootenanny. that was a crazy one.
Both players just being able to just do whatever they want. Like they were dancing for sure.
It's still early in the tournament, but I mean, we also saw like the round before the Atlantean Mermail player kind of doing his thing as well. But I'm glad we got to get these two on the feature match stage. They both are playing exciting decks with some like really cool strategies. And yeah, I'm just a big fan of the Azamina cards ever since their release on Enrage of the Abyss. Like, Deception of the Sinful Spoils is an incredible card, and he's showing that even though Original's not around anymore, you're still able to make these cards work if you have the right game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it was more of a supplementary engine before, right? Because of how powerful Original was getting you into the Snake Eye card. But now we're seeing more of a pure Azamina focus and seeing how much more potential there is in just the actual extract monsters from Azamina.
Yeah, I mean, the key card that probably made this deck playable out of Supreme Darkness is going to be that LZ.
Absolutely.
Because it gave him the access to Fusion Summon. Like, Mo Regina usually would cost, if you used Hallowed Azamina, that would cost you 2 Sinful Spoil cards. But he was actually just able to have the fusion materials properly to summon it. And then it brings back the LZ, so you get the Synchro Summon. So you're getting the monster you need for Deception while searching Deception. We talked about the Chaos Angel just, you know, being fodder for the Deception, but it's just a different way to do the same thing Diabell Star the Black Witch would do, but you don't even need to draw it.
I'm pointing it out. If he just kept the Chaos Angel on the field and then kept the Ash Blossom, he was not outing it.
That might have just been enough anyway, but this was way more fun. And he was able to access the Ilya Silva early enough in his combo that Nibiru the Primal Being was not an issue for him. I mean, when I'm playing a tournament, if I lose to something like that, like I've never seen before, I'm still like, okay, that's pretty cool. I respect that. Especially when you're at 4-0 and if you lose a round, you're still fine. Like, this is something I would be okay losing to. Because at least it's cool.
And you get to like study it now. You'd rather lose to it here than in Top Cut.
True.
Where you don't get another chance.
Yep. Definitely the case, but it looks like the players have side decks shuffled up, making sure they get the new life points for game at number 3, and here we go. It's game 3, round 5, YCS Orlando. So glad we're back at the YCS. It felt like it's been too long, you know. Anaheim was
in December.
Almost like 2 months ago, and now we're here back at it again with some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action, the greatest trading card game on the planet.
Well, it looks like we are allowed to enter the main phase here. We talked about how many powerful cards there are in the side deck that can tackle the Malice strategy, namely being Artifact Lancia, but we have yet to see that Mulchammy Malice as well that is so powerful in this matchup.
And we know the players are, you know, using it. It was one of the cards everyone was looking for on day 0 here on Friday. But Terraforming from Malice and Underground, that means this is probably his only way to get access to something like Dormouse.
Yeah, a weaker start for sure, but it's still able to play if there are no responses.
Yep, Malice and Underground lets you banish a Malice monster from your hand deck or graveyard, so he's going to go for Dormouse. Dormouse is going to allow him to pay 300 to summon it. It's definitely the weakest start because, yeah, you've already used your Dormouse effect. You're not going to be able to banish it again to get another monster onto the field.
We've checked 2 things already. Okay. We know there is no Lancia, no Males, but there is effect failure to completely contest the Dormouse here.
Will it be enough? Does he have... The Bestial doesn't do it anymore this time because he's already banished the Dormouse.
He just needs to be able to normal summon something. I mean, I do.
Does he have a Lancia in his hand?
He does have a Lancia.
You guys can't see it at home, but we have like a bit of a wider angle. That's the worst when you draw the card. You just side in to cross it out. I think he has cross out in his hand
potentially useful in the matchup, but yeah.
True.
I think he's going to draw 2. Yeah, if he draws any normal summonable Malice, it makes a pretty big difference here.
I can't see.
Oh, I think that might be a usable one. Not the best one, but it's a usable one.
Oh, he drew MTP 07 as well.
Oh, actually, this might be the crazy combo to have drawn, actually. It was Chessy Cat.
It is Chessy Cat.
And will he be activating the Chessy Cat? This might force another interruption. He might be holding off. He doesn't want to banish it.
Link 2 is going to go for the Haggard Lizard Dose and banish Chessy Cat. Looks like that is what he's thinking about. Yep. It's a cost to banish to change the attack of Haggard Lizard Dose to Chessy Cat's attack for the turn. But the main point is he'll be able to pay 300 and special summon back the Chesty Cat from the banishment.
Now we're just going to be linking those two away. Already using both effects in the graveyard. Which one are you even going for here? Red Ransom doesn't really do anything because you've already used Malice and Underground. You have no real way to continue playing.
He has the MTP07, so maybe he just goes for Red Ransom, set the MTP07, banish Red Ransom, summon back Red Ransom, banish White Rabbit, summon White Rabbit.
Just have a follow-up in the Malice and Underground.
I mean, this is Malice. Effect Veil and Infinite Permanent's not the strongest against the deck. It's a kind of a gamble whether they're going to be good or not. Looks like he's considering summoning a Baldrake, Bestial Baldrake.
Just trying to extend with it.
Is he going to banish the Effect Veiler or just one of his Malice monsters? Looks like he's just going to go ahead and banish the Chesty Cat.
Interesting, because you're kind of cutting off your follow-up here if you're banishing the ones that are already used up. We'll see what he links into. Is he going to go into the SP Little Knight?
It has to be, right? Because he's already used the Haggard Lizard Dose. Yep. He's going to banish Red Ransom, just trying to get more monsters on the field. Love this combo.
Really trying to preserve that 07 as an interruption on the opponent's turn. Which I think makes sense.
Makes sense. Whitebinder can reset from the graveyard, though, as well, right?
Yes, but I think he might be choosing to use one of the other ones. And actually, he needs to prioritize finding access to 06, and he will likely still use the effect of White Rabbit to get into TB11, just to get another monster on the field.
True. Yeah. I feel like he has to banish the White Rabbit here.
Yep, there's the White Rabbit.
Red Ransom, so flexible.
Almost came out in defense.
That's impossible. It has no defense. How could it be in defense? All right, now we're going to see. Wait.
He's linking away the SP Little Knight, and he didn't activate the White Rabbit.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like
yeah, you know, sometimes.
Maybe he's just like so used to summoning off like TB11, he thought he couldn't use the effect, but the White Binder can still banish the because it's already been summoned, right?
Yeah, like he's out of Malice effects.
Maybe he has all the traps in his hand and we missed it.
You know, we'll have to find out.
Or yeah, because I feel like he'd be able to get access to TB11 and. Interesting. Maybe it was a slight misstep. I mean, as a mouse player myself, I have skipped White Binder's effect to set a trap multiple times on accident, and I always scream at myself afterwards, like, "Why didn't you use the effect? You just had to say activate."
I wonder if he just assumed that he would not need one. Like, if he thought he wasn't going to use TB11 this turn.
I think he might have. Maybe playing around evenly match or something? I don't know. I'd rather just have the trap anyway.
Just keeping it in the deck so you can start with the Dormouse next turn?
Maybe he values being able to set a trap during his opponent's turn to be able to have the banishing effect if he needs it. Because if they've been set for a whole turn, you can't banish a card to activate it. So or he could just have it in his hand.
Yeah, so he opted to go for the 06 and then now is using the 06 to banish the White Binder.
Summon the White Rabbit?
So this one can now set the TB11. If he chooses to. Okay, look.
I don't know if this was planned or course correcting, but it's interesting.
This is where we're at now.
Maybe by doing it this way, he gets the draw after. Nah, I don't know. I'm gonna stop trying to figure it out. It's all gonna work out for him in the end. It seems like.
If Adam's as confused as we are, then surely he has that going for him.
I mean, his plays are like Nibiru's still like a huge keep card that Adam could have here. Like, Malice has the potential to play on Nibiru, but when you start with Malice and Underground, the ability, it goes way down.
We also know Tactics has already been used. Like, there was a desperation play.
Yeah. He's paid 900 plus 1,800, so he should be at 5,300.
Use every single Malice effect possible. So yeah, there's going to be the TB11 set off the effect of the Malice White Rabbit. Now White Binder will be able to summon himself back and draw a card.
Is it going to be a good one?
Nope. No, sir.
No, sir. Put the card face down. Links away. It's going to be the Nightmare Griffin we've seen so many times.
Here's the Nightmare Griffin.
Indeed it is. So he'll discard to reset and draw. No draw on Lockbird this time, so he's going to be able to get these draws that he missed out on in game number 1. Is that a good one?
that one might have been. But Griffin being able to re-access all the extra used Malice Trap cards really helps in this position. It might have all been planned if this was the intention.
I mean, he's been playing really well the whole game, so I'm assuming this was always like his plan. It may not be the plan that we always do, but he has his own game plan in mind.
So yeah, now he's using the effect of Execute, choosing what to discard. Going to be discarding another copy of Chessy Cat. Okay, banishing itself to special summon back the Griffin.
It's a funny way just to make sure the Griffin like gets out of the underneath the extra monster zone, just to make sure there's nothing pointing upwards. That's some more cards face down. In phase, the Abao-Q, the Lightless Shadow. Such a huge impact. I think people underestimated how good that card is in pretty much everything. But like we've seen Fiendsmith Raziel using it, we've seen Malice using it. It is an incredible card. I got my quarter century secret rare. You should too. It's so beautiful. It's such a nice card.
Billy's just been showing off with that one all weekend.
I have. I'm proud. All right, so starting with an infinite permanence on Nightmare Griffin. This is the way he needs to start playing him.
I mean, this is part of the merit of saving the Abba-Q to potentially get the Griffin on the field as soon as your opponent has committed more cards, simply because it's harder to deal with cards such like the impermanence.
Something like evenly matched would be helpful right now. He's going to need something. Going to start with discarding Fiendsmith Engraver to try and add a Fiendsmith card from the deck to the hand.
I mean,
checking for Call by the Graves, maybe.
I think he's just gonna. He has no reason to respond to this. Once Tract is activated, to the activation of Tract, he will chain the 06. So when Tract discards, the White Binder can just banish his entire grave.
Yeah, that's what I love about White Binder. Not only does it like get you access to your traps by banishing like White Rabbit on your opponent's turn, you can, if you're playing against Fiendsmith, you can just banish 3 Light Fiends out of their graveyard, and it can be devastating.
Yeah,
with proper timing, as you mentioned.
Of course. There's also been every single trap card already on the field, so there's no actual need for Abraham to banish any of his Malice monsters in the grave right now.
All right, Diabell starts next.
Yeah, sending the Chaos Betrayer, and then now can't activate its effect on the field. Because
can, right? Imperm?
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
he did resolve Imperm.
Yep. So now he can go for Deception of the Sinful Soils, probably. Yep, there's the Deception.
All right, this might provoke a reaction here.
Deception.
Nope. Abraham's just chilling on this one. He's like, sure, Deception Sin.
He's going to elect him.
Is it an Ash Blossom? Oh, he's going to use a Bao-Q just to destroy it? All right, discards that Lancia, doesn't... yeah, see, a Bao-Q is just so versatile, so strong.
All right, there's the Tract, and then we're going to be chaining the 06.
Yep.
This could lock it up here.
This looks like it is going to be over.
06 will summon back the White Binder, gain 2,300. Tract will resolve, adding likely, looks like Lacrima, and then discarding another copy of Tract.
Because he knows that he'll be able to banish. Smart plays here from Adam, not just walking straight into that White Binder banish. But he's only left with that Crimson Tears.
Yeah, we'll still be going after likely the Fiendsmith Engraver as well as the Chaos Betrayer. Those are only live effects in the graveyard. I mean, Fiendsmith Tract would allow you to fusion summon, but I don't think there's going to be enough like material to make that matter. Did he say no effect on the White Binder? He still has the ability to potentially banish it.
And summon it back and do it again later? Yeah.
I don't even know if that's true because everything's been set already. But he still has the effect of 07 just to banish whatever he's going to summon here.
Yeah, I assume what Adam's like trying to do is somehow like get to a Chaos Angel.
Which, I mean, Adam doesn't know that he has 07 already, but that is just an immediate answer.
It's only said by its effect, right? Only said by its effect.
Well, he does have the Chaos Betrayer still, too.
Yeah, which is why I thought it would have been worthwhile to go for the effect of White Binder, because then whatever you get off of the Lacrima doesn't really matter if you just immediately banish it.
Yeah, if it's the only thing in the graveyard also. Like if you banish all the Light Fiends and the Chaos Betrayer.
The game could have just been locked, but now there's a chance here. Adam just has to
Typhon is also still on the menu if he plays it, but chances are extra deck's pretty tight on that one. Yeah. But Typhon would almost break this board. But I mean, he has the MTP07. Adam doesn't know that yet, though. He can kind of assume because he just opted not to go after it at any point.
Yeah,
Abraham doesn't want to drop the ball here at this point in the game. This is his game to lose, essentially.
We'll see how powerful the Fiendsmith engine can be just with a single Lacrima.
Goes into Requiem.
Requiem is going to use its effect, summon another Fiendsmith monster from the deck.
Feels like Adam just kind of spinning his wheels here, but, you know. Yeah, Abraham doesn't. He doesn't want to use anything too early, I guess, until he feels like there's a threat.
Yeah, I mean, he really isn't threatened by anything at this point. If the Requiem is activated, then you might be forced to use your interactions there.
I mean, this is the advantage of playing like an unknown kind of strategy because it kind of throws your opponents off. They don't know the key points to interact.
But this is just Fiendsmith. All right, we're finally flipping up the 07. Looks like we're going to be banishing that Engraver from the field, which only leaves open the Engraver effect in the graveyard, which can still summon and still send something, so that there's merit to it. But then the Lacrima on the following turn will be the only real way to play.
And the MTP 07 not only will banish a card.
So this is the thing. He does not get to banish the Whitebinder.
Yeah,
it's been set a whole turn. I assume this is what he was thinking was going to happen.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes more sense. Yeah. No, it doesn't banish the white, but can't do this.
No,
Nope, stop.
no. Uh-oh.
If anyone can hear us, please
wait.
Please no, put that card back on top of his deck.
Please, someone save us.
Please. I know you can hear me out there. Anyone listening, that's not how this works. He would just banish the Engraver, not all these cards from the graveyard, and he wouldn't. Did he shuffle his hand up? No.
Oh, no.
Please, no. No, don't shuffle your hand more.
Oh,
no. Judges, anyone here, if anyone out there can hear me, he cannot banish from NTV 07. It was set already.
Yeah, sure.
No, please, someone, before this game ends, please, if anyone out there can hear me, I know you can hear me, guys. Someone out there can hear me. Please, no, not. He had everything in his disposal.
We were looking for a lost condition. I think we found one, but
this is horrendous. I just can't look right now. Please, someone.
Anyone.
Let me try and ping someone on. Please.
Okay, so it looks like they're going to try to reverse it now. I hear the judges talking to them.
Oh, man. People just, sometimes they just outplay their stuff. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
We just heard someone heard us crying, yes. Our plea. I would say plea over cry.
Yeah.
Even though I do sound a little whiny.
There was only one tier, all right?
Yes, and it has to be a card that lets you draw a card. And he shuffled his hand so much. Ugh.
There's only 2 cards in hand, I think. Oh, well, I don't know. It looks like 3. So we know that there was a Dormouse added from 07, so it wasn't that.
Maybe it's that.
There should have only been one card in his hand previously.
Do people hear me know what we're even talking about? The MTP 7 was set during his turn, so it's been set for a whole turn, which means you can't banish it, and it looks like we're going to be coming back to us, which is fantastic. I love it when we come back to the cast while they deal with things, but well, it was almost locked up, and you know that's. I've seen this. We even saw it like in the last match with the Merman Atlantean player. Like sometimes you just have so much advantage that you just outplay yourself. Like
you have to find a lose condition. People do that all the time on stream. You just have to find a way to lose, and this is potentially one of them. Going into that turn with all knowledge that was present, right? When the track was activated and you chained to summon the Whitebinder, it was fine to get rid of the Betrayer and the Engraver, because even if the last card in hand is Lacrima, you know they will normal summon it, send another Engraver. You've banished every other Light Fiend, so the Engraver can't activate. You use 07, just banish the Lacrima, there is nothing they can do. He will have to pass, and then you just attack for game. It was simple enough, but now you just overthought it because you wanted to get the extra value of the Whitebinder because you're getting greedy, even though the effects just don't work that way.
Yeah, you just fly too close to the sun. Like we saw it round 1 or round 2. When the mouse player just paid too many life points. Like you just have to do one less summon. You don't have to go like full combo. Like Yu-Gi-Oh can be easier. Like you can't overcomplicate things, and people just tend to do this. They don't want to mess up their combo. They want to like make sure they're maximizing, min-maxing everything. But sometimes just just doing the least amount of things as possible to win the game is much more advantageous.
I think that's like the biggest lesson of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is even though you can do so much, the only thing you need to do is the minimum it takes to win. And I think
that's what I'm always about, the least amount of summons, the most amount of damage,
because it gives your opponent the least amount of interactable points. But what was really noticeable about the last few rounds in this tournament so far, I think a lot of players have been having turns where they have just had zero interaction from your opponent, which they're just not used to. They've had too many options, and now they're getting
lost.
lost.
I don't know what to do when there's no response.
Because this format has been one that's very heavily interacted with. Players are playing a lot of these points interaction from the hand. But we just had a lot of features where there's been some breakers or they're just unfortunate hands where there were no interactions available. So players just got to do whatever they wanted. And some people, they didn't seem as comfortable doing that, or they were a little confused as to how far they should go.
Now, he didn't banish Walrus. Oh, he banished it with MTP7. Oh, hold on. Can you banish your own cards? We might have been wrong. I've never seen anyone do that.
Can you banish your own card with that card?
You can. And if you control Malice Link Monster, you can banish one card in the field. Oh,
okay.
So that's on us. I've never
okay.
seen anyone do that. I don't know why you would do that.
Yes, it was a very convoluted way of doing the same thing.
Okay, so
then.
that's on us, but it's a good thing. A bizarre choice to play. We're still looking at the field so we can see it. So
our bad.
I guess it's our bad. Yeah, interesting choice there. Apologies.
I guess the Requiem did stay on the field, as well as the Engraver.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now then we're all in the same good shape now. Bizarre. Well, he's still in worse shape, right?
Yeah, is this really where you wanted to be?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen anyone do that. I don't know. Yeah. But here we are. I guess it's on us that he didn't banish his opponent's card. He decided to banish his own card to accomplish something.
It's okay. This is where we're at. It's still a very favorable position to be in. You have the Dormouse. You do have TB11 set as well, so you probably will use that in the end phase just to have another body on the field. The Griffin will become live again, so the Lacrima that's summoned off of the effect of Requiem, or even just the Requiem summoned off Lacrima, will not be able to activate its effect.
Yeah, I'm still baffled by it. Yeah, just. But yeah, he's going to continue his plays now and use the TB11 to summon White Rabbit. It's hard because the player audio solo, and we couldn't hear that that's what he chose to do.
I just don't think this play makes sense.
No, because he didn't. No, he definitely flipped up. I'll have to go back and watch it. It looked like he flipped it up and then banished Lightbinder before he added from his deck to his hand, right?
Yes.
That is what happened. Okay, I'll go back and watch it to see, but I don't know, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is where we are.
This is, it's definitely one I'm going to want to go back and look at again.
Okay, another copy of Malice and Underground being activated now that will be able to, again, banish the White Binder or the Red Ransom to just activate his entire graveyard again. Just has to be careful of his own Nightmare Griffin. Paying another 900 here.
And that's going to allow him to summon back the White Binder.
All right, you're going to be able to draw a card off the effect of White Binder, and then White Binder's effect on the field will go after. He could go after his opponent's graveyard, but I think he should. I think he's understanding that the Griffin will cut off any effect that the Lacrima can do. And we know the set is just a deception, right?
Yeah, he just reset the deception. Yeah, I mean this game still should be his. Yeah,
all he has to do is attack. Gonna go after the 07 so you can shuffle it back with Crifter.
Yeah.
The Ransom will summon itself back and can potentially banish from deck if he wants to. He doesn't. He opts not to. And now activating White Binder's effect to set from the graveyard. Looks like another of 06.
Normal.
Now we're normal summoning Dormouse here. Just going to be able to link away probably 3, into the Heart's Cryptor, I'd imagine. There's the Heart's Cryptor.
Time to go to battle.
Yeah, so activating Lacrima, chaining the Impulse, even though there really was no reason. Oh, I guess now that you summon Cryptor in that zone specifically, it could give your opponent a monster zone to link into. But now we're just attacking, and then Cryptor can use its effect on itself to do the last bit of damage.
Okay, he did add with the MTP 07 first and then banish the White Binder. I went back and looked just to make sure so everything is going according to plan. We do apologize because I've never seen anyone play Malice that way, but in the end, he still gets the W, whether it was like in the complicated, confusing manner, but he's still walking away with the win here for Abraham.
Yeah, interesting choice. He also used the effect of 06 to banish the Cryptor, which, I mean, he could have just used Cryptor to banish Cryptor.
I like using the traps to banish Cryptor, and then saving the Cryptor effect where you still use it again later on in the turn potentially. I'm the same way, but yeah, we do apologize. We just, I've never seen anyone do that with Malice. Like,
I'm just saying, if you're going to use 07 that way, why wouldn't you use Cryptor that way? But it's okay.
It is what it is. Abraham moving away 5-0 with his Malice strategy. But it was really cool to see Adam's Azamina combo that he did there in game number 2. It was fun watching it pop off. Unfortunately, game number 3, not enough. I mean, he had just so few cards. Hard to overcome that, enormous board. But also, shout outs to Abraham showing you there's multiple different ways to play Malice.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how powerful it was through one interruption as well, being able to just power through. Unfortunately, we saw that there was an imperm probably drawn as a 6th card here that would have been really useful. I mean, definitely not the worst option to have as their 6th card. It was very useful into the Griffin, but, would have loved to have that just on the first turn as well for Adam.
Yeah, definitely. At least he had the imperm, just not enough cards to play through everything else and all the traps that Abraham had. But, Adam moving on 4-1, down but not out. Abraham going on undefeated with his Bestial Mouse. I'm curious to see if we're going to see more Bestials in the top cut or more Raziel decks in the top cut. I know we've seen a lot more Malice on the stream. It's kind of, I don't know what the numbers are, but it seems pretty even from what we've been seeing at the top tables. But, only time will tell which one of these decks is going to come out on top this weekend.
I definitely feel like Malice is more popular than I initially expected for this event. I definitely thought that because of just Mitsurugi in general, there's going to be so many more Raziel variants in the tournament. But Malice being just as popular because it is able to use Fiendsmith cards, and the powerful effects of Nightmare Griffin is just able to blow out an entire game by itself, and obviously Epic to facilitate that, also very strong. But, I would personally be too afraid of Lancia in this tournament. I mean, to go for it.
That honestly, that's what it can come down to. We might see the finals. It could be Fiendsmith versus Malice, and Lancia could be the deciding factor. But maybe the Malice player will draw Crossout. You have just as good a chance of drawing Crossout Designator as they do Artifact Lancia. But will we see Molcharmy Meows come into play later on? It's a card that a lot of people are using. We haven't got to see it touch down just yet. But there definitely seem to be a lot more side deck cards that are really good to go in against Malice as opposed to the other way around for the Fiendsmith stuff.
Yeah, if anything, the players on the feature have been quite fortunate to have not been faced with those cards just yet. And there's a lot more interesting decks that we haven't seen, but, well, I mean, Bestial Malice, obviously a very strong contender, shown time and time again, and especially here in this feature match.
Definitely. And I do apologize again about the confusion there at the end. Never seen anyone do that. That's on us. But we just want to make sure the duel is played to the integrity of the game is all. Everything works according to plan. But we'll hear from our winner, Abraham, with Kangas. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage with Abraham. Congratulations on your feature match win. Still undefeated so far at the YCS. How confident are you in your deck choice and the matchup against Azamina? Because that isn't a deck that we see a lot of these days.
The matchup is a little bit scary if you don't have any hand traps. I practice a lot, but against that deck, I didn't know a lot of it. I just the second game, just seeing what he can do. So the game 3, I'm more prepared. So yeah.
So learning in the best of 3 itself, that takes a certain level of calmness and cool-headedness. What were nerves like up on stage? Did you feel like it affected your play at all? Just knowing that you're in front of the crowd, you have the cameras on you?
I was very calm. My teammates are there cheering me on. GMG, my friends. I was really enjoying myself. Yeah, I really enjoy being in the feature match.
So your crew right here in the audience, they're also from Puerto Rico?
We are from Puerto Rico.
Shout out Puerto Rico. But you're in town here in Florida. Welcome. How has the trip been? And do you have anything else that you're going to do while you're in town?
When we finish the YCS, we're going to enjoy ourselves, a little party, and then we go back home to work.
You're working this weekend here for Yu-Gi-Oh!, having some fun, back to work afterwards. Congratulations on the win. We'll be cheering you on for the rest of the YCS, and we're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. Throw it back to us. A little bit of egg on our face from that round. I feel so bad, but, in the end, The result is exactly the way it is supposed to be.
There's
and
two Malice enthusiasts. We got a little too carried away.
I literally play Malice, and
Yeah.
so I feel I'm embarrassed. But you know, it happens to the
Yeah.
best of us. You know, 4-time YCS champion, the People's champion, most recent top 16 though with Malice too. But I can honestly say I've never seen that play. But that's, you know, it's part of Yu-Gi-Oh. We always just want to make sure everything works out. But before we go to a break, we're going to talk about something really exciting. A game mat that I really like. A card that, you know, I'm familiar with, Reborn Tengu. That's right. Time Wizard tournaments. If you want to play an older format from the long ago, like something like 2011, September 2011. I won a couple YCSs in a row with this card, and now it's on a game mat. That's right, Reborn Tengu. You get this for getting first place in a Time Wizard tournament. So if you go to YCS and you want to play, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh of old, you have that opportunity at OICS and, you know, at your regionals as well as your local OTS store if they're holding these tournaments. And you get this awesome Reborn Tengu game mat. But we will be back shortly. We get the other commentators on here for the next round, and then we'll be back after that, so don't go anywhere. We have a lot more exciting duels to come, so stick around. It's time to duel. A lot more Yu-Gi-Oh action coming up this weekend. Stay tuned.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
What's up, everybody? Steve Kangas live at YCS Orlando. I got a couple Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and we're going to walk around and see if anybody can guess what I brought. All right, I'm live on the convention center floor in Orlando, and I have Conrad. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a main deck monster?
Yes.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it level 3?
No.
Is it a light monster?
Yes.
Is it a level 1?
No.
Is it a Cybers?
No.
Is it... Does it have more than 1,000 attack?
Yes.
Is it a zombie?
No.
No.
What are you thinking about?
Thinking of Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill. That's what I was thinking. So it's a main deck monster. Is it a dragon?
No.
Wait, did you tell me the level already?
I did not, but you know it's not 4, 3, or 1.
4, 3, or 1. Is it level 8?
5 seconds. No, it's not.
No.
It's meta relevant.
Oh God. Is it? It's not effect failure. It's.
That's time.
Artifact Lance. Yeah. Oh my God.
Have you been hit by this yet today?
Not yet, but I'm sure I will be.
All right. Well, thank you for playing, man. I have Todd here. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
All right, is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Continuous?
No.
Counter?
No.
Normal?
Yes.
Is it played in a deck today? Do you think?
I would imagine, yeah.
All right. Does it activate in the hand?
Yes.
Is it infinite impermanence?
No.
Is it Dominus Purge?
No.
Dominus Impulse?
Yes! Yeah. There we go! Well done, Todd. 40 seconds. Ooh. That's the best one we've had so far. All right, I'm live here with Yair Burrito. You have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
All right, cool. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a quick play?
No.
Is it a normal?
Yes.
Okay, it's a normal. Was it printed within the last 3 years?
No.
No. Is it is it banned?
No.
It's not banned. Is it limited?
Yes.
Limited normal. A limited normal spell. Does it send a card from deck to grave?
No.
Does it add a card from deck
Yes.
It adds a card from deck normal. Okay, fair enough. Let's go in a different line of
That might be a bait one, yeah.
Is it an archetypal spell?
No.
it's not. So it's generic. Is it a removal spell?
No. 15 seconds.
Is it? Let's see. It's normal spell. Doesn't do that. 10. What's my favorite normal spell? Is it a pot card?
No.
Oh no.
Final question?
Final question. I'm just gonna make a guess. I'm gonna go with my favorite normal spell. It's not Foolish Burial. It's Emergence.
I believe in you.
Emergence. Sword Soul Emergence. No, it's not.
It's card destruction.
Oh,
You draw. That's not adding to hand, but like.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good card. Good card in tier.
All right, you gotta tell me about the Lederhosen though, because you got this whole getup going on.
Absolutely. So I went to Germany last year for Oktoberfest. I stayed with one of my friends, and one of her friends was just like, yeah, I got an extra pair of Lederhosen, so here. And then I was like, I wore it to some OTS tournaments where I actually got my invite to Nats last year. And so then I've just been doing well whenever I wear it, so it's just kind of been my thing. So I wear it at events.
Get yourself some lucky Lederhosen,
Lucky
everybody.
Lederhosen.
Especially have a friend that will give them to you for free.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for real, because these are like $250.
Whoa. All right, I'm live here with Julene. Julene, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Okay. Is it humanoid?
Yes.
Okay. Is it male?
Unknown.
Unknown. Is it? Does it have dark colors?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it have non-human features like wings or? Like
Yes.
Yes. Does it wear armor?
No.
No. Does it have claws?
No. No claws. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay.
You're doing good.
Does somebody play this card in the anime?
Yes.
Yes. Female player or male player? Wait, no. Is it a female player? Sorry.
No, I don't think so. All right, final question. I'll give you a hint. It's a spell card, too.
It's a spell card. I'm sorry.
You're good. I believe in you.
Okay. Spell card, humanoid, no claws, wings. Kariba?
It is Change of Heart.
Okay.
Yeah, good call. Played by Yugi Moto in the anime. Thank you so much for playing with us, though. That was awesome, and the cosplay looks fantastic too. So well done. I believe I'm here with Dyer, and you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Extra deck?
Yes.
Is it higher than level 2?
No.
Does it have a level?
No.
Is it a Link monster?
Yes.
Is it higher than Link 2?
No.
Is it a Link 2?
Yes.
Is this a competitively viable Link monster?
Yes.
Is this... is the Link monster removal?
Yes. 30 seconds.
Is it monster removal?
No.
Spell trap removal?
Yes.
Is it a nightmare?
Yes.
Is it Nightmare Phoenix?
It is. There we go. Good job. Congratulations. I'm live here with Nicholas. Nicholas, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a trap card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous trap card?
No.
Is it a counter trap?
No.
Is it a competitively viable card? Is it a card that has been used? It's like a history card. It's been good in history.
Yes.
Okay. Is it old?
Yes.
It's a counter trap?
No.
Is it a regular
Normal.
trap?
Yep.
Does it okay.
30 seconds.
Is it infinite impermanence?
No. That's an old card. Okay.
It is. It's a few years old.
I might be a little older than you.
Okay. Is it from like old like 2000s?
Yeah, I think like decrepit, like my age old.
Is it from like Blue Eyes Structure Deck?
No.
Dimensional Barrier?
No.
Is this Threatening Roar?
No.
Can I have another hint? What does it do?
It's gotta be yes or no. Final question.
Okay, does it have... Okay, is this card Mirror Force?
No, but that's very close. It is Torrential Tribute. Viable Labyrinth of Nightmare. Okay, but a shout out to Nicholas for saying old card and then listing Dimensional Barrier after clarifying it's a very old card. Congratulations. How's the Dragon Duels going?
Good, yeah, thank you.
All right, well, good luck, man.
Dimensional Barrier is 11 years old.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Some of us are very old. Some of us are very old. All right, I'm live here with Anna. Anna, you have 60 seconds. Guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Does it have only a single item on its picture?
No. That was a unique question.
Does it does it remove monsters?
No.
Does it negate anything?
No.
Does it remove spells and traps?
No.
Is it archetype specific?
No, that's another one. The gears are spinning.
Is it old?
Yes.
Does it have a person on it?
Partly. 5 seconds.
That's tough.
It is tough. I'll give you a hint. It has a hand of a person on it. Can you get it?
Is it card destruction?
It is! It is! Well done, Anna. That's awesome. Congratulations.
and welcome back to another exciting round of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. The format is just starting to get figured out, which is really important, right? Because we've got so many different events coming up. You may be preparing for the French Open over in Europe, maybe YCS Birmingham next week, and we're really starting to figure out what this format looks like. Any highlights so far, Joe?
So I think for me, the matchup with the Mermills were actually pretty interesting to see. That's actually a deck that we're going to be able to feature again. That's undefeated at table 1. So for me, that's a little bit of a highlight because that's a deck that's not necessarily represented as highly in this event, but is actually performing pretty well.
I think it has, you know, we talked about the natural predators there. Water monsters aren't light or dark, and that can really help. We've seen things like Kawakime or Udrago, Bystials, things trying to predate upon them, right? Just eat them up. But it's good stuff. It's going to be a great tournament and a great format so far.
Yeah, so let's take a look here. We have 62 undefeated players remaining. So at the end of this round, presumably we'll get down to about 31, assuming there's no draws there.
Certainly something you gotta worry about, but speaking of worrying, there's no time for anything other than dueling now. So I think it's time to go ahead and throw it down to the stage so we can find out who our #1 table duelists are.
For our next feature match in the blue chair from Minneapolis, Minnesota, shout out to Team VCG and everyone back home for supporting him, Min Pham. And his opponent today in the red chair from Alpharetta, Georgia, shout out to all the community content creators who motivated him to be here today, Gaddafi Cleveland. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game #1.
Very sure of himself there, and I guess you would have to be if you have played Mermails and are 5-0 in a 2,000+ person YCS. Good stuff.
Absolutely. So speaking of the Bystials, you commented on how earlier the water monsters are relatively immune, minus maybe a couple things. Like there's an effect veiler, for example, in Gaddafi's deck, but not certainly for the primary purpose of actually being interaction. Ming is taking the Billy Break approach and playing 7 Bystials, as I commented on, was the magic number that Billy wanted, but he's also playing 3 copies of Dimension Shifter.
Ooh, that could be a real pain if you were a water duelist. Oof.
Yeah, if you go all the way back to the original times that Atlantean and Mermails were popular, one of the decks that counteracted it really well were Rescue Rabbit-based decks that main decked Macrocosmos. So a very similar type of counterplay there that we're going to see, where potentially none of the Mermail or Atlantean effects can resolve. Of course, if a card like Macrocosmos, 15 years ago or today, Dimensional Shifter is active.
No, absolutely. And it's true that we have seen, a lot of decks that would main deck Dimension Shifter, but we actually haven't seen it resolve on any of the rounds that we've casted. So we haven't necessarily gotten to see the impact. Maybe he just plays through it. Maybe he has a plan for it, because I don't imagine you would go this far in the tournament without at least having a game plan for when none of your cards go to the graveyard.
Yeah, with the Atlantean deck, the game plan might honestly be the fact that he's playing 3 copies of Nibiru, 3 copies of Infinite Impermanence, 3 copies of Ash Blossom, which is a pretty typical package, and just hoping that that's enough because, under Dimension Shifter, your effect veilers aren't going to do anything. Presumably, the Dimension Shifter could have been activated in a point where the Mulcharmies may or may not be active. It kind of depends on when the Dimension Shifter is activated. So, unfortunately for our Atlantean player here, the hope really is to just avoid Shifter entirely. Sometimes there are just cards that exist where the game plan is to just kind of hope that it doesn't happen enough times to knock you out of an event. So, for example, I mentioned earlier, Malice players, if they open up a Dormouse, can actually play around Nibiru quite well, but White Rabbit, it is just sort of one of those things where if you have it, you have it, depending on what the other 4 cards are. If they're 4 non-engine cards, then it's just White Rabbit and, let's say, 4 hand interactions. You kind of have to concede that the best path to victory is to just hope your opponent doesn't have Nibiru.
Absolutely there, but you always have to be mindful of it. It could happen, but that's a really interesting decision that is very personal to duelists, right? Maybe the Nibiru's in the hand. You know what? I don't care. I'm going to summon 5+ monsters. Or maybe it isn't in the hand and you get a little scared and don't commit all the cards on your hand to the field. Maybe you miss your chance to win right there. So it's going to be interesting to see if those interactions from the hand really determine this duel or not.
Yeah, you need to maximize your chances of winning, not play around every card that's ever been printed.
I definitely am a go-for-it type of duelist. What about you, Joe? You just going to go in?
It all is situational. Again, if I opened White Rabbit in 4 non-engine cards, then the decision's sort of been made for me that I entered the tournament ahead of time knowing that that's what I was going to do. But with that being said, let's take a look here at our first game between Mermail Atlantean and Bystial Malice.
I definitely love his sunset hat there, certainly with a great vacation destination like Orlando, playing a water deck. It all is in theme.
I love those Trishula sleeves that he has, but presumably is on his extra deck. It does look like, though, our Malice player is going to go first. as we saw back in our previous future match when Atlantean Mermails were on the top tables. Going first is a huge advantage for that strategy with Muling Glacia. Unfortunately here, going second, we'll see how well his deck can line up.
We know how powerful the deck could be, but let's see how it plays out now. As Min decides to commit his first card. Looks like he does have some of those Malice Trap cards, but not setting them first just to sort of bluff out his opponent. He's just going to commit to Dormouse.
Yeah, here's the best one. I actually think it's the Dominus Impulse that he might have.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, if it's Dominus Impulse, that really could be huge there.
I think over time people have just kind of understood that the Malice Trap set bluff may not be as valuable because there's only 2 that you could even use, and you really only want to activate one of them in that situation anyway, so.
It was so important and so discussed at Anaheim, but you're right, I haven't seen it done since,
yeah.
At least not on the featured match stage.
So taking a look here, it's really important to take a look at the extra deck to see what pathway Min is going to go for. And again, he is 5-0 here, so whatever his decisions were heading into this event in terms of what the extra deck looks like, has certainly worked out for him thus far. And looking through it, it seems like he has the Abawake. It seems like he has the Nightmare Griffin package. I don't see Terror Hearts. I actually do see a Firewall Dragon, which is kind of an interesting card to continue playing, that being a piece of sort of the older combo. But assuming this goes uninterrupted, we may potentially be able to see how he has decided to establish Nightmare Griffin in the middle column.
Nightmare Griffin certainly showing how powerful it is. There's been a lot of Nightmare Griffin combos in the last year or so. I remember seeing things like Memento being able to establish it pretty easily, and it is very strong. People really have to respect that card from the extra deck. It is not just a novelty. It is a real card.
Here we see a Link Decoder.
Nothing too crazy just yet, but looks like, oh, using a Bestial Drua's Worm to get rid of his own Dormouse. Another monster on the field, and of course be able to pay 300 life points shortly.
And presumably he'll be bringing back that Dormouse. All right. Oh, interesting. So
wow.
Yeah, this is an interesting sequence where you're kind of trying to see if your opponent has anything, and then using Shifter at kind of this unique point.
Yeah, because effectively he emptied out his graveyard so he could discard the Dimension Shifter while still being able to get all his other card combos out. That's really clever there to sort of see if his opponent had anything and then go ahead and drop the Shifter.
I wonder if he outright knows his opponent is on this strategy, which is why he valued Shifter, because Dormouse presumably could have done a whole lot more, and I think he has a Dominus Impulse. So even if there was a Nibiru, he has the Impulse in hand.
You're right that it was a relatively conservative turn effectively, but when you're in a battle city like a YCS, you do hear stories. You're like, oh, that's the guy playing Mermails, right? Because everyone's so excited to see it do so well. Well, if he knows, then he made a good board, and oh, wow, really? That's enough? Yeah, he's going to concede.
Yep, Shifter is enough, so presumably he could be hiding the actual deck that he's brought to the tournament this weekend. Unless, as you mentioned, that they maybe perhaps sat next to each other earlier in the event. It is interesting in the sense that I wonder if there's any possible way, maybe like setting Effect Veiler or Ash Blossom, that could have made it so that the game prolonged a little bit longer. So maybe you could have got a better idea of what Ming's extra deck looked like, or perhaps gave off the impression that you weren't necessarily playing the Mermail Atlantean strategy. By conceding in this manner, it is a pretty good giveaway that Dimension Shifter is a powerful, potent card. Not that you would necessarily just keep it in anyway going into game 2, but it could at least give Ming that reservation that if it wasn't an auto concession, that maybe Shifter isn't necessarily lined up in this matchup. But that basically instant concession suggests that it is.
You're right that it's layers upon layers, right? You know, he was trying to feel his opponent out and then drop the Dimension Shifter, and then, of course, you know, Gaddafi drawing for turn, stuck in the duel, but then immediately conceded, so he didn't show anything. So it's really just layer upon layer of them, not necessarily psyching each other out, but feeling each other out with their cards. But the conversation really didn't happen on Gaddafi's side. No motion in the ocean when Dimension Shifter is in play.
Now, that was one of the conversations we had briefly before the round started, which is when Mermail Atlantean first came out, many, many years ago, it was Macrocosmos that was sort of the go-to way of just banishing every card and therefore shutting off all the effects. Here, so many years later, Dimension Shifter doing a pretty good representation of what Macrocosmos and those Rescue Rabbit-based strategies used to do.
Just a wild time for sure, but Ojula still seem locked in, making some side deck choices there on Gaddafi's side. Obviously he has a little bit more information, seeing that his opponent is on Malice. Min, same deal, just kind of locked in there and had a great game one. Nothing to worry about so far, but we'll see how things go out. If it is a killer turn like we saw Saith do in the previous feature match featuring Mermail Atlantean, well, it's going to be anybody's game.
So it's a little bit different here, though, as the Dimension Shifter element totally changes the ball game.
Oh, it really does.
You know, he could draw a hand very similar to those that had the Mooling Glacia from previous rounds. But with Dimension Shifter, obviously, that's not going to work nearly as well.
Yeah, you can't get 5 waters in your graveyard if you can't get 1 water in your graveyard. Well, we are round 6 now. Remember, we're going to be doing 9 rounds total today, so plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, but just interesting stuff. What a great kickoff to the year. And again, we talked about how YCS Birmingham is next week. I can't wait to watch that just to see how it shakes out from this week to the next.
Yeah, all it really takes is one YCS after a new set, in this case Supreme Darkness, to really get a good understanding of where the format is, at least initially. And then it's really those consecutive YCSs, the ones that follow, where some of these strategies really get refined once it's kind of understood across a large amount of the players as to what the top decks not only just are, but sort of what the stock typical builds were coming out of this weekend. And then it's really where that innovation kicks in, where the players that can just go one step ahead. You know, we've seen this over the course of years where, you know, for one event, maybe it's cards like Forbidden Lands that are really popular, and then enemy control becomes popular, and then it kind of rotates back out to, you know, playing around Nibiru, then not playing around Nibiru because different cards are shifting in popularity. So we've seen over the years just how one event to the next, the same deck types can remain, but it's the inner strategies within those that can vary.
You know, you're right. A lot of people say, what's the best deck of this format? And I'm like, well, what day of the week is it, right? Because the game changes as all the duelists, literally listening to my voice right now, are geniuses plotting how they're going to beat these people on screen. They take that to the next event, and decks change from there. So there is no best deck. There's just a good deck for the right time.
You know, for example, we've seen Metaltronus in some main decks this weekend. Ming has got 3 copies in his deck. If he ends up going undefeated in Swiss this event, gets a nice placing in the top 64, we see Metaltronus popping up into these decks that do well. Maybe Metaltronus will suddenly be a card that almost everybody's playing, because it is a card that has a lot of utility in the format.
Really
but it's a card
does.
that right now may not be popular in the main decks to quite the extent that it could be just 1 week from now.
Well, we're on game 2 here. Looks like Min is taking a look at the 5 cards. Maybe we haven't even gotten out of the standby phase here. Maybe we're seeing a Dimension Shifter after all.
Shifter check. No, I know he has an Ash Blossom in hand, but all right. So it does look like we'll be able to proceed into the main phase.
So Gaddafi is going to have to finally reveal what strategy he's playing if Min doesn't already know.
So he has 1 Minstrel in his deck. In previous Mermail Atlantean feature matches showed us that a lot of times there are 2 additional ones in the side deck for when you get to go first, which is exactly what Gaddafi is doing here. He has now 3 copies of DC Minstrel in his deck, so we could presumably have that as an opening play if it's accessible to him. But no, instead he's going to start with the Spike, discarding the brand new Poseidra the Storming Atlantean. What's a little bit different between this and Saith's deck from earlier is that Gaddafi is electing to play fully 3 copies of Poseidra the brand new Storming Atlantean.
I think we got our answer here. I don't know that Min knew that Gaddafi was playing the Mermails, because he definitely took a moment to read that. And there's no problem with that, but it's just you got to know what it is that your opponent's actually doing.
Many years ago, this would be searching a Gen X Undyne, but nowadays we're searching an Abyshrine the Atlantean Spirit.
Well, good time. There was some great Gen X support last year, so maybe they'll meet again
You never
somewhere.
know. Never know. It was just such a great feeling to open that, or just open Undyne itself with Allure of Darkness in your water deck to banish the controller.
Good.
Oh, the value. Oh, this might be a Drone Lockbird, which
that could be very difficult
will be
to
pretty
play.
difficult, because not even getting a Dragoon activation off at all, now being able to play, or not being able to play with Dragoons for the rest of the turn, it's going to be pretty brutal, because we've seen previously these Mermail Atlantean decks really take off when they get to resolve not 1, not 2, but 3 or 4 different Dragoon activations, whether it's detaching a Bahamut Shark or otherwise. So this Drone Lockbird is one of the most popular side deck cards, and honestly a card we've seen in some main decks this weekend. It's one of the reasons why, you know, this Mermail Atlantean deck and even the Crystron deck, I think to a certain extent, are just in an environment that may not necessarily be conducive to them, because if you're going to bring those strategies, you really need to dodge as many Drone Lockbirds as possible, because both of those strategies really rely on it. But as things can change, as you mentioned, so who knows a few months from now if that will be different, but popularity of Drone Lockbird is definitely something that's going to be tough.
Earlier we were talking about the battle between fire and water, and it looks like the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring stopped just the one thing that Gaddafi could try to get through, and so now play passes back over to Min, who draws for turn.
Oh, it's really unfortunate for Gaddafi is he has 6 between 3 Fawalos and 3 Perulia, but they're probably all in his side deck at this point. Or, you know, he has 3 copies of Cross-Out Designators, so maybe keep 1 and 1 in. So it's not inconceivable that he has one of those right now, but, you know, the makeup of his deck having gone first right now, probably not as ideal to just pass with a blank field, but well, look at that. No Malice cards in sight.
Really? Okay. Interesting. Oh, never mind. Looks like he drew his card for the effect, but now we have Malice and Underground going to go ahead and banish.
What we saw there was the Shrine effect, so I didn't notice the banish there. It just kind of looked like he had drawn as if the Malice player had passed back and this Min had passed back, so it does make sense why we saw Gaddafi there draw a card.
It did look, if you had no idea, it looked like he passed turn, and so it was nothing. But no, it does look like we're paying 300 life points here, and the Dormouse reappears.
So now we have a Dormouse effect. Which would, you know, in theory, let him banish a copy of White Rabbit. He's giving it a quick read. Certainly if there is a way of interacting with that, we should see it hit the field here. Yeah, it looks like there's a copy of Effect Veiler, so the Dormouse remains there on the board, but no effect.
Min considering his options here, that may have certainly slowed him down. Obviously, Effect Veiler perfectly timed, because if there was a Dimension Shifter there, you're definitely not sending the card from your hand to the graveyard.
So the thing with Dormouse to remember is it reminds me of Sword Soul Taya, kind of back when we were talking a lot about the Sword Soul Taya versus Moye.
Oh, but the call by the grave, so critical here.
I was going to say that if this Dormouse just sits there for a turn, which you never know, Gaddafi's down to just 2 cards in hand, he'd actually just be able to activate Dormouse again on the following turn. But wow, look at this.
Just making sure it happens, infinite impermanence. And here is going to be the vital moment. Obviously, Dormouse's effect is negated. But if there's anything left there, this could be a very explosive turn. The Gaddafi only has 1 card left to stop, whatever it may be.
And that card also, it either needs to be defensive now, but the problem is if it's defensive here, then he needs to draw something off the top of his deck to just deal with the Dormouse outright, because otherwise he can just activate Dormouse's effect on the next turn. So Gaddafi's in a really difficult position because he's kind of being hit from 2 different directions here. That Dormouse is a threat, and any extender in the hand is a threat. Well, so if that card in hand is a point of interaction, great. He buys himself a draw phase, but that draw phase needs to deal with the Dormouse.
Definitely need to page Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, there and show us that glorious 1-card combo, because I don't know what else you could do in this situation, but it seems like Min is paused too. Maybe he doesn't have too much further to go. It could just be Dormouse attack.
Yeah, Dormouse attack.
Wow, okay. So we really have ourselves a game here as things kind of slow down for both duelists.
I mean, he used Abyss Bike last turn. I have to imagine that he would have just led with Neptibus if that was one of the cards in his opening hand.
True, so he's got to draw it now.
So presumably that card in hand is not that. It's not one of the Mulch Armies that he kept in. It's probably not a card like Crossout Designator.
Shuffling, I can just not quite make it out.
I think one of those is an Ash Blossom. He's going to need some piece of engine right now, or at least just a monster big enough to attack over Dormouse, which only has 900 attack.
All right, he's considering, even I'm on the edge of my seat just being like, okay.
Oh,
is that a pass?
Oh, I think
it is
may
a
be.
pass.
So this is the problem that I mentioned. He needed something to deal with that Dormouse. You don't often see just that Dormouse sit there, but if the game gets simplified where both players kind of throw a lot of hand interactions at one another and all of a sudden both players are down to 1 or 2 cards, this Dormouse turn after turn after turn.
Oh, and there it is. Going to go ahead and banish something, so imagine it'll be White Rabbit. We stick to the basics here. Oh, now we're going for Chessy Cat.
So maybe he drew a copy of White Rabbit
that would be a great
Dormouse.
Way to work. Yeah.
And doing this is just a way of kind of filtering his hand a little bit.
We're definitely cutting the deck, so I think that Chessy Cat is intent on using its effect.
Yeah, I could see it be a White Rabbit.
All right, so what are we going to banish? Yeah, there's the White Rabbit. So draw 2, pay 300, and get another Malice monster onto the field. still, Gaddafi's hanging in there.
And now he is technically only down to the Dormouse effect from the Banish Zone, at least in terms of the main deck monsters.
And it may be unlikely that 7,100 points of damage could be dealt during this turn. So Gaddafi may be saying, okay, I've got 2 cards. I just need 1 more and I could have a great combo.
Well, I think between Axis Kotaker, which I have to imagine is in his deck. It is, in fact, in his deck. And some of the Hearts Cryptor combos, 71 may not quite be enough. We'll see if he can navigate through it, but also potentially play around Nibiru. You have to imagine that if your opponent has these 2 cards in hand, one of them wasn't big enough to attack over the Dormouse the previous turn. You know, Nibiru is on the list of cards that would make sense in their hand, because it can't be an engine piece, because basically every engine piece would either attack over it or just be outright a combo in and of itself.
But get this, what if it's just the confidence that Gaddafi had, effectively sitting there hanging in the duel, threatening Nibiru just with confidence that led Min to have a conservative turn and only attack with just the Hearts Cryptor.
This is going to be in battle phase, so it's fine, because once you just enter into battle phase, these additional summons...
It's not even an issue anymore.
It's not much of an issue anymore.
Because we're out of the main phase.
Yeah, so what I was mentioning is, he could presumably
and there's the handshake.
Nibiru. Yeah, absolutely.
I was certainly cheering for Gaddafi there too, but Min did a great job just kind of playing through, and while not necessarily the strongest turn for either duelist, it doesn't matter because all you got to do is just play through it. So sign the Sacred Slip there. Min is our match winner.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the Mermill deck just didn't really get going in either of those games.
Yeah, but if you're undefeated, we're definitely going to see Gaddafi again. I mean, imagine that. He's definitely going to make day 2 as long as he has a good rest of the tournament. But again, 19 points or top 128, I believe, no advance. So Gaddafi may still be on the radar, and still, we know how good this deck is. We know how good Water is. So it just wasn't, the current wasn't flowing his way.
For what it is worth, when you register a deck like this that you know has that huge weakness of Dimension Shifter, you just have to hope that you only face it maybe 1 or 2 times, because the deck is powerful enough to get you, the 10-2 record or perhaps the 9-3 record necessary to make it into the top 64. If you kind of go into the event in the headspace of, I understand Dimension Shifter will be played, I understand I'm going to lose games to it, but I can't dwell on it. You need to kind of look forward to the next round and say, the odds of them having it again, the odds of me playing against a deck with it again, are low enough that I think I can just work with the deck that I have and the strength of the deck that I have and just say, I knew going in this was going to happen. I can't dwell on it.
Yeah, makes sense. You don't want to dwell on the abyss, right, as a Water player. But it is true that at some point you do just have to play the cards and hope for, I guess the sports term would be strength of schedule, right? You just hope to just not get paired up against the opponents that knock you out. And then just have a strong showing in day 2 and pray for the best.
Yeah, we've clearly seen that the deck is powerful enough to string together these combos and victories. Cards like Dimension Shifter are going to exist, but you knew that when you registered the deck.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I don't think it's to the point where you would maybe run like 3 copies of Crossout Designator and a Dimension Shifter of your own just to counter that, because obviously that would slow down your comboing, but maybe something to think about for next time.
I mean, he does have 3 Crossout Designator in his side deck.
Oh, okay.
He just doesn't have the Dimension Shifter.
So close, right? Just very interesting there, but it's great to see a lot of these graveyard decks still kind of push through, and Dimension Shifter is still powerful, so just keep that in mind. No graveyard is safe, but I guess no banishment is either with Artifact Lance out there.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Mermill strategy, I think it is one of the decks that has the least play through a Dimension Shifter. Other decks you can still sometimes establish a reasonable enough board. This is just simply not one of those decks.
Well, I guess we'll have to hear directly from Min, so why don't we go and throw to the stage and see how it feels to go ahead and topple your opponent with a Dimension Shifter or 2.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm live on stage with Min after a lightning-fast feature match. Quick 2-0. I want to get your initial thoughts on the match, especially after game 1. One-dimensional shifter, and then they just end the game. Did you even know what you were going up against?
Being honest, I don't. I asked for his deck count. It was 44. So I thought maybe it's Mitsurugi, Raizio, because I never expected Mermail. So I was like, okay, maybe I just need to slide in some other cards for Mitsurugi, and then we'll be good. And, I mean, it worked out well.
It did, but I want to go back to not many people are playing that deck. We've seen a couple do well, though. Were you prepared to go up against a Mermail Atlantean deck?
Definitely not. I think I got really lucky with the hands that was dealt to me.
Well, sometimes that's how the matches go. But before coming up, I saw you're from Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's my home state as well. So what's the journey been like? That's a pretty long flight to get here all the way to Orlando. So how's the journey been so far?
It's been really good. I think I really enjoy Orlando, especially with the last few weeks of Minnesota. We've been having like negative 40 degrees. So coming here when it's like 70 degrees, I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it.
You're walking around in, well, okay, you have pants. I was going to say shorts and a t-shirt.
I didn't expect, because last time I heard that Florida was having snow too, I just didn't know what area. So I want to come prepared.
Okay, fair enough. Well, how confident are you? Because you're still undefeated. Do you think that this is your YCS?
Yes.
All right. Well, Min, we'll be rooting for you. Congratulations on your feature match win. We're going to throw it back over to the casters.
And I absolutely love that energy. Min just being like, are you going to go undefeated? Yes, he's got it. He was just ready to go in. And why not with such a strong performance there and just having the right tools in the toolbox?
It always feels good to win against matchups that you weren't necessarily overly prepared for. Decks you knew existed, maybe were on your radar. Certainly you probably read the cards, but you didn't put in all of those hours playtesting against. Because heading into an event, yeah, we've seen Mermail Atlantean in the feature match area twice, but you could probably play maybe 1 or 2 throughout the event. Whereas some of the other strategies, you may put in hours and hours of testing. But being able to walk away from the table 2-0ing against one of these decks that maybe you're less familiar with, it's always a great feeling. Trust me, I can tell you from experience, it almost feels like, oh, I dodged what could have been a really bad scenario.
I love how we thought Min already knew, and we were thinking he was carefully selecting everything from his side deck. But he was like, no, I'm just going to go ahead and hope for the best there. Speaking of selection, why don't we take a quick look over here, too, at a great selection of cards you can get over in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Because there is a brand new selection pack, Dragon's Reincarnation, featuring the dreaded Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. So much fun to play. Have you had to play against it yet?
Light and Darkness Dragon Lord? No, but I have played plenty of games against the original Light and Darkness Dragon.
Oh, it's so good. It's very much the same thing, but in fusion form. Goes great in branded strategy. Shout out to all the Fallon and Valdaz fans there. There's a lot of other great stuff in the pack, too. So, man, just good stuff. Good stuff across all forms of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, some of my favorite Ultimate Time Wizard formats feature Light and Darkness Dragon. It's actually a card that's pretty popular in the April 2010 format that a lot of players are playing this weekend in the public events.
Oh yeah, man, the Perfect Circle is really back. But speaking of back, we have got so many more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? We still have 3 rounds left. The day is not over. But this round is over, so we'll be back right after this.
How did I get into Yu-Gi-Oh? Must have been 20 years ago. In kindergarten, one of my friends just had a drawer full of cards. I remember, of course, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and we played. Then, yep, rest is history. 20 years later, more and more Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been a long journey.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Right when about the time it first came out. The first set I ever opened was Metal Raiders, and the cover card of the set was the Black Skull Dragon, and that's ironically my favorite card that I've ever enjoyed having, and I have a collection of.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I remember I was in 7th grade. My mom got me the first starter decks, Yui Kaiba, and I've been playing ever since then, on and off, for over 25 years now.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in my school days, and I went to a temple, and friends were playing a card game, and I think they were playing with structure decks, like Yugi Kaiba structure decks. And so I just was curious and got to play it, and it just looked cool.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever since kindergarten, having the unsleeved cards and the rubber bands, and gradually over the course of my life, I started playing the games, and then I had a long break, and then I decided to get serious about Yu-Gi-Oh! Last year. So I started playing Master Duel, and then I got into the TCG, and I'm here now.
I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With my childhood friend when we were both in elementary school. Just playing, like, throwing cards at each other on the playground. And then one day I picked up a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card and said, hey, I could be good at this.
The deck type that I brought Ryzeo Fiendsmith, and I'm excited to play everything. I really want to play against Malice because one of my friends plays it a lot, so I enjoy having that competition and also being able to go back to him and tell him how I did.
The deck that I brought this weekend is Mitsurugi Ryzeo. I'm looking forward to playing against other Ryzeo variants. I quite enjoy the mirror match aspect with the Ryzeo Detonator being a good control aspect, but not being too oppressive so that I feel like I can't fight back.
I'm running Malice Bestial for the YCS, And honestly, I'm pretty much down for anything. I think I need practice with all these types of decks, and I think this is a great opportunity to get that started.
I brought Ryseal Mitsurugi. I'm okay. I want to play the mirror match most of anything. I think I'm pretty prepared for it. I'm prepared for the meta itself. I enjoy just ritual summoning, and that mechanic for me, it really took my attention.
I brought the Malice deck. I have a lot of fun playing it. I'm looking forward to playing the Fiendsmith Ryseal matchup.
How does it feel to be competing at a YCS? I'm like an old retired veteran at this point. I'm used to it. I love it. It's why I show up every time still. But I'm chill. I'm in my element here, and I'm ready for it.
It's always been a great experience just to be here, see friends that you don't usually see, you know, from all over the world, be able to meet new people and interact with others and see what they play and, you know, share ideas. It's always great to be out of these events.
The intensity is to be at a YCS, to compete for it, it's the intensity. I feel the nerves. I've had the nerves all week, and I'm ready to finally have it out here today and start and do the process, and I'm hoping to get there. Day 2 first, top, and then try to win.
Feels like every other one. Excited, ready to go.
It is very exhilarating. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous because it's my first YCS ever, and I see a lot of people here, a lot of talented people. So I'm really hoping that I can perform the best that I can here.
I lost count of how many times I've gone to YCS in the last 2 years, but you know, coming to this YCS is the first YCS of the year, and I come to the YCS more than anything to say hi to friends, enjoy with friends, play some matches. Probably will never make top 8, but I just come out to just enjoy and see friends that I don't get to see often.
When it comes to believing in the heart of the cards, it has to be Ice Ryseal, because that allows me to do my combo, and that's where, once I see it, I have peace of mind that we're about to win.
There's a card I'm top decking out of my deck. It's going to be Blackwing Blizzard, the Far North. That card has saved me so many times in a match that it just is a little game changer to the game, and in many cases actually ended the game because of just drawing it.
Right now, going second, probably Nibiru, the Primal Being, but going first, one of my starters, Malice, Dormouse, or White Rabbit. That's probably going to be what I'm going to need the most, and not Brick.
There's always one card that's never failed me when I have to draw it, and it's Triple Tactics Talent.
If there's any card I hope to top deck, it's typically a card that draws 2 more new cards. And because Pot of Greed is banned, it's Pot of Desires now.
I will definitely want to top deck either Pot of Prosperity, just to be able to dig into my outs, or Mitsurugi Ritual, be able to ritual summon.
My favorite public event is Rivalry of Warlords. It's a completely different vibe to Attack of the Giant card and the Winamats because it's not constructed with your own decks. Instead, you get given a different theme that's pre-built, and you get to explore something new in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's part of the fun in Yu-Gi-Oh! Exploring different ideas, archetypes, and learning. So yeah, it's a big switch up, especially after playing the main event where I play a lot of constructed Yu-Gi-Oh!
My favorite public events is going to be the Time Wizard tournaments that are going out on the side for YCS. And what I like about that is that you get to see a lot of the old school players that don't want to play Advanced, but they don't mind playing some of the retro formats that are in there. That could be April 2010 format, that could be some of the 2014 formats, and some of the recent formats that people preferred, and they don't want to play the current format, so they'll play some of the formats that are like not even a format before, or maybe a format before, or even a year before this year's format.
My favorite public event, the Structure Deck tournament. there's nothing better than being able to compete, one, for the awesome prize of the mat that's on the cover, but also me and one of my friends always make a competition to play the same event and get to the final so that we could get bragging rights.
It's the Ultimate Time Wizard tournament. As I said, I've been playing for a very long time, so for me that event, it brings me back to the good days when I actually was able to travel and enjoy playing the game. I greatly appreciate all those formats. Good memories for me.
I really like the Time Wizard event, but I prefer Heart of the Underdog at my locals.
Attack of the Giant card is my favorite public event. It's the one that I play the most. It's the one that I've gotten the highest, like I've placed the most in, and that kind of bracket style play is a lot of fun as well.
How many giant cards do you have?
I currently have 2 medium-sized cards, and I'm trying to get a giant card soon.
YCS Orlando. Me and Billy just found Jeff Jones. First off, welcome to the YCS Orlando. How has the journey been to Orlando so far?
Well, my flight was filled with a lot of crying children going to Disneyland, so that was pretty awful. But other than that, it's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully you're having some fun here. We wanted to catch up with you. You and Billy obviously have a lot of history together, playing the game around the same time. Billy, what do you remember about Jeff as a competitor?
Oh, I mean, mainly I remember that he loves to draw brain control and Caius. He actually won Shonen Jump Edison, one of the most important tournaments that ended up being of all history. Took me down in top 4. He's the only person I lost to that weekend. And in practice and play testing leading up to it, but it was his weekend to win. But definitely one of my more memorable matches was the top 4 match against Jeff.
Shout out to the Time Wizard event, by the way, that if you're playing in the public events today, you can experience that format. But Jeff, I want to ask you, you've been playing for a while, so what are some of your all-time favorite YCS memories?
Memories would be, I think, as far as like wins, winning the UDS was like super crazy. It wasn't Florida. Yeah, it wasn't Florida also. That was definitely like the most excited I won. I remember like the first time I won, I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I won a second time and I was like, oh, that's good. It's weird. Like once you win once, the other ones like don't feel. Yeah.
It's all
You're always catching that high and it never quite comes. But 100%. Anything with Billy, we played in Florida when we innovated the Mermail deck the first time. He beat me in the last round. You made top 4.
Yeah, top 4.
Top 4.
Should have won.
Yeah, should have won. Yeah.
Again.
Somewhere I mentioned there was then the Zodiac Infernoid. Billy and I played in Swiss and Top Cut again. I beat him in Swiss. He beat me in Top Cut, and then Max beat you. That was cool. he got revenge. Other than that, I think then finally like best player in the game, Jesse Cotton. We've played so many of the same tournaments together, and we have never played until the UDS Championship.
That was the first time, like, at an event you ever played Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, the time we've ever played. We went to like 100 regionals all at the same time, and he cleaned me, and he's the best. But it was the first time we played, so it was memorable because we're good friends. So
that's awesome to hear. Well, okay, so those are some of your top YCS memories, your top competitive memories. What about matches? Do you remember any, like, outside of the Jesse match, any that stand out to you as like that was one of the all-time greats that you've had?
Oh my god. Let me think. It's really hard because when you're as old as I am, everything gets kind of jumbled, and I don't know which ones are which. Maybe the Edison one, because it was taking a really long time, and a lot of people had already cleared out, so it was just kind of like me, my opponent, Jerome as the head judge there, and
I was there.
Were you still there?
I was still there. I stayed and wait till the finals.
Okay. Yeah, but it was really clearing out, and then when I finally won. Okay, I don't know how long I got, but there's kind of like a cool story behind it.
Go for it. Hey, the camera's yours. The mic's yours.
So I was like a 22-year-old kid who didn't have a lot of money at the time, and the person I was seeing went to go pay our rent, right? And his mom gave him a check. I gave him the cash. His mom gave him a check, and he went to pay our rent, and the check his mom gave him bounced, and then my rent then doubled because I had to pay it back, and there was like a super late fee. Whatever, it was like $4,000 something. As like a 20-year-old kid, I didn't have that money, and so I was like, "Oh, let's go to this YCS, maybe I'll make some money." And then I won and was able to get the money to pay my rent. It was so that's like a crazy thing.
Use your weekend,
Yeah. So that's honestly a crazy thing.
I think that's got to be one of the all-time best YCS stories that we've heard. All right, Billy, I'm going to give you one last chance here because, again, the two of you have so much history. What's your favorite memory of Jeff all time?
My favorite, I mean, it has to go back to Edison, I think. I mean, for me, my favorite memory was his quick draw synchron trying to come back and my Doom Caliber negating it game one. A brief, quick moment of victory.
Unbiased, yeah.
But then, eventually took the match win against me as well, despite that Doom Cal. 'Cause I was one of the only people playing Doom Cal that weekend at Edison, but there's been a lot of good matches. I mean, an event I wasn't at that I was reading the coverage was the Shonen Jump Anaheim that you won. I really liked that deck you used, the Destiny Hero Defender, Skill Drain, Dark Arm, because I'm a big Skill Drain fan, so it was awesome to see you Skill Drain at that event.
That's cool. What does it feel like remembering this through somebody else remembering it? Again, you said you've been playing this game for a while. What's that like?
So like I said, a lot of things kind of jumbled together because I played so much. So I didn't even remember the quick draw thing where my drill wire tried to come back until you mentioned it. I was like, oh yeah, that did happen.
It felt good.
It just reminds me of, I would go to Texas sometimes and me and Billy would just play it at his apartment and testing the Blue Eyes deck. There's there's so much. There's literally so much.
Well, thanks for sharing some of those memories with us today, Jeff. That was awesome. You're one of the heroes of the community. We're all rooting for you at this event today, but we're going to throw it back to a short break. Hello, everybody, and we're live back here at YCS Orlando, continuing catching up with some of the duelists here at the event. We have Steven Santoli. Welcome to YCS Orlando. How's the trip been?
That was pretty easy, just a nice slice down, no complications, which is nice. That's all you can ask for when you go to airports. So.
True. How's your YCS going, though, in terms of how you're placing so far?
We're 6-0 right now, so I can't complain too much about my start. Format's really good. I'm enjoying it. I think it's a good game, so overall I'm really happy with how it's going.
So what about the format are you enjoying so much? And let's dig into that.
Well, one, I think there's less games that are decided really quick. There's a lot more interaction in the sense that you can go second, feel quite comfortable cracking a board with less tech cards than you were in previous formats and just rely on a strong engine. And I think that leads to a lot of decision-making and outplay potential, which is what you want from the card game.
That's awesome. Well, you've been around the scene for quite a while now. How many YCSs have you been to? Have you kept track? Do you know?
I've been to, I'm not sure, probably 25-ish. I just hit my 10th top, so that's why I'd rather count than the actual attendees. All right, so wait, count tops more. What do you think, Billy? You used to compete. Do you count tops more or attendances more?
Oh, definitely tops. I mean, attendance matters, but like if you do my attendance versus tops, it's not a good ratio. I've probably been to like over 120, 150 that I played in, only with like 20-ish tops, so a lot more failures than success, but that's what a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about, is like not getting down when you lose and keep going on to the next tournament and keep trying and not giving up. Of course, this guy, he's always topping pretty much every event he's at. He's been one of the most impressive players that I've seen over the past few years. I mean, winning a YCS, going to the World Championship, Steven Santoli's just been excellent.
It's been fantastic seeing your journey as a duelist. Reflecting back on your accomplishments, what do you credit it to? Are you just a student of the game? Are you just dedicated to the craft? How have you been able to improve and compete at this level for so long?
I think I have a lot of creative deck building, which can give me an edge, but I think the big thing was actually the reverse, which is I learned when not to go crazy. Like before, when I wasn't topping, I would have good ideas, but I'd mix them up with bad ideas, and I would just end up having poor results because I overcooked my deck list. And now it's why I will explore playing anything I can and try getting the edge that way and going crazy with deck lists. I at least will rein myself in a bit. Not every time I need to go and reinvent the wheel. Like I won YCS with Rescue Ace, which was the perceived best deck, so it wasn't like I needed to break the mold there, and just understanding that like I can try getting the edge without having to force it. I think that gave me a lot more consistency.
Okay. Well, breaking the mold on that topic, I want to ask you a question. What do you think right now, whether you're playing it or not, is the most underrated card? Maybe something that people have overlooked that could be really good at events like this.
I think there are a lot of cards like that. I think a lot of breakers are just unexplored because everyone's still on hand traps when you don't really need to be. A lot of the boards are breakable, especially when you pair breakers. My side deck is complete nonsense of breakers. I'll say Burial, which is the one I've top regionals with before. Burial of a Different Dimension, which is just quick play, target 3, banish monsters, put them back to the grave. So it's good versus Malice when they are going and banishing off White Binder. You just set them all back to the grave, and they don't get their resources that way. And it's better because it's very few cards interact with the banish them. And if you try attacking the grave, they can always have more bestials to like just ignore that. And so having that to attack the banish zone, they don't have much recovery after that, at least for that interaction.
Okay, I haven't heard it put that way, but that was great to hear. Billy, what are your thoughts then? Board breakers or hand interaction? What are you leaning?
I mean, it's tough. Really depends. Like I love cards like Metal Tronus. I think that's been a really popular card this weekend. But yeah, I haven't heard about people using Burial from the Different Dimension. That seems pretty cool. I'm gonna have to watch out for that with my Malice deck for sure. Moving on forward from this, yeah.
Certainly. Well, I gotta ask you, Steven, is this gonna be your next YCS win? How confident are you feeling that this is your event to take?
I never like to focus too much on confidence. I know some players are, and that's their own approach to the mental game, but I just focus on playing well and going from there. I think that it's definitely a good event for me. I'm playing well. I think my deck list is very solid, so it's a matter of if the stars line up, I think I can catch them, so to speak. But we'll just try to do whatever we can to get there.
Jason, Star Station Dreams, thank you very much, Steven, for coming on and chatting with us. We're going to throw it to another break now. Hello and welcome back to YCS Orlando. We are live at the convention center floor waiting for the round to finish so we can get into our next feature match. But before then, we got Gage here on the center floor with us. How's your YCS experience?
My YCS is incredible. I didn't attend the main event, but I'm having fun in the April 2010 Ultimate Time Wizard. I'm crushing it right now. Anybody sitting across me, they're quaking in fear, let me tell you.
Are you undefeated?
I'm 3-1. 3-1, I should be undefeated. You know what? From that confidence, I have the confidence of an undefeated man.
Hey, you know what? I respect it. I respect it. Well, we're happy to have you here. Are you going to do any of the other public events while you're here, too?
I think I'm going to beat up Rivalry of the Warlords. I have a blast doing that one, and anybody can play it. They're pre-made decks, so you can just get on any skill level. It's a blast.
That's awesome. I haven't tried that one out yet. One of these days, I'm going to get a chance to.
For sure, give it a shot. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll also have to do some Time Wizard duels versus each other. But while we have you here, we're going to do a special live edition of a game that we've played. If you've been watching the stream, you've probably seen this. It's Guess the Card. You're going to have 60 seconds on the clock to guess it, but we're doing it live. Okay. So the pressure's on. We can't edit any of this.
Well, I'm a walking encyclopedia, Kangas. You picked the right guy for the job. I've been around the block. Show me anything. I got it, bro. I got it.
Okay, there's going to be an extra layer, though, for everybody back at home. Usually we show the camera, the card. I'm not going to show it this time. No one's going to know. No one's going to know what it is. Yeah, so I'm going to pick the card. Everyone at home, play along with us right now. See if you can get it before Gage does.
I'm reading the chat, so help me out here, guys. Help me out.
Okay, we also have Andy helping us here with the timer. So, Andy, you have 60 seconds on the timer. Gage, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's play.
All right, Andy, 60 seconds. Go.
All right. Is it a Dual Monsters era card?
Yes.
Is it a monster card?
No.
It is a spell card?
Yes.
Does it destroy something?
Yes.
Does it destroy a monster?
No.
Does it destroy a spell or trap?
Yes.
Can it destroy multiple spells or traps?
Yes.
Is it Heavy Storm?
No.
Is it Harpy's Feather Duster?
That was way too fast, Gage. That was way too fast.
The right man for the job. Thanks, chat. You guys are helping me.
30 seconds. That was too fast, Gage. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say this. I asked the audience if I should give you the easy one or the hard one, and we went with easy. Are you ready for the hard one now?
Yeah, give me the hard one. I'm ready for it.
Okay, we raised your confidence a little higher now. Okay. If anybody gets this, I'm going to be shocked.
Hey, including me, bro. If you say that, including me, that's crazy. Okay.
I have faith. I have a tiny amount of faith.
The only one. Let's try.
All right. Okay. Are you ready? Another 60 seconds on the clock. Okay. 60 seconds on the clock. Gage, go.
All right. Is it a Dual Monsters card?
No.
Okay. Is it a GX card?
No.
5Ds?
No.
Zexal?
No.
Oh, I can't get this. Oh no. Is it released in the last 2 years?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Well, I don't really play a lot of Modern anymore, so that is tough. Is it from, like, the most recent set?
No.
2 years. Is it would you call it an iconic card?
Yes.
Ooh, is it a retrain of a card, perchance?
No.
No. Iconic card from this era. Is it an extra deck card?
No.
What's the time? Oh, I got...
Okay, we're at 15 seconds left.
Seconds. It's not an extra card. Is it a monster?
No.
And it's iconic. Is it 2 years ago? Oh man, I don't know. Chat.
5 seconds.
Anybody?
It's a trap.
It's a trap card. Is it Infinite Impermanence? That's not even 2 years ago.
It is not Infinite Impermanence. It was the only simultaneous equation cannons. How could you not get that, Gage?
I'm not good at math. You think I was good in calculus in high school? There was no way I was going to get that one.
How many people here do you think could pull this card off and legally activate it in a duel?
Unless it's a Master Duel and it glows yellow, nobody. Not a chance.
But you can activate it whenever.
Oh, yeah.
It's just resolving
it. Might not be legal. You know, you could just flip it, whatever. Maybe your opponent doesn't ask questions. That's the way to go.
All right, fair enough. Well, Gage, thank you for playing with us. That was a fantastic time. Best of luck with the rest of your Time Wizard tournament. Do you have any message out there for anybody else who maybe hasn't attended a YCS and this is your pitch? Why should they come to YCSs?
I mean, you're watching this, right? Like, you are missing out if you're not here. If you've played Yu-Gi-Oh! In any capacity, there is no energy like being at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series tournament.
Well, thank you so much, man. Again, best of luck with the rest of the event, and we're going to throw it back over to short break.
And we are back live here in Orlando yet again, and I'm standing with Andy, the legendary guy who is holding the timer for Gage for the Guess the Card. We wanted to give Andy a chance to guess a card as well because I had a third one on me. Andy, you understand the rules. How are you feeling? Are you ready?
Not confident at all, but I'll give it a shot. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I guess it wrong.
Exactly. And a reminder that everyone at home, you can play along too. So maybe they can help you out. Maybe they'll get it before you.
I don't know, Chad. Hopefully you guys can help me out on this one.
All right, cool. Well, you're going to have 60 seconds. I'm going to do my best to keep track of it because we don't have a third Andy keeping track of the timer. Oh, are you going to? Andy's going to time himself. Andy, round of applause for Andy, everybody. Everybody at home, give thumbs ups in the chat. Okay, here we go. Oh, we have multiple people timer. Andy's got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Andy, are you ready to go? Okay, 60 seconds on the clock. Everyone at home do it too. Go.
All right, is it a trap?
No.
Was it released in the last 2 years?
No.
Is it an iconic card?
Yes.
Are we thinking Edison or GOAT format?
Well, it's got to be yes or no, and also give me like a time, like a year.
2010?
No.
11?
No.
Okay, so recent sets?
No.
Nothing at all there. Is it is a monster?
Yes. And I'll give you a hint. You were on the right track a couple questions ago.
Monster. Fight monster?
Yes.
Warrior?
No.
Is it a hero?
No.
Okay, not a hero. Is it Fact Monster or Norm?
Effect, yep.
Oh, God.
Come on, Andy. Everyone's cheering for you. You got 15.
What other ask a question here? Oh, my God.
It's an older format card. You were going down that line. Think of a year.
2015?
No. Earlier.
Earlier? Oh,
5 seconds.
2012?
No.
Oh, my God. I don't remember now.
That's time. I was hoping you would go back older. It's an old school card. Breaker, the Magical Warrior. I like my old school cards. All right, Andy, thank you so much for playing. I'm going to let you get going because the round is about to go underway. We're going to throw it back to a quick break before we're back with our feature match.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It is round 7 here at YCS Orlando. And man, it felt like the day was going by so fast, a little slower now, but we are still excited to be here, and we have some more awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! Action coming for you.
Yeah, we're winding down, but there's only a few undefeated duelists left now. Going into round 7, we still have 3 more rounds to play today, 7, 8, and 9. But then we'll be going on into day 2, and then we got plenty more rounds to play. So it's exciting to see how many duelists are left here in this tournament.
That's right. So we started the day with over 2,000 duelists, over 2,200 duelists, and now there's only 31 undefeated duelists remaining. It's an interesting statistic, not really a telling one of the tournament, but to know that these 31 people are sitting at 6-0. That's almost like basically halfway through the tournament.
Only halfway,
which is crazy to think about. But they're off to a good start. They still have to win more rounds to make it to that cutoff for top cut. But they're more than likely going to be coming back tomorrow, being in that top 256 players before we cut to a top 64. And then we'll go to that single elimination portion of the tournament, and we'll eventually crown one YCS champion, the first one of 2025. But we are only in round 7 now, and we are about to have our feature match, so let's go ahead and meet our players. Kangas, who do we got for round number 7?
For our 7th round feature match in the blue chair from Polk City, Florida, he wants to shout out his OTS, Decks and Dice, Donnie Keeney III. And his opponent in the red chair from Fort Worth, Texas, and I promise he requested I say this, weighing in at 405 pounds and protege to Tyree Tinsley, Austin Stewart! Duelists are already on the stage, so let's throw it back to the casters.
All right, we have our 2 duelists from, one from Florida who kind of looks like he's from Florida. He's got one of those tropical kind of shirts on, and Austin from Fort Worth, Texas. I know it says Fort Worth, Texas, VA. I'm guessing since he said he is mentored by Tyree Tinsley, who I know is from the VA area. Maybe he was originally from Virginia, moved to Fort Worth, Texas. You know, that's kind of my old stomping grounds, being from Dallas, Fort Worth, just a hop and a skip. It is the DFW area, of course. And we are going to have Ryziel Fiendsmith and up against, look at that awesome, cute little toy box. That's right. It's going to be White Forest toy box, which is going to be cool to see. A deck we haven't seen yet this year. And it is going to be our 7th round of Swiss, and here are our players. But yeah.
This year, I mean, I took that. It took me a second when you said that, but yeah, this is the first event of the year, and I mean, we have seen a little bit of the White Forest strategy. Not really the White Forest part, but we saw the Azamina's and specifically LZ Azamina of the White Forest, but there is still LZ of the regular White Forest. You know, going back into her roots with the rest of her White Forest strategy, which we have yet to see, and obviously the Synchro engine filled in with the toy box has been popular, maybe without toy box with Runix, but toy box is, I think, the more explosive version. So it should be interesting to see how it faces off against the Ryziel strategy.
Yeah, the toy cards really provide a lot for the White Forest strategy, being able to be sent to the graveyard from the field and then special summon themselves back. So not only are you going to be special summoning White Forest monsters from your deck with their effects, you're also getting more monsters on the field to continue your synchro plays as well, because it's all about kind of synchro climbing in the White Forest deck, getting out all of those synchros so you can set up for your opponent's turn.
Yeah, a lot of free value, especially when you're able to resolve a toy box and then have one of those White Forest monsters to pair with it. Those monsters being able to summon themselves from the Spell and Trap Zone, or not really from the Spell and Trap Zone, but when they're sent to the graveyard from the Spell and Trap Zone, generate more advantage from their effects, and then just keep on getting that material for synchro summons.
Definitely, and his opponent Austin is on a more of a conventional strategy we've seen this weekend, the Fiendsmith Ryziel strategy. We've seen a lot of it. It's going to be all over the top cut tomorrow, but we're going to see if he has what it takes to take on his opponent's, maybe an unfamiliar, unexpected strategy for the weekend. I mean, it's definitely, that people are out there playing White Forest. They continue to get support every set, including, as we mentioned, LZ, Azamina of the White Forest, in Supreme Darkness, an incredible card that really just gets your whole engine going. So it's going to be cool to see how it gets to play up and match up against one of the best decks. Gotta love that Zeus banner, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 1. Round 7, YCS Orlando. It's time to duel.
Let's see that all-important dice roll.
Yeah, the die roll has been very important today so far. We'll see if it continues to play a role. At 11, 10. Just not enough, but it looks like Donald will be going first.
Oh, we're good? Okay.
Yep, you're ready to go. Fist bumps. Good luck. It's time to duel. Let's see what Donald has in store for us.
Stand by.
I'm going to be leading with that toy box here. Toy box going to be able to use its effect.
Set toys from your deck or great.
Yep, going to be able to access 2 of those toy box monsters from the deck. It's going to get Toy Soldier and likely, I believe it's the Toy Tank.
Yep, Toy Tank. Going to set it face down. Toy box is a great way to get started. At least gives you 2 cards that you can send for the White Forest effect.
So you just set the
Toy Tank.
Just the Toy Tank.
I'll set one.
Oh, it looks like that probably means that you're going to have to set the Toy Soldier from hand.
Actually, a second toy box?
A second toy box. This card is not once returned, I don't think at all. But
a lot of toy cards here coming down for Donald.
That's all. Yep. Come on, if I read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just need to see the other effects of it. So that effect's
oh,
good, though.
was that a pass after that? It might be like if you don't have any White Forest cards, the toy cards don't really do much of anything.
Yes.
Okay, he didn't.
Yes.
He's using the toy box effect to send them both to the graveyard so they can both special summon out.
Where are the chains going?
This will search for a level 4.
The Toy Soldier's going to add.
Now, is this, what is this searching for?
This is what you expect to see when you're playing something a little bit more unconventional. Your opponent is not going to be familiar with your cards and will not know how to respond to them. Looks like there's going to be an Availer on the Toy Soldier, but Toy Tank is able to resolve some, and then we're summoning
LZ.
That looks like LZ as a Mina of the White Forest.
This is where he wants to be. He's going to be able to Synchro summon for a level 6 Synchro. Oh, no, he's going to... Sorry, I spoke too soon. It's going to be
it's just an IP.
Just an SP Little Knight pass with another set card to the Spell and Trap Zone.
Stand by me. All right, I'm going to activate Fiendsmith's Trap.
You're going to be leading with that Fiendsmith Track here. Going to want to deal with the SP Little Knight outside of the battle phase. There's a hidden ability in Toy Box, but I'm pretty sure Austin took his time to read it.
Yes.
Definitely don't want to just declare a battle willy-nilly.
Okay, so we have the Azaroon statue, which is going to kind of works like a Thunder King, where if your opponent special summons a monster, not by a card effect, you can tribute off the field and negate that summon. So maybe that kind of hints at some other cards that he might have in his extra deck. Definitely cards you don't want to open up with when you can go into something like Silo Hat Rabbit and set it from the deck.
Yep, and that's going to immediately be negating the summon of Requiem here. And then we get to go off with the Bonfire. If this hits an X Ryzeal, that could mean quite the end of the game. But no, we're going to go for the Ice Ryzeal here.
So an Ice Ryzeal attempt or Ice Ryzeal effect.
That's a special effect?
Yes.
I'll chain SP.
That's fine.
Going to be chaining the SP Little Knight to get rid of the Ice Ryzeal, but Ice Ryzeal will resolve, be able to special summon one of those Ryzeal monsters from the deck.
See if he goes for Sword or X. It's going to be X.
I proceed to do X.
Yep. X effect's going to let him add Sword to the hand.
Special Sword? Sword.
Good.
Now, Austin knows he doesn't have any interruptions to really deal with except for Toy Box's effect in the battle phase, so he just has to really find his way across.
All right, Ryzeal Duo Drive.
I'm going to do Duo Drive.
Going to detach 2 to add 2 Ryzeal cards from the deck to the hand. It's never good when this card resolves.
I think, well, it's bad for one person specifically.
Oh, yeah.
It feels great for the other side.
Great for Austin. He's going to add Ryzeal Cross and looks like
another copy of Ice, yeah.
Ice Ryzeal.
Have not special summoned it from the hand yet, so that can function as an extender, and that's usually pretty telling that there is a copy of Node in Austin's hand already. Going to be activating the Ryzeal Cross here now. Going to be special summoning X Ryzeal. Going to be sending potentially a copy of Eclipse Twins. Okay. X Ryzeal's effect on the field will activate. Add a copy of Sword Ryzeal from the deck to the hand. And now that is a nice little grip of Ryzeal monsters in his hand, able to continue extending further.
Yeah, we're going to see where he goes from here. Definitely not the opening that Donald wanted to see.
Not enough White Force, too much toy.
Unfortunately for him, but, you know, it's what happens sometimes. That effect dealer was probably pretty key on slowing down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But now he is going to summon the Ice Ryzeal from hand by sending another copy of Ice Ryzeal to the graveyard. Those 2 are going to overlay for Ryzeal Detonator.
Yep. I just check to make sure Toybox needs to send one of his own face-down cards to even use its effect in the battle phase to destroy an attacking monster. So there's really nothing stopping Austin from just going for game here. But it looks like he's just going to play safe, just swing in for...
Oh, sorry. This, yeah, sorry. Sorry. Horizontal, yes, sir. I'm going to let you cut my deck. I'm going to attempt to Ryzeal Cross. Targets.
That wasn't clear. Was he attacking with those monsters, or was he just touching
I
them?
think he was just adding up the damage.
Yeah.
So now Razil Cross is going to allow him to put 2 Razil monsters on the bottom of the deck so he can draw a card. That's not a card he wanted to see, I don't think. So he's going to special note, discarding the card he drew, Fiendsmiths in Paradise. Now it's in the graveyard, so actually not a bad draw.
It's not the worst, yeah. He does have a Light Fiend in the graveyard with the Luri, right?
Right. And now he's going to summon Node. Node brings us back the sword. Can we see an Eclipse Twin make Detonator attack twice, one time? That'd be cool. Does he play 2 copies of Eclipse Twin?
No, we're just going to go into battle now.
I don't have enough per game, but I can go battle. Yep.
This is still quite a bit amount of damage.
1400, 2500.
He would have enough if he had Eclipse Twins. That would have been cool. I've been wanting to see its effect on field actually activate, but unfortunately I will continue to wait.
Now, on the follow-up, though, he still has both those toy boxes that he could activate, given into a Detonator, not the best, but there still is an SP Little Knight coming back as well. Still asking for a lot here. The Detonator is causing a lot of problems.
A lot of damage. A lot of damage.
Proceed to main phase 2. Yep.
You can see him overlay the 2
yeah.
level 4s.
Oh, yeah, that'll
that-
do a lot of what he needs it to do.
No, you like that.
Vistol is
I
pretty
will
good
proceed
against the
to
toy
the
cards
phase.
and
Sure.
White Forest.
Does Node have more attack than Dweller?
I don't think so.
All right.
Main phase? Or
Angel.
standby?
Well, that's okay. I don't think the little bit of damage difference will make too much of a
Chain.
point in this game.
Chain detonator target.
All right, that's 1 Detonator use down.
Main phase?
Yes.
Toy box effect.
All right, that's 1 of the toy boxes. Going to be met with Detonator. He can still activate the other toy box.
Oh, that's not once per turn.
No, sir. It's once per copy.
We ball.
All right, Detonator's used.
Now, what is the card that he drew? It's nothing. Nothing useful.
I don't know what 1 card can do it in the White Forest deck, honestly.
Yeah, not a lot of good options there for
If
him.
I hadn't activated Cross there, I could have killed you.
I mean,
I'll send it off of the.
I think you would have been able to win that game
No,
if you just didn't
I
use the
think
Eclipse
that-
Twins. I just want to see someone make something attack twice with Eclipse Twins. Is that too
Yeah,
much to ask? It's on my bingo sheet.
I messed up.
Speaking of bingo sheets, I don't think I've said anything's my favorite card yet this weekend. I mean, there's
You said a lot of
chance-
things were your favorite decks. You said Kawaki Meru was your favorite deck, and I don't believe you.
It's one of my favorite themes of all time.
Why? Explain.
It was good during one of the Time Wizard formats,
Oh my
2014, right?
No, it was not good.
Diamond Core, baby, it's good.
Of all the decks you could play in 2014, sure.
I hadn't been playing, and I came back into the game, and everyone tried to convince me to play it, and I was like, "Are you sure?" It was a cool deck. Knight's a good card, and so is Quackmere Drago, but that's neither here nor there. We do see Donald, unfortunately, falling game 1 to the Razil strategy. I mean, if he just had a few more White Forest cards instead of so many copies of the toy stuff, he would have been able to really showcase what the deck could do going first. But hopefully we get to see some of that awesome White Forest stuff in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talk about when we compare the most powerful strategies in the current format with more off-the-wall strategies like White Forest Toy Box. It is a very potent, powerful deck, but it relies on these 2-card combos, whereas these other decks can get so far with just 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the downside of playing it, but there's some advantages to it as well, because, I mean, it's an unexpected deck, so maybe people aren't prepared with their side deck for your strategy as much. I know Dimensional Barrier's kind of fallen out of favor since so many of the decks that Dimensional Barrier was good against are now including the Fiendsmith cards in their deck to counteract that kind of strategy, so I've almost seen Dimensional Barrier completely disappear out of players' side decks. And maybe it's still around a little bit, but not as much as it was.
Usually like a 1-up for Thrust or something like that.
Definitely.
But you know what has increased in popularity this weekend for the first time?
What's
Meows.
Meows.
That's a lot of draws if you want to resolve your toy box cards.
Yeah, they do. That card does line up pretty well into the toy cards. But yet we haven't seen a Mulcharm Meows
No
all
one's
weekend.
tried to
I
do it
don't
today.
understand.
You know? It's because they want all the feature match Malice players to win.
Ah, okay, that's what it is. Yeah, Malice has been having a really good
A
time
little
on
too
the
good of a
feature
time, you know?
feature match stage. It needs a little bit more interaction from the other players, but we'll have to see if people will be able to take down Malice. But for now, we will get to see White Forest go first again here in game number 2. The decks are shuffled. The players have drawn their hands. We are mere moments away. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. It's game 2 of round 7, YCS Orlando. Both these players are undefeated, I believe.
Stand by me.
Yep.
Ooh, that hand does not look particularly good.
It will add
We're going to start with the Sylvie.
Yeah, the Sylvie's going to come down and let him add a White Forest card if it resolves. Does he have it in Ash Blossom? He does.
Ooh, that does allow him to resolve Triple Tactics Thrust. Let's see what he sets here. Potentially, maybe just a Woes of the White Forest?
Possibly.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the Woes.
Go for Woes. Woes will let him synchro summon during the opponent's turn.
By summoning a monster from, is it from deck?
I think so.
Maybe with the trap card, I just need to know
Yeah.
if it's at any point or if it's just main phase.
Any point.
These are great questions to be asking.
Any point to summon and.
Gotcha.
Yep. Make sure you know everything that your opponent's cards do, especially if they're cards you probably don't see too often.
And I will set 2 cards.
You know, we talk about how explosive the deck can be. Sometimes you just gotta play slow and steady.
Draw for turn?
Mm-hmm.
Anything in draw?
Nope.
In draw phase, I'm gonna pull the loss.
That could be pretty. That could be really good here. That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, because the Woe special summons from the deck and then synchro
He actually
summons.
pot agreed just delayed.
Oh man, so Wallace
That's,
not too bad here as a 6th card for him, or it could have potentially been his opening hand. He was holding it.
And there is the Woes on the summon of the Ice Ryzeal.
Donald's gonna have some Woes here as his opponent's gonna draw a card. He's gonna summon LZ.
Here now. He's under the effective cool off.
Yeah, I want to know. He should be drawing 2 cards off of that, right? Even
would-
though it's one effect because it happens
Yeah.
sequentially. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, I'm not a judge, as we found out earlier. So let's go ahead and see.
Am I immediately drawing here, or am I
Yeah,
drawing
I think he immediately draw.
right now? I'm saying, am I drawing 2 right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so draw 1, draw 2. He's gonna summon. Is that Rasilia or Silvera? It's Silvera the Wolf.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
effectively a Book of Eclipse.
Really good. Yeah, flips all your opponent's monsters face down.
The
Really
LZ was used as a synchro material as well, so he's going to be able to search off of it.
Yep, you add a Sinful Spoils from the deck to hand.
So yeah, both those fiends, the Ryzeal monsters going to the grave, adding Wanted to the hand off the effect of LZ. Can Austin continue from here?
There you go.
All right, he has extra Azeel. He's going to be able to send Aggregator to the graveyard, special summon extra Azeel from the hand.
This is going to let me add a Fire Pyro.
Yep, and now the Silvera is negated. Not that I don't really know if it did much else at this point.
I don't think so, but you might as well.
It does double piercing, I'll let you know. But
It gives all your synchros double piercing.
Ah.
Whoa. It's one of my favorite parts about White Forest. If you can summon like all the synchro monsters out together, they all boost each other up and get some really cool, awesome bonus effects.
team effort here from the White Forest.
Oh, yeah, White Forest. Toy as a mean White Forest, it's a complete team effort to win the...
Oh, that is a Droll and Lockbird.
Not a bad one.
That's pretty potent here. It cuts off the Fuelas as well.
Wow.
Not that, I mean, I don't think it matters too much, but...
All right, and again, he draws the statue. Unfortunate. Something you usually want to set with Silhouette Rabbit, but it can still work as a form of disruption to try and stymie Austin's plays here.
Yeah, it works doubly because you're not able to really clear it in battle either because it will destroy the monster that was used to attack over it. So you just have to hope to extend past it. Maybe he will overlay for a detonator here and then just hope to have 2 more bodies to extend further because I do see that he has them.
I'm getting text messages over here from 2-time champion Tyree Tinsley. I'm ignoring you, Tyree. I'm busy casting right now, my friend.
He said he was Tyree's protege.
Yeah,
so.
apparently. Tyree's out there watching you, Austin, just so you know. And now we do see the 2 monsters overlay for a rank 4. It's going to be
Abyss Dweller. Interesting. I don't know if that'll force out the statue.
17 is not any bigger?
No. Okay.
He said, okay. He activates the effect of Dweller.
I'm going to Druid Storm target.
Druid Swarm effect on the Sylvie. Sylvie can no longer chain because of the effect of Dweller. And now this is a pretty efficient way to get rid of the Azure Rune if you're able to link it away. Yeah, Ice Ryzeal sending the Druid Swarm is a really efficient way of dealing with it.
This is interesting. Okay.
Tyree's proud.
I'm sure he is.
Special note?
Yeah. Now he's going to special node from the hand, overlay those 2 for probably a detonator. Okay. Yep, Raziel detonator's going to come down. He'll be able to attach to the aggregator. Yep, there it is.
One
underneath.
of the most powerful cards in the game at the moment.
I would like to receive battle phase.
Things are looking good here for Austin.
17. Well.
17 connects. There is a wanted in the hand for
Yes.
Donald here. Not going to be really all that functional into the detonator. You're going to be spending a lot of cards to activate every one of your effects, and you won't even be able to get the draw fit because of the Dweller. Getting rid of the Sylvia as well, so it is not able to float back onto the field.
Draw.
I'll Draw's return. Let's see if he activates. The draw phase wanted. This Dweller is activated.
Thinking, sorry.
He might be chaining Infinite Impermanence on the detonator.
Yeah, top row. Okay.
Interesting choice. Sure.
Gets the node to the graveyard there.
Main phase?
Yes.
Going to summon a Stellar, I believe.
So does
or is that
so question on that effect.
LZ
Does
of
that
the White
summon
Forest?
and add?
I think that's
Or does
LZ.
it start? Is it?
Summon to add.
Yeah,
So
Stellar's
it's
the
on- it's
one
on
with the hat.
activation
Yeah, it's
of that
LZ.
summoning will
And it's all one
correct?
effect.
Or is it
So it is
starting
not a
to
separate
change?
effect that activates that field.
It's all one effect.
Yep.
All one effect. That's what I need to know. That is fine.
So Detonator, even though its effect is negated, still has the aggregator under it. So if you time it well enough, the aggregator will be able to negate something on the field as far as spell or trap effects. But, like, I mean, any potential monster effect, it's a little tricky. Going to be normal summoning Sylvie, activating its effect.
It's going to go for Tails of the White Forest. Tails just lets you add a White Forest card from your deck to your hand, I believe. And also, if it's into the graveyard, it can reset itself.
Yep, we're going to be synchro summoning, using those two into
Verselia.
White
Verselia,
Forest
the
card
sinister
or a
soul of the
light
White Forest. So he's going to send the Tails to be able to add. Let's see what he goes for. Maybe the new LZ, Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. Yep, that's what he's going for. And then the Tails will reset itself, so he kind of gets 2 cards to the price of 1 here. You're doing a lot with. Wait, can you reset? Does it reset itself with Dweller? Or Dweller's only monster effects, right?
Nope,
Yeah.
Dweller's all card effects.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. They caught it. I'm not going to tell them to catch anything anymore. I'm not falling.
No, that's not how this works, Billy.
I'm not doing
We're not
that.
going to be wrong every time.
No, but the LZ at least is on the field. Is the level 2 tuner along with the level 6 synchro. So I think it's a synchro tuner, honestly. Let me double check. Yeah, it's a synchro tuner. But I think, is the new LZ a tuner also? It is, right? Yep. No, it's not. So he could
goes
synchro.
into Diabell.
Yep, Diabells. And since he uses synchro tuner, he can add back a spell or trap from the graveyard to the hand.
I mean, he can go for that thrust because several monster effects were activated. I mean, the detonator did not impact that. There was Dweller activation as well. That's his imperm column.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, he used it from the hand, right?
No, it was set.
Was it?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Well, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, no.
I don't know. I don't know. Thrust is going to get triple tag talent. I told you, not again. Nope. I trust our judges to figure if it is what it is, then I believe in our judges and trust them fully. So Thrust is going to get triple tactics talent. Talon's going to draw 2 cards.
It was 2 out.
Just got to go fast. Go fast. Got to go fast. Draws into 2 cards. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much, though. I don't think it'll end up mattering. He's going to be able to attack over one of the face-down Raziel monsters he put face down. But not a lot going on for Donald here after that. And it's a pass. Now Austin will draw for his turn.
He has the bonfire to start off, but there's still the X on the field. He's going to be able to overlay them.
I'm sorry. I'm going to be main phase. I'm going to flip this.
Yes.
Oh no,
Wait.
no. Okay.
Of course not.
We can go. There's still Fiendsmith cards. Don't forget.
I want to see the attack twice with the Cliffs Twins, but he's just gonna link those 2 monsters away into Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Into Requiem.
It's a light fiend, so
that'll be met with a hash. But now
No
we'll be activating Bonfire. Bonfire can do the rest of the work it needs. We're gonna get a copy of Ice Raziel. Normal summon Ice Raziel. Let's see if there's a response. Ice Raziel resolves.
it's gonna be able to special summon from the deck.
Copy of X Raziel. X Raziel will then be able to activate. Gonna grab another copy of Sword.
He's going to utilize the overlay network and summon
Duo
Duo Drive.
Duo Drive is able to activate its effect, attaching another copy of Ice from the graveyard to itself. And then detaching, looks like both copies of Ice.
Probably going to grab Cross.
And just anything else here.
Yeah, he's just moments away from cleaning up this matchup.
Cannot duo, actually.
Oh, he cannot
Okay,
resolve for
one
2?
target. Does that be mine, or do I just put the... Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
Is Duo exactly 2?
I think so, yeah. I think you have to add 2.
How did that come up in a while?
I've never seen it come up, honestly. Austin's got to reassess now. Maybe getting a little too ahead of himself.
It's interesting to know that there are 0 other like Rizal cards in your deck besides the Cross.
He did use 3 ice turn 1. I do
Yeah.
remember that now. That was a lot.
So 3 Ice, 3 X, the Sword, and the Node are all represented.
Duo Drive comes back?
Yeah, it's
28, and that's 22.
Yep, because of the boost of Duo Drive, from having 3 material, it's plus 300 for all his monsters, or his Xyz monsters, minus 300 for his opponent's monsters.
33.
Another 33 from the detonator.
Alright. Proceed end phase, I'll present counter 2.
All right.
I will activate.
You're going to be using Sylvie in the end phase to put a Synchro back in the extra deck and summon itself with its effects negated.
I'm going to chain detonator.
Interesting.
Target.
This
Target
is
himself.
detonator will go after himself and protect himself. So he doesn't know that Sylvie's effect
Wait,
comes out
shoot down,
negated.
Someone add?
Yes.
Shoot down, someone add. Okay, yeah.
Its effects are negated when it summons back from the graveyard. Unfortunate that you didn't check that.
Okay, anything on chains? Nope. No chains.
Are they? Yep. Well,
It's the effect of Sylvie, not
this
the
turn
evolve,
this turn did not go the way Austin was intending. I don't
Yeah.
think. Being out of the Razil cards, I mean, this is an opening for Donald.
Yeah,
Honestly.
there's no interruptions here, so.
Diabell
sending for
Star.
Diabell- I thought it was a tribute summon for a second. I was confused, but yeah. Oh, but there is an effect Veiler to meet that.
Unfortunate.
If there's any way to continue extending. There's still the Sylvie. Normal summon another Sylvie here. That's a lot of Sylvies.
The White Forest is large.
Ever so vast.
Ever so vast, and looks like he's thinking. Does he want to add? Oh no. He's gonna add something else. No other targets, so he's going to add. I can't tell which White Forest card that is because his hand is covering it.
Is it Sinful Spells the White Forest? Yes. It is Sinful Spells the White Forest.
Interesting. This is a brand new one out of Supreme Darkness. And it lets you do things if you control a Fiend Illusion or a Spellcast monster. You can either special summon a Fiend Illusion or Spellcast monster from your hand, or you can fusion summon. And it also has that classic White Forest effect. If it's sent to the graveyard, it can reset itself. Sylvie's going to be able to summon itself from the graveyard by shuffling back one of those synchros to the extra deck.
All right, well, now his only option with the Sinful Spoil is to fusion summon. What can he make?
Maybe a Nazamina? He has...
That would make sense.
He could go into Moa Regina and pop a couple cards, or he's just going to link away into Silhouette Rabbit.
Does Silhouette Rabbit have any more targets? We did use the Azure Rune in the beginning of this game as well, right? Does he have 2?
I don't think so. Maybe he doesn't...
Did he forget? I feel like, because usually the game just don't go like this. So he should check his graveyard real quick. Yep. Yeah.
Oof. This has been a game. This has been a game of all time for sure. But I'm enjoying it. Like this is when Yu-Gi-Oh's at its best.
Yeah, a little wacky.
I still swear by the Imperm column, and I'll go back to check. Like,
I do not know what you're talking about. I want no part of this.
He's now going to use the effect of fusion summon. Using an illusion monster, and what type of Sylvie?
A spellcaster, I want to say.
Spellcaster, yes.
Sorry, thinking.
That goes into
Oh, so the
Murcielago.
Silhouette Rabbit's the Fiend. Okay, so we can go into. So now we can add a Sinful Spoil. Okay.
Well, Silhouette Rabbit's an illusion, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yep, illusion plus spellcaster.
Yes.
There you go.
Now we have access to deception.
Activate.
Wanted can let him draw a card because that is a sinful spoil. Very necessary draw right now. Oh.
The effect failure was used this turn, right?
Yes. It was
the
used on...
No, it was the
Yeah,
I
you
did.
Bailey. Draw 2.
Yeah.
Draw 2.
Wow.
Wow. We can see what he drew. I know you at home
I was
can't.
looking.
Well, that's what he drew. He's going to send the
I
Super
love
Pong.
that one.
And somehow, I don't know how,
I also was
somehow Donald takes game number 2 here with the Toy Azumina White Forest strategy, pushing things to a game 3. Austin's going to have to shake off the nerves from that match and tighten the screws there for game number 3.
I couldn't really tell you what happened. I'm not like there was a series of events happening from both sides. I couldn't, but now we're here.
We're here, and we get to see a game 3. This time, Austin will be able to go first for the first time in the match. We're going to see how that plays a role in the game.
I mean, Detonator is, I believe, very powerful into a lot of the cards in the strategy. But we've seen it be defeated in this instance with having no cards in hand. So potentially, with 6 cards in hand, a couple material Detonator might not be as big of a threat.
Maybe not. Who knows what's going to happen? Really, anything can happen. It's going to be an interesting one. I can't wait to see. You know what Austin really needed that game? Pot of Avarice. That would have been nice. I think just like the Roselia, or not the
That's what
Silvera.
Cross is, Billy.
Yeah,
by the
I
way.
know, but he couldn't get to it. He couldn't get to it. He didn't have enough Roseal monsters. He got them all out of his deck turn 1 without accessing Cross. I really just think he fools for 2 for the Silvera, but having those 2 monsters go face down, I guess was just such a key timing that it really messed up Austin's strategy there.
You would have had to normal summon Ice and simply not used its effect. Just to leave 1 monster in the deck for Cross, or you just
Is that something you think about? Like, I don't think he realized how he was just depleted so quickly.
I mean, something to something to improve on. You can always be a little bit more aware of your situation when resolving an effect that is forced to add 2 cards.
And he plays 3 sword. I mean, maybe after you side deck, you don't have 3 copies of Sword Ryzeal in your deck, because that is something you can probably do a flex to take a couple out for some important side deck cards. But I love the aesthetics here. Like, if someone were to ask me, where do you think Donald's from? And I were to look at him right now, I'd be like, oh, he's from Florida. He's living in the sunshine.
Might be
for
from
sure.
Hawaii.
Could be Hawaii, too, for sure. But I got to give me one of those shirts. Now, his opponent, Austin, definitely needs to shake it off. I've been in this position before. Like, sometimes you just make mistakes. You lose games that you feel like you should have won. But it's over. It's in the past. You got to just focus on what's now, here now, and not think about anything that could have been, should have been, would have been. We only exist in
I just hope
the
he
present.
learned exactly where the errors came from, because beyond that Ryzeal Cross thing, I think...
I still don't know.
No, it was the Sylvie at the end. When he tried to negate a Sylvie that was going to be negated anyway, so he detached all his materials from his detonator.
Oh, that was where they just...
Yeah.
Where he chained detonator to the target detonator.
So
and
that
then protect
aggregator can negate
detonator?
the Sylvie that's already negated.
That was probably a key moment of that game for sure. But it looks like the players have shuffled up, side decked, and they have their hands drawn, so we are about ready to jump into it. It's game number 3. One of these players will be walking away undefeated. 7-0. A huge start, guaranteeing that you will be coming back tomorrow to play some more rounds before we cut the top 64. Now let's see what Austin can do going first. He's going to start with Fiendsmith Engraver. He's going to send it to the graveyard to add a Fiendsmith Speller Trap. It's going to be Fiendsmith's track, but Droll Lockbird. That's huge.
That is a huge Droll Lockbird. I looked at the rest of his hand. That's very punishing, but we do have the Ice Ryzeal here to potentially continue.
Yeah, not as much, but at least it'll give him at least a rank 4 at minimum, so he'll at least have Detonator.
I mean, he's still able to go into the Fiendsmith line here if he wants to, if he has any way to extend from his hand already.
Very true, very true.
But I wonder if it is just a Detonator. Considering his options here, yeah, it looks like he's going to try to go into some more Fiendsmith options.
Yeah, it's correct.
It goes into
Requiem
Exaton.
resolves, no Ash Blossom here.
That would have been devastating.
Lacrima able to send down that Fiendsmith in Paradise to have an additional interruption on your opponent's turn.
I'm going to
Now,
engraver target the Excite
yeah, the Engraver is able to use its effect.
I'm going to attempt to Requiem equip.
Okay, it looks like we're going to be going into Necroquip here. Into the DD Wave King High Caesar. Unfortunately in attack position.
Was that unfortunate? Lightning Storm?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, he's not unfortunate yet unless he has the Lightning Storm in hand.
Uh-huh.
Oh! Oh, I see, I see. You're a man with a, you can see,
Oh, no.
No, not like this. Not like this. Happens to the best of us.
It certainly does. How far did it fall? Is it off the stage? Like,
I will do a effect on res of that. Sure.
at resolution of the Lightning Storm is using...
I'm going to attempt the Lacrima target Requiem. Sure.
Using Requiem for Lacrima. Okay.
And then I'm going to attempt a Requiem effect.
Plus from the deck.
Interesting. I wonder what the necessity is to do this right now.
Are you
when you already have Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard?
Just to get more Light Fiends, so when you shuffle back for Desiree, you have follow-up still? And
I mean, at the very minimum, you already had Lacrima access.
yeah.
And you have Tract in your hand.
Sorry.
You're under Droll then, right?
Well,
Or no, that was last turn. That was last turn.
You're not
Yeah.
even, it's not even your turn anymore.
It's not even, yeah. Just go ahead and do it, just to do it.
How's that effect?
Alright, he's going to use Elzette of the White Forest. Going to send the Hollowed Azamina from his hand to the graveyard, special summon out Elzette, and special summoning a White Forest monster from the deck.
Going to likely be summoning or adding a copy of
Anything on
Sylvie
that?
to the hand. Sylvie's then normal summon going to be able to use its effect here, try to add one of those White Forest spells or traps. Going to grab the Woes.
Whoa! Woes of the White Forest. Really good card. It's my...
Wait for it.
No, not gotcha. Thought you were going to get me. Not today. Not today, Josh. And now he's going to Synchro Summon for a level 6. Is it going to be Silvera? Nope, it's going to be Reselia, the Sinister Soul of the White Forest.
I'm going to discard the Woes.
Paradise.
And then Paradise will trigger on the summon.
Going to banish that so he can send a Fiendsmith monster from his deck to the
But
graveyard.
he has the Ash Blossom for it.
Whoa! Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring going to stop it. And now he's going to be able to add the Elzette, Sinful Spoil the White Forest, straight out of Supreme Darkness, reset the Woes to the Spell and Trap Zone. I like what I'm seeing here. Let's go, White Forest. See, no toys. Maybe the toys just aren't it. Maybe you just got to go full-on White Forest. Because when he doesn't draw the toy cards, his deck is operating at, like, maximum efficiency. Like, what if those toy cards were just, like, Bestial or something? You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like Austin doesn't believe enough in his Detonator.
I mean, I would have just gone Detonator, yeah, instead of the Fiendsmith. I love Detonator. That card's incredible. I don't know why people aren't using it.
Oh, yeah.
Arguably one of the best cards of this
spell card
format.
Off of
I love hearing him talk. Wanted. So he added back the Hollowed Azamina by putting back the card, and now he added Wanted, activate Hollowed Azamina, chain Wanted. We saw this earlier in the other Azamina deck we had on stream. Love the combos.
Powerful play. Taking away some of the disadvantage of being able to fusion summon using face-up cards on the field, you get the value from activating the card while still being able to send it for the fusion summon.
I would love for people to, also have to respect, Azamina White Forest as one of the contenders of this format. I can see the Magistus Churrozo.
Yeah, one of
his
the other
XX2, that'd be a cool one.
That's a very powerful one. Very similar to the Necroquip Princess.
Now he's adding the Sinful Spoils of the White Forest.
Can actually use it to summon from hand this time. Doesn't have to fusion summon. But likely will. You have the Woe
This is
set.
a cool deck. I really like White Forest.
I wonder if Donald will be able to close out the game right now while he has his opening.
Yep, Sylvie's going to be able to summon itself back by returning that Synchro to the extra deck.
I'm so sorry, man.
Womp womp. Synchro,
Chaos
those two
Angel,
monsters are
and
Chaos
there's the
Angel.
Lacrima.
No, yeah, that's awesome. Chaos Angel, and made with a light and a dark also, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Bellstar, and that's it. Wow. An unexpected victory. Austin's going to be beating himself up about that one. The Droll and Lockboard just shutting down his hand with a bunch of cards that add, and Donald leaning over. He can't believe he won. I can't believe he won.
Now I feel really bad about the Infirm thing. I feel like I should have said something. But
I mean, you better be right. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
Yeah,
We'll just keep moving on from that. But, you know, it's awesome to see Donald be able to take the game here. It really shows how much damage this deck can put out pretty easily with just a few cards. I mean, the LZ of the White Forest is an incredible card. In fact, the brand new LZ Azamina of the White Forest just gives you so much access. And I'd love to see Diabellstar the Black Witch making a return appearance. I was worried once original Sinful Spoils was gone, we weren't going to see the Sinful Spoils package as much, but showing that it's still good, can still take down some of the best decks of the format. Yeah, that's what I'm doing too, Austin. My hands are in the air.
Where's Tyree? What's he got to say?
I don't know. He stopped texting me after I shouted him out, so I'm sure he has plenty to say to his protege here. But yeah, congratulations to Donald. Moving on 7-0 with Azamina White Forest, toy Azamina White Forest. But, you know, I'm not feeling the toy cards after.
There were too many toys. There was enough toys in game one to make it for the entire match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's happy about it. He's not as happy, but it's okay. One loss doesn't mean as much. I mean, you still have a couple more rounds to play for the day. You can take a couple losses and still probably make that top 64 cutoff, which is what you really need to do is to get to that single elimination portion of the tournament.
Yeah, and we mentioned because it is 12 rounds into top 64, pretty much everyone with 2 losses, not guaranteed everyone, but most everyone with 2 losses will be making it into that top 64. So you feel very comfortable, especially when you haven't lost yet up to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And like when these kind of things like happen like all the time, like in terms like you win games that you're not supposed to win. And you can't be like, well, I shouldn't have won that game. No, you should have won the game because you did win that game.
Yeah.
So you just have to like take it in stride and keep trying. I mean, he drew horrible pretty much the first 2 games. We even saw him like try and set the Azaroon, but now we realize he was just going the Silhouette Rabbit because he needed the Illusion Monster so he could do the Fusion Summon for his Azamina Fusion. And when I first read the Azamina cards, it's like, okay, you can cheat them out with like a Hollowed Azamina, attributing the Sinful Spoils to special summon them. But the conditions, the fusion requirements for them, it's perfect for White Forest. You can always have illusions and spellcasters and find ways to hard make them, and especially focusing on LZ Azamina the White Forest, it really bridges that all together because you're able to fusion summon for something like Moa Regina, and then it comes back, and then you can synchro summon on top of that. You get access to a Sinful Spoil after that, and it just keeps on going and going. And I'm excited to see this deck. I hope we get to see a couple of the Azamina White Forest decks in Top Cut. There's more out there that are doing well, and we've been seeing them, you know, throughout the whole day. Every time we look at all the matchups, they're at round in the top tables. They're still undefeated at 7-0, something a lot of people probably didn't expect.
Honestly, like, I'm still thinking about that game and exactly where everything went kind of wrong, but Game 3, I don't know if you could ever win that game.
The Droll was just,
yeah,
the Droll was key.
backbreaking for sure.
Yeah, the Droll, especially when you had 2 bonfires, I mean, and you just start with the Engraver. I mean, he had ice, but yeah, the Caesar in attack mode getting lightning stormed was just not great.
I don't even remember how much defense Caesar has. I feel like it's not
a
very
lot.
Big. Yeah, putting in defense mode is usually pretty critical. Maybe a detonator there would have gotten him a little bit further, but it still wouldn't have had that much material. Lightning Storm would have at least baited one of the materials, right?
Mhm.
And it didn't have that much to attach. So
yeah, it probably wouldn't have gone really well for him. Anyways, I mean, and it's also you can't anticipate like your Fiendsmith in Paradise, the disruption you're setting up on top of the Caesar. Like you do have more disruptions going the Fiendsmith route, but he had the Lightning Storm for the Caesar. He had the Ash Blossom for the Fiendsmith in Paradise. It was just the Droll for the Engraver. It was just spelled disaster there for Austin, and now Donald moves on. But we're going to hear from Donald. Kangas is standing by with our winner for the round, so take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I'm live here with Donnie after your feature match win. Congratulations. A wild match, to say the least. I want to give you time to decompress and think about that match. What was it like being up on the feature match stage and playing in front of everybody?
It was certainly intimidating. It was fun, though. My opponent was really fun. Hey, he loved it. He was having a good time.
It seemed like you're having a good time, and it seemed like you're having fun piloting a very fun deck as well, the White Forest Azamina with the toy box cards as well. Why'd you want to play that deck?
It's my favorite deck. I like Synchros right now and Fusion, so it's a combo of both. Combo decks are my thing, and it can play low to the ground if it needs to with Woes. Woes is the best card.
Well, it's doing incredibly well for you right now. What do you think about your matchups against a lot of what you've been playing? What have you been playing mostly in this tournament?
3 Raziel, 3 Malice, and 1 Fiendsmith Pete Smith cash, and it was pretty good. I didn't win a lot of dice rolls either. I've just been playing through boards. The deck just keeps going. It's super good.
Well, hey, you're piloting it well. We're excited to see what you can do going forward in this event. But I got to bring something up because the casters we're talking about a couple of times. You're wearing the shirt, you got the shorts on, you got the mustache, which looks fantastic, by the way, I got to say. What does the term Florida man mean to you, Donnie? Can you explain it for me and everyone at home?
Hey, we're just brave people. Courage, that's about all.
Courage and bravery, everybody. Thank you, Donnie. Congratulations on the win. And we're going to send it back to the casters.
All right, thank you, Kangas. It definitely has to be the stash.
Yeah.
We got mustache bros up there just, enjoying each other's beautiful facial hair. I'm more of a beard man myself, but, I could get the mustache going, but, I usually end up looking like an old-timey, cowboy, 'cause I get these, really long handlebars, but maybe that's the next step for me,
Just take off the rest.
Mustache.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But before we go to a break, we want to talk about something really exciting that you're not going to want to miss out on, and that's right. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel. This is going to be the OG Duel Links. The original new selection pack is coming out, Rebirth of Flame. Throw yourself into the surging flames to awaken your immortal power. The themes you're going to be able to find in here are Salamangreat, Charmer, Crystron, Morphtronic, Battle, and Boxer. I remember just using Jerry Beansman in Duel Links, but they are much further beyond that. Some of the key cards like Salamangreat, Pyro Phoenix. It's a Link 4 monster used by Soulburner in the anime. You can decimate your opponent's field if you Link summon it using Salamangreat, Pyro Phoenix as a material. How do you do that? Salamangreat Sanctuary. Or you can just really go into it, counting the Pyro Phoenix as a Link 1 potentially. But also, if a Link monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you get to inflict damage to them equal to half that monster's original attack thanks to Duel Links. But yeah, if you haven't checked out Duel Links in a long time, there's a lot of exciting decks, more cool stuff to check out from Duel Links. Also, they have the Rush Duels available in Duel Links, which is a really cool place to play it. But we'll be back very shortly with our next feature match. I think we have a bonus feature that we'll probably cut to after this, but the day is winding down. You don't want to go anywhere before you want to find out who's going to be back day 2 tomorrow, and eventually we'll cut the top 64 and crown a winner at the end of the day tomorrow. Thanks for joining us so far. We have so much more action coming. Stay tuned. We'll be back with round 8 shortly.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Orlando. We are in round 8. Cannot believe it. There's only 2 rounds left, but it has been a heck of a tournament so far.
I think it's been going by really quickly. I've been really excited to see all of these various matches thus far this weekend, and I'm really looking forward to this specific feature match because one of the decks that we're going to be seeing in the feature match area we previewed earlier in the event, but I think this is the round we're really going to see how it works.
Really hoping to, right? It is the year of the snake after all, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but we didn't get to see necessarily that great gameplay. Speaking of great gameplay, as we see, there's still a lot of duelists left here in the event.
Yeah, we started with over 2,200 players, just under 2,300. And now we're only down to 13 remaining undefeated duelists, so we could be at about 6 or 7 by the end of this round.
Well, speaking of the round, we can't begin without introducing our duelists. So let's go ahead and throw it to the stage to introduce who we got for round 8.
And for our 8th round feature match in the blue chair from Clayton, North Carolina, this is his 5th YCS, and he wants to shout out Jordan and his parents, Trevor McKinnon. And his opponent today in the red chair from Plantation, Florida. It's his first YCS, and he has kissed the Stanley Cup. It is Taylor Steinberg. Duelists are already on the stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Man, what a great showing for a first YCS. I mean, to be this far in the tournament with only 1 loss, good stuff.
Yeah, that's way better than my first YCS went. All the way back in Boston, 2007.
Ooh, we'll have to save story time for next time, but I'm very curious about that. We do see some really cool stuff up here. Again, Tenpai Bestial against Rizel, Beansmith, Mitsurugi is our understanding, and just good stuff here. Take a look at the deck list, just some craziness there.
Oh, it looks like that might actually be our backup match.
Oh, okay, so we're not getting the Mitsurugi. Okay, well, the Year of the Snake will continue somewhere, we promise, but we're sorry to get you excited there. Duelist just trying to figure out who's going to go first. I want him to go first.
I want him to go first. This is the most adamant I've ever heard. Like, you still need to roll the die. It is still part of the policy of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament.
You do have to follow the rules, even you're a nice guy like that, but how nice could he be if he's truly playing Tenpai? He probably wants to go second for a reason, right? He's nice at his cards, but he intends to defeat his opponent.
You know, because it's actually interesting because if it was a Tenpai mirror match and Taylor won the roll, they would be forced to say, I want to go second. So by having it that way, it kind of eliminates that randomization component. So you really do need to make the natural die roll or some variation thereof so that it is fully randomized because, you know, if Trevor won the roll, Trevor would say, I'm going to go second. But that also then allows Taylor to remain with that degree of unknown in terms of what they're potentially playing. Because if Taylor were to win the roll and then say, I'm actually going second, it kind of reveals that both of these players are playing decks where they prefer to go second. So it is really important to make sure that we find a fair and reasonable way to determine who goes first through randomization.
Absolutely there. Both duelists very happy to see friends in the crowd supporting them. Taylor knew, though, may not have appreciated the significance of his opponent saying, no, I'm not going to go first anyway. But just because it's your first YCS doesn't mean you're a bad duelist. He may be cleaning up locals and various other shops, too. Looks like duelists are just about ready to go here. We do have dice on the table there. I think we are going to get a full and fair roll. Certainly been a long day there. You can kind of see a little bit of the wear and tear. You know, some of the players at home, they're like, oh, why not do this? Why not do that? But that said, it's just important because it's been 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? You got to be in the driver's seat to know how it feels.
We're just moments away from game 1.
All right, well, looks like we are going into game 1 here. Again, round 8 of a 2,000-plus person YCS. This has just been an incredible day.
So it looks like we're going to have Tenpai Bestial Fiendsmith against Rizel Fiendsmith. I think the Mitsurugi deck is actually going to be our backup feature match, so potentially we'll be able to take a look into that. But here we're going to see Tenpai, so it's really fascinating. After the most recent Forbidden and Limited list, I think a lot of players assumed the hits to Tenpai were finally going to be enough for that deck to kind of be cast aside. But we saw a little bit earlier, actually, before the release of Supreme Darkness, Tenpai be able to adapt by incorporating the Fiendsmith package and become a deck that has a smaller Tenpai strategy, but still benefit from the fact that just one Tenpai is enough to outright win the game.
No, you're absolutely right. And here's our first 10-pie Dragon Hydra there. And I remember YCS Anaheim, everyone cheered when there were certain limits to cards they did not want to face. But the truth of the matter is 10-pie Dragons are finding a way. After that Effect Veiler crashed down on Hydra, stopping any cards being added from the deck to the hand. Well, here's Fiendsmith Engraver to go ahead and add that Fiendsmith Tracking Stab.
Yeah, we see here the benefit of the Fiendsmith package. The Fiendsmith package is going to allow this deck to kind of alternate a little bit into a little bit more of a mid-range strategy, and especially when you incorporate 15, 20 different hand interactions. Utilizing the smaller Tenpai strategy with this kind of tried and tested mid-range strategy of Fiendsmith has actually been able to see a lot of success in the last, let's say, about a month or so.
Well, a lot of little light monsters here after Effect Veiler made its presence known, but looks like Ash Blossom going to go ahead and stop the Fiendsmith's Requiem.
I'll chain Jerusalem onto Engraver.
All right. So kicking back into high gear here.
So now we have the third interaction here from Taylor. It is a copy of Druis Worm.
Druis Worm certainly difficult to get through, not only getting rid of the Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard, but threatening any other monster if Druis Worm happens to be sent to the grave. But speaking of Bestials, looks like we are eating well, because here comes Bestial Magnum.
Magnum effect targeting your effect.
Yeah, it's almost unfortunate they didn't maybe Lubellion earlier, just to give him the utility of potentially counteracting. Really, never mind. You wouldn't be able to counteract the Druis Worm, but
True. That's
maybe
the thing.
potentially, yeah.
So many different directions you can go with this deck. What I love about really all of the decks in this tournament is there's a lot of non-linear play, and it's been really popular to combine these different engines and say, okay, I'm going to go this way for a while. Oh, you stopped it. No, I'm just going to go this way. I'm going to play this Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, counteracting with the Branded Regained, the banish of the Druis Worm, because now he'll have to banish himself if he wants the regain draw. Looks like he can actually do it here, though, by going into SP Little Knight. Yeah, this is a great... there's kind of multiple ways that the regain could have activated. One was having it on the field, so when the Druis Worm was banishing the Engraver, he would have been able to put back his own Engraver. Yeah, but this works too.
No longer has to worry about the Druis Worm, that's for sure.
Attempt to end main phase 1.
Yeah.
End phase, I'll resolve the effect of Magma.
Right, so now we're going to search with Magnuma, taking a quick look at the hand. I did catch, I think, maybe not one, but two Effect Veilers. So Trevor is all locked and loaded to go, and Taylor may have a hard time getting in.
All right, I'll go draw for turn.
Yep. I will put my deck.
So searching out the Baldrake there, but now it is time for Taylor to draw.
Stand by main.
Yeah.
So we're getting in there.
Oh my God.
Pass.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Draw.
Turn after turn here of just passing. It's obviously not ideal here for Taylor.
Well, let's see what we end up doing. Taylor may be able to squeak by with this one, but Trevor does appear to have enough cards in his hand, so...
Targeting Requiem.
The problem here is now the Requiem is going to get shuffled back.
Regain target.
So he's just slowly but surely adding multiple cards to his hand every single turn with that Branded Regain. It's already drawn him 2 cards.
Definitely being able to recycle a lot of stuff too. And Baldrake, it's very powerful. You know, Druis Worm, obviously the bigger brother, able to get rid of stuff on its own, but Baldrake is no slouch there.
So he's going to have to just attack over the SP Little Knight too, because if he were to do anything, well, maybe not now, but the SP Little Knight would have also banished, and then Regain would have activated on the opponent's turn.
Oh, but speaking of Fiendsmith cards, we see Requiem back on the field, having just recently been returned to the extra deck, because any 2 effect monsters, hello Moon of the Closed Heaven, it is the Light Fiend. Right now, Lacrima hitting the field there. So shuffling up before we activate the effect there of Lacrima, maybe sending an additional card to the grave. Haven't seen a lot of Fiendsmith's Kyrie this tournament, but definitely still a lot of Fiendsmith's Paradise out there.
Yeah, so this is really where the Fiendsmith cards shine. In these simplified game states where both players, well, in this case, mostly just Taylor, has been using hand interactions. As the player's hands get smaller and smaller and smaller, the ability just to constantly bait and rack Lacrima turn after turn after turn, especially now with this Regain on the field, there's these 2 just continuous avalanche building card advantage engines going on here. So Taylor's going to need something really impressive.
Yes, absolutely. But grabbing that Druis Worm, so powerful there, banishing again. Didn't use the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard, but still at least got another Fiendsmith Engraver, so just slowly but surely creating a field here that maybe can reach 8,000 life points in a single turn.
And now we see the second level 6 hit the field. I guess he actually already had Baldrake, so the third level 6. But now he's going to go into High Caesar.
guess wanting to keep the Ball Drake so that the Druid's Worm actually can be used to take out not one, but maybe 2 monsters, dependent on just the order of operations here.
Yeah, he's just threatening enough damage to attack for gain here.
Well, it's already pretty big, just shy of 8,000. Yep. We're just going to start attacking now, so 2,500, that magic Bestial number.
25?
Mm-hmm.
And then 20.
Yep.
You're down to
200.
Main phase 2.
Most important life point is the last one you have, so still in the duel here, but it's going to be difficult. 2 summons obviously going to be able to stop from the Caesar, but we're also going to make, wow, 2 dragon monsters combining into a Herratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
Yes. As I mentioned, that Tenpai
Standby main.
component of this deck is just so small. All of these just sort of mid-rangey,
Imperm on
Bestial, Fiendsmith cards. They generate card advantage turn after turn. They work really well with your own hand interactions. And if the game gets simplified, you have this huge benefit here because now you see he's the first time he's had to use a card like Effect Veiler.
Oh, but I see it. It's Triple Tactics Talent.
And then the
Oh, the Ash Blossom for the draw. And that's it, conceding the duel there. So 200 life points, you might have been able to get in there, but Trevor just had all the answers, even down to that last Effect Veiler.
See, this is one of those things that, going back earlier, we're talking about a Tenpai strategy. You were talking about, some of the reaction of the crowd as the Tenpai cards were limited to 1, multiple cards limited to 1, in addition to the Sang and summon that already had been limited. We didn't even need to see them hit the board, but they're still incorporated in this deck. They procced a response, hand interaction-wise, and then the Bestials and the Fiendsmith card just take over.
Well, I know we were talking a little bit about it off stream, but even though Tenpai is a lot different than Kashtira, here it kind of served that same role, as pushing the envelope and saying, hey, I want to see what cards you have. Stop this or you're about to lose, because Tenpai, like you said, is just 1 card away from victory. So definitely helped force those outs and then start playing the Fiendsmith package.
Yeah, the Fiendsmith package, anytime the game is simplified, like I mentioned, are really valuable. I think the Kashtira cards, to that point, kind of serve a somewhat similar roles in the cases of the Fiendsmith cards, of just threats that continuously, every single turn, build up card advantage. That's what the Fiendsmith Lacrima constantly being brought back to the field kind of resembles when we think about the Kashtira cards. And then when you add the Bestial cards, especially a card like Regain with the draws, and this deck really utilizes that really quite well because it can recycle some of those Fiendsmith cards itself. You have this just combination of really 3 separate engines all into one deck that just blend so well with each other, while at the same time incorporating a large amount of non-engine cards. Now you're playing triple Ash Blossom, triple Effect Veiler, you're playing Fool Aloes, you're playing Nibiru, you're playing Forbidden Droplet in the case of Trevor. So you have a deck that has 3 supplemental engines, tiny enough that they work well with each other, tiny enough that you're not devoting all into one lane, but also incorporating a ton of non-engine. It's really just a beautiful deck list when you kind of look at it and think, the stereotypical way of building Tenpai, obviously you can't do that anymore. It's not that one-trick pony, though, anymore. It's really evolved into this way of incorporating the supplemental card advantage engines.
No, definitely, you have to really admire the Tenpai duelist, because across trading card game, across Master Duel, they are always finding a way to keep it going. Practically have to get rid of all the cards. I love how... Is he arranging that to make like a symbol or something? That's kind of funny. Well, I guess we'll get to see that shortly as we go into Game 2 here of our Round 8 featured match. And now you can see, I guess that's a 3, a V? I don't know. Making little card formations.
Standby main. Yeah. 1, 2, pass.
Ooh, set 3 pass.
This has just not been Taylor's round.
Well, Taylor's got a smile on his face, certainly a good sense of humor, but just maybe not his moment. Now, he's only got 1 loss. You only need 19 points to make it to day 2, but it will certainly be an uphill battle if he does with that record.
So I have to imagine he has cards like Solemn Judgment set. He has 3 copies of Solemn Judgment in his side deck. He also has, of course, the 3 copies of Infinite Impermanence in his main deck. Metal Tronus is another card that he could potentially have set that's an interaction. Besides that, in terms of spell and trap cards that would be set, he doesn't have a whole lot. So I have to imagine he has multiple copies of Solemn Judgment on top of multiple copies of Metal Tronus.
We may be getting back down to 200 life points before we know it, but it seems like Trevor is just getting unimpeded Fiendsmith gameplay now, as he went from Track to Fiendsmith to Fiendsmith's Requiem, and now we brought out Lacrima.
Yeah.
Now, if those are Solemn Judgments, that is one of the issues, though, with the Solemn Judgment, because it can't stop monster effects. Stops pretty much everything else, though.
Solemn Judgment is also at its worst when you just simply didn't draw anything else with it, because the 4,000 life points can suddenly make it that even if you have 3 or 4 other interactions, it's not that difficult to put 4,000 on the board.
Certainly is not.
But we do here have a copy of Magnamut, so doesn't have absolutely nothing. This Magnamut, we're going to have to do a whole lot for him, but it is at least a point of interaction against the Fiendsmith engine.
Now, I did catch what I see to be a Nibiru there in Trevor's hands, so Taylor is going to have his work cut out for him if the Primal Being is coming down there. But it looks like Trevor just sort of shaping up there, figuring out what the next option is.
I have to imagine that he has Infinite Impermanent set based on sort of the cards that have been activated so far.
Go ahead and attach the Fiendsmith Requiem to Lacrima, setting a card, not in the Imperm column as it's called.
All right. This
is pass. Wow.
This is exactly where the Fiendsmith cards, typically shine, is when the game is really simplified. However, that one single copy of Magnamut really throws a wrench into that game plan, because obviously we saw it banish the Engraver this turn. Now adding Druis Worm. It'll be interesting to see if just these Bestials can bring Taylor to victory. But it's not a bad start. He already sort of has a counter to that Lacrima. / sequence constantly giving him card advantage every turn.
I'll go Metaltron.
And there's the Metaltronus.
All right, so that's one of the cards we presumed he would have had set. There's nothing that he can do in his hand to stop that. Looks like he just has Nibiru, Effect Veiler, Droll, and Lockbird. And I think he has a copy.
Looks like Tenpai Dragon, Vajra, and Pydra.
I think it's one of them.
Okay, yeah.
Based on what I see.
Yeah.
I think it's Vajra from what I can discern, but sometimes it's hard to tell.
All right, so it's the Light Fiend, but it's not the same card there. So we are going to use Metaltronus, not banishing both, but just using it as an easy way into Fiendsmith Requiem.
Yeah, it's one of the best interactions. It's one of the reasons why Metaltronus is so popular this weekend. You can stop a detonator with it. Of course, you can just instantly go into your own Fiendsmith engine. So it's one of the reasons why we are seeing more and more copies of Metaltronus. I mentioned in a previous feature match that going forward into the events next weekend, I think you had mentioned the French Open is tomorrow. The first event after a new set, it's kind of that first iteration of the decks. Things start to get really refined. Maybe Metaltronus will be what is
Chaos
refined.
Angel to banish Lacrima.
Certainly information that all the duelists getting ready for YCS Birmingham can use. I mean, I remember that Metaltronus, the last time I feel I saw it popular was when Paolo at the end of YCS Indianapolis flipped it over.
Absolutely.
Everyone went insane, but now it's pretty common.
Wow, so we see here a Forbidden Droplet. That's going to be a way of dodging the Chaos Angel. And then, of course, he also banished the Fiendsmith in Paradise after the summon of Chaos Angel. He used a Lacrima and a Magnamut, so he did, in fact, use a Light and Dark.
All the effects are active.
So droplet results.
Not destroyed by battle, unaffected by cards.
Yeah, I will negate the Chaos Angel.
Until now, of course.
Of course, yeah. But it was with a Light and a Dark, at least initially at the time. Now he's going to be able to send Desiree, and now Desiree is going to be able to activate. He's going to shuffle back, and now he'll actually be able to send that Chaos Angel to the graveyard. So
no response.
We already know the game state is rather simplified, and I mean, there's the Druis Worm that's in hand. The question is, does he have a Rizal? Okay, this is also one of the possibilities, was that he had a card like Talents in his hand.
I think you need to cut. I've not gone back in.
So maybe his opening hand was Magnamut, Talents, Metaltronus,
Yeah, so he should need to.
and I presume a quantity of Infinite
Yeah, so you should
Impermanent
need to cut,
/ Solemn Judgment set.
Yeah, okay.
We're going to go ahead and cut here. Obviously, drawing 2 cards is going to be huge here, depending on what they are. So let's see what this Pot of Greed like affected. Oh, Droll and Lockbird actually canceling stuff out from here on out.
It's actually unfortunate he doesn't have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring because he has just about every other hand interaction with the Nibiru and the Effect Veiler.
Well, speaking of hand interactions, looks like we have the Summon a Bestial Druis Worm getting rid of that Desiree. Just 25.
Yeah, the Requiem is no longer in the graveyard, so that obvious Requiem plus Lacrima loop is out of the way, at least for right now, until Requiem potentially gets its way back into the graveyard. So I can understand kind of looking at this and seeing, he drew another Infinite Impermanence. Presumably he has 1 set, maybe 2 sets. Could be 3 Infinite Impermanence, honestly. That Infinite Impermanence is probably there with Solemn Judgment. Maybe a second Metaltronus, I guess. So he's really going to just try and ride that Druis Worm.
Well, speaking of riding things, we are going to take the Dragon on a ride here. So we go for Tenpai Dragon Vajra. And I think that is Chundra, so we're getting like very close to being 1 card away from victory, as Tenpai is known for.
The 1 Chundra and the 1 Vajra.
I mean, just find him in the deck somehow, right? It looks like a
Enter
Nibiru
battle
and
is
Effect Veiler there, so it's really just up to these two
thinking
dragons to
start.
win things out.
He has 2 hand interactions. Yeah, this is really it. Because that Druisworm can actually potentially go the distance.
You're good.
Oh, wow. So I think here...
On declaration, I'll go Imperm onto Chandra.
That's very strong, forcing out a quick synchro. That would be the only way to get through this. Now the Fadra, obviously, you're still going to have the protection from battle, but you're not going to have the special summon during the damage step since Chandra was the one that was targeted.
All right, so now he's going to quick synchro like you mentioned.
There was one attack that will be relevant later.
Yep, we do have to keep track of those, even if it didn't fully connect. Get the Biden Dragon.
I got to get the Fadra there, so a tuner and a non-tuner on the field. Using Fadra's effect there because we didn't actually have any Tenpai Dragons in the graveyard. Remember, that Chandra came from the hand. That's the second attack.
Oh, wow.
And it's because it never had to activate
Yeah.
the effect. Now it can. We just reached the damage step, so here's Pydra to prevent any battle damage.
Yeah.
I think he just has 2 Solemn Judgments set at this point.
Yeah, I really think you're right. Now, you could use the Solemn Judgment in order to negate the Synchro Summon, but I just feel like it's a bad idea to cut your life points in half against the almighty Tenpai Dragons here. Oh, and Sangen Kaimen as well. Could use that to maybe get a Tenpai Dragon, Genroku, tribute it out, do something funny, but let's see where we go as we're reaching 3 attacks before we know it.
I'll go Effect to Synchro.
Because we used the Chandra's effect to synchro, so we haven't done Fadra's
Yeah.
yet. Oh, we're going for big stuff now. Level 10 synchro. So Sangenpai Transcendent Dragion hitting the field.
Transcend declare Druisworm. Yep. I'll take 5. Yep.
Definitely good stuff there, huh? I mean, the fact that you no longer can worry about the effect of the Druisworm because they can't activate effects during the battle phase.
Yep.
I am really curious what... Okay, so it's not...
It's not over yet.
It will be here, though.
17 direct with Hydra. Yep. 17 26.
It hasn't used Fadra's
Yeah,
quick
the Biden
synchro.
Dragon's
Ah,
not
there
going
it
to come back out.
is.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, because then that would be Transcendent Dragion.
I'm really curious what those 2 set cards were.
So yeah,
we're gonna be
faster
able
to
to
say
see?
try to
No,
Dragion.
it's too
Nah.
bad.
But
Maybe not
that
Solemn
closes,
Judgment.
yeah, closes it out though. Wow. Shows you Tenpai's still good.
Yeah, you know, what's interesting was we saw 2 incredibly differing games. The first game, we saw the sort of mid-range, let me just grind you out with the Branded Regained and with the Constant Fiendsmith engine. In this game, we saw all it takes, again, is just, in many cases, 1 single Tenpai card to deal 8,000 damage out of nowhere. And again, it's a much smaller package than it was in some of the Tenpai decks we saw before the most recent Forbidden and Limited List update. It's really just sleek, but still effective in what it's trying to do.
To a degree, from a deck building perspective, it almost makes it easier because you're not running all these redundant copies of the cards. You can only run 1, so you have to think of strategies that will supplement it, and that's exactly what was done here.
It just gives it another unique avenue of play. You know, I don't want to say it was a one-trick pony previously, because...
You still have to play the cards, right?
Yeah, some Tenpai players would probably sit me down and be like, no, look, if we went first, I could actually went into Seals. And then you're like, yeah, but that's not really what you're trying to do, typically.
Yeah, Seals Pass is not going to win you the duel.
Or describe, you know, some of the synchros that on turn 1 are pretty good. But again, that's not really what the deck is trying to do. Now, though, I think it can go first quite a bit easier than it could previously.
Yeah.
I think the Tenpai cards are just as threatening when they're on the field, because clearly they still have the ability of getting access to Biden, Transcendent Dragon to actually just outright win the game. But also, in addition to that, if you just have a lot of hand interactions, all it takes is one of those Bestials or Fiendsmith cards to start generating card advantage, and next thing you know, you're not losing to the Tenpai, you're losing to the card advantage generated by the supplemental part of the deck.
Oh, and the Brand of Regain just put in so much value. I think that's something that people have to think about. Lubellion is certainly a playable card right now for sure.
I think a lot of players discovered that, you know, relatively recently when Malice was first popularized, that Brandon Regan is just one of the best ways of counteracting those type of strategies.
It almost reminds me of like a tamer version of Card of Safe Return, right? You're just getting those cards each turn, and it really, really goes the distance. And the fact that there's that synergy there, not only are you combating the entire format of light and dark monsters, whether it's Malice, Fiendsmith, etc., Magnavote searches dragons, and last time I checked, Tenpai dragons were dragons. It's not always the case in Yu-Gi-Oh!
No, it isn't, but in this case, it certainly is.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Well, speaking of good stuff, in a moment here, we should be ready for our interview. It'll be interesting to hear, so why don't we go and throw it to the stage now?
Thank you very much. I'm live on stage here with Trevor. Congratulations on your feature match win. Pretty swift one as well, and I gotta say, you're just not letting the Tenpai Dragons go. You're putting Fiendsmith, you're putting Bestials. Talk to me about the deck choice.
I think that Chandra is just the best card ever printed, and I don't think that I would feel comfortable entering an event without it. I think that it's incorrect not to. Plus, Hieratic Seal is just also the best card ever printed. So I think that the best way to put those cards into a deck is to just do what I did.
All right, I don't know if you know what the word best means, but there's two of the best cards in your deck. I think that's a great way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At least. Also, Chandra. I mean, yeah, it's still around. Still doing it. But let's talk about the match itself. This is your first feature match. You mentioned that 5 YCS's first feature match. What was it like being up on stage?
It was great. It was a little nervous, but it was also his first feature, so we were both just kind of chilling. I was like, yes, not a big deal, but we're both just up here to have fun, out here on vacation and all that.
Okay, well, you've been to a lot of YCS's. How far have you been able to make it? Is this like the best you've done so far, or are you trying to catch your record?
I'm trying to get a top. I've made day 2 like just almost every time, so I just want to like break the bubble and finally get into a top cut.
Okay, any duelists out there? There's a lot of good duelists here today. Over 2,200 in attendance. Is there anybody that you're hoping that you get a match up against?
My buddy Preston, hopefully he's still X1. Maybe Triff, so I can beat him again.
Again? Wait, when's the last time you beat him?
It wasn't at a tournament. I beat him in online.
Okay, well, fair enough. Well, fantastic. Great job up on stage. Thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw back to the casters.
Just really great energy there. Like, I want my rematch in an official stage against our prior YCS champion. Let's go. So that's what this is all about.
I know he's not dodging the competition with a statement like that.
Well, we'll see if that comes back to haunt him if he actually does have to go up against his fearsome opponent. Just some wild stuff. And speaking of Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, why don't we go ahead and talk about another great dragon here, right? Because we've got some great release celebrations for the Structured Deck Blue Eyes White Destiny release celebration. Look at that map.
It is magnificent.
Oh, my goodness. Featuring Maiden of White and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, which you'll be able to find pretty soon, right? February 12th is when that deck comes out at your official tournament stores. But check your official tournament store locations, and you'll be able to hopefully win a copy of that and basically terrorize your OTS like you were Seto Kaiba.
Yeah, the calendar just flipped to February. We are just mere a few weeks away from being able to sleeve up those brand new Blue Eye cards.
The legendary Engine of Destruction. What a good time for Yu-Gi-Oh! Sorry, huge anime stan, and man, is that an anime card if I've ever seen one. But a good one, a one that we will definitely see in tournaments for the future.
Oh, it's going to make an impact.
Okay, enough effervescing. So cool, so cool. It has been a wonderful tournament so far, and while we still have one round left, Joe and I are going to be going, but we can go ahead and just kind of chill here for a bit. It's just been an incredible tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what actually makes it into day 2. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the Mitsurugi deck that I thought we might be able to see this round, so tomorrow morning I'm really hoping that first round that we commentate, it's a Mitsurugi deck, because as you mentioned earlier, it is the year of the snake, and we need to see some of that in the feature match area.
Speaking of feature match area, we've actually got a bonus feature match for you guys, so while we'll be going away, you don't have to stop any of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Actions, so let's go and switch over.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to YCS Orlando 2025. I can't believe we've made it here to round 9, the final round of Swiss for day 1, but it's not quite over yet. The top, what is it, 256, or the people with the most amount of points?
19 points and above.
Exactly. We'll come back tomorrow for 3 more rounds of Swiss, but this is our last round for today, and it's been a wonderful day with some exciting duels, and I think we're going to have some more in store for us. But first, let's talk about how many people we had. Over 2,000, and now there's only 7 undefeated duelists out of a sea of 2,231, somewhere around there. But 7 undefeated duelists remain. It bumped up with maybe some late registrations up to 2,274. Just incredible. But only 7 left undefeated. But of course, so many more than that will make it back for day 2 to try and compete to make that top 64 cutoff. We've seen so many different decks. I think some of the surprise decks we've seen this weekend were like Azamina White Forest, showing that Azamina cards, utilizing those Sinful Spoils cards is still useful without original Sinful Spoils. But the question of the weekend, which deck is going to come out on top? Will it be Fiend something with the Fiendsmith and Raziel? Will it be Mitsurugi Raziel? Bestial Malice? Who knows? But first, the first question we have to answer is who is going to be in the feature match here in round number 9, and Kangas has that answer. So Kangas, take it away one more time for today.
And for our final feature match on the stage from New Canaan, Connecticut, and in the blue chair, he wants to shout out his friends, Reese and Brad, who helped him test for this event, Ben Tamarkin. And his opponent today in the red chair from Hamilton, Ontario, he claims to be 6'7", weighing 280 pounds. Just don't check his driver's license, Steven Santoli. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it to the casters for game number 1.
They have driver license in Canada, eh? I didn't know that. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think they count.
Not in America, probably, but no. Shout outs to Steven Santoli and Benjamin. We have an epic matchup here in our final round. I know if you watched our previous live streams, you probably recognize Steven Santoli. He's a YCS champion, world's competitor, just a fantastic duelist all around. And his opponent, Benjamin, you don't know as much about him, but he's playing a really strong deck here this weekend. Both players are 8-0, I think. That's what I saw. This is going to be Swiss round 9. I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top of this matchup. I mean, and Santoli, as we said, from Canada, lots of incredible players. One of the best players, arguably the best player of all time from Canada, Jesse Cotton. Santoli also from that same beautiful country. And as per usual, his deck is just his own creation. I wish we could show you his deck list. I know when we first looked at it, I was like, interesting. It is a Raziel deck, but not the way you'd expect it.
That's honestly what a lot of players say really held Steven Santoli back all these years. He's so unique in his deck building. He tries to go a certain route. He likes to play cards that he enjoys. I know in the previous YCS in Anaheim, he played a similar Raziel deck where it focused on a lot of trap cards. And this is not necessarily the same strategy, but similar concept, where he wants to play a really bare bones pure strategy and really limit what his or not necessarily limit what his opponent does, but just play into it.
Yeah, definitely. He always has like his own specific decks, which I like. I mean, I think that is also like why he has so much success, because he plays what he's comfortable with and what he knows will win the way he plays, which is what it means. You don't always have to play what everyone else tells you is good or the way you should play. You got to play with whatever you're comfortable with. Now his opponent on the other side, Benjamin, is also playing Raziel, but he is going to be packing the brand new world premiere theme Mitsurugi. It's definitely a popular deck this weekend. We haven't seen it too much on stream, even though we just had it on our backup feature where we saw Aaron McInnes take the win there with the deck behind Artifact Lancia, of course, an incredible card against Malice. But now we're here in this final round, and one of these duelists will be putting themselves in not only in prime position to come tomorrow, because they're both probably going to make it to day 2.
I think they're guaranteed day 2.
Yeah, but they're going to only need one more win to guarantee themselves into the top 64. So this is a huge match. The longer you can go undefeated, the better.
These players both having been pretty comfortable getting this far in the tournament, right? Even though there are those nerves from playing in the feature match area. I mean, Steven Santoli, he's been here plenty of times, but they've also been playing so many rounds already, and we're already getting started here in going into game number 1. Let's see that all-important dice roll.
I think they are. Yeah, I think they already did the die roll like at their table, and Santoli looks like he won that die roll. I only know that because I have the insider information, the inside scoop. It is true. And now Santoli will be starting things off with Ext Raziel. He's going to be able to special summon from his hand by sending a card from his extra deck to the graveyard.
Going to be eliminating the option of going into the Fiendsmith route if he happened to have those cards in his deck. At least that's what his opponent is thinking right now. So maybe he's considering that he might also be playing the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck as well.
X is going to let him add sword to the hand.
And there's a Droll and Lockbird.
Not a bad draw. Since he's adding sword, do you think he already has something in his hand? No, he maybe needed to use the sword to get to another Ryzeal, so we're going to see what else he has. But he has triple tactics talents to take a peek at his opponent's hand. Let's see what he's working with. Ash Blossom.
Oh, almost nothing.
Wow. Just defensive options.
I will get rid of
The prayers, right? You got to go.
Probably have to go for the prayers, yeah.
Just leaving him with interactions from the hand, but nothing to get him started. Santoli has to be feeling pretty good right now. This is the way you really want to start off your first game, going first. This is the best when you look at your opponent's hand with triple tactics talent. He didn't have really anything else to do, but he doesn't need to do anything else.
I mean, he at least has the sword. He can summon the sword and make a detonator at the very least, right?
Or at least force out like
he
the
doesn't even
Fuwalers.
want to make the detonator, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, and we see a draw here. We're going to see it's going to be an impactful one.
It's very bold, like knowing that you don't necessarily need to give your opponent any amount of cards here. Don't want to you want to keep that value that you can get off the sword, not play into the Droll and Lockbird.
That's a good draw.
Well, we'll see if Totally wants to use that last trap card that he has face down, knowing that the other 3 cards in his hand don't do anything. There's a Solemn Strike.
That is different.
You hear Benji say that is different. Does he not know who you're playing? Do you not know this is Steven Santoli?
I mean,
Chances are he has Solemn Strike in his deck.
He really likes Solemn Strike.
He loves that card. It's a good one. It's good going first and second, as you can see here, especially when he goes first, able to shut down the one card he drew off the top of the deck. Santoli plays like what we're talking about. He doesn't fly too close to the sun. He stays low to the ground.
He really likes Vanquish Soul, so I think that makes sense. He just wants to do what's good and then generate value over turns, and then now we're activating Pot of Desire. That indicates something. This is a pure Ryzeal strategy.
Is that what you're picking up on?
There's no other version that can activate Pot of Desires.
Oh, I mean they can, but maybe you
They would
wouldn't
not
advise
want
for
to.
it. Yes, definitely.
Oh, there is the Ash Blossom that he knew was there.
So now he's going to want to force out the Mulcharmy from the hand next.
Which pairs really well with his Droll and Lockbird. He has to choose which one he wants to resolve.
Special Summon Sword, effect to add from the deck to the hand. He's going to grab Ice Ryzeal. This is what he wanted to do last turn, but that Droll and Lockbird stopped him in his tracks. On resolution.
I would like to.
Okay.
Yeah. I really don't think he wants to Droll here.
No. Definitely not. He needs cards. He needs to draw into stuff. But knowing how Steven Santoli plays, I don't think he's going to give him any.
Okay, we're going to get some more value knowing that there's still a Droll and Lockbird in his hand.
Bonfire burns brightly as he adds a Pyro monster from his deck to his hand. It's going to be another copy of Extra Zeal.
He can drop that down as well. I feel like it's worth giving him one use just for something. Like, making a detonator has to be worth one draw here.
And it really comes down to if he has any sort of interaction outside of that as well. He's going to special the extra from his hand, it looks like. Yep, going to send another card from
That can send something along the lines of Eclipse Winds, likely. And I think I saw... Okay, that's a Duo Drive? Yeah, just to make it so there's another Ryzeal card in the graveyard.
X is going to add, looks like ice? No, sword, sword, yeah. X adds sword.
Already used all the effects of sword this turn. Just solid to have his follow-up.
Really hard to pick up off the rubber.
Yep. Imitation is the highest form of flattery. I just love listening to Santoli talk. It's awesome.
Yep,
that cross is huge.
Yeah, like cross detonator in this position, I feel like what one card can he draw? Like
well,
he'll have
gets
two more.
Yeah,
he'll have 2 more cards, but what 2 cards can you really draw to get out of this position?
Pot of Desires into more cards.
All right, you got me there. Maybe an Ultimate Slayer and the starter, but like.
Okay, you're living in reality.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why those cards were being in that game 1, but like.
Oh, if he plays 2 Eclipse Winds, we could see the Eclipse Wind Detonator combo here, but...
That's fine.
Taking a moment to consider his options. Is it going to... Please, let's end the day where I finally get to see Eclipse Winds with Detonator. Please.
Oh
No! Almost. My bingo sheet remains unfilled.
He really thought it was worth the extra draw. I mean, he knows he's playing Mitsurugi because he put back the prayers earlier. He's activating the Dweller now to put a material in the graveyard.
That's fine.
Getting that draw.
Yeah, but still giving him 3 cards when he knows he has nothing seems a little dicey. But I'm not going to question Santoli.
That's fine. Received.
Received. It's an interesting one.
Correct.
I will then pass.
All right, so maybe he drew into some cards that are going to help him here. He's going to need some Mitsurugi cards, some Razil cards.
I don't think. I took a peek here. I don't think those are the cards he wants.
No response. Resolves.
Let's see. Okay, Dweller is resolving.
Move standby phase and main phase. Attempt to infirm target.
Does he have the Eclipson in his graveyard? No,
It's
right?
attached to it currently.
Oh, it's underneath it.
Yeah.
Okay, it was there, and he attached it.
It looks like it's allowed to resolve here. Knowing one of the cards remaining in the hand is the Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yes.
He did have the option to go after his own detonator, but opting to leave it on the field here, not trying to play into any cards such as Triple Tactics Talents.
Smart stuff from Santoli.
All right, looks like we're going to be summoning a Typhon.
Yeah, there were 2 monsters summoned from the extract last turn, so he will be going to Typhon, which lines up really well into Detonator. But the cross will slow him down a little bit.
Times exit main phase.
Sure. Yeah, he's going to attack over Abyss Dweller.
Attack.
Yeah, no problem. I'm at 53, you're 33.
Main phase.
Yep.
Declare effect.
I will go.
Probably force Razil Cross.
That's fine.
The cross will use its effect to detach material from Detonator to negate the effect of Typhon at resolution.
Well played here from Santoli. Now he'll draw for his turn.
I mean, really unfortunate for Benjamin here, not having really any playable cards, getting hit with that Triple Tactics Talents in such a critical position. And then we're going to immediately start with drawing a card here off of the effect of cross. We know he at least has an Ice Razil in his hand.
Thinking if he wants to use the cross or not on this Droll and Lockbird. Does he need to? Can he change? Is he just going to Detonator pop the Typhon?
He can't Detonator currently because of the effect of Typhon.
Oh, right. Detonator, yeah, is negated. Or he can't activate it.
Yeah.
It's Typhon since it has too much attack.
Which also just means that he can't be hit with something along the lines of Nibiru either. But it looks like we're just going to go into battle phase. Again, take it very slow.
The Santoli way. This is the way.
And just pass it back. 2 cards again.
Low to the ground. I like to see it.
Stand by me.
A few turns here for Benjamin, but he's going to have to draw into a bunch of running outs to be able to get out of this position. Yeah, it's been a rough game here for Benjamin from the beginning.
He's trying. He's holding on.
Yeah.
He hasn't given up yet.
I mean, he's undefeated in this tournament, so he knows, like, even in tough positions, there's ways to come out.
At the very least, he already saw Strike from Santoli's deck. He wants to see as many cards as possible because you don't know what you can expect from a Santoli deck list.
Definitely not.
3, 4.
Pot of Prosperity, that's an interesting one. I don't think I see that in even Mitsurugi Razil too often.
Normally, you have to choose between playing Pot of Prosperity or playing Nadir Servant. If you're playing Nadir Servant, you're going to have too many effects that draw a card. Usually, if you're playing Pot of Prosperity, that means you're not playing any of those cards.
This Ash Blossom is probably going to close things out here in this game.
Literally the worst card from today.
Well, not necessarily because.
I'd like to concede.
Oh, okay.
And Benjamin is going to concede, and Santoli is going to control this game from the beginning, thanks to that Triple Tactics talent giving him all the information he needs. You could say he had perfect information.
He had near perfect information for sure. There was, I believe, one last copy of Triple Tactics Talents actually in Benjamin's hand, so perfectly played around here. And I think the effect of Prosperity limiting him from not being able to draw was still in effect even through the Ash Blossom, right?
Yep, definitely.
So he couldn't even activate it.
Tough break there for Benjamin, but Santoli taking an easy game #1 win victory. But now Benjamin will get to go first, and Mitsurugi Razil deck really shines when it's going first.
Absolutely.
We haven't got to see it really shine in one of the feature matches we're commentating. In the secondary feature matches, we definitely saw it in the bonus one. But I want to see it in action here. It's such a strong deck. The World Premier team really gave Razil a whole new way to play itself.
I do think these cards are incredibly powerful, but we have seen how it can be very limited in its need for some 2-card combos where the Mitsurugi cards themselves do require you to have, again, Ritual Spell, Ritual Monster in some combination. There are many ways to get there with only 1 card, but it still requires you to get to that point, and that can fall short when playing into cards like Protective Talents or just into multiple interactions from the opponent.
Definitely, yeah. Just having too much disruption, not enough things to get you started. Tough break there for Benjamin, but losing game 1 doesn't mean you're out just yet. They go into the side decks. And I'm sure he has plenty ready for this mirror match, especially when going first. But maybe a lot of times, like, you engineer your deck to where most of your cards that you have in for going first are already included in your main deck. Because anytime you win the die roll, you're going to be choosing to go first. So a lot of the times, your side deck is more engineered for going second.
If anything, you're really putting in cards to counter the cards that your opponent is siding in for you.
Mm-hmm.
Things that you're not necessarily going to have to prepare for game 1. And those, I think, are those powerful spell cards like we talked about earlier, like Ultimate Slayer, which are definitely more likely to be in someone's deck post-side.
Certainly, yeah. Ultimate Slayer has been a key card this weekend. It just works really well. A lot of players with playing Raziel, they're using the Eclipse Twins to make sure it's underneath the detonator. So if something goes wrong, they can, destroy the detonator and bring it back with the material thanks to Eclipse Twins. But Ultimate Slayer sends it back to the extra deck. They can't respond with the monster effect. So, and then you can send Aggregator to negate another card like DDD Highway of King Caesar, and you get multiple uses out of that single copy of Ultimate Slayer. Appaloosa may be gone, but her artwork on Ultimate Slayer is still around.
She's hanging on.
Still around. We still get to see it on such a beautiful card. I mean, one of my favorite spell cards of all time. Got it.
I bet.
I had to make sure we couldn't end the day without it. It's a good one.
It is pretty good. It didn't have its time for a while. It was released quite some time ago. I believe it was was it in Power of the Elements?
Yep, I think so,
yeah. Came out with the tournament cards.
Yeah, maybe not so great. It was a little too slow in that format, but it lines up really well into Raziel. All right, players are shuffled up, side deck, ready to go. We're at YCS Orlando, the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series of 2025. It's Game 2 of our final round of Swiss for the day. Before we come back tomorrow for 3 more rounds of Swiss, cut to top 64, and then it's a single elimination tournament until we crown a YCS champion. Good sportsmanship from both players. Gotta love to see it. And now we're going into Game 2. Benjamin is going to get to go first. Doesn't have to worry about his hand get picked apart before he gets to start. And we'll see what... He definitely has some plays. We're going to get to see some Mitsurugi action.
Normal summon Saji, declare effect to add a spell trap. Sure.
All right, and the immediate shore, that is bold. Saji is typically the card you want to respond to, mainly because it's the only actual way to get to the ritual spell. Especially, you did see the Pot of Prosperity. That is usually telling that there is not a copy of Nadir Servant in that deck. So this, without drawing the ritual spell naturally, this is the only way to actually search it. But now we are able to activate Ritual Spell to Ritual Spell using Ritual Summon using monsters from the deck to summon the Ame from the hand.
Yep, Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
Yeah, I have really bad humidity problems where I live, so it is kind of the only thing I'm able to do. Let's do that.
So since he gets to tribute the 2 monsters from the deck, he'll be able to activate both their effects. Well, just one of their effects. I think he already used Saji.
Yeah, Saji's effect is on summon or when attributed, so it's the same effect. Kusanagi is able to add back any of those Mitsurugi cards, and then we're activating the Ritual Spell one more time. Now for the other effect to Ritual Summon from the deck using materials you already have.
You may.
Yeah, it's really cool because you get to tribute the Ame no Murakama no Mitsurugi. It summons itself back and adds a card, and you also get to summon out Futso no Mitame no Mitsurugi, and that will also allow you to summon back a reptile anytime your opponent summons a monster.
Opting to tribute a copy in the hand to preserve the version of the Ritual Summon copy on the field to play around Bestials as well.
Smart stuff, smart stuff. Plenty of starters here for Benjamin in game number 2. Things looking much better for him than they did in that first game. See, now we're not even seeing any Raziel cards yet. This is pure Mitsurugi.
Yeah, see, it seems like he is not playing the Nightsword Serpent, which would generally give you the free rank 4 immediately.
I don't actually know if I have to declare until it happens.
So you can use prayers to bring back the Saji.
Yeah, paying 800 to special summon back Saji from the graveyard. And now you can overlay 2 level 4 monsters. I believe this has to be a duo drive at this point, right?
I would think so. And yep, here's Raziel Duo Drive. Does Santoli have something to stop it? Unfortunately, since the Ame no Murakama no Mitsurugi is already on the field, if he does have any sort of response, he will have to discard a card from his hand if he wants it to resolve. Otherwise, it will be negated. Which sometimes that's just enough to, like, if you have like an interaction, you have to send another card. Then if you want to do it again on your next turn, you have to activate a card, send another card. That's 4 cards gone. You only have a couple left. It's so powerful. One of the best things about Mitsurugi.
Yeah, Mitsurugi really tries to take advantage of players using those multiple points of interaction with the hand. It just really dwindles their hand before they even get to start having a turn, and then continues to do so on their turn. But Santoli opting out of that strategy, not playing many of those interruptions from the hand, maybe just copies of Ash Blossom, and the rest of his deck is just designed to break the board.
Definitely. We see the Duo Drive add Raziel Cross and Sword Raziel. The Sword Raziel can special summon itself since there's a level 4 in the graveyard. And then he added...
The Cross.
The Cross.
Yeah.
I mean, what did he add with Sword is what I was looking at.
Sword add X.
Okay, so X now is going to be able to special summon from the hand.
Right, not going to be able to use its effect to search because he controls a non-level 4 monster, but just being able to put a level 4 monster on the field is usually good enough in this position. Going to be activating that cross now.
All right. Raziel Cross is now on the field. Eclipse Twins in the graveyard thanks to X Raziel.
Very particular. Just make attach. I think you're playing Purist.
He already has the Mitsurugi Great Purification in hand as well, so things are just looking great here for Benjamin in game 2.
Not a great way to set that up.
Yeah, he's really considering his options here. I don't know what he would do outside of just summoning the detonator right now.
Yeah, and attaching the Eclipse Twins.
On summon declare back to attach. Sure.
Yep, the Eclipse Twins is going to be under the detonator, allowing him to protect himself from some points of interaction. A card face down is probably going to be that Mitsurugi Great Purification that we could see.
End phase. Yep. Pass turn.
This is a lot of interruptions here. The Ame no Murakamo has the option to negate or force your opponent to discard a card. The Futsu will summon a monster for every special summon that your opponent does, so he's able to fill the board back up with reptiles. And the reptiles do have the effect to protect their monsters from being destroyed by tributing themselves instead, to generate even more advantage because they will trigger their own effects to search when they are tributed.
Yeah, when you get to this point with the Mitsurugi cards, it amasses so much. Oh, the Santoli special, Gravekeeper's Inscription.
End of your turn.
Cold Wave for summons from grave, correct?
Say again?
Cold Wave, but summons from grave?
Yeah.
Yep, so he's opting to use the effect to block him from summoning from the graveyard. Which cuts off, it cuts off the effect of Eclipse Twins, and it cuts off half of the effect of Ame no Murakuma.
Yep. But this is, yeah, huge. I mean, also, it doesn't allow him to summon anything with Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi. Like, and now there's Book of Moon dealing with the detonator. His whole board has been dealt with. Oh, I guess he still has the Mitsurugi Great Purification set that he can use on the Book of Moon, which is what is going to happen. He's going to tribute off the Futsu.
Futsu will allow him another search here, assuming this resolves. No response. The
Chain Link declared to search.
Yep.
It won't be coming back, but he will be able to add.
Probably a copy of Prayers. Actually, well, in this position, Gravekeeper's Inscription lasts until the next turn, right?
Yep.
So that's actually very potent here.
Drops card.
Yeah, but he's still going to be adding the Prayers here.
I have nothing on resolution. Would you like to cut?
I wonder if Santoli has another copy of Book of Moon here just to like keep it going.
Book of Moon, we said it before, an oldie but a goodie. Love Book of Moon.
He was so confident playing into the board, like he was allowing everything to happen. He's like, yep, I'm just going to go ahead and activate one of these, and then one of these, and now...
Say, that's pretty good, partner.
It would have been nice if it was an Ultimate Slayer. It would have been a little more effective, but we'll take a couple Book of Moons. I mean
the Ultimate Slayer would have traded with the trap card as well anyway.
How many months has Steven Santoli had Gravekeeper's Inscription in his side deck is what I want to know. Like, how long? It's been a while. I've seen him use it.
It's been a bit.
I did.
It has to be like since it came out pretty much. He loves that card, so it's cool to see it paying off for him here. It actually lines up pretty well into this deck. And normal summon Ice Raziel. What a hand. What a hand. What an answer. This is awesome here for Santoli. Benjamin, you know, when you're undefeated and like a game like this is kind of playing out, what can you do but just be like, well, I did my best.
Yeah, like you did. That was a great board. It's
yeah,
just
he played it well.
I don't know if you're ever happy to have 2 Inscription. I don't know if you're ever happy to have 2 Inscription.
I mean, it's just good. The 2 books at least.
2 books
Yeah, like
is quite good.
2 books, 2 inscriptions. The second inscription was effectively negating the Ame no Murakuma because it's a free discard. The cross currently can't activate because it needs to detach from a Raziel monster, and it can't be a Raziel monster while it's face down.
I mean, it can be. We just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. So
But
unfortunately, cross doesn't know.
Is it special summon from the extra deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do know that. All right, now
we know it's special summon, just not from where.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, true. Now he's going to overlay those 2 level 4s for a rank 4. What is he going to go into first? Is it going to be Duo Drive? Is it going to be Detonator?
I mean,
is it going to be Exciton? Ooh, Exciton. Okay, cool.
Interesting.
Just going to clean up the board here a little bit. He's not going to be able to do any damage to the turn, but that's a lot of cards that are going to the graveyard.
Yeah, I guess I was wondering if he could end the game this turn, but it's a lot of bodies to actually get through.
Yeah, definitely.
There's not a clean way to get rid of the detonator without putting it back face up at some point.
Yeah, I thought V-Steals were a good way to play around Eclipse Twins, but nope. Turns out Gravekeeper's Inscription. We should change the name of that card to just Steven Santoli's Inscription. No,
not quite yet.
Not yet.
Are we going to call it Steven Strike?
I mean, at this point, I'm not opposed. Now we're seeing another overlay. Here comes the duo drive now that he's cleaned up the field a little bit. We know that he has Mystery Prayers plus one other card in the hand on Benjamin's side of the table. He's going to attach a Raziel monster to do a drive on summon, and now he's going to use the effect to detach 2 to add 2 Raziel cards from the deck to the hand.
He's already used the effect of X. He's already used the effect of Sword and Node as well. He just hasn't used. He already knows so nice, right? What hasn't he used?
You got to add 2. He has Cross and another copy of X.
That's all fine.
Activate Cross.
All right, now Cross is going to allow him to put a couple cards on the bottom and draw a card. Not quite just yet. He's going to... Ooh, plug-in
for Node.
I haven't seen plug-in a lot.
Only played in Pure?
Oh, but he can't because of Gravekeeper's inscription.
Oh, yeah. Yes, neither player can summon back from Graveyard now, so actually 0 interruptions.
The Gravekeeper inscription, you know, not doing great here for Santoli in this scenario. Maybe he kind of forgot that was going to slow him down as well.
It was never supposed to work against him.
You can't take damage this turn.
Is he going to summon Zeus? I was going to say, you can't do that.
And I will pass.
Sets
so inscription still applies for this
face
turn.
down.
Draw for turn.
All right.
Stand by phase mate.
Not too bad, but, you know.
Does have to play into the Cross as well as potentially the Exiton.
And potentially the random speller trap.
Yeah, the random speller trap.
Face down. It's a random speller trap. I'm always thinking about infinite impermanence.
Yeah, he does know that a plugin was searched. Maybe he said it. Doesn't really know, even though he still can't activate it.
Chainlink 1 to search, Chainlink 2, target Cross to negate.
Ooh. That works really well here.
Well, you can still use Cross to negate.
You can negate the aggregator.
Yeah.
Well, no, like it can't, because by the time it could attempt to negate the X, it will be already negated by aggregator. Yeah.
Even though it does negate that resolution. No responses here from Santoli. X is going to add. Wait for it. Wait for it.
A Node Raziel.
Node Raziel. Super rare.
Yeah, still can't use its effect, though.
That's something I like about crossover breakers. Is some of the rares also come as super rares. That's something really unique to that set, and it's really cool.
Special note.
Kind of like you get like the OTS upgrades in the set itself.
That was a nice touch.
Yeah, big fan. And now he's going to special node from the hand and go into a rank 4. It's going to be his own copy of Exiton Knight.
Exiton detaching node.
Very interesting. I'm surprised, again, he didn't want to go for his own detonator.
Santoli's going to chain infinite impermanence to negate Exiton. And now Benjamin has Ice Raziel.
Right, okay, so he had a copy of Ice Raziel to extend further here.
But now Santoli's Exiton is going to be online after, if he summons one, he has to use one more card on the field. Because right now it's 3-3.
So,
so if he summons one more monster, but I think Benjamin knows that.
I mean, he's going to consolidate his board even more, right? By just making another rank 4 here.
Funny how bad that is. I'm in a really precarious position.
What I like to hear.
Can't summon from the graveyard.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. In Detonator, we trust. Unless he only plays one?
It's not bad. It's pretty bad. Just considering a summon. Declare.
Tough spot here for Benjamin.
It's pretty funny, but it's also terrible.
Yeah, really considering his options being super limited now. At this point, I think it's pretty clear he doesn't have another copy of Detonator, because that would be, I think, the go-to play at this moment.
Useless. It clears that. Leaves you with the useless. Do I have knowledge of your hands presently?
No, just yes. Technically.
Understood.
Technically.
Technically
is correct.
No, technically he knows both of them. Technically he's only supposed to know one, but Santoli did receive a PE minor warning.
For revealing some private information, yeah.
And now Tornado Dragon. That is precarious, as you mentioned.
Tornado, target Raziel Cross.
A lot of times you don't see Tornado Dragon in the Raziel Extra decks. Now
we're going to be overlaying into a second copy of Eclipse Twins.
Eclipse Twins.
Could have been F-Zero.
Enter battle phase.
Eclipse Twins. Oh, so he's going to attack Exiton Knight?
No, because I'm 24 and you're.
Oh, it's 500, yes.
Yeah. No, you're 2000.
Yes.
You take 400.
Long day.
Long day. Long day indeed.
100
Almost there.
extra.
With a lone Eclipse Twins, a
Someone
lone
puts the
set
field,
back
the
row
one
as well. Potentially only one interruption here.
Faster.
Actually, no, he knows it's the prayers. But the prayer's actually pretty good now. It can summon back the Ame.
Ooh.
That's fine.
Okay, I forgot. Like we made it past the point of inscription, and now we can have a live effect that we can use here.
Santoli's inscription has run out. Both players will be able to summon from the graveyard. That means Santoli's plugin is live again.
It looks like he has another copy of inscription in his hand. If he starts off with that, that'd be a great way to start this turn.
X is also a good card.
What is the restriction on inscription? Like, does it have to be the first card you play?
Yeah, I think
Just
so.
one.
The start of your main phase.
No response. I'm gonna look in your grave.
Yeah, of course.
X Raziel is going to add Sword Raziel.
Hey, here.
Nope, still no need to really do anything. Gonna wait until a detonator is threatened.
Special summons, sword raise off after switch.
Gonna special summon the sword, use its effect.
In response.
Yep.
Is this where the Ame no Murakamo no
Chain
Mitsurugi comes out?
Great Purification.
Oh, I didn't even
Targeting
consider
the
this.
properly summoned
I forgot
Ame.
he has that. He has the ability to use its effect,
Special
summon back the
and
Ame, tribute the Eclipse Twins, which will summon back the detonator. Gets him right back in this game.
Nice. Sweet plays here from Benjamin with his Mitsurugi Raziel strategy. Really showing you how the two decks synergize together and showing you that he knows his deck very well.
The Raziel Detonator as well as the Raziel Duo Drive and Chainlink 2 Ame to destroy all monsters you presently control.
I have no response.
Yep, that is that's not what you want to hear.
I mean, that's exactly what Benjamin wants to hear.
He finally made it to the point.
Santoli fans, maybe not.
I said Detonator and Duo Drive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll summon Detonator attached with the Duo Drive. On summon, declare Detonator effect to attach.
I have no response.
Gonna
I'll
attach Eclipse Twin.
Another Eclipse
Both these players communicating so properly. I love it.
Makes things a lot easier when you have clear communication in your match. And the pace of play today has been fantastic from all our players, for the most part.
And now Benjamin not so technically knows about the plug-in in hand. There's only one, like a few. Okay, there's two other cards that he doesn't know about.
Technically. Plug-in is
I feel like this is a great time to just use the Ame, force out another discard here.
Looks like he's considering it.
That's fine.
Oh,
no.
it's going to be... Want to make it so that it either actually negates something or just forces him to get rid of a card he actually wants to get rid of.
Normal summons Ice
The normal summon is
Raziel.
successful.
Successful. Won't be negated, but no effect on someone here from Santoli. Doesn't want to walk into that detonator.
Now, is he going to go into a detonator of his own? Yep.
Detonator effect to attach.
That's fine.
No responses here from Benjamin. Okay.
I mean, currently, what are they going to do? Just crash into each other and stare?
I will attempt to go end main phase. End phase.
I am not a Raziel Mirror Match master, but these guys are definitely masters. That's why they're undefeated here in the last round of Swith.
All right, we have made it to the end phase.
Drop turn.
Opting not to use the
What do you have
prayers
as life
here.
right now?
I'm at 76.
To mine.
Never use the Ame, so like still that unknown.
Drop turn.
It's a detonator showdown.
Let's go standby phase, main phase.
We're in main phase 1.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Rise of the Detonator can only protect itself from being destroyed once, right?
I think so, yep. Well, not just itself, but any.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you know what I meant.
I know what you meant. Technically.
He can just attack twice, right?
Looks like he's thinking about activating Mitsurugi prayers. And he can tribute off the Ame no Murakamo Mitsurugi.
I don't know if he really wants to tribute it right now. I feel like there are many monsters properly summoned in the graveyard. He could just use it to reborn.
Like a Saji or something?
And
the Futsu.
Or the Futsu and add back Saji, summon Saji. Just going to go to battle phase.
No, I agree with this play a lot. Just attacking, and then you can attack with your detonator, protect yourself with your detonator's effect now that his is used. and then you can use the prayers after tributing the Amma, and it'll come back as well. So you can summon 2 monsters and threaten a lot of damage.
Sounds good to me. Does he have Eclipse Twins underneath the detonator?
I suppose he must.
We're still in battle phase.
He's thinking about activating something in response to his own attack.
I'll let it die.
Just gonna let it go.
This turn player.
We'll go next game.
And yeah, Santoli's seen enough. He knows that he's not going to be able to come back. And Benjamin pushes this match to a game number 3.
I'm pretty sure that was just lethal damage right there because the Eclipse Twin is going to summon back the Detonator, gets to attack again. He's going to be able to use prayers, attack again with the Ame, and then have another attack from the monster he summons back off the actual effect of prayers.
I certainly think that would have been the case, and Santoli saw the writing on the walls and decides to go ahead and dive into the side deck before going into game number 3. Benjamin evening out the series. Both players playing fantastic. And yeah, we finally got to see the Mitsurugi cards in action and being a key part of why Benjamin was able to win that game.
Yeah, a lot of strong and powerful follow-up because of the effect of the trap card. He was able to stay alive past the point of inscription, and that's really all it took. I honestly forgot that trap card was even in there, but that's a crazy blowout to have in that situation.
Certainly is.
I have to wonder if Santoli has to rethink his strategy just a little bit as far as how he tackles the board. Maybe he can't allow it to get that far, or he just has to focus on finding copies of Ultimate Slayer.
I just want to know if he's going to keep in Gravekeeper's Inscription or not. It doesn't look like it. I'm pretty sure I saw it there in his side deck.
Oh yeah, now that he gets to go first, I don't know if he needs to do all that.
It still would be not too bad, maybe.
It's somewhat limiting for you because of your restricted access to node.
True.
And you want to have your own Eclipse Twins available for your detonator as well, right?
But it does pretty much cut off a lot of the Mitsurugi stuff that goes on. But yeah, at what cost?
Essentially, when you're forced to lead with a card like that, you're playing with 1 card down. You have 4 cards. Your opponent is potentially playing interruptions as well. So you're going to be restricted on your Rizal. You're going to be restricted on the ways you can extend because you cut off your own node. And you don't have the choice of being able to activate it after because it has to be the start of your main phase. And then, of course, your opponent doesn't necessarily have to play with Mitsurugi cards. If he just starts playing pure Rizal, it could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to have to rely on Santoli's Strike. Potentially, it was a key card he had in game number 1. Will he have it again here in game number 3?
Powerful trap cards have always been dominant when you're able to go first post side.
We saw before this round started there was only 7 undefeated duelists left, and these are 2 of them. That means after this round, there will either be 3 or 4 undefeated duelists left. You know, barring any draws, of course.
Still possible here. But I think because of the 12 rounds, everyone, even at this point, if you were undefeated going into this round, I think you're very comfortable. Because I think at this point, some X3s should be topping the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to put yourself in that position and leave it up to chance, basically, but you'd want to win as many as you can.
Absolutely. I mean, you can go undefeated if you want. You get, of course, that oversized card as well for going undefeated in Swiss.
The oversized prize card, yeah, that is definitely something to play towards, but it looks like our players are shuffled up side deck. The hands are drawn, and we are about to dive into our final game of the day here on the live stream. It's been a great day. You know, we've seen a lot of awesome matchups. There's a lot of Malice out there, a lot of Rizal decks as well, but, you know, plenty of Mitsurugi, too. It's really been one of the more impactful things from Supreme Darkness. Let's go and jump into it one last time today. Game number 3, round 9, YCS Orlando, 2025.
Will tried and true pure Rizal take it over? The more powerful and robust Mitsurugi strategy? Can Steven Santoli, off the back of Solemn Strike, take this game? We're starting off with X Rizal.
Strong start. Ooh, he does have a Droll Lockbird. We're going to see that come down.
There is the Droll Lockbird. Oh, it looks like he might have a response.
Does he have a call by the grave?
Santoli wouldn't lie. He said everything is good when he had no responses before.
Does look like he has call by the grave. And he's going to call by the Droll and Lockbird.
Santoli's never bluffed in his life.
He's a straight shooter. Yeah. Now Sword Razil comes down, allowing to add another copy of X Razil. Going to overlay the 2 level 4s for a rank 4. It's going to be Duo Drive.
Let's see if there's anything to stop this one.
Dangerous, are we?
And it resolves.
This is going to pay off huge here for Santoli. He's going to add a copy of Ryzeal Cross and...
When was the last time you saw that happen?
Yeah,
plug in and cross. You haven't seen that search off Duo Drive in quite some time.
I'm going to think in resolution here.
Oh. What could that mean?
I know X, you most likely have Ice. You probably have Node.
There's no way it's a Perulia, surely.
Nothing in resolution.
What could he be talking about? Like, what is he trying to say?
We're about to find out.
Oh,
it's
okay,
a
Magnamut.
That's not a bad card to have here. Because not only is he going to give him a monster on the field,
he can technically activate the Magnamut. Maybe a dragon will find its way to the graveyard. Oh, no, he's not drolled anymore. He's not drolled anymore.
He can add from the deck to the hand, yeah.
Be resolving that plug-in now. Going to be able to summon back that Sword Ryzeal, put a material under the Duo Drive.
Go summon Ice special.
Normal summon Ice, activate the effect, special summon from the deck. Going to overlay these 2 for...
There's the detonator.
No Eclipse Twins thanks to that Magnamut.
You have to touch a monster.
Yeah, it has to attach a monster, so unfortunately it doesn't have enough cards at the moment to resolve cross the draw.
Damn, that Droll would have done some nice stuff.
Yeah, Santoli was really forced to call by the grave that Droll and Lockbird since there's so many cards in his hand that would add from the deck to the hand.
Using the effect of Ice Ryzeal to send the Duo Drive, so then put the materials in the graveyard for the cross as well as being able to summon an Abyss Dweller. Cross will be able to put back the Duo Drive and the sword. Oh, like just the plug-in.
This is where the plug-in
Gets 1 additional draw. Oh, that's a pretty good one.
You said 1 additional draw. You meant 2
I'm sorry. You know, I should have
draws.
known better. My bad. It's never just 1.
Banishes 10 cards face down, draws 2. Sets 1, sets 2 face down.
End phase resolve, Meg.
Passes on Detonator, Dweller, Cross.
A Droll was negated by Call by the Grave. Dude, if he did all that shit under Droll, come on. What are you guys doing as judges?
Now he's going to add Bestial Monster from his deck to the hand. Probably Bestial Druid Worm.
Yeah, which is countered
by the Dweller already.
He might have sided out the other Bestials.
It's just a Magnamut. No.
That's why they were trying to stop him. they knew better.
The saddest.
He got to bluff him into making the Dweller, which, I mean, it was going to stop the Mitsurugi part anyway, but it would have been able to stop the Druid Worm.
This is the saddest Magnamut I've ever seen. Nothing to add. No dragons in the deck, but he does have a monster on the field, which is something.
You may take priority. I have no response.
Draw phase Abyss Dweller. Going to stop those graveyard effects from activating.
Okay. Effectively cuts off the Mitsurugi part of the engine, as if you did have an inscription.
Who's next demand?
Now still has to deal with the detonator, the cross, as well as all those potential sets.
Phase, main phase.
Looks like we're going to be normal summoning Ice Ryzeal to start us off.
I will not declare the effect.
Just a normal summon.
Is there going to be a Chaos Angel?
Oh.
It's a synchro summon. Sure.
It is a synchro summon.
That is a light and dark Chaos Angel. And it's going to be met with... There is no summon successful. That is Solemn Judgment.
Paying Heaven's Life Points.
Santoli's Judgment.
Santoli's Judgment. If it's a trap he can set turn 1 that can stop his opponent's cards, it's probably in Santoli's deck.
I'm going to open your grave.
That is a normal summon committed now.
Half the life points. Poof.
Still have to deal with the Dweller as well as the Detonator.
And
nothing on the board.
And it's a Book of Moon face down.
Oh my god.
I saw it. I saw it.
Proceed to the end phase.
Proceeding to the end phase.
Man.
Okay.
Not like this. Is this how it's going to end? Our final match.
Going to be special summoning X from the hand, sending to the grave a copy of Duo Drive, it seems. Potentially, really contemplating it, seeing what he might just need here. He doesn't need to do much. He just needs to. Oh, and second copy of Cliffstones. That's pretty good.
You know, he could have summoned it and made his monster attack twice and made me happy, but no, instead, just
not today.
Not today. Send it to the graveyard.
We get to add Sword Rise Seal to the hand now.
I will go.
Some dreams just never come true.
Immediately
it's
Chinese
a sad
cross.
reality. Maybe tomorrow.
Yep, that's fine.
There's still always tomorrow, but like plenty of dueling actions to go after this.
I'm convinced people don't know it has that effect. I'm convinced that's the issue that I'm running into here. But Sword's going to come down.
Sword grabs ice. And honestly, just making near any Exceed should do at this point, because you still have the normal summon of ice to do the remainder of the damage. So going to be overlaying now. So this is going to be summon 3.
It's
into
Duo Drive.
Duo Drive is going to actually boost up everything as well.
He is moments away from winning game number 3 here.
Normal summon ice. Oh, just might as well special summon from deck. That's a couple more summons
yeah,
there. That will be summon 5, I believe. Not really necessary in this position, but you have the cross, so you're not really worried about it.
I will attempt to leave the main phase.
This is going to be it. Yep.
And main phase is good.
And Steven Santoli wins the final Swiss round of the day and goes to move on undefeated going into day number 2. Who would have thought it?
I feel like there's a, when you give Santoli any of those specific solemn trap cards, I think he's able to take it away very efficiently. I feel like you're getting a little ahead of yourself. I feel like you all went to call him a champion already.
I mean, he's on his way, right? Undefeated. No one's been able to stop him so far. Who's to say? If he wins 9 rounds tomorrow, the tournament's over. We're out of here. Santoli's a 2-time YCS champ. He's going to be going back to the WCQ.
He's already a 2-time YCS champion.
Oh, yeah, I forget. You want to road to YCS.
You want a remote duel and a regular room for YCS.
Forgot. Okay, a 3-time. Sorry for not giving Santoli all the credit he deserves for sure. Yeah, he had an incredible year in the past couple of years for sure. He's been fantastic. Couple YCS wins, competed at the World Championship, but he always plays really well. I mean, we talked about it. Don't try to combo too hard. You can play low to the ground. The least amount of cards you can use to get the W as possible usually can work out.
Yeah, he's a strong believer in detonator and trap cards.
See that burial from the different dimension in his side deck? That's so cool. I got to try that out. It seems like a pretty good Malice counter. But that just goes to show you don't always have to play what everyone else is playing. You use whatever works for you. Whatever fits your play style is going to give you the best success. If you just have someone hand you a deck, you don't know why you have a certain amount of copies of certain cards in your deck, you don't know why, just someone told you to do it, you're not going to yield those same results as someone who can give you an answer for every single card, a reason why every single card in that deck is there.
Yeah, and there are plenty of people that are telling him to not do what he's doing. Everyone's saying, hey, you should probably not do this, and he sticks to his guns. He is playing his strategy.
Oh, I've been hearing people screaming about why are you still using Gravekeeper's Inscription after so long, but it is a good card, and he finds a way to make it work. Because, I mean, it cuts off the matchups that he struggles against, and now, he's undefeated. You can't argue with success. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. Especially when it's coming from someone like Steven Santoli. He is really trying to solidify his name as one of the best players in the game, and he's on his way maybe to win the first YCS of 2025 here in Orlando, Florida.
Don't forget, there's still 9 more rounds tomorrow. There's a bit of a way to go. This is a 12-round tournament. We're just going to be very close to finishing day 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost locked in. You said there's going to be a certain amount of people who are X3, which means they've only lost 3 rounds and won all the other ones that will make it. He can. That is the worst he can do is X3 now at this point.
Yes.
And when you start 9-0, things are looking pretty good for him. It would be tough. I mean, I've seen people go undefeated day 1 and lose all their rounds on day number 2.
Yeah, been there.
Oh, yeah, it's happened to you? Yeah, it's happened to my brother, too. I always lose too early to where I never get to experience that, like when I used to play in the YCSs as well. But it was an incredible match. We got to see Solemn Strike, Solemn Judgment, some of Santoli's favorite cards. I'm assuming. I have a lot of favorite cards. We know Santoli's favorite cards, Gravekeeper's Inscription.
I think we saw like 5 or 6 cards that you wouldn't expect. Like Book Moon currently is not something you typically expect. There's too many things to hit. But when you pair it with Gravekeeper's Inscription, Solemn Judgment, Solemn Strike, another copy of Book of Moon, these cards do pair well together, and his strategy is built around it, right? Like he's not really playing anything to stop his opponent on their turn. He's focusing on powering these spell cards together and comboing them in a way that will just pick apart the field and then sticks one of your Rizal cards.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible to see him win here. It's been a long day. It was 9 rounds of Swiss. It's been an incredible day so far. We've seen some surprise decks that have been on the top tables consistently throughout the day. Azamina White Forest was a deck. That's probably my favorite round that we had. If you missed that early, you want to go back and watch that match. It's a lot of fun.
That was a lot going on for sure. Yeah. Even Atlantean Mermail was surprising me. Multiple rounds this tournament, it was able to show, and I think it was still doing really well going into this round. So we'll probably see it potentially in Top Cut.
Definitely. There's also been a couple of Gladiator Beasts out there. We didn't get them on stream, but they were part of the written features as well. There's plenty of decks that are out there trying to creep in to make the top cut and find a way in, but the dominating part of the field is going to be Malice and Raziel still. We're going to have to see how it plays out tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. It's been wonderful. I hope you at home had as much fun as we did casting today. We're going to toss it to Kangas. He's going to interview our winner, and then he's going to close out the day. Make sure you come back tomorrow and see how the YCS Orlando will finish. Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. I am here on stage. Steven, congratulations on your feature match victory. I want to start off by just asking, how do you feel about how the match went, because it did go the full distance?
I felt okay. I think there was a fair few missteps I made. I think I didn't play completely horribly. Like, I was able to crack the board game 2 with just the breaker tech approach, and then the X forced a Grand Game that when he top decked it. And then after that, I was kind of a bit panicky and didn't play correctly. But I think it was sequenced well enough that I make note for tomorrow and go on. It's been a 9-round event today, so those mistakes are bound to happen.
How's your stamina feeling? Were you feeling the tiredness after a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh?
To some degree. Mr. Yugi's obviously a new deck as well, so the muscle memory isn't quite built in yet, which is why you see the slight misplays. Like, I was not reading the trap tributing the Eclipse Twins, because I did top deck the 3rd inscription on the pass back, and I just didn't use it because I didn't need it. But like I said, long day, you missed one line of text on a new card, and suddenly this game is a lost game, which should have been a 1-1.
Well, hey, you mentioned it, Gravekeeper's Inscription, and I want to talk about some of the cards you were using. Book of Moon, Solemn Strike. I mean, what is it about your deck building? Why do you make such unique choices playing cards that we don't see a lot of other duelists choosing to play?
I just try to see if there's an edge through deck building. I think that hand traps in general don't add for that edge. Like, there's some formats, obviously, where having hand traps, and a lot of them are fine. Like, there's interesting choke points. Like, I think the Pure Razor Mirror at Anaheim, everyone's on hand traps, and it's fine because there's a lot of decisions of when to shotgun, when to hold, and so led to more interesting game patterns. But when you just play hand trap wars, where it's I go first, you go starter, I go shotgun the hand trap, which is how it works against a lot of the more combo-oriented decks like Alice and Mitsurugi. I don't think that's a lot of room for outplay, and so I'm trying to avoid that kind of play plan that doesn't allow for outplay, and then just see what I can figure out with. And I think that Breakers are good, and the books are a flexible card, the Inscription are a flexible card, and I'm 8-1 right now, so I think they're working well enough.
I think so. But the casters were talking about it. I was wondering it as well. You are already a YCS champion, but how are you feeling? Do you think this is your event?
I thought that earlier I was in a really good position. I still think I'm in a good position. But actually, the last 2 matches were, I think, a bit more shaky, which I just chalk up to fatigue more than anything. But I'm pretty happy with my deck list overall and my gameplay for the most part. And so if the stars align, then I think it's a reasonable event for me to take.
All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us, Steven. Congratulations on the win. I'm going to let you get going. Rest up for the rest of your night. One more time for Steven Santoli. But also, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to day 1 of YCS Orlando. Whether you are at home, whether you're here in the venue participating, 2,274 duelists in attendance after the late registration is incredible, and we're happy to celebrate that with all of you. But a reminder, if you're live at the event and you didn't make it to day 2, we do have public events tomorrow, and also you can show up and cheer on your favorite duelists on the feature match stage. We have one more day of YCS Orlando. We'll see you there.